Essay 10, Will Regions Save the World? Regional and Conflict Resolution. Introduction. Regional have proliferated across the world over the past years. This growth in number and geographical coverage has been accompanied by increased diversity in the substance or content of integration, and Van, 2006. With the geographical collaboration and integration of neighboring countries, the goal of regionalism remains to enhance stability and economic growth, reduce trade barriers, and strengthen political and cultural ties. For example, Asian regional have governance potential in regulatory, improved policy coordination, and roles as an effective multilateral dialogue platform between member states, 2024. Regional play a vital role in action plans planning tools together with local authorities to meet strategic measures and address the interconnected crisis that the world is encountering, including but not limited to climate change, global security issues, and biodiversity, underpinned by Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) AL. 2021. In the context of geopolitical shifts and the Cold War, the post-colonial period in African countries in the 1950s and 60s also meant their awakening for unity and Pan-Africanism. This trend was particularly pronounced when the end of colonialism in the 1950s and 1990s raised expectations that cross-border and Pan-African solidarities would develop, 2006. The development of regionalism post-Second World War went hand in hand with protectionism against the control and hegemonic influence of the external state powers in their domestic policies. The historical anchors of post-colonial states met a snag in which regionalism was culturally and identically conglomerated. Argued that regions are a pivotal critique of colonial-era discourses that were essentially replicated in the post-colonial state as inherited social and cultural hierarchies, 2015. Saving the world from the complexities of post-colonialism was a beacon of a newly starting cornerstone of regionalism and shaped new post-colonial identities. There are various policy challenges tackled mostly by regional bodies in swifter responses and smoother monitoring, more than the UN does. To address the economic complexities of our times, Regional began to embrace public and regional investments in their analytical framework, AL. 2022. Regionalisms come out as products of mutual cooperation and defense alliances in both bilateral and multilateral relations. Exceptions were permitted, both on pragmatic grounds and for reasons of principles whose exceptions are the ability to create trade blocs, free trade areas, FTAs, and customs unions and Winters, 2003. With emphasis on regional agreements, covenants, and conventions, pertinent global outcomes are depicted, and humankind must have a sense of a global community of shared responsibility for a shared future. The World Bank 2021 narrates that apart from economic pertinence in terms of cooperation and free movements of persons and goods, regional also strengthen public health emergency responses. Regions serve as a bridge between the global and national policy levels, strengthening disease surveillance, mobilizing supply chains and facilitating trade, supporting the production and procurement of medicines and supplies, and coordinating policies and work with other actors. And 2021 P1, see also, and 2015. Nothing in the present charter precludes the existence of regional arrangements or agencies for dealing with such matters relating to the maintenance of international peace and security as are appropriate for regional action, provided that such arrangements or agencies and their activities are consistent with the purposes and principles of the United Nations. The United Nations peace and security maintenance is a primary goal, which is the basic rationale of regional security architectures, which are fully operational at regional levels and authenticated by all UN members to help save their regions as well as the world. Charity begins at home. From region to region, people communicate through the pathways of development, culture, identity, and values. Regional cooperation enhances cultural exchange amongst members sharing common goals, and culture determines the identity of a human group in the same way as personality determines the identity of an individual, 2008. Roy 2015, p. 206, adds that integration should not only consider the human identity, but also revolve around the convergence of different national interests to a point where solid institutions can be built. Regional contributions evolve around cultural, social, economic, and security progression. Case studies of successful regional, conflict resolution and economic gains. Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. ECOWAS, established in 1975 and revised in 1993, successfully restored peace and security. At the start of the civil war in Sierra Leone in the 1990s, regional support from ECOWAS and its military observer group, ECOMOG, Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, succeeded in defending the government and beating back the rebels. Docking, 2001. It is very imperative that ECOMOG, under the support of ECOWAS, continued fighting the rebels until late 1997, when the crisis came to a halt with the reinstation of as the president in 1998. The ECOWAS monitoring group was sent to Liberia on August 24, 1990, with the aim of sustaining military operations without UN. The UN's own portrayal of events euphemistically says that the UN supported the ECOWAS efforts to end the civil war, even though the operation did not have Security Council, 2003. Lessons learnt in the conflict situation of Liberia have provided a benchmark for the future of ECOWAS. The nature of civil conflict in Liberia has tested the capability of ECOWAS, which successfully vanquished the rebels. It is clear that the proliferation of short institutional procedures, which are capable of instigating a framework for the operation in Liberia, has triggered the progress of the mission, even if the UN has stepped in for support. ECOWAS encountered competing interests and objectives of Nigeria, the local and the architect of the ECOWAS ceasefire monitoring group, but as determined by the region, the confrontation was calmed down. Regional bodies have vivid problem-solving institutions like councils of elders, mediation and security council committees, or sub-regional zones of early warning, which provide solutions to regional issues of peace and security. With the historical record, the ECOWAS Council of Elders has always functioned very well in terms of its terms of reference in mediation, observation, and facilitation. For example, a delegation of council members, led by Sierra Leone's Speaker of Parliament, Elizabeth Alpha, observed the presidential and parliamentary elections in Gambia in September 2006 when President 1996-2017, who was beaten through democratic ballot box election in Gambia, refused to hand over to Barrow, who had won the presidential election, 2013. Members of the council have also taken up roles as election observers in other West African countries, including Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Togo, as well as Zimbabwe and Lamin, 2006. The establishment of ECOMOG and the deployment of troops to Liberia, Sierra Leone, among others, have in no small way peace in the region. The ECOWAS suspended Guinea, and following coups and worked relentlessly to frustrate dissent in those countries, 2024 P63. Despite the challenges of border security and transboundary threats, which can be mitigated and solved regionally, the economic development of ECOWAS member states has furthered positive outcomes in economic integration. According to 2024, the Francophone countries, except Guinea-Bissau, formed the West African Economic and Monetary Union WAMU in 1994, which is under the control of a common central bank, P63. On the economic dividends, Nigeria claimed more economic incentives and investment opportunities for employment creation, poverty reduction and alleviation, and enhancement of regional equality, and 2023. Regional relevance or profits can be comprehended by expediting economic growth, accelerating human well-being, and advancing global ecological sustainability, without forgetting contributory political stability and peace, 2016. European Union, EU. The EU has benefited from the commitments of the member states to become a successful regional. The principles of solidarity, social protection, and human rights were incorporated in the founding treaties, Napoli and 2018. The European integration process led to a common political, legal, and administrative authority, Shore and Black, 2021. This method successfully served collective pertinence. Nevertheless, the EU expedited multilateral trade negotiations and agreements with, for e.g., Mexico and Chile to make sure that their preferential access to the global market is attained, Draper and 2006. According to and 2003, industries have been able to concentrate their production in a region that has grown close to large markets and also benefits from relatively low wages, or at least a market that is varied to businesses. Unlike the regions with less developed industrial policies, ordinary citizens benefit from the highly developed industrial states, irrespective of high competition. 1999 has argued that many industrial capacities of traditional productions have been vehemently forced to close their doors or lack demand in the face of strong and highly productive overseas competition. However, having this competition provides a leeway for innovations and developing more reliable sources for future humankind than persistently insufficient traditional industrial yields. The formation and consolidation of regional blocs such as the EU, and claiming that these unions are momentous in promoting economic development for collective equitable benefits, is a significant motif that strengthens regional arrangements and saves the world through the encouragement of less advanced member states. 2002. The EU abolished the barriers to free movement of workers and capital, which banned any form of discrimination based on nationality, Baldwin and 2022. The EU has shaped the European identity in the form of belonging and inclusion, social and political membership in the European polity and identity, and citizenship and immigration, 2024. It means that regions evolve in shaping their people's identity through regional leadership and collective codes of conduct. Regional bodies, regional practices of qualitative new norms such as the rule of law, good governance, principles of democracy, respect for constitutional governance, fundamental freedom, and promotion of human rights and social justice, UN 2009. Association of South and East Asian Nations, ASEAN. ASEAN was founded in 1967 by its 5 founding members Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, and later welcomed 5 other members. It has shown economic advancement, job creation, and security cooperation over the course of its existence. ASEAN has contributed to the peaceful settlement of disputes, for instance, by signing the Declaration of Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea in 2002. The successful assets of ASEAN are institutions like the ASEAN Regional Forum, ASEAN +3, and the East Asian Summit, serving the purpose of informally dealing with both economic and security challenges, Caballero 2022. According to Caballero 2022, these patterns of cooperation include annual summits and ministerial meetings, regular meetings among officials from different sectors, technical and other capacity building including standard settings, as well as joint military exercises and the like. P18. Important achievements can be shown in terms of trade, economic growth, and job creation, ADB 2021. ASEAN has developed into a hub for trade relations and has increased its market size and bargaining power, and 2023 P189. A security regime has also been created, in which the utilities of compliance outweigh the costs of defection, Collins, 2013. The value added of ASEAN was well illustrated in the aftermath of the 2009 global financial crisis, when ASEAN successfully negotiated with China, including funding for the Pan-Gulf PBG Economic Cooperation Li and Kwa, 2011. Comparative advantages of regionalism in conflict resolution. There is no fallacy of a single factor in the triggers of conflict. Conflicts are often triggered more by political and security tensions, which are historically related to ideological differences, economic interests, narrow nationalism, ethnic disparities or differences or existing commonalities, and territorial justifications. Khan 2009. Regions may serve as a beacon for continental unity, prosperity, and conflict resolution among actors in international politics. Creation of regions cannot change the narrative of world anarchy under a realist perspective, but may foster partnerships in peacebuilding, conflict prevention, and crisis management by learning from each other. And 2013. According to 2006, regional security performs the functions of an external, benevolent, third-party mediator in regional conflicts, and it represents an incentive structure through which contested interstate incompatibilities can be reformulated into the bargain of regional membership. Regional act in geographical proximity, in mediation and intervention. Notwithstanding the basis of shared economic, security, and political interests, collective concerns on security easily secure from member states. 2004. For example, in 2009, there was a conflict in Madagascar, where the AU and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, sent mediators without consulting each other, and it was declared that only SADC would be the mediator of the Malagasy conflict, given its proximity to the conflict. 2018. Regional leverage diplomatic tools such as sanctions, dialogue facilitation, or regional economic cooperation to mediate and reach a peaceful solution while de-escalating conflicts. In addition to the provided regional case studies, by the years 2008, 2005, and 2000, the African Union brokered a peaceful agreement to halt violence in Kenya. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, stopped and mediated civil war in Sudan, and the African Union assisted the solution on border conflicts between Algeria, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, 2010. Regional are optimal mediators of entrenched and segregated stereotypes in the regional members. Regional deepen cooperation and ease the contentious characteristics of sovereign and nationalistic rivalries, 1992, as cited in Lewis 2008, and lessen the extent to which tribalism can impact negotiations, Lewis 2008. In opting to mediate, Al. 2014 assert that mediation creates bias where regionally more powerful states, as well as those that share regional institutional memberships with the disputants, have greater incentives to mediate than some regional counterparts. This means that motivations to mediate are intrinsically linked to the powerfulness of regional actors who act as arbitrators to make non-enforceable recommendations. Al. 2015. Conclusion. Regional formal structures, conducting regular meetings and summits on issues concerning regions, and designing procedures to foster their social, economic, and political cooperation. For example, in the realm of maritime cooperation, the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships in Asia, RACAAP, relates to ensuring the safety of commercial ships in the South China Sea, Al. 2017. Regional of different kinds have broadened their mandates, enhanced cooperation, increased capacity and resources, managed conflicts, and offered resolutions. Regions are optimal mediators because of a better understanding of regional culture, political, and economic nuances. For instance, the ECOWAS protocol relating to the mechanism for conflict prevention, management, resolution, peacekeeping, and security provides the formal basis for a regional security architecture, 2007. Thanks to regional legitimacy, they apply diplomatic pressure within their respective regions. Different criticisms are also underpinned by scholars, highlighting issues such as different national interests, limited enforcement of capabilities, and divisive levels of commitment to meet the regional needs. According to, and 2016, on one hand, there is little guidance on how to evaluate the attainment of best regional outcomes, as a result of insufficient monitoring and evaluation tools in this field. On the other hand, there is a clear win-win cooperation, mutual benefits, and respect which open up people-to-people mobility in regional settings, and this harmonizes the new regional multilateralism. It is affirmed by 2003, in his article Feasible Multilateralism and the Effects of Regionalism, that regional trade agreements help move the world towards a welfare-superior equilibrium. The reason is that members in regional trade agreements lower trade barriers against one another. They are induced to reduce their multilateral tariffs as well. As regional integrations are a means to new building blocks, there is also a sense that regional trade does not react in a negative way to multilateral trade, and 2011. Like African Union trajectories of economic, many policies are set like that of the Pan-African payment system to enable Pan-African payments, instant payments, and payments to tackle an estimated 80% of African payments that pass through Europe and the US, triggering high transfer and compliance costs, PAPSS 2024. Thus, regional stability leads to global stability and will preponderantly save the world. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: A. 2004. Regional and the Development of Collective Security. beyond Chapter VIII of the UN Charter. Bloomsbury, OOs and IA 2015. Regional Economic Communities, Exploring the Process of Social Economic Integration in Africa. Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa. A. and P. 2021. Regional cooperation is essential to combating health emergencies in the Global South. Globalization and Health 17-1-9. Org 10-1186 S12992020006442. Asian Development Bank. 2021. Making Digital Platforms Work for Asia and the Pacific. Org 1022617 TCS 2100482. Dicey 2007. Nigeria's Manifest Destiny in West Africa, Dominance Without Power. Africa Spectrum 42-2, 301-321. Baldwin R. and C. 2022. The Economics of European Integration, 7th ed. Hill, PhD, RN and D. 2022. The New Paradigm of Economic Complexity. Research Policy 51-3, 104,450. Org 101016J2021104450. KG, MBs, AK, and M 2021. Factors facilitating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in regional and local planning. Experiences from Norway. Sustainability 13-8, 4282. Org 10339013084282. Ks 1999. Retrospective look at the role of trade and regional integration in Caribbean development. Social and Economic Studies 48-1 and 2, 127-153. J. 2003. Conflict in Africa, the United Nations and Regional. B. 1992. An Agenda for Peace. Org Docs SG. M. 2024. Regional and Global Governance, The Case of ASEAN. Journal of Student Collaboration Research, 1-2-115. Caballero M. 2022. The ASEAN Way and the Changing Security Environment, Navigating Challenges to Informality and Centrality. International Politics 221-14. S and J 2023. Investing the ASEAN Way, Theories and Practices of Economic Integration in Southeast Asia. Cambridge University Press. Org 1010-1797810092233331. Collins A. 2013. Building a People-Oriented Security Community, the ASEAN Way. Napoli E's and D. 2018. Solidarity in the European Union in Times of Crisis, Towards European Solidarity. Invea and C. Solidarity as a Public Virtue, Law and Public Policies in the European Union, 1st ed. 195-48. Docking T. 2001. Peacekeeping in Africa, USIP Special Report No. 66. United States Institute of Peace. Org Pub 66. S. 2008. On Culture and Regional Integration. Internationale Studier, Aalborg. Draper P. and T. 2006. Regional Integration and Economic Partnership Agreements, Southern Africa at the Crossroads. South African Institute of International Affairs, SAIA. D.V. A.P. and Sanders v. 2014. Regional Influences on Mediation Behavior. International Negotiation, 19-2, 285-314. Org 10-116315718069123412881. B.G. and L. 2003. European Integration, Regional Policy and Growth, English. The World Bank. Documents org curated N224421468764378691. B and M 2011. Regionalism as a Building Block for Multilateralism. Global Economy Journal. Org 102202152458611676. J. M. and F. 2015. Mediation and Peace. The Review of Economic Studies, 82-4, 1483-1501. Org 1010930021. Con S.R. 2009. Regional Trade Integration and Conflict Resolution. A. 2016. Natural Cooperation, Facing Water Challenges in the Middle East, MEI Policy Paper No. 8. Middle East Institute. E.J. and R. 2013. The Security Governance of Regional First Aid. Org 1043249780203805008. T. 2024. Citizenship, Identity and Immigration in the European Union, Between Past and Future. Manchester University Press. Lewis O. 2008. Regional are the most useful friends of the UN Secretary-General when he is engaged in mediation. International Relations. Info 200801 28% E2% 80% 98 Regional are the most useful E2% 80% 9% E2% 80% 9D of the Secretary-General when he is engaged in mediation E2% 80% 99 discuss Lay, M. and Qua, CG 2011. China-ASEAN Subregional Cooperation, Progress, Problems and Prospect. World Scientific Publishing. C. 2006. The Politics of Regionalism in Southern Africa, Occasional Paper No. 51. Institute for Global Dialogue. L. 2010. The Peacemaking Effectiveness of Regional, Working Paper No. 81. Crisis States Research Center. A. and Laman, A. 2006. Mediation, the Council of Elders, West Africa's Evolving Security Architecture, Looking Back to the Future. Center for Conflict Resolution. M. 2024. A Discourse on the History, Achievements and Problems of ECOWAS. Dyke Journal of African Studies, KDJAS, 31, 5363. SK&O 2023. ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement and CFTA in West Africa, Costs, Benefits and Challenges. Springer Nature. I. 2003. Feasible Multilateralism and the Effects of Regionalism. Journal of International Economics, 74-1, 202-224. Org 101016S002, 21996040000501. PAPISS. 2024. Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Com Content Uploads 202-40324. CL 2013. New Local Leadership in Democratic Transition, Competing Paradigms in International Peacebuilding. MJ 2018. Leadership of Peace Operations and Conflict Mediation, African Union and Southern African Development Community in Perspective. Coventry University. SBs U and Y 2017. Regional Institutions, Geopolitics and Economics in the Asia-Pacific. Roy J. 2015. A New Atlantic Community, the European Union, the U.S. and Latin America. Miami, Florida, European Union Center, Jean Chair. M. and Winters, L.A. 2003. Regional Integration and Development. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Shore C. and Black, A. 2021. Citizens, Europe, and the Construction of European Identity. In Seashore V.A. and J.R. The Anthropology of Europe, Identities and Boundaries in Conflict. 275-298. D. 2002. Imagined Regional Communities, Integration and Sovereignty in the Global South. F&T 2016. Support to Regional Cooperation and Integration in Africa, What Works and Why. EBA Rapport 1. B 2006. Regional Integration as a System of Conflict Resolution, the European Experience. World Affairs 169-2, 8193. R. and Van L. 2006. Enhancing Global Governance Through Regional Integration. Global Governance 12-6, 233-240. UN 2009. Striving Together, ASEAN and the UN Second Ed. United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. JL 2015. Regional Integration, Identity and Citizenship in the Greater Horn of Africa, Review of Regional Integration, Identity and Citizenship in the Greater Horn of Africa, by K and R. Northeast African Studies, 15-1, 210-214. Org 10-1432 115-10-210. World Bank 2021. Disease Surveillance, Emergency Preparedness, and Outbreak Response in Eastern and Southern Africa, a Situational Assessment and 5-Year Action Plan. World Bank Groups. Essay 11, Regionalism and Introduction. Throughout history, the global economy has experienced periods of rapid trade and capital growth, followed by periods of increased protectionism and economic fragmentation. Chase al. 2023. The world reached a truly amazing level at the beginning of the 20th century in terms of trade, investments, and migration. 2004. In 1913, world exports accounted for almost 14% of global GDP. This level was met and surpassed only by the end of the 1970s and 2016 IMF data. For the sake of comparison, world exports in 2023 reached 22.2%. Currently, we may be experiencing a major transition, with the period of which started after the end of the Cold War being replaced by an era of might take the form of the division of the world economy into two or several relatively isolated and competing economic blocs, separated from each other through protectionist and sanctions barriers. IMF 2023. While some argue that the process might have started already several years ago, James 2018. 2021, the debates have been facilitated by the major political ruptures of the last years, 2022. The process is potentially driven by two interdependent trends. At the political level, countries increasingly perceive economic dependence on other states as a risk and not as an opportunity, and are much more sensitive to avoid these dependencies. At the business level, companies are much more aware of the fact that political conflicts and turbulences can lead to sudden and unexpected devaluation of their investments and fragmentation of trade ties. Therefore, they adjust their plan accordingly. Could be a game changer for all aspects of the world economy, including regional integration projects. The goal of this essay is to about the possible implications for regionalism. While has already been subject to a scholarly literature, Al. 2024, Baldwin Al. 2024, Balsa Al. 2020, 2010, and 2021, its impact on regionalism has hardly been analyzed except for some specific policy fields and regions, e.g. and 2024. At the current moment, seems to be rather a direction of development of the world economy with a substantial probability, more likely than merely a couple of years ago, than an unavoidable reality. James 2018. This essay asks the following: what would happen should the prospects of fully? We provide a conceptual framework, identifying the main factors potentially affecting regionalism under these circumstances. To highlight the counterfactual nature of the analysis, we will refrain from identifying specific blocks into which the world economy could be separated, although their shape seems to be becoming increasingly clear. Our goal is to provide a concise theoretical argument. While most scholarly papers start with a list of hypotheses derived from the literature, we will conclude with a list of hypotheses, which we hope will be helpful for guiding future empirical work on this important topic. The end of regionalism. One of the key debates of the last decades was whether regionalism should be seen as a building block or a stumbling stone of the process. Baldwin and Lowe, 2009. Over time, the regional ROs became more integrated into the process. First, their growing networks, the spaghetti bowl of regionalism, grew denser and thus in themselves supported. Second, the idea of open regionalism, 1997, became more popular, making regionalism more compatible with. Third, regional in themselves, particularly the EU, became actors at the global level with their own agenda on the issues of trade and capital flows. At the same time, at least since the 2010s, dissatisfaction with the partial inability of global governance institutions, in particular the WTO, to address pertinent issues triggered the development of so-called megaregional trade agreements, i.e., trade blocs of large groups of countries transcending the traditional regional borders and focusing less on common institutions and more on facilitating trade and investments. Examples include the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and the never-implemented Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP, 2017. The relation between megaregional trade agreements and traditional regionalism remains unclear. The ROs were, at least in some cases, the main driving forces for the development of megaregionalism, but at the same time, successful megaregionalism could make ROs obsolete. One, its own set of common institutions. Two, trade and investment infrastructure, exclusive trade arrangements, investment facilitation arrangements, an independent payment system, compatibility of digital currencies, etc. Trade and investment infrastructure, exclusive trade arrangements, investment facilitation arrangements, an independent payment system, compatibility of digital currencies, etc. 3. Exclusive and possibly incompatible technological standards in telecommunication, digital sphere, e-mobility, payments, etc. Exclusive and possibly incompatible technological standards in telecommunication, digital sphere, e-mobility, payments, etc. A common feature of these blocs is likely to be extreme towards their countries engaging in economic relations with other countries outside the bloc. Due to the already described logic, it will be seen as evidence of dependence on possibly hostile powers. Under these conditions, there is much less space for the development of integration projects at the regional level. First, one could argue that since the economic blocs would consist of a smaller number of states than the current global governance institutions, and likely have a strong hegemonic state at the top, they would also be more able to develop common policies and standards than is the case today for global governance on the trade-off between heterogeneity and depth of integration c. and 2005. This logic is most pertinent to technological standards, but it could also be applicable to trade and investment exclusivity and regulation, 2010. Therefore, many decisions that would now be met at the level of the ROs would be moved to these larger economic blocs. One could, of course, imagine a scenario in which some already existing ROs will transform into new coherent economic blocs, but it is extremely unlikely. With the only exception of the EU, most existing ROs do not have the necessary economic potential to form an autarkic economic space. ROs will become obsolete, as the higher-level economic blocs would, due to their size, benefit from economies of scale, and at the same time would become homogeneous enough to achieve actual progress in making substantial policy decisions. The selection into these blocs will be, even more than it is today in many ROs, and 2019, based on commonality of norms, institutions, and policies. Including countries which do not fit the common pattern is likely to be perceived to be risky in line with the arguments in the introduction. Second, the blocs would also be more concerned about maintaining internal unity 1, in the environment of the new global competition 2, and therefore constrain their countries to a larger extent than is the case today in the global economy. Third, new alliances would not necessarily be based on geographic or cultural proximity, which is, in fact, the main foundation of the idea of regionalism, 2001. Many regions could be separated by the new division lines, based on factors like political systems and ideologies. In this respect, again, the experience of the Cold War is instructive. During this period, traditional cultural spaces in Southeast Asia and in Eastern Europe were separated between two competing blocs. In Europe, Greece turned out to be on the other side of the Iron Curtain than Bulgaria and Serbia, countries it was traditionally closely connected to. In Asia, mainland China, North Korea, and Vietnam turned out to be in a different camp than Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. Under these conditions, there would be much less room for regionalism in the world economy than there is today. While in the 1990s and the 2000s, many observers expected the future to be that of open regionalism, i.e., a plethora of overlapping regional trade agreements with the more or less porous borders, 1997, in the scenario we'll see a small number of highly coherent, fiercely competing against each other. The key institutions of the world economy will migrate to the level between the global and regional levels, making the regional level less relevant. Regionalism in a world of competing blocs. This scenario offers a gloomy picture of the perspectives of regionalism in a world. At the same time, there are at least two factors possibly making regionalism, or at least some ROs, still partially relevant and useful for its member states. On the one hand, regionalism could become a practical tool for overcoming the barriers of competing geopolitical blocs, while the blocs, and especially their leading countries, as mentioned, will perceive economic ties to other blocs there will still be countries and businesses interested in maintaining ties to the other side. Second, ROs could become vehicles for pooling resources for a new industrial policy, focusing on developing autarkic production capabilities. These two avenues offer possibilities for regionalism to remain partially relevant and carve out its place under the sun. ROs as bridges between competing blocs. A crucial difference between the process in the current world and the previous cases of IG. After the end of World War I, c. 2004, is that this one is not preceded by a period of political chaos and complete destruction of existing political institutions. Rather, it is driven by spatially conflicts, which, however, have major global implications. This also means that ROs that emerged during the period of continue to function to a certain extent. The status is not uprooted completely, but rather gradually changes. This, however, means that ROs, at least for a certain period of time, could assume a very important function. Existing agreements liberalizing mutual trade and investments will, to some extent, allow their members to counteract the pressures of competing blocs. In other words, regionalism would mitigate to a certain extent the harshness of the defragmented world. Some of the regional provisions will certainly be cancelled or substantially watered down over time, e.g., due to the pressure of the or growing mistrust across countries. We have seen a number of instances of ROs losing all or most practical relevance while remaining so-called talking clubs, zombies, and coma cases, and 2017. However, in some cases, members of the ROs could try to escape the pressures of. There may be different reasons for it. Economic benefits of that countries will be unwilling to part with, concerns of becoming involved in conflicts of other countries, or fears of excessive dependence on the great powers, which can be avoided by diversifying their foreign ties. 2024-3 In some cases, this will be driven by sheer necessity. Without continuing economic ties to the countries on both sides of the new Iron Curtain, some states will find themselves in a highly precarious position. In some cases, the continuation of ties will be driven by economic benefits and the logic of arbitrage. 2023, isolation of economic spaces creates substantial benefits for those able to cross the boundary and engage in transactions with both sides. While some countries, due to their internal political developments and the already existing structure of external economic and political ties, will fully embrace the logic of, others, for the reasons mentioned above, will be involuntary participants in this process. They will at least attempt to muddle through, maintaining the existing institutions as long as possible. For an empirical example, see and 2024. The existing ROs, which emerged before the division of the world became a reality, would serve as convenient tools for bridging the otherwise isolated spaces. Still, the main question remains how long the ROs that assume this role will be able to resist the centripetal forces within the larger blocs. First, the leading states of the blocs are likely to exert pressure on other states, calling upon them to take sides in the geopolitical conflict. For example, the U.S. is already discouraging Asian countries from participating in China-led economic initiatives, 2023. Second, the divergence of technological standards will make trade across the boundaries of blocs extremely costly. While it would probably still be economically reasonable to engage in trade in basic commodities as well as lower value-added products, it would be much more difficult to trade in machinery or more technologically advanced goods, for which their fit to existing standards is essential. Literature shows that standards made an important contribution to the growth of international trade in the last decades, and 2022, the issue of possible technological bifurcation between the US and China has been discussed, for instance, by 2023 and Brookings 2021. Ultimately, the fragmentation of standards could put an end to attempts to play an intermediary role in the world, but it is impossible to predict how long these attempts could last. ROs as vehicles of industrial policy. Another reason that ROs could maintain their importance involves another aspect of a very high perception of political risks. Under the conditions prescribed in our scenario and following its assumptions, countries will try to strengthen their domestic industrial capacity to achieve some level of self-sufficiency, at least for critical goods. The EU's effort to develop domestic semiconductor production capabilities is a prominent example of this logic, Johnston and 2023-4. Another example, which became painfully relevant during the COVID pandemic, is a level of self-sufficiency in the production of medical equipment and medicines. To develop the required production capabilities, countries will engage in massive industrial policy measures, trying to support the establishment of the necessary industries, either by domestic firms or by foreign investors. The problem is that resources for such global competition, e.g., in the area of semiconductors, AI, or biotechnology, are available only in a handful of countries. While the largest two economies of the world may have sufficient capability on their own, most other countries will face harsh constraints in terms of finance, technology, and components. One way to overcome this constraint is to cooperate internationally with the closest neighbors, which could revive the ROs. In this case, ROs are likely to change their function from of trade and capital flows to pooling of resources for common industrial goals. Experience shows that achieving this type of objective within an RO is extremely difficult due to contradictions between member states. On the problems of industrial policy in ROs, see 2022. At the same time, with the self-sufficiency of domestic industry becoming a more important goal, and the costs of achieving this self-sufficiency being very high, countries may be more open to the transformation of the ROs. Concise theoretical argument. 1. The world experiences. The world experiences. 2 is tied to the division of the world economy into separate economic blocks, isolated from each other. The key institutions of the world economy will thus be located at the level between the global and the regional ones. Is tied to the division of the world economy into separate economic blocks, isolated from each other. The key institutions of the world economy will thus be located at the level between the global and the regional ones. 3. Each block would possess its own set of common institutions, hard and soft infrastructure for trade and investments, and exclusive and possibly incompatible technological standards. Each block would possess its own set of common institutions, hard and soft infrastructure for trade and investments, and exclusive and possibly incompatible technological standards. 1. There will be much less room for regionalism in the world economy than there is today. A substantial part of policy decisions that are now made at the level of the ROs will move to the larger blocks. B. Larger blocks will be able to develop more and deeper common policies and standards than is the case in contemporary regionalism. C. The key institutions of the world economy will migrate to the level between the global and regional levels. A substantial part of policy decisions that are now made at the level of the ROs will move to the larger blocks. A substantial part of policy decisions that are now made at the level of the ROs will move to the larger blocks. B. Larger blocks will be able to develop more and deeper common policies and standards than is the case in contemporary regionalism. Larger blocks will be able to develop more and deeper common policies and standards than is the case in contemporary regionalism. C. The key institutions of the world economy will migrate to the level between the global and regional levels. The key institutions of the world economy will migrate to the level between the global and regional levels. 2. At the same time, two factors could support regionalism and ROs, partial relevance. A regionalism could become a tool for overcoming the barriers of competing geopolitical blocs and bridging otherwise isolated spaces. These attempts have a higher chance of success for trade in commodities and lower value-added goods, and a smaller chance on the industrial and especially high-tech level because of the divergence in technological standards. BROs could attempt to become vehicles for pooling resources for the new industrial policy, focusing on developing joint production capabilities of a group of countries unwilling to rely on other suppliers. For that purpose, ROs are likely to the functions of pooling resources for common industrial goals. A regionalism could become a tool for overcoming the barriers of competing geopolitical blocs and bridging otherwise isolated spaces. These attempts have a higher chance of success for trade in commodities and lower value-added goods, and a smaller chance on the industrial and especially high-tech level because of the divergence in technological standards. Regionalism could become a tool for overcoming the barriers of competing geopolitical blocs and bridging otherwise isolated spaces. These attempts have a higher chance of success for trade in commodities and lower value-added goods, and a smaller chance on the industrial and especially high-tech level because of the divergence in technological standards. BROs could attempt to become vehicles for pooling resources for the new industrial policy, focusing on developing joint production capabilities of a group of countries unwilling to rely on other suppliers. For that purpose, ROs are likely to the functions of pooling resources for common industrial goals. ROs could attempt to become vehicles for pooling resources for the new industrial policy, focusing on developing joint production capabilities of a group of countries unwilling to rely on other suppliers. For that purpose, ROs are likely to the functions of pooling resources for common industrial goals. Conclusion. The onset of, if this trend becomes a reality, could fundamentally change the nature of regionalism. Two trends associated with the hypotheses 1 and 2 could coexist and define the place of regionalism within the new wave. The contradictory nature of hypotheses 1 versus 2 reflects an inherent tension that regionalism will face. Namely, it will be attractive for member countries of ROs, but it will contradict the logic of competition. On the one hand, ROs could dissipate into larger blocs participating in a new version of global competition. In this case, regionalism will become substantially less important than it is today, as will, in fact, global multilateralism. The key institutions of the world economy will be located at the level between the global and the regional ones. On the other hand, at least some ROs could escape this destiny by assuming one of two functions, either that of intermediaries between competing economic blocs or that of centers of industrial policy, with several countries coming together to amass the resources necessary to achieve self-sufficiency in critical sectors. The intermediary role of ROs will most likely remain feasible only as long as the divergence of technological standards across blocs remains limited. In the case of a high level of bifurcation of technological standards, trade between blocs, whether within ROs or not, will become less attractive. For ROs willing to concentrate on a common industrial policy, it will be necessary to overcome major divisions and contradictions between their member states, which is a very difficult task. While again, the goal of this essay was to outline a set of possible hypotheses and directions for research, looking for the dynamics of regionalism is a highly promising avenue for academic and policy-relevant studies in the years to come. Regionalism is entering a difficult era. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: A&E 2005. The Size of Nations. MIT Press. SACR and D 2024. Challenging the deglobalization narrative, global flows have remained resilient through successive shocks. Journal of International Business Policy, 7, 416-439. Baldwin R. and Lowe P. 2009. Regionalism, Challenges for the Global Trading System. Cambridge University Press. Baldwin R. Freeman R. and A. 2024. Deconstructing Deglobalization, The Future of Trade is in Intermediate Services. Asian Economic Policy Review, 1901, 1837. Balsa J. A. Morales A. J. and M. 2020. Deglobalization in a Hyperconnected World. Communications 6114. Cf. 1997. Open Regionalism. Asian International Studies Review, 11524. GA 2023. U.S.-China Rivalry, The Dangers of Compelling Countries to Take Sides. U.S. Institute of Peace. Org Publications 202303, US-China Rivalry Dangers Compelling Countries Take Sides. Brookings. 2021. U.S.-China Technology Competition. Brookings articles U.S.-China Technology Competition Chase, C. A. and Liao, Y. 2023. Waves of Structural Deglobalization, A World Systems Perspective. Social Sciences 12.5, Article 301. J. 2022. In den Europa die Thesis. J. Caillou Lintz. W. J. 2001. Regionalism. In S. Lloyd. Regionalism and 2335. M. and J. 2016. 2 Centuries of Bilateral Trade and Gravity Data, 1827-2014. CEPII Working Paper, 2016-14. A. 2023. China and the U.S. might not be decoupling, but their technologies are bifurcating. Bruegel Newsletter. Bruegel Org Newsletter. China and us might not be decoupling, their technologies are bifurcating. IEIE 2010. Deglobalization Scenarios, Who Wins? Who Loses? Global Economy Journal, 10-2, 1,850,197. S. 2004. Reversing Trade Policy Consequences of World War I. European Journal of International Relations, 10-1, 3359. IMF. 2023. Fragmentation and the Future of Multilateralism, IMF Staff Discussion Note SDN 2023001. James H. 2018. Deglobalization, The Rise of Unilateralism. Annual Review of Financial Economics, 10, 219-237. Johnston A. and R. 2023. Europe's Semiconductor Industry at a Crossroads, Industrial Policy and Regional Clusters. European Urban and Regional Studies, 33, 207-213. J. 2010. The Role of Membership Rules in Regional Organizations. ADB Working Paper on Regional Economic Integration, 53. K and V 2024. The Impact of Deglobalization on the Security Agenda of Contemporary Latin American Regionalism. In I.E.D. Lessons from Regional Responses to Security, Health and Environmental Challenges in Latin America, Chapter 2. Vernon Press. M and TV 2021. Deglobalization and the Liberal International Order. International Affairs 97-5, 1305-1316. A. 2022. A New Economic Cold War. Horizons, Journal of International Relations and Sustainable Development, 21, 148-159. A. 2023. The Rise and Fall of the Eurasian Regionalism. Economist's Voice, 22, 267-274. A and E. 2024. Edward Companion to the Eurasian Economic Union. Edward, HS 2024. Navigating Great Power Competition, a Neoclassical Realist View of Hedging. International Relations of the Asia-Pacific, 24-1, 2963. A. 2004. Global Migration 1846-1940. Journal of World History 15-2, 155-189. AV&A 2019. Authoritarian Regionalism in the World of International, Global Perspective and the Eurasian Enigma. Oxford University Press. TV 2021. Deglobalization and Adapting Liberal International Order. International Affairs 97-5, 1599-1620. T.I.D. 2017. Megaregional Trade Agreements. Springer, J&W 2022. No Double Standards, Quantifying the Impact of Standard on Trade. Journal of International Economics, 137, 103,619. H.W. 2004. The New Systems Competition. 5-1-2338. E&A 2017. Reevaluating Regional, Behind the Smokescreen of Official Mandates. Again, this is likely to be driven by the perception of disunity and internal divisions, as weakening the bloc in the competition with other antagonistic blocs, as it has in fact been the case during the Cold War. Unlike the era when countries competed in a global economy for mobile capital, 2004, in the scenario, competition is likely to be associated with using economic and political pressure to establish privileged access to resources and markets. This could formally revive memories of the non-alignment movement for a moment. However, such parallels might be misleading since, in this case, we are discussing states that fall within an economic bloc and are trying to make its borders looser and more penetrable. In 2023, the EU passed the European Chips Act, aiming to increase the share of the EU on the global market for semiconductors to 20% and pledging to invest 34 EUR in the semiconductor industry, N.org Wiki European Chips Act. Essay 12, Towards a Regional. Introduction, A World of Regions. Since the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, the state-nation has long served as the primary organizing principle of world politics, 1973. Yet over the past decades, scholars have noted growing pressures on this model, not so much its outright demise as its gradual transformation under the dual forces of regionalism, and in 2002-2005. The short century of extreme conflict and ideological confrontation that, in Cumming, 1994, labels the period 1914-1991 deeply unsettled the nation-state. 2 world wars, waves, the Cold War's end, and the consequent starting of the fractured many imperial and bipolar orders, demonstrating the limits of central governments in accommodating diverse populations, held al. 1999, 1995, 1996, Strange, 1996. As the nation-state struggled to maintain its relevance, having become too small for the big problems, too big for the small, 1995, new forms of identity and governance emerged, often in response to the perceived failures of national governments to address the diverse needs of their populations. Rather than dissolving the nation-state, however, these processes have produced a more layered, multi-level system in which subnational and supranational regions both complement and contest the authority of central governments. Al. 2016 and 2009 in a constant negotiation of power relations, 2014. Economic, cultural recognition and the protection of minority rights became focal points for these emerging non-national entities, 1998-2007. In many cases, the weakening of the nation-state led to a resurgence of regional identities and demands for autonomy, as communities sought to assert their distinctiveness in a rapidly changing world, 2004, 2007, 2011. The decline of the world of nations thus might signal the approaching end of a historical epoch and the beginning of a new era in which local and regional identities play a more prominent role in shaping the global order. This new era challenges the traditional boundaries of nation-states and calls for a rethinking of how communities are governed and on the world stage. In 1993, Peter published an influential article entitled A World of Regions, arguing that the post-Cold War world would not be by through. Instead, he envisioned a global order that would be polycentric in structure and plural in substance, with multiple centers of power and diverse regional dynamics shaping global politics. 1993, p. 82. Building on this idea, later emphasized that understanding the world requires a regional comparison approach, one that is closely linked to an analysis of the global power structures and processes that connect these regions. 2005. The world has indeed seen the emergence of a new regional order, 2019, in which regional blocks, networks, and identities shape social, economic, and political landscapes. Acharya encapsulates this paradigm shift by noting that the practical and theoretical understanding of international relations underwent a significant transformation within less than 2 decades, from the 1990s to the 2010s. After a first period of minimal attention, eventually the global focus shifted to that regions are central to our understanding of world politics. Acharya, 2007, p. 629. Some key features accompany this shift. Regions have become critical sites of conflict and violence. Increasing climate-related challenges, such as extreme weather events, resource scarcity, and environmental degradation, are increasingly regional issues, and so are the strategies to cope with them. The same applies to migration and health-related issues. The interplay between being the center of complex phenomena and the contextual understanding that regional problems require regional solutions has allowed regions to develop distinct dynamics and policies independent from the direct influence of prominent global actors. And 2003. According to and 2003, while has frequently been the central focus for international relations scholars in discussions about the evolving world order, it now predominantly coexists with al. 2012. The related literature tends to make overly sharp distinctions between microregions and macroregions. 2017. Region indeed refers mainly to 2 seemingly different phenomena, subnational microregions and supranational macroregions. Rather than treat these as unrelated, in order to develop our of the new and future role of regions, we draw on work that conceives as a ladder of shared attributes: territorial cohesion, institutional capacity, external, observable at multiple scales. 2010. Al. 2010 and 2000, 1995-2005. Both kinds of regions are partial state governance levels. They exercise some, but not all, functions associated with sovereignty, and their boundaries shift with political projects and scalar strategies. And 2007. Empirically, they also converge as international actors. Subnational governments deploy to attract investment or sign climate accords. 2000, while macroregional blocs negotiate trade and environmental regimes on the global stage. Cross-border growth triangles in Southeast Asia or EU, for instance, demonstrate how bottom-up microregional cooperation can both feed into and be enabled by top-down macroregional integration. Dent, 2008-2007. This coexistence has advanced to a stage where it is increasingly possible to systematically a global order defined by vital regions, what can aptly be described as a world of regions. Viewing regions as points on a dynamic scalar continuum, therefore, lets us analyze how local, national, and supranational arenas interlock rather than compete, a perspective that underpins the global argument developed throughout this chapter. The global dimension. 2015 prediction of the end of history, marked by an inevitable of the world, has not. The inherent diversity and complexity of local communities and their regions were vital in avoiding a path to uniformity. In 1992, introduced the concept of into the scientific discourse, 1992, p. 173. Since then, many articles and encyclopedias have attempted to unpack its meaning and multifaceted implications. See 2016 for a comprehensive review. This idea of emphasis is that is not an abstract force existing independently of the local context, rather, it is in concrete forms. In his view, the local is never entirely pure or isolated from global influences. Instead, it is always, at least partially, constructed in response to and through these global forces, highlighting the international and local interconnectedness. This theoretical debate emerged, no surprise, in the post-Cold War era, signaling a shift in sensibility towards understanding the global structure. Regions started to emerge as significant economic and political actors, embodying concrete realities while reflecting cultural and moral characteristics. This dual role of regions addresses the practical needs of governance and financial management and satisfies the sociological and philosophical reflections on the changing global paradigm. 2005 further elaborates on the concept of, describing it as a sophisticated version of, distinguished by 5 key elements. Diversity is fundamental to social life. Not all differences are erased in the process. History and culture function autonomously to impart a sense of uniqueness to the experiences of groups, whether cultures, societies, or nations. It dispels the fear that is a tidal wave erasing all differences. And V does not promise a conflict-free world, but offers a more historically grounded and pragmatic worldview. Reflects a complex understanding of, that acknowledges the importance of local identities and regional dynamics. This perspective allows for a more complex and realistic view of global processes, where the local and the global are not in opposition, but in ways that shape the contemporary world. As regions continue to rise in importance, both as economic and political entities and as cultural and moral communities, the concept of provides a valuable framework for understanding the evolving global order. And White 2007, p. 62, argue that the key to understanding the mechanism lies in the concept of diffusion. They suggest that diffusion involves focusing on how ideas and practices spread or fail to spread from one locale to another, and they contend that diffusion theory anticipated what we now call in significant ways. However, framing the issue of within the context of world culture's diffusion may be counterproductive. According to world society theory, diffusion and institutional isomorphism lead to global uniformity across various cultural elements. If diffusion results in cultural, it fails to provide an empirical mechanism that accurately captures the workings of one in their view. Diffusion occurs through the of cultural items by those who adopt them, and it is effective when adopters have strong ties to the models they are adopting. When such ties are weak or absent, this of diffusion can mistakenly present innovation as diffusion, Strang and 1993. However, while this concept offers a valuable entry point for discussing, unlike the strong interpretation of culture, can be more effectively by considering interactions on the global stage without assuming the existence or absence of a shared culture in the sense understood by world society theory. Moving away from the metaphors of liquidity or diffusion, and Dean, 2014, and White 2007, 2016 proposes the adoption of the metaphor of wave transmission. This interpretation suggests that can be understood as a process in which waves pass through the local context, much like light passing through glass, leading to both reflection and refraction. In his view, is defined as the refraction of through the local, resulting in a blend of the regional and global, termed. This perspective allows for conceptualizing as analytically autonomous from. Within this scenario, the region emerges as the new key actor. As underscores the interplay between global forces and local contexts, regions become vital spaces where this interaction occurs. Regions, the global socio-economic prism. The interest in space and its relevance, once as place, cultural, economic, etc., has deep roots tracing back to the early 20th century. For instance, 1944 highlighted the uneven spatial distribution of unemployment across the United Kingdom while analyzing the effects of the Great Depression. 1950 documented stark regional imbalances in Latin American export-oriented enclaves vastly outpacing interior hinterlands, underscoring how infrastructure and trade patterns shape development paths. Similarly, 1963 traced Brazil's persistent divergence between its industrialized southeast and agrarian northeast to colonial land use legacies and investment biases, and 1972 exposed India's patchwork of command posts, Bombay Madras versus underdeveloped hinterlands, Bihar Orissa, as rooted in historical institutional factors. As 2013 acknowledges, geography plays a key role in determining economic, and much of the discussion on the performance of local, urban, or regional economies is fundamentally a question about the relationships between geography and the economy. Geography and economics are strictly interrelated too. Along this line of thinking, contemporary scholars have further developed a line of inquiry, emphasizing the political economy dimensions of these issues. Authors such as Pose 2018 have underlined the power of local, and often micro-level, dynamics in shaping national and international trajectories, regardless of the political-economic national environment. Bakker al. 2018 illustrate how the and distribution of global value chains, GVCs, is a testament to the significance of regions within the global economy. As activities within these value chains become more fragmented and dispersed across different locations, regions gain importance due to their specialized roles and contributions. In other words, the role of an area, particularly its position within the global value chain, can influence and even mediate national policies. More recently, 2024 highlighted an even more proactive role of regions that might be able to develop new and upgrade existing GVCs. Arguably, the most recent global demonstration of the importance of regions and their global dimension within global dynamics has been the uneven impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic highlighted how regional disparities in healthcare capacity, economic resilience, and governance could significantly affect the outcomes of global crises. As Bailey al. 2020 noted, the spatial industrial of value chains has been fundamentally challenged, with regions integrated into these chains facing varying levels of disruption. The pandemic exposed the vulnerabilities of global, highly specialized value chains, such as those in the automotive industry, which were severely affected by the halting of global circulation and local activities. In contrast, regions that could production and maintain more diverse supply chains demonstrated greater resilience. Recently, al. 2024 unfolded the dynamics underpinning the uneven impact of the last global financial crisis, unveiling persistent post-crisis asymmetry in local capital market conditions and underscoring the capital risk-safety aspects of agglomeration. Looking at how places were differently affected by the global financial crisis, they offered an alternative explanation of why U.S. economic growth continues to experience spatial divergence after many decades of convergence. Despite such remarkable advancement in assessing the role of local differential patterns in guiding the impact of macro phenomena, it is interesting to notice that macroeconomic theorists have long overlooked spatial heterogeneity and its importance, Hewings, 2024. Despite the evident shortcomings of the neoclassical approach, the national scale has continued to be the dominant reference point for both the academic literature and policymakers, mainly ignoring the reality that we live in and have always lived in a multi-level world. This neglect persists even though regional science and sociology have long the significance of space and spillover effects. Vines and Wills, 2018, highlight that modern macroeconomic theory still fails to acknowledge the crucial roles of spillovers and spatial. It often overlooks the regional heterogeneity in exposure to anthropic and non-anthropic risks and the varying levels of resilience across different regions. Furthermore, there is insufficient recognition that factor mobility is frequently greater within nations than between them, and that income distribution impacts are highly heterogeneous due to the intrinsic diversity of economic agents, Hewings, 2024. This lack of attention to spatial heterogeneity underscores a critical gap in contemporary macroeconomic theory, which fails to fully account for the complex realities of a multi-level, interconnected world. If we look at the European Union, for instance, in which regional disparities are way more pronounced than national ones, the importance of local governments as main interlocutors for implementing socioeconomic policies has long been by the European-level institutions, Greenwood, 2001. Significant contrasts exist within individual countries in various categories, such as graduate employment or unemployment rates. For example, in nations like Italy or Spain, some regions rank among the top performers in Europe, while others fall near the bottom of the European ranking, 2022. As reported by the OECD, 2016, P26, OECD countries are witnessing increasing gaps in GDP per between high and low-performing regions within countries 3. In this scenario, as highlighted by the 2021 and subsequent report of the European Regional Barometer, regions are being ignored by national-level authorities in the process of implementation of national recovery plans, putting EU recovery and green targets at risk far beyond European borders. For instance, federal responses in Mexico and India similarly centralized decision-making, resulting in resource allocation mismatches across states, and 2023. In particular, despite the vast interregional differences in healthcare capacity, fiscal resources, and COVID-19 incidents, the response by the Indian government prevented state and local governments from tailoring a policy response to suit local needs, and imposed large economic costs even in areas with few cases. Al. 2021. The importance of the new paradigm is also clear for broader, such as the United Nations, UN. As already noted by in 2008 and Al. 2012b, the UN actively and increasingly engages with the mixed actor, partially sovereignty-bound, partially sovereignty-free character of governments acting internationally. In general, it can be argued that, despite the global evolution of nation-states, regional dynamics and dynamism shaped by local institutions, geographic endowments, and cross-border flows drive both economic growth and social change. 2022, Pike al. 2014. As previously mentioned, though one should that region is not a universal concept. 1995-2005 argues that the existence of a region is defined by the social and economic processes that occur within a specific spatial context. In other words, a region is not just a geographical area. It is shaped and by the activities, interactions, and connections of the people and entities within it. These processes include local economies, cultural practices, social norms, and communication networks, giving a region its unique identity and coherence. By treating regions as variable rather than fixed, we can better capture their global dynamism and explain how the same place can simultaneously belong to local, national, and supranational formations. From this perspective, it is arguable that regions thrive on dense internal ties, but has a double edge. Bonding social capital, the tight network celebrated by 2000 builds trust and local resources, yet it can also breed parochialism and resistance to outsiders. Bridging social capital, by contrast, links the region to diverse partners and injects new ideas, cushioning it against insularity. Precisely because regional success hinges on the interplay of local endowments and external connections, institutional quality matters as much as natural assets. Lee al. 2024-2014. Weak governance, policy fragmentation, or exclusionary politics can lock places out of global value chains, whereas adaptive institutions help regions diversify and upgrade. 2024, Mac al. 2019. Today's polycrisis world amplifies both the promise and the peril. Mission-oriented agendas, green and pandemic aftershocks thrust regions to the forefront, yet rising protectionism and brittle cross-border relations threaten new walls. 2013. Avoiding a zero-sum rat race, therefore, requires what 2000 calls anchoring development in local strengths while remaining porous to global flows. Delivering that balance is not a regional task alone. It demands multi-level governance that aligns local, national, and supranational actors around shared projects and fair rules. And 2022, Turco, 2013. Only then can regions convert their distinctive assets into inclusive and sustainable growth, rather than into another round of destructive competition. Conclusion. In an era where liquid modernity dissolves the rigid contours of the Westphalian order, regions emerge as the critical mediators between global challenges and local needs. This essay has traced how subnational and supranational regions function as fluid, nested arenas, shaped by geography, institutional legacies, and cultural identities, capable of translating supranational imperatives into context-sensitive policies and of elevating grassroots innovations onto broader stages. Looking ahead, scholarship and policy must continue to unpack the mechanisms by which regions learn from one another, adapt global models to local realities, and co-create solutions at multiple scales. In fact, building actual multi-level governance should not be a mere technical exercise. It must be through transparent, accountable architectures that reflect the endogenous outcome of power negotiations among state, regional, and local actors. 2014. In conclusion, regions alone will not save the world. However, a true regional approach to global issues might really help put the world on the right track. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0. which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2007. The Emerging Regional Architecture of World Politics. World Politics 59-4, 629-652. J&A 2007. Beyond the Territorial Fix, Regional Assemblages, Politics and Power. Regional Studies 41-9, 1161-1175. Bailey D. Clark J. A. C. L. B. U. M. Harrison J. M. T. D. F. A. Lawton P. R. C. I. and S. 2020. Regions in a Time of Pandemic. Regional Studies 54-9, 1163-1174. Z. 2013. Liquid Modernity. W. H. 1944. Full Employment in a Free Society. George and R. 2022. Global Value Chains from an Evolutionary Economic Geography Perspective, a Research Agenda. Area Development and Policy 7-2, 123-146. R. 2024. An Evolutionary Approach to Regional Studies on Global Value Chains. Regional Studies 58-7, 1492-1500. I and P 2022. In D and M. Lo Mondo in 114-137. B and O 2003. Regions and Powers, the Structure of International Security. Cambridge University Press. AGP and S 2021. Battling COVID-19 with Dysfunctional Federalism, Lessons from India. Southern Economic Journal 87-4, 1267-1299. MNPP R&D 2024. Capital Shocks and the Great Urban Divide. Journal of Economic Geography 24-1, 121. Backer Cave P and L 2018. Analyzing Global and Regional Value Chains. International Economics 153, 310. P 2010. How to Connect Microregions with Macroregions. Perspectives on Federalism 2-3, 2937. P F and T. 2012 The United Nations and the Regions, Third World Report on Regional Integration. 3. Springer. Ps R, L and M 2012b. Regional Integration Manual. Quantitative and Qualitative Methods. Taylor and Francis. Ps F Van L and F 2010. The Problem of Comparison in Comparative Regionalism. Review of International Studies 36-3, 731-753. Dent CM 2008. What Region to Lead? Developments in East Asian Regionalism and Questions of Regional Leadership. In CM Dent Id. China, Japan and Regional Leadership in East Asia. 333. Edward Publishing. K. 2004. Politics Beyond the Capital, the Design of Institutions in South America. University Press. 2022. Regions in Europe, Total Population. Europa Cash Regions. JP 2014. And Governance, a Special Issue of World Development 2013. World Development 53-1, 1112. A 2007. Federalism and the Accommodation of Diversity in Ethiopia. Wolf Legal Publishers. F. 2015. The End of History. In R.K. Lloyd. Conflict After the Cold War. Arguments on Causes of War and Peace, 4th ed. 1627. C. 1963. The Economic Growth of Brazil. A Survey from Colonial to Modern Times. University of California Press. Greenwood J. 2001. IU Public Affairs and the White Paper on Governance. Journal of Public Affairs, an international journal, 423-435. Held D. Grew As D. and J. 1999. Global Transformations, Politics, Economics, and Culture. In C and S. Politics at the Edge, the PSA Yearbook 1999. 1428. B and F 2000. Theorizing the Rise of New Political Economy 5-3, 457-472. Hewings GJD 2024. Regional Contributions to Macroeconomic Models. 23-2, 155-174. E.J. and Cumming, Ems 1994. Age of Extremes, The Short 20th Century, 1914-1991. 504-517. Michael Joseph. L. Marx G.A.H. SCS and S. 2016. Measuring Regional Authority, A Theory of Governance. Oxford University Press. P.J. 1993. A World of Regions, America, Europe, and East Asia. Indiana Journal of Global Legal Studies, 6582. P.J. 2005. A World of Regions, Asia and Europe in the American Imperium. University Press. Ems 1998. The New Regionalism in Western Europe, Territorial Restructuring and Political Change. Edward Publishing. M. 2000. Regions and International Affairs, Motives, Opportunities, and Strategies. In F and M. In Action, the Foreign Relations of Governments, 1st ed. 116. Org 10432-49781315039-497. R.O. and J.S. 2002. Governance in a World. In R.O. eds. Power and Governance in a Partially World. 193-18. H.H. 2005. To a Conceptual Exploration. Intellectual Discourse 13-2, 180-1199. Lee G.Y.A. and S. 2024. The Material Basis of Modern Technologies, a Case Study on Rare Metals. Research Policy 53-1, 104,914. MacD's S. Pike A. and Cumbers A. 2019. Rethinking Path Creation, a Geographical Political Economy Approach. Economic Geography 95-2, 113-135. A. 2000. Locale. D. 1995. Spatial Divisions of Social Structures and the Geography of Production, 2nd ed. D. 2005. For Space. Sage. P. 2013. Modern Urban and Regional Economics. Oxford University Press. H.J. 1973. Politics Among Nations, The Struggle for Power and Peace, 5th ed. Alfred A. G. 1972. Asian Drama, An Inquiry into the Poverty of Nations. 1. Pantheon. OECD. 2016. Regional Outlook 2016, Productive Regions for Inclusive Societies. OECD. K. 1995. The End of the Nation State, The Rise of Regional Economies. And A. 2011. The Region, Identity, and Power. Social and Sciences, 14,916. M. 2007. Construction of New Territorial Scales, a Framework and Case Study of the EU-REGIO Cross-Border Region. Regional Studies, 41-2, 253-266. Pike A. Pose A. and J. 2014. Local and Regional Development in the Global North and South. Progress in Development Studies, 14-1, 2130. NG 2007. Now We Are Citizens, Indigenous Politics in Bolivia. University Press. R. 1950. The Economic Development of Latin America and Its Principal Problems. United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA. RD 2000. Bowling Alone, The Collapse and Revival of American Community. And IAs and MF 2023. The Conflicts for the COVID-19 Pandemic Management in Mexico, an Analysis of Intergovernmental Relations. Public Review 23-3, 945-963. G. and Dean P. 2014. A Basic Text. R. 1992. Social Theory and Global Culture. Sage Publications. R. and White K.E. 2007. What is? In G. Ide. The Companion to 5466. Pose A. 2018. The Revenge of the Places That Don't Matter and What to Do About It. Cambridge Journal of Regions, Economy and Society, 11-1, 189-209. V. 2016. Theorizing Three Interpretations. European Journal of Social Theory, 1903, 391-408. M. and J. 2008. The United Nations System and the Process of Political Articulation of Local Authorities as a Global Actor. Brazilian Political Science Review, 2-1, 127-147. S. 1996. Losing Control. Sovereignty in the Age of. Columbia University Press. J.A. 2005. The Sources of Neoliberal. 10. United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. F. 2017. Rethinking the Links Between Microregions and Macroregions. In I and O. Region Making and Cross-Border Cooperation, New Evidence from Four Continents. 3044. E. and J. 2009. Making Governance Networks Effective and Democratic Through. Public Administration, 87-2, 234-258. Strang D. and J. W. 1993. Institutional Conditions for Diffusion. Theory and Society, 22, 487-511. Strange S. 1996. The Retreat of the State, the Diffusion of Power in the World Economy. Cambridge University Press. J. 2014. Region and Place I, Institutions. Progress in Human Geography, 38-1, 131-140. Turco A. 2013. Law Governance. In A. Turco Eid. Governance. 89-101. Vines D. and Wills S. 2018. The Rebuilding Macroeconomics Theory Project. Oxford Review of Economic Policy, 34-12-142. AD 2019. And Regionalism, What Kind of a Balance Do We Need, and Its Consequences for Practical Politics. In A. and B. The Regional World Order, Regional Integration, and Regional Projects Across Europe and Asia. 320. Lexington Books. World Society theorists assume that cultural connections among actors, whether states, organizations, or individuals, are not just relational but also inherently cultural. Urban and regional economics are two very similar approaches and frameworks based on the analysis at the local level. As himself explained, spatial economic analysis is traditionally divided into two subfields, urban economics and regional economics. Urban economics focuses on the economic dynamics within a single city, using models designed for urban-specific phenomena. In contrast, regional economics examines broader spatial areas, such as multiple cities or regions, emphasizing their interactions and differences. While these fields overlap, urban economics primarily looks at city-level issues, whereas regional economics explores economic variations across different regions, including both urban and rural areas, 2013. According to the report, the gaps within countries between the top 10% regions with the highest productivity and the bottom 75% have grown by about 60% over the last 2 decades. The report, available at Core Europa and Engage brochures, documents barometer percent 20 teaser barometer percent 22021% 20 teaser percent 20n, stresses the critical role that regions play, or should play, in driving sustainable development and economic recovery, and it warns that neglecting regional needs and perspectives could undermine the overall effectiveness of these initiatives at both national and European level. Essay 13, Subnational Regional, a Polycentric Pathway via Paris. This work has received support from the Research Center in Political Science, University of Minho, through national funding from the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology and the Portuguese Ministry of Education and Science under grant UIDB CPO 0075822020. Introduction. As global politics embraces broader inclusive governance, Hale and Held, 2011, climate action is also moving beyond state-centric approaches. Al. 2014. As a global public good, a stable climate implies agency provision across borders and governance levels, as acknowledged by the climate regime. Attempting to still save the world, Paris adopted polycentric premises to foster such agency across multiple jurisdictions to address such a universal challenge. Jordan Al. 2018. In an evolving climate regime, this contribution explores regional, examining the functional autonomy of subnational regional governments to behave actively and deliberately to achieve Paris climate goals beyond a purely monocentric paradigm. The failure of monocentric governance approaches, where the state acts as a centralized power to address climate issues effectively up to the Kyoto Protocol, underscored the need for a paradigm shift. In response, the Paris Agreement, a polycentric approach, which acknowledges the importance of diverse actors, private and public, located at multiple scales, i.e., supranational, national, and subnational, in climate governance. Hale, 2016. With this shift, subnational regional authorities are as functional actors with the capacity to behave actively and deliberately, 1977, pursuing their own climate efforts aligned with premises defined by the climate regime. As agents with functional autonomy of action by Paris, regional governments are legitimate performers of what we identify as regional. Although global regionalism focuses on supranational regions, this essay brings subnational regions into the debate on global climate governance. Subnational regions, understood as territorial units below the sovereign state with variable authoritative decision-making capacities, Al. 2010, may act as functional agents with the autonomy to contribute to global climate goals within a polycentric governance framework. For clarity, when the term region is used throughout this essay, it refers specifically to subnational regions unless explicitly stated otherwise. Furthermore, this essay acknowledges the potential for interaction and collaboration between subnational and supranational regions in climate governance, highlighting interconnected roles in governance systems. This essay attempts to define this phenomenon of regional and explain its emergence. Using regime theory and as analytical lenses, it explores how regional has evolved and is performed within the climate regime established by the Paris Agreement. Drawing on regime theory, 1982, we interpret regional as part of a broader transition within the climate regime toward polycentric governance. On the other hand, provides a theoretical foundation that views functional agency as a viable form of self-governance, where autonomous functional units contribute to the provision of global public goods, mitigation and adaptation policies within their constitutional settings, 2010. Recent literature highlights the importance of non-state actors in climate governance, acknowledging government's role in addressing global challenges. However, the role of subnational regions remains underexplored, lacking a conceptual framework to regional governments as autonomous functional agents of global climate governance. As such, this essay is guided by three main goals and structure. 1. To demonstrate how regional has emerged and is expressed in the climate regime. 2. To explain how regional governments have become more prominent actors through a more polycentric framework. 3. To define and locate regional as a concept emerging from the regime shift in global climate governance. It will do so by extending the explanatory power of to the subnational regional level of analysis, but also by applying dual analytical utility as a descriptive tool applied to the Paris Agreement's framework and an analytical approach to understand regional regime theory from monocentric to polycentric climate governance. Efforts to address greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions and climate change are within the framework of the UNFCCC, which encompasses the Kyoto Protocol 1997 and the Paris Agreement 2015. Together, these treaties form a global climate regime that shapes the expectations and of actors in climate policy, 1982. Over recent decades, however, this policy field has experienced a significant transformation, formalized by the Paris Agreement, marking a shift from a monocentric to a polycentric governance approach, and 2017. 1982, p. 185, defines international regimes as principles, norms, rules, and decision-making procedures around which actor expectations converge in a given issue area. In this context, principles are the underlying beliefs about facts and causation, norms establish standards for, rules prescribe specific actions, and decision-making procedures outline practices for collective choices, 1982, p. 187. A crucial distinction exists between principles and norms, which provide the regime's foundational characteristics, and rules and procedures, which may change over time without altering the core principles and norms. When the UNFCCC was established in 1992, it climate change as a serious global concern due to GHG emissions, emphasizing the need for states to adopt standard to these emissions. The initial vague formulations left significant details to be defined in subsequent treaties, particularly the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, and 2017. The Paris Agreement effectively replaced the Kyoto Protocol, leading to changes in the climate regime's rules and procedures. The Kyoto Protocol was by a traditional top-down approach, creating legally binding GHG emission targets for states, thereby reinforcing their central role in the climate regime, 2013. 810. However, it faced criticism for its inability to produce the desired outcomes, and 2015. In contrast, the Paris Agreement introduced a fundamentally different governance model that emphasized a bottom-up approach, allowing states to set their own nationally determined contributions, NDCs, for GHG reductions, with a process for gradually increasing these commitments over time, and 2016. Furthermore, the Paris Agreement's Article 7 encourages participation from non-state and actors, recognizing their contributions alongside nation-states in climate governance, Hale, 2016. This represents a departure from the regulatory, state-centered model of the Kyoto Protocol to a more catalytic and facilitative institutional model, which reflects a broader shift from monocentric to polycentric governance, Jordan Al. 2018. Under a polycentric governance framework, the rules and procedures guiding actor in climate politics are not solely derived from a single authority, i.e., states. Instead, they are dispersed to separately constituted bodies with overlapping jurisdictions that do not stand in a hierarchical relationship to each other, 2005, p. 89, allowing for greater functional autonomy and self-governance among diverse actors. 2010, p. 552, this transition is part of an ongoing process of climate governance, describing polycentric systems as by multiple governing authorities operating at different scales, all striving toward common goals in the climate realm. In sum, the Paris Agreement, by shifting essential terms on how climate action should be performed and by whom, reflects the evolving complexity and diversity of contemporary governance. As a self-governing mode of governance, the transition from a monocentric to a polycentric governance approach within climate policy represents a significant shift in how international entities operate and interact in addressing climate change. This transformation enables a diverse array of actors to achieve functional autonomy of action, enhancing their ability to influence and implement climate initiatives. Understanding is crucial for explaining how this regime shift occurs and how it facilitates the autonomy of multiple governing authorities in a collaborative governance landscape. In a polycentric governance framework, multiple entities are for their independent agency, which allows them to act autonomously in the specific domain of climate change, 2010. This environment fosters a considerable opportunity for these actors to perform what can be defined as the capacity to behave actively and deliberately in relation to other actors, 1977, p. 16. By using their constitutional capacities to put forward climate efforts, diverse actors can engage in self-governance, thereby contributing to collective climate efforts. Furthermore, polycentric governance creates conditions for interactions among various actors, amplifying their actions and impacts. As these entities maintain relationships, whether competitive or cooperative, they account for one another in their decision-making processes. They enter into contracts, forge partnerships, and resort to centralized mechanisms to resolve disputes. Al. 1961, p. 831. This collaborative dynamic helps to build a robust polycentric system that enhances innovation, learning, adaptation, and trust among participants. Such a system can lead to more effective, equitable, and sustainable outcomes at multiple scales. 2010, p. 552. The evolution toward polycentric governance in the context of climate change represents a fundamental shift in how multiple actors can autonomously engage in self-governance. This dynamic approach offers new avenues for achieving meaningful progress in the fight against climate change, making it essential for stakeholders to embrace and leverage the opportunities presented by a polycentric governance framework. Regional under the Paris Agreement, when governments become prominent actors in global climate governance. The governance of climate affairs is undergoing significant shifts, reflecting broader changes within the international system. Al. 2014 and 2013. The Paris Agreement formalized these changes by institutionalizing a governance approach that enables regional governments to behave actively and deliberately in relation to other actors within the climate regime through their functional agency in the pursuit of global climate targets. This essay focuses on subnational regional governments as emerging actors within the evolving structure of polycentric climate governance inaugurated by the Paris Agreement. These regional actors are understood as government units within federal and decentralized political contexts with political, administrative, biophysical, and socioeconomic structures, and Van, 2012. Additionally, for the purpose of this analysis, we regard regional governments as having the necessary constitutional resources to devise their own mitigation and adaptation climate action plans as an expression of their self-governance in this domain. Although climate objectives are established and debated internationally, putting these ambitions into action largely relies on each state's own capabilities, and within each state on its entities. Regions with considerable legislative and administrative autonomy, especially in decentralized and federal systems, play a critical role in climate policies due to their jurisdiction over sectors key to climate action on both mitigation and adaptation, such as energy, transport, industry, housing, and environmental protection. Regional governments hold unique advantages, including their proximity to citizens and greater flexibility compared to national governments, making them essential for effective climate policy implementation. Al. 2022. Federal states and provinces like California and Quebec, for instance, have been leaders in advancing climate policies over recent decades both internally and externally, often setting ambitious goals that exceed national targets and promoting cross-level coordination in climate action. Al. 2022-2018. Al. 2011. That regional governments are indispensable for fulfilling global climate commitments. Particularly in federal and decentralized systems, national commitments to climate goals are frequently unachievable without the support and participation of regional governments. Furthermore, regions are positioned close to local populations, enabling them to tailor climate actions to local needs and challenges. This proximity allows regional authorities to set priorities, address specific barriers, and coordinate across different policy areas effectively. Moreover, regions are uniquely equipped to ensure policy success, as climate impacts vary geographically, and each region possesses distinct legal, political, and institutional tools to respond strategically to local climate issues. With the Paris Agreement moving away from a strictly monocentric approach to addressing climate change, a shift in the climate regime introduced polycentric principles that benefit regional governments in pursuing. Mentioned by Vincent Al. In 1961, in the context of metropolitan governance, polycentric systems describe arrangements where public goods and services are provided by various self-agencies, allowing diverse actors to take on governance roles in ways that best fit their capacities and contexts. Jordan Al. 2018, p4. In the climate domain, this model is particularly well suited to managing global public goods like climate stability, as it enables decentralized units, such as regional governments, to actively participate and innovate within a broader governance framework. Polycentric governance allows these autonomous units to enhance their impact through interrelationships, cooperating, forming agreements, and employing conflict resolution mechanisms, which collectively contribute to the provision and protection of global public goods. Al. 1961. The Paris Agreement's recognition of autonomous units has empowered regional authorities to act as legitimate players within the climate regime, giving rise to what we identify as regional, functional autonomy to behave actively and deliberately in the implementation of climate policies, i.e., mitigation and adaptation efforts within their constitutional capacities, therefore contributing to global climate targets. Simply put, regional is performed when regional governments use their self-governing, i.e., functional autonomy of action, to operate as autonomous climate actors along with other international actors in the contribution to the governance goals established by Paris. They may do this by two non-exclusive and complementary pathways. One, by internally implementing their mitigation and adaptation policies aligned with Paris targets. Two, by externally enrolling in formal and informal cooperation arrangements such as bilateral and multilateral arrangements, including transnational networks, to foster their internal know-how and implementation capacity. Altogether, this context reveals the emergence of a dynamic regional that is reshaping the evolving role of regions in global climate governance. Nonetheless, has remained uncaptured in the literature. Connecting the dots, polycentric climate governance and given the greater prominent role of regional governments in global governance after Paris, this essay responds to calls in the literature to better understand the evolving landscape of climate governance, which is increasingly seen as part of broader shifts in global politics. 2011, Al. 2014-2016. It does so by relying on existing frameworks of, and to examine regional within the climate regime, an emerging framework where regional authorities behave actively and deliberately to accomplish global targets established by the Paris Agreement. Although regional governments have been playing a significant role in climate efforts, there is limited research on their functional action within this polycentric governance framework. And 2015, Al. 2019. Existing studies tend to focus either on specific case studies, Al. 2019, 2018, 2015, or individual interactions of these actors within the governance system, and 2015, Al. 2019. This emerging area has yet to explore how challenges like climate change expand our understanding of regional engagement and contribution in the field of global governance. Climate governance literature has traditionally placed the nation-state at the center, focusing on multilateral, top-down structures as the primary means of cooperation. Here, Al. 2010. Even in discussions of the nation-state remains the main unit of analysis. 2005. However, recent studies challenge this centralized approach by examining frameworks that consider both vertical and horizontal dynamics in climate governance. Concepts such as regime complex and Victor, 2011, and fragmented governance reflect the diverse and sometimes overlapping regimes now addressing climate issues beyond the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. This emerging complexity aligns with 2010 concept of, which advocates for a self-system of governance where autonomous functional units at various scales collaborate to tackle climate challenges. argued that an effective response to climate change requires both centralized efforts and a complementary, bottom-up approach that fosters collaboration across multiple scales. Despite its applicability to describe the diversity of actors in climate governance, the potential to serve as a tool for designing and implementing governance structures remains underexplored, and 2017-2010. The present essay fills this gap by considering its dual role as a descriptive tool for mapping the complex climate governance landscape and as an explanatory tool for understanding how regional authorities position themselves as autonomous functional actors within the climate regime. The concept of originally developed by in 1970 was designed to understand the role of international in global governance, moving beyond the traditional state-centric paradigm. 1977 furthered the concept, primarily focusing on the European Union (EU) as an entity that demonstrated characteristics of shifting much of the research focus onto the EU, 2017. Later studies compared the EU's to that of states, and 2013 or other regional, 2012, with only a few scholars examining outside the EU context, 2013-2014. While 2018 used the term regional to describe paradiplomatic activities by regions, this concept has yet to be explored in the context of climate governance. Moreover, while helps identify autonomous roles for regional actors, it lacks explanatory depth on how these roles are in practice. The essay considers such a theoretical gap, as alone does not fully explain how regional actors gain and exercise autonomy within climate governance. While it provides a foundation for recognizing regional actors as legitimate contributors, it lacks insights into the operational mechanisms of autonomy. Although referenced in recent literature, has not been specifically applied to frame the transition in the climate regime marked by the Paris Agreement, nor has it been fully to explain how regional manifests through the use of self-governance capacities. In sum, this essay presents two major arguments to identify and explain regional. 1. It expands the applicability of as a descriptive foundation of the phenomenon, but also as an explanatory framework. 2. It adds an explanatory ground to the concept of applied to regional authorities. Conclusion. Governing climate change is increasingly as a complex process that extends beyond monocentric, i.e., state-centric visions, al. 2014, p. 16. This shift reflects the broader and more inclusive response acknowledged by the UNFCCC climate regime. The Paris Agreement highlights the necessity of climate efforts beyond nation-states for effective long-term climate solutions. Yet Paris also creates opportunities for regional governments to put their self-governing at the service of its goals, essentially enabling them to perform. This essay has explored its emergence and expression. Regional in climate governance reflects a shift in climate politics, with the 2015 Paris Agreement marking a pivotal moment by formally recognizing the need for climate action beyond central state actors. This empowers regional authorities to exercise, by leveraging their self-governing powers, to pursue Paris targets through internal mitigation and adaptation policies, as well as through international partnerships. By applying literature to the regional level, we define regional as the functional autonomy for regional governments to behave actively and deliberately within the climate regime, establishing themselves as prominent actors. Limitations in existing frameworks lead us to incorporate as an explanatory framework. This concept explains how autonomy arises from dispersed authority across entities in an increasingly climate regime, where multiple functionally autonomous units collectively advance global climate goals. In conclusion, this contribution establishes a basis for further studies, particularly on the capacities necessary for regional and the domestic factors that enable or restrict regional roles in global climate governance. Empirical case studies could also clarify motivations for regional functional autonomy, shedding light on individual goals within this complex landscape. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: E. 2013. Assessing Violent in Global, a Framework for Analysis. Cambridge Review of International Affairs, 28-3, 121. J. and Van S. 2012. Navigating Regional Environmental Governance. Global Environmental Politics, 12-3, 117. S. 2005. The Theory of International Environmental Agreements. In K. G. and J. R. Vincent. Handbook of Environmental Economics. 1457-1516. MM and J. 2015. All policies are global, international environmental policy making with strategic governments. British Journal of Political Science, 45-3, 559-582. E. and M. 2013. An Effectiveness in International Disaster Relief, the European Union and United States in Comparative Perspective. International Relations, 27-3, 356-374. HLB, MM, D. Hale T. M. P. Patterson M. Roger C. and Van SD 2014. Transnational Climate Change Governance. Cambridge University. A. H. and Simard P. 2022. All-in Climate Regime, Federated States as Autonomous Participants to the Paris Agreement, the Cases of and California. Canadian Foreign Policy Journal, 28-3, 265-284. F. Parks L. P. and F. 2022. Climate Change Integration in the Multi-Level Governance of Italy and Austria. Brill, C.A. and K.J. 1970. The New International Actors, the United Nations and the European Economic Community. MLJBE May PH M IM and SD 2019. Multi-Level Governance and Power in Climate Change Policy Networks. Global Environmental Change, 54, 6477. MJ and C. 2017. A Polycentric Approach to Global Climate Governance. Global Environmental Politics, 17-2, 4564. E. 2017. Golden or Gilded Jubilee. A Research Agenda for Journal of European Public Policy, 2410, 1534-1546. R. 2016. The Paris Agreement and the New Logic of International Climate Politics. International Affairs 92-5, 1107-1125. I's M and A 2011. The Role of Regional Governments in Climate Change Policy. Environmental Policy and Governance 21-3, 164-182. Hale T. 2016. All Hands on Deck, the Paris Agreement and Climate Action. Global Environmental Politics 16-3, 1222. Hale T. and Held D. 2011. Editor's Introduction, Mapping Changes in Transnational Governance. In T. Hale and D. Held. Handbook of Transnational Governance, Institutions and Innovation. 136. Hare B. C. C. and S. 2010. The Architecture of the Global Climate Regime, a Top-Down Perspective. Climate Policy 10-6, 606-14. M. 2011. Climate Governance at the Crossroads, Experimenting with a Global Response After Kyoto. Oxford University Press. M. 2013. Global Climate Change. In R. Eads. The Handbook of Global Environmental Climate and Environmental Policy. 318. L. Marks G. and A. H. 2010. The Rise of Regional Authority, a Comparative Study of 42 Democracies. M. 2014. Beyond the European Union, comparing the international trade of SADC and ECOWAS. Journal of Common Market Studies, 52-3, 547-565. Jordan A. J. D. Van H. and J. 2018. Governing Climate Change in Action. Cambridge University Press. R.O. and M. 2016. Paris, Beyond the Climate Dead End Through Pledge and Review. Politics and Governance 4-3, 142-151. R.O. and Victor D.G. 2011. The Regime Complex for Climate Change. Perspectives on Politics 9-1-723. SD 1982. International Regimes. University Press. Bay 2018. Diplomacy, Climate Governance, and Californian Global Leadership. USC Center on Public Diplomacy. A 2010. Polycentric Systems for Coping with Collective Action and Global Environmental Change. Global Environmental Change 24, 555-57. V. C. M. and Warren R. 1961. The Of Government in Metropolitan Areas, A Theoretical Inquiry. American Political Science Review 55-4, 831-842. P. and O. 2017. The Climate Change Regime. Oxford University Press. J. 2015. Testing the Boundaries of Diplomacy, the International Climate Action of Local and Regional Governments. Transnational Environmental Law 42, 319-337. G. 1977. The External Role of the European Community. Saxon House. C. 2005. Jurisdictional Integrity and the Design of Democratic Governance. Governance 18-1, 89-110. J. and H. 2013. Global Governance. In R. Eads. The Handbook of Global Environmental Climate and Environmental Policy. 146-162. M. 2018. Regions Beyond the State, External Relations and Paradiplomacy. In K. and I. Handbook of Territorial Politics. 278-292. Publishing. J. 2012. Comparing Regional in Global Multilateral Institutions, ASEAN, the AU, and the UN. Asia-Europe Journal 10-2, 127-143. Essay 14, Interrogating the Potential of ASEAN Regionalism as a Panacea for Global Challenges. Introduction. The efficacy of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, by cooperation, flexibility, inclusiveness, openness, and consensus building, ASEAN Secretariat 1976. 1-3 ASEAN Secretariat 2007. 222 has enabled it as the most successful regional of the Global South. ASEAN has emerged as an exemplar of regional cohesion, tethering 10 diverse and disparate Southeast Asian states and accommodating regional and extra-regional actors as dialogue partners, and are members of ASEAN-led institutional mechanisms like ASEAN Regional Forum ARF, ASEAN +1, ASEAN +3 APT, East Asia Summit EAS, ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus ADMM Plus, etc. Established on August 8, 1967, during the height of the Cold War as an instrument for ensuring regional stability and security, primarily by containing great power interference, ASEAN was envisaged as in cementing common problems among countries of Southeast Asia, while strengthening the bonds of regional solidarity and cooperation. ASEAN's aims and purposes hinged on accelerating the economic, social, and cultural profile of the region, simultaneously and promoting the stability and security from external interference in any form or manifestation, and enabling peaceful and progressive national development of the 5 founding members. 1 ASEAN Secretariat, 1967, p. 1. The subsequent induction of 5 regional states 2 consolidated its regional identity as the custodian of the aspirations, interests, and priorities of its members, while judiciously upholding and safeguarding the norms and imperatives. The purposes and principles enshrined in key documents declarations like the ASEAN Charter, ASEAN Concord, Declaration on Zone of Peace, Freedom and Neutrality, Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, TAC, etc., have acted as the fulcrum of resolving contentious issues systematically. Besides, these have cemented its legitimacy as a successful regional, endowed with the potential of fostering regional cooperation and strengthening ASEAN's effectiveness in dealing with the twin structural challenges of interdependence and integration into the global economy, 1998. Its adherence to the ASEAN Way as the operational basis of regional identity building, relying on informality and minimalism, Acharya 2009, p5, while respecting the seminal clauses of TAC3 embodied universal principles of peaceful coexistence and friendly cooperation among member states. ASEAN's innate potential of saving the regional order, and by extension, the international order premised on the rationale of Southeast Asia, facilitating conflict resolution and fostering regional development, prosperity, and community building, can hardly be exaggerated. ASEAN's legitimacy in this respect is established on its success in maintaining peace and order among its member states, preventing any major conflict in the region, and attempting to bridge the socioeconomic gaps among them. This is in addition to engaging with its partners in regional initiatives, managing confrontation and involving them as important stakeholders in the peace, security, and development of the region. Acharya, 2013, p21, 2023, p27. Furthermore, its engagement with the United States, US, and China, both obliged to the principles of TAC as signatories, provides a buffer to the spillover of great power rivalry into the region. 2023. Over its 5.5 decades of existence, ASEAN's impressive profile as a regional manager, honest broker and balancer, representing the articulated voice of the strategically significant Southeast Asian region, Acharya 2017. 273-274, Acharya 2021-2003, ASEAN Secretariat 2019 para. 3 Caballero 2022. 1-2 Cape and 2003. 46-48 and 2023. 189-190, 2006 p11 has garnered respect for ASEAN centrality by regional and extra-regional states, and however, ASEAN's positive trajectory has been punctuated by several challenges pertaining to internal consolidation, external interference influence, navigating the onus of collective self-reliance and fulfilling the core objectives, like promoting the socio-economic and cultural development, immunizing or moderating the influence of external great powers on the regional states, in a bid to safeguard its political and economic stability and serve as a forum for negotiation, deliberation, and resolution of regional differences. Significant strategic issues like China's hegemonic forays in the South China Sea (SCS) and the incongruent response of ASEAN member states, military repression in Myanmar, dynamics of the new Cold War between China and the U.S., post-COVID resilience, etc., have raised serious questions with respect to this effectiveness as the cementing force and driving its members towards community building. These challenges have overshadowed its previous track record, 2020 p143, 2003 p479, of resolving serious crises like the Kampuchean-Cambodia problem, Vietnam's intervention in Kampuchea, or the Asian financial crisis. In this backdrop, the essay situates the SCS dispute, stemming from contested claims to sovereignty among 5 ASEAN states, 4 and China, as the litmus test of ASEAN's effectiveness and the overall impact on regionalism and the community-building process in Southeast Asia. The purpose of the essay is to analyze the impact of the SCS dispute on ASEAN's unity, constraining effective regionalism, and discuss whether ASEAN, as a relevant regional, can emerge as the panacea to this challenge. Although the SCS issue has emerged as one of the major points of contention with China, the manner in which ASEAN has navigated the same, preventing any major flare-up in the littorals, with the promise of a major breakthrough in negotiations by the expected signing of the Code of Conduct (COC) by 2026, its potential as an honest broker and negotiator, firmly holding on to its ground as the of peace and stability in the region has been demonstrated. The essay argues that in spite of the impact of this dispute, ASEAN's functional uniqueness, in keeping with the ASEAN Way, the commitment of member states towards securing common objectives and carving a shared destiny, while safeguarding their respective national interests and its spirit of inclusiveness by providing a consultative and deliberative forum for its partners, have provided it a position of centrality, goodwill, and legitimacy. This has also made ASEAN an emulative model for and sustained regional cooperation in a region by diverse ethnic, religious, socio-cultural, political, and economic indicators. ASEAN regionalism in disarray. South China Sea dispute in perspective. China's hegemonic forays in the SCS-5, a strategically significant contested maritime space, declared as an integral part of its core interest of sovereignty, have resulted in unilateral extension of exclusive jurisdiction rights to fishing, navigation, and territorial claims on the islands, underwater reefs, geographical entities, and adjacent waters. The situation is intensified by China's expanded anti-access area denial capabilities, deterring freedom of navigation, overflight, unimpeded commerce, routine intelligence surveillance, and reconnaissance exercises, fishing, oil exploration, and scientific ventures of the claimant states and other coastal actors alike, thus challenging the freedom of access to the critical sea lane of communication, SLOC, which accounts for the passage of 30% of global maritime trade traffic and billions of barrels of petroleum and petroleum products annually, World Economic Forum, 2024. The impact of the dispute on ASEAN's effectiveness as a regional may be interpreted from the following perspectives, focusing on internal and external impulses. The internal impulses pertain to ASEAN's accommodative and conciliatory posture in dealing with China, the of their respective national interests by ASEAN member states, the collective interests of the, and its impact on the process of solidarity and community building. The dynamics and potential of major power rivalry in the region, intensified by U.S. tensions, constitute the external impulse, as discussed below. First, ASEAN's accommodative response, evading a direct confrontational posture, which emphasizes a stance of conciliation and cooperative security with China. While on the one hand, ASEAN's stance has offered greater deliberative space and potential between the two sides, it has often evoked contradictory responses from aggrieved member states, specifically the Philippines and Vietnam. On the other hand, this dichotomy has raised questions regarding ASEAN's intention and capability to address the South China Sea issue. The challenge regarding dispute settlement and confidence building, in addition to the enervated pace of the institutional mechanism, has been reflected in the protracted nature of ASEAN-China negotiations. This was made clear by the delay and shifting deadline in the signing of a legally binding Code of Conduct on the South China Sea, COC6, although the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea (DOC) was signed in 2002, and more than 2 decades have passed since then, and 2020 p28. Second, ASEAN member states their respective national interests, the interests of the. Besides differences with respect to their capabilities, level of socioeconomic development, resource endowment, and consideration of whether they share overlapping sovereignty claims with China, have an impact on ASEAN's principle of neutrality towards Beijing. Most of the ASEAN member states are seldom comfortable taking China head-on, thus providing it more credence and acceptability. The bilateral interactions of member states with China are not uniform and are guided by their respective preference for either a policy of pragmatic equidistance or tight alignment. This is manifested in ASEAN meetings and has serious consequences for this coordinated approach. This relational dichotomy clearly divides the member states along 2 verticals. While most of the founding members of ASEAN, who enjoy a greater degree of socioeconomic, defense, and political development and hence bargaining power, usually maintain limited alignment with China, the later ASEAN entrants prefer deeper involvement with it. 2007 p116, 2017 p114. However, this sweeping has been negated by Vietnam's adoption of a balanced approach towards China. This turn has been demonstrated since the end of the Cold War, facilitated by economic interactions, resumption of border trade, and the establishment of the comprehensive strategic partnership between China and Vietnam. Thus, pragmatic considerations of national interests and opportunities for trade, investment, connectivity, infrastructure, tourism, diplomatic exchanges, and the advantages of Vietnam's membership of the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) since 2017 have demonstrated this balance, as Hanoi pursues the objective of maximizing its agency and maintaining a level of strategic autonomy, and 2024 p83, and Emmers 2025 p1. Therefore, the relations of member states are conditioned by the imperatives of national interest and pragmatic realism, based on the computations of cost, benefit, and advantages they could yield by aligning with or accommodating China, as they resort to policies ranging from appeasement, confrontation, diplomacy, hedging to bandwagoning. 2012 p292. Third, the issue poses a challenge to this goal of promoting solidarity, cohesion, and community building in general, and establishing the ASEAN Political Security Community, APSC, in particular, in keeping with the preambular provisions of the ASEAN Charter. The Charter acknowledged the need for strengthening regional solidarity as a prerequisite to realizing an ASEAN community as politically cohesive, economically integrated, and socially responsible community, in order to effectively respond to current and future challenges and opportunities. ASEAN Secretariat 2007, p. 2. Differences among the ASEAN member states regarding the handling of the SCS issue directly challenge the ideals and objectives of the APSC blueprint. Security as a shared responsibility, renunciation of coercive use of force in any manner incongruous with international law, reliance on peaceful dispute settlement and confidence-building measures, which are the key elements for the emergence of a rules-based community of shared values, norms, and form the pedestal for maintaining and enhancing ASEAN centrality. ASEAN Secretariat, 2016. 1-2. In this context, ASEAN differences have emerged over the drafting of the COC, as demonstrated by the resistance to the 2012 Philippine proposal for establishing a joint cooperation area in the South China Sea, to promote it as a zone of peace, freedom, friendship, and cooperation, and regarding the appropriate time for including China in the drafting process of the COC. The fact that the 45th ASEAN Ministerial Meeting, 2012, failed to issue a joint for the first time in the history of the, due to differences among member states on the SCS issue, explicitly demonstrates the failure of ASEAN in consolidating regional and interests. They also reveal a clear split among the member states with respect to their respective equations and relations with China. Besides, ASEAN differences pertaining to the award of Permanent Court of International Arbitration, PCIA, filed by the Philippines in 2016, and the skirting of direct reference to China or its setback in the PCIA in the joint of the 49th ASEAN Foreign Ministers, Meeting 2016, and ASEAN Chairman's Statement of the 30th ASEAN Summit 2017, have unveiled Beijing's success in converting its resources into influence over the strategic decisions of ASEAN, challenging the basic twin steps of community building, mutual trust, and solidarity. It deserves mention in this context that China has reaped the dividend of taking Cambodia into confidence and successfully alienating Brunei, Cambodia, and Laos from the remaining ASEAN members into reaching a 4-point consensus on the South China Sea in 2016. The consensus principally acknowledged that the dispute, not being an issue between China and ASEAN, as in should not affect China-ASEAN relations, and that disputes over territorial and maritime rights and interests should be resolved through dialogues and consultations by parties directly concerned under Article 4 of the DOC, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 2016. This upheld China's preference for bilateral-level negotiations with the states engaged in overlapping and competing claims to sovereignty, as opposed to engaging ASEAN collectively. Finally, the situation has been compounded by insinuations of external involvement, tied to U.S. tensions, realignment of great power dynamics in addition to responses of individual ASEAN member states China's neoliberal overtures, as it lures them with developmental and investment prospects through a motley of initiatives like BRI, Global Development, Global Security, and Global Cultural Initiative. Weaving stakeholders into a community of common destiny and shared prosperity, 2024, p. 37. Mindful of the strategic and economic stakes of the resource-rich SCS and the imperative of maintaining freedom of navigation and overflight of the littorals, regional and extra-regional actors, and minilaterals alike. Australia, India, Japan, South Korea, the US, the European Union, EU, Quad, North Atlantic Treaty, NATO, etc. seek greater engagement in regional affairs. Therefore, ASEAN's position and capability to emerge as a panacea for regionalism and regional solidarity will be contingent upon its serious intent and ability to provide a united stance, China's hegemonic action, advantages, and influence in the region. It will also depend on the degree to which ASEAN, as in, will be successful in addressing both the internal and external challenges and in impressing upon its members the imperative of striking a balance between safeguarding individual national interests and national development, on the one hand, and the priorities and cohesiveness on the other. Reposing faith in regionalism, navigating the challenges. The SCS issue has posed challenges to ASEAN's image and effectiveness as a regional, though it has not impeded the conduct of ASEAN-China negotiations on the legally binding COC. However, the pace of progress in negotiations has been slow, and the COC is expected in 2026. The hallmark of ASEAN's initiatives towards confidence building among the actors is its adherence to internal institutional balancing, greater engagement in cooperative and developmental and external balancing, as discussed in this section. Internal balancing, beginning with China's accession to TAC and its inclusion in ASEAN-led frameworks like ARF, APT, EAS, ADMM+, etc., reflects the significance of the basic ethos, norms, and principles enshrined in institutional mechanisms and declaratory statements like ASEAN-China Joint Working Group, JWG, and 2019 ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific AOIP. The ASEAN-China JWG is significant in reflecting the consensus on seeking peaceful solutions to disputes and conducting maritime cooperation to maintain regional stability. Guided by the principles of mutual understanding, consensus, consultation, and cooperation, the ASEAN-China JWG has been entrusted with the responsibility of analyzing and recommending measures to translate the provisions of the DOC into concrete cooperative activities for the purpose of enhancing mutual understanding and trust. ASEAN Secretariat, 2024, Para. 1. The AOIP emphasizes the importance of sustaining an inclusive regional architecture, acknowledging ASEAN's centrality and continued momentum of the as an honest broker with respect to issues of competing regional interests. It envisages the promotion of an enabling regional environment for peace, stability, and prosperity, as well as the addressing of common challenges. ASEAN Secretariat, 2019, Para. 3.4. The uniqueness and appeal of the ASEAN Way lies in its potential to reconcile conflict between individual national interests, priorities, and objectives on the one hand, and the goals on the other hand, thus employing the concept to rationalize the obstacles to multilateralism, even if it is unable to resolve them entirely. Acharya, 1997, p. 11. Perceived as an enabler of conflict resolution, confidence building, consensus seeking, regional consolidation, and solidarity, ASEAN's response may be interpreted in the heuristic perspective, based on rational choice decision-making, maximizing utility in a strategic situation and identifying consensual outcomes to minimize risks. 2015, p. 624. The heuristic approach, which aligns with the principle of issue-based cooperation and complex interdependence with China, has been evident in ASEAN's focus on joint resources management, cooperation in the blue economy domain, sustainable development, and preservation of marine ecology, subsequently exploring opportunities for cooperation in using, managing, and conserving ocean, sea, and marine life, coastal ecosystems, etc. Simultaneously, it has been committed to upholding legal and diplomatic processes without resorting to the threat or use of force, in accordance with the universally principles of international law, including the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea UNCLOS, ASEAN Secretariat, 2023, Para. 1-2. As effective instruments of diplomatic engagement and conflict resolution with China, mention may be made of the Plan of Action, POA. 2016-2020, to implement the Joint Declaration on ASEAN-China Strategic Partnership for Peace and Prosperity, calling for the full and effective implementation of DOC, early conclusion of COC, on the one hand, while underscoring detailed provisions for undertaking early harvest measures through execution of joint cooperative projects, on the other. The successive POA 2021-2025, to implement the Joint Declaration on ASEAN-China Strategic Partnership for Peace and Prosperity, envisages cooperation to accelerate the implementation of UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, promoting complementarity with the ASEAN Community Vision 2025. ASEAN's impetus on engaging China in keeping with norms and diplomatic practice is supplemented by the policy of external balancing, conducted through ASEAN-led mechanisms of the Ilk of ASEAN +1 Summit, APT, ARF, EAS, ADMM+, etc. The policy of external balancing also fosters ASEAN's collaboration with partners through their support in substantive, practical, and tangible cooperation, particularly in key areas of maritime cooperation, sustainable development initiatives, trade and economy, physical and digital infrastructure, business and investments, and other potential spheres. Simultaneously, institutional frameworks like the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum and ASEAN Pacific Forum provide opportunities for greater interaction, dialogue, and consultation on strategic issues pertaining specifically to the situation in the SCS. Full and effective implementation of DOC, early conclusion of COC, promoting sustainable aquaculture and fisheries, promoting joint sustainable development, integrated management of water resources. Natural resources and biodiversity, among others, ASEAN Secretariat 2020 para. 10-12-26-39. These initiatives not only facilitate the dynamics of cooperative security, based on the convergence of mutual interests and benefits, but also augment ASEAN's relations with dialogue and development partners through the envisaged plans of action, practical cooperation areas, Initiative for ASEAN Integration (IAI), and development cooperation programs. Their emphasis on sustainable and equitable growth as potential contributors to the of ASEAN community building and bridging the developmental gap among the ASEAN member states is significant. Thus, the ASPC Blueprint reiterates the imperative of outward-looking regionalism, enshrined in ASEAN Vision 2020-2012, with the ASEAN providing a common platform for bolstering cooperation and engagement with dialogue partners and external parties, besides inviting new potential partners for developing mutually beneficial relations and responding collectively and constructively to global developments. ASEAN Secretariat 2016 para. 10. Similarly, AOIP's emphasis on encouraging external partners to support and undertake mutually beneficial cooperation with ASEAN in key identified areas like connectivity, economic, maritime sphere, and sustainable development not only strengthens the existing mechanisms of partnership, but also serves the interests of regional peace, freedom, stability, and development, and by extension, fosters the process of ASEAN community building. In an increasingly interdependent world order, trans-regional and extra-regional repercussions of regional issues provide an extended space for engagement of regional and external actors. This imperative, primarily emanating from the rationale of safeguarding their stakes, benefits, and interests, may seem to question ASEAN's effectiveness in negotiating outstanding crises like the one under review. However, it is worthwhile to accept this involvement in the right spirit of cooperation, while acknowledging ASEAN's potential of utilizing the deterrent effect of the external agency towards articulating international opinion on the issue, as by, for instance, India's insistence on the COC being substantive, effective, and consistent with international law. Without prejudicing legitimate rights and interest of nations, not party to discussions, or Quad's serious concerns over Beijing's dangerous maneuvers in the SCS. Since deterrence is a guarantee to maintaining the status and respect to the tenets of a peaceful and stable regional order, ASEAN records the growing interest from countries and regional, outside of the region in developing stronger collaboration and substantial cooperation with it, including through applications for formal partnerships with ASEAN, ASEAN Secretariat, 2019 para. 7. Its accommodating and outward-looking approach is balanced by its adherence to strategic autonomy in decision-making, expecting its partners to be respectful of the norms of ASEAN centrality and principles of regionalism, thus engendering constructive engagement. Conclusion: charting the way ahead. Among the daunting challenges generated both from internal and external impulses, which impede ASEAN's efficacy as a regional and steps towards community building, the SCS issue presents a litmus test for the success of regionalism in general and ASEAN regionalism, in particular, necessitating a consensual, time-bound, and practical approach for resolution. The following recommendations may be relevant in this regard. First, the salience of facilitating ASPC and community building impinges on strengthening ASEAN architecture holistically, reinforcing ASEAN centrality as the driving force in regional agenda setting, conflict resolution, and confidence building to shape an open, transparent, inclusive, and rules-based region, while safeguarding the strategic autonomy of individual member states and maintaining the delicate balance between the bilateral-multilateral dichotomy with respect to China. The distinguishing features of ASEAN as a regional are contained in its cultures of accommodation, consultation, and consensus, 2022 P78, pragmatism and informality in operation, by the ASEAN way which have bound the of member states together, notwithstanding their internal and differences. ASEAN has also engaged its dialogue partners in both treaty and non-treaty-based strategic alliances by practicing respectful inclusiveness and providing a platform for maximizing interstitial spaces and options, 2021, for meaningful engagement and consensual decision-making. A significant contribution of ASEAN's culture of pragmatism and accommodation has been demonstrated in its successful prevention of any major conflict in the region since the end of the Cold War, either ASEAN or with its regional partners, with the exception of a few skirmishes flaring up between China and some claimants in the SCS. This has earned ASEAN an edge over the European Union, EU, with its inadequacy as a regional to prevent the ongoing war in Europe or bring the adversaries to the negotiating table. Second, ASEAN, in its capacity, must sustain engagement with China through confidence-building and preventive diplomacy initiatives, striving to minimize ASEAN disparities by encouraging progressive measures like IAI, emphasizing socio-political integration and community building. This could also be achieved by reducing the explicit dependence of member states on China, thereby preventing their co-option, as well as expanding the web of allies and fostering substantial engagement with dialogue partners and external partners based on mutual benefits, interests, and complementarities. Third, ASEAN must push forward with the successful culmination of COC negotiations, adhering to the new deadline of 2026, in addition to making it legally binding on the signatories, while exercising restraint against provocative action in the interregnum in case of disputes and flare-ups. This would also prevent external power intervention, or, in lieu of balancing or deterring China's hegemonic overtures in the region. The recent conundrum between Chinese and Philippine forces at the Second Thomas Shoal, sparking stimulus for greater U.S. involvement in the regional dynamics, based on its treaty obligation with Manila, in the event of Filipino forces being attacked in the disputed littorals, is a case in point. Fourth, ASEAN and China must continue the pace of cooperation in the sphere of blue economy, sustainable development, and preservation of marine and coastal ecology of the SCS, which will foster confidence building and expand the space for further negotiations. Finally, ASEAN member states must evaluate their ties with China from a realistic prism, being of the negative impact of its insinuations in lieu of developmental projects and policies. For instance, the states need to be of BRI's socioeconomic, political, and environmental impact, in addition to its proven potential as a debt trap. An authoritative survey highlights the growing concern among civil society respondents in Southeast Asia regarding China's increasing economic dominance and political influence in the region. It's in the SCS and the employment of economic tools 7 to leverage its position and influence. With over 50% of the respondents from Cambodia, Myanmar, the Philippines, and Thailand expressing apprehension about China's burgeoning silhouette in the region in general and on individual member states. In particular, ASEAN Studies Center at ISEAS Institute, 2024, p51, its popularity, influence, and level of acceptance based on receding popular perception may affect national policy decisions for reducing overdependence on China, thus deterring its unencumbered regional influence and auguring well for the future of regionalism. ASEAN faces the challenge of reconciling two divergent dynamics in its relations: adherence to the normative motivations contained in the ASEAN Way, on the one hand, and legitimizing the primacy of national interests and strategic autonomy of the member states, on the other. Despite being in the eye of the storm, stemming from myriad challenges and marring its past performance and position, ASEAN has not only been successful so far in navigating the SCS dispute by adhering to the core principles and in accordance with international law, but also in preventing major conflicts through preventive diplomacy and confidence-building measures. Given the strategic significance of the region and stakes shared by regional states and external partners alike, more so in the context of an interdependent world order, the uniqueness of ASEAN as a regional has been demonstrated in its adherence to the spirit of informality, eschewing legal formulations and legal binding commitments, 2006 p4, rather than emulating other models of elaborate supranational institution building like the AU. While the ASEAN has been able to uphold its commitment as a security community by adhering to the norms of peaceful conduct and maintaining peace and order in the region, Roberts, 2012 p2. Acharya, 2021 p1, it's as the panacea for regional and global challenges will be contingent upon the ability to amalgamate the collective will of the member states, motivating joint efforts and spirit of sacrifice. ASEAN Secretariat, 1967 p4, in order to bolster the sense of solidarity, mutual trust, and envisaged community building. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 1997. Multilateralism, Is There an Asia-Pacific Way? NBAR Analysis 8-118. Acharya A. 2009. Constructing a Security Community in Southeast Asia, ASEAN and the Problem of Regional Order. Acharya A. 2013. ASEAN 2030, Challenges of Building a Mature Political and Security Community, ADBI Working Paper Series No. 441. Asian Development Bank Institute. Org Sites Default Files Publication 156296441. Acharya A. 2017. The Myth of ASEAN's Centrality. Contemporary Southeast Asia, 39-2, 273-279. Acharya A. 2021. ASEAN and Regional Order, Revisiting Security Community in Southeast Asia. ASEAN Secretariat. 1967. The ASEAN Declaration, Bangkok Declaration. Agreement Org Media Download 20140-117154-159. M. 2003. Asian Security Order, Instrumental and Normative Features. University Press. ASEAN Secretariat. 1976. Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Org Content Uploads 20210-12123-0235433. ASEAN Secretariat. 2007. Charter of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Org Content Uploads 20210921069. ASEAN Secretariat. 2016. ASEAN Political Security Community, APSC, Blueprint 2025. Org Book Political Security Community Blueprint 20252. ASEAN Secretariat. 2019. ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Org Content Uploads 2021001, ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific Final 220622019. ASEAN Secretariat. 2020. ASEAN Leaders' Vision Statement on a Cohesive and Responsive ASEAN, Rising Above Challenges and Sustaining Growth. Org Leaders' Vision Statement on a Cohesive and Responsive Rising Above Challenges and Sustaining Growth. ASEAN Secretariat. 2023. Foreign Ministers' Statement on Maintaining and Promoting Stability in the Maritime Sphere in Southeast Asia. Org Foreign Ministers' Statement on Maintaining and Promoting Stability in the Maritime Sphere in Southeast Asia ASEAN Secretariat. 2024. Terms of Reference of the ASEAN-China Joint Working Group on the Implementation of the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea. Org Terms of Reference of the China Joint Working Group on the Implementation of the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea 2 ASEAN Studies Center at ISEAS Institute. 2024. The State of Southeast Asia, 2024 Survey Report. Content Uploads 202403, The State of C 2024. SJ 2015. On the Heuristic Use of Formal Models in International Relations Theory. International Studies Review 17-4, 617-634. Caballero M. 2022. The ASEAN Way and the Changing Security Environment, Navigating Challenges to Informality and Centrality. International Politics 121. Cape Day and P. 2003. The ASEAN Way. In S&S. The Second ASEAN Reader. 4551. Institute of Southeast Asian Studies. T. 2012. China and Vietnam in the South China Sea Dispute, a Creeping Conflict Peace Trepidation Syndrome. China Report 483, 283-301. Org 10117000944551246213.
T 2020.
ASEAN in the New Global Order, the Effective Ineffective Dichotomy. In Arsène A. J. and B. Conflicting Identities, Travails of Regionalism in Asia. 143-182. T&M 2020. India's Strategy in the South China Sea. T&M 2023. India's Southeast Asia Policy during the Cold War, Identity, Inclination and Pragmatism 1947-1989. T&M 2024. The Reflexive Silhouette of China in the Vietnam Mirror, Competition, Confrontation and the Future.
In ADs and A.
India and China in Southeast Asia.
6390.
M 2024. China's Soft Power Diplomacy in Vietnam, Assessing the Dynamics and Efficacy of the Belt and Road Architecture.
In M Lades.
Soft Power and Diplomatic Strategies in Asia and the Middle East.
3658.
IGI Global.
A 2007.
Great Powers and Hierarchical Order in Southeast Asia, Analyzing Regional Security Strategies. International Security 32-3, 113-157.
B 2021.
The Arena, Southeast Asia and the Age of Great Power Rivalry.
Foreign Affairs.
ComReview's Review Essay 20210-216 Arena.
A 2017.
Pragmatic Equidistance, How Indonesia Manages Its Great Power Relations.
In DBH Id.
The United States and the Future of Southeast Asia. 113-135. New York University Press.
M 2003.
The Evolving Regional Role of ASEAN.
In S&S.
The Second ASEAN Reader. 478-480. Institute of Southeast Asian Studies.
K 2022.
The Asian 21st Century.
Springer.
K 2023.
How Asia Keeps the Peace.
Project Syndicate Quarterly. Project Syndicate Org Magazine, Asia Unlike Europe, No Major Wars, Since End of Cold War by 202306. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China.
2016.
He talks about China's 4-point consensus on South China Sea issue with Brunei, Cambodia and Laos. 120-160-4T20, 160-42685232242. Robert C. 2012. ASEAN Regionalism, Cooperation, Values and R. 1998. ASEAN and the Growth of Regional Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Org and the Growth of Regional Cooperation in Southeast Asia by C. R. 2006. Southeast Asia, in Search of an ASEAN Community. Institute of Southeast Asian Studies. S. and Emmers R. 2025. How Indonesia and Vietnam Navigate Coalitional Networks in the Indo-Pacific. Australian Journal of International Affairs. Org 10108010357718202524598882. World Economic Forum.
2024.
These are the world's most vital waterways for global trade. Org Agenda 202402 World's Busiest Ocean Shipping Routes, Trade, H 2023. ASEAN and Great Power Rivalry in Regionalism, From East Asia to the Indo-Pacific. Journal of Current Southeast Asian Affairs, 42-1, 2544. Org 1011771868103422, 1139297. Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. Brunei, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Mutual respect for the independence, sovereignty, equality, territorial integrity, and national identity of all nations. the right of every state to lead its national existence free from external interference, subversion, and coercion, non-interference in the internal affairs of one another, settlement of differences or disputes by peaceful means, renunciation of threat or use of force, and effective cooperation among member states. Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. China's claims over the 9-line 4 islands, the islands, and bank. The deadline for has been pushed to 2026. 37.2% and 35% of the respondents, respectively, expressed concern. Essay 15, The Place of Regionalism in Investor-State Dispute Settlement. Introduction. Investor-State Dispute Settlement, ISDS, is globally under scrutiny. The regime is a United States-Europe axis, creation to provide legal certainty to their investors abroad, and nowadays is supported by a thick net of more than 3,300 international investment agreements, mainly bilateral treaties when it allows foreign investors to bypass local courts and sue states in international ad tribunals administered by global institutions such as the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID. Even regarding public interest or human rights measures. Philip v. Uruguay Tobacco Control Measures, ICSID Case No. ARB 10-7, ECO v. Colombia, Conservation of Paramo Ecosystems Climate Action Policies, ICSID Case No. ARB 1641, Legacy Vulcan v. Mexico, Environmental Protection, ICSID Case No. ARB 19-1 v. Germany, II, National Security and Nuclear Energy, ICSID Case No. ARB 1212 or RWE the Netherlands Energy Transition, ICSID Case No. ARB 12.4 disputes are illustrative examples. Regions or regionalism did not have a solid presence in ISDS or investment protection in general. Still, during the last decades, some disruptive changes have been introduced in the European Union (EU) and the downcast Union of South American nations. In the era 2023 and facing a multiplex world order, Acharya 2018, regions have a renewed relevance, mainly because of the or of trade in regional patterns. In this changing landscape, how relevant is regionalism to understanding the politics of international law and economy? What place does regionalism have in the ongoing discussions and new developments in investor-state dispute settlement, ISDS? As regionalism articulates and phenomena, 2014, p. 440, what are the regional proposals in this area? Are regional better equipped to tackle ISDS fault lines or dilemmas than global, such as the World Trade, WTO, or the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UNCITRAL? To answer the questions, this essay examines the experience of two regional, with different trajectories in ISDS creation and development, the EU and. The temporal focus is between 2015 and 2024, after Brazil's groundbreaking Cooperation and Facilitation Investment Agreement, CFIA model, which does not include ISDS provisions. European Union, duality and contestation. The ISDS regime was created on the United States, Europe axis to protect the investments of corporations of their nationalities in countries that were perceived as legally uncertain. More than 60 years after the first bilateral investment treaty BIT between Germany and Pakistan, 1959, the negative externalities of ISDS affect countries in the Global South and the Global North, as detailed below. However, motives and interests around sovereignty, development, human rights, and climate action write different versions of the same story. The EU case presents deep complexities based on its duality, termination of EU treaties and withdrawal of the Energy Charter Treaty, ECT, 1994, the remaining part of extra-EU bits. What are the roots and drivers of this position? Notably, renewable energy cases against Spain or 2 and 3 disputes regarding arbitration between national investors of one member state and another member state triggered much controversy about ISDS. Moreover, in Opinion 117 regarding ISDS provisions in the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada CETA, the Court of Justice of the European Union CJEU, concluded that arbitration between a national investor of a member state and another member state is inconsistent with the autonomy of EU law. As an outcome, on May 5, 2020, 23 member states signed an agreement to terminate the bilateral investment treaties between them, including the survival clauses. Similar arguments can be found in Case C-74119, Republic of Moldova v., where the CJEU ruled that ISDS provisions in the ECT are inconsistent with the autonomy principle. This controversial treaty protects fossil fuels even in the era of global boiling. The EU and some member states did not agree to change those provisions in the agreement in principle on the modernized ECT. The new text is clearly contrary to the principles and objectives behind the European Green Deal, Fit for 55, EU, or the Paris Agreement, and consequently it undermines Climate Action 2022. Further, it allows foreign investors to continue suing member states despite infringing the autonomy principle. Thus, on April 24, 2024, the European Parliament approved the coordinated withdrawal of the EU and the European Atomic Energy Community from the ECT. Consequently, on May 30, the Council gave the final green light, adopting a set of decisions that completed the legal cycle. The scenario completes with the individual withdrawal of 7 member states chronologically between December 2022 and May 2024, Poland, France, Germany, Slovenia, Luxembourg, Portugal, and Spain. All withdrawals shall take effect 1 year after notification thereof. However, the sunset clause in Article 47(3) stipulates that the ISDS provisions will still cover investments made before the withdrawal. Ignoring the sunset clause is unviable. Alternatives might include establishing a shorter period or agreeing not to apply it. 2019. The claim for more policy space is a way to address the negative externalities of investor-state arbitration, and Ratton, 2018. The EU contests the regime by withdrawing a selected set of treaties, remaining engaged in others connected to Global South countries, as al. 2021 argue, reactions in the developed countries were in general more restrained. Although this contestation, following Wiener's terminology, the EU partially remains in the traditional regime base 2019-2022. Also, the proposal for a parallel investment court system has been largely unsuccessful since the regional parliaments of, and Brussels refused to approve this chapter in CETA. Amidst this duality, internal-external, the EU is not tackling ISDS dilemmas, but is making the first move. A Brazilian. Initially on the margins of the ISDS regimen, 3 of its founding members, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay, entered the regime in the 80s-90s during the Washington Consensus. 2 decades after Latin American countries voted no to the ICSID Convention in Tokyo, 1964, they were driven to sign it as well as international investment agreements. Nevertheless, Brazil has always been an outsider base, 2017-2019, due to constitutional concerns regarding jurisdiction and national investors. Since 2015, Brazil has been negotiating a new treaty model, the CFIA, that does not include ISDS and is aligned with its constitutional provisions. 2 years later, Brazil, its interests with the Protocol on Cooperation and Facilitation of Investments, 2017. The protocol's governance is innovative. It covers a mandatory mechanism for preventing state-state disputes and excludes corporate social responsibility, corruption and illegality, environment, issues, and health measures from state-state dispute settlement. This last point goes hand in hand with the United Nations Guiding Principle 9 on Business and Human Rights, 2011, which points out the need for coherence between the commitments assumed by the state in matters of human rights, the trade and investment agreements. As it follows the Brazilian CFIA model, the new protocol does not change in substance the investment policies of the other founding members. Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay still accept that ISDS remains part of BITS. The protocol does not question the regime's legitimacy or the relevance or irrelevance of continuing within it, and does not imply a contestation, as in the case of the EU. However, it demonstrates that international investment protection agreements do not require ISDS to be effective. In the current cartography of treaties, there are other illustrative cases, such as the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, 2018, which maintains ISDS only for specific sectors and investments between Mexico and the United States, or the United Kingdom-Australia Free Trade Agreement, 2021, that excludes ISDS provisions. Amid a legitimacy crisis of the WTO's rules-based order, Brazil was also a key actor during the proposal and negotiation of the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement, IFDA. This pioneering treaty focuses on investment facilitation instead of investor protection. Therefore, it does not have the traditional provisions in international investment agreements. For instance, national treatment, expropriation and compensation, fair and equitable treatment, or ISDS. However, the IFDA has a limit. It just in the preamble, the right of parties to regulate in the public interest within their territories so as to meet their policy objectives. Despite UNCTAD's 2015 recommendations on strengthening the right to regulate, the provision is a general recognition without examples or references to specific areas of regulation that may lead to inconsistent interpretation. Currently, the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement has 125 co-sponsors and is one light of hope for the WTO's survival. It is supported by developing and least developed members, such as Brazil, China, and Russia, but not South Africa or India. Moreover, the last one is blocking the request to make the IFDA part of the WTO's legal architecture, arguing that investment facilitation is a non-trade issue. The consensus rule in a 164-member global is a challenging obstacle to overcome, particularly when negotiating conflicting topics. Instead, regional include non-trade issues in the agenda, such as education, health, energy, structural convergence, or environment, which provide a broader range of interdependent regulatory areas to make concessions. At the same time, they have fewer political and economic narratives to consider, considering the number of members. Thus, regional negotiations tend to be more adaptable and elastic than multilateral ones when agreeing on controversial or problematic topics. Brazil's leading role on the multilateral and regional levels regarding innovative investment treaties opens the question of whether this protocol is a genuine regional construction or an extension of the Brazilian experience. The answer probably lies between Brazil's leadership role and the inertia of members towards change. However, this alternative does not put under scrutiny their traditional positions in the regime. It is a crucial step to dig deep into an area that exceeds the typically weakened and mistrusted commercial dimension.
Discussion.
Or the EU present more advantages over global institutions in crafting investment agreements that are more efficient, balanced, and potentially disruptive in scope. Both regional bodies can address specific needs and challenges that global frameworks have been failing to capture fully. Their adaptability or elasticity presents them as promising arenas for creating innovative legal and economic structures tailored to their member states. While 125 developing and less developed countries have supported the recent agreement within the WTO, India has notably opposed it, showcasing the difficulty of achieving global consensus on such matters. Although this innovative agreement adapts to the changing times, the consensus rule in a 164-member multilateral makes it less elastic to complex and interconnected issues. In parallel, discussions in Working Group III-UNCITRAL regarding the standing mechanism for resolving international investment disputes focus on the composition of the dispute tribunal and the appeals tribunal, as well as procedural and cross-cutting issues. The draft statute ACN 9WG IIIWP 239 does not include general or specific exceptions that may lead to a more balanced regime limiting claims access. Therefore, the risk is that an alternative system might replicate the same structural conditions. Reform efforts within the ICSID are narrowly focused on procedural issues. For instance, the amendment rules in force since July 1, 2022 successfully tackled the majority of stakeholder concerns, preserving ICSID's core principles while ensuring all interested parties have a fair opportunity to be heard in a highly transparent and procedurally efficient manner, 2022. However, this reform does not balance the scales, leaving substantive policy concerns largely unaddressed. Within this context, regionalism emerges as a promising alternative. The EU and the European Atomic Energy Community's withdrawal from the ECT underscores the importance of regionally addressing the tensions between climate change, energy transition, investment protection, and investor-state arbitration BAS, 2024. However, regionalism can also be a mere path for the needs or interests of a particular state or groups of states, instead of a space for normative construction in which common interests and values are articulated. Regional constructions, such as those within and the EU, demonstrate this approach's opportunities and limitations. For instance, they reveal the difficulty of addressing issues beyond individual members' immediate concerns, such as Brazil's outsider status or Spain's challenges with arbitrations in the renewable energy sector. Despite these limitations, the experiences of and the EU show that regional cooperation can offer significant advantages in areas where multilateralism struggles to achieve consensus. Even with its internal inertia and the EU's duality between internal and external policies, these regional bodies have demonstrated their ability and elasticity to respond more effectively to shared challenges. By cooperation and fostering shared values, they can provide a more robust alternative to the often divisive and fragmented nature of global negotiations.
Conclusion.
Regionalism is still relevant to understanding the politics of international law and economy, especially when fostering common interests and values rather than narrow agendas. Despite its inertia or the EU's internal-external duality, regional cooperation can be a better alternative for multilaterally conflicting areas. Regional could be better equipped than global institutions to reach more efficient, balanced, and disruptive investment agreements to tackle traditional ISDS fault lines or dilemmas. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder.
References.
Acharya A. 2018. The End of American World Order.
Polity Press.
MJ 2022. ICSID Reform, Balancing the Scales. Arbitration Blog. NCOM 20220128 Reform Balancing the Scales. L.S. Pimenta, M. and H. 2021.
Saudades.
A Ida Latina com o regime dos. Austral 12 5365. Org 1022-4562178889113289. Boz M. 2017. Del Sur Anti los Bilaterals, Del en la. Boz M. 2019. Wise La. Carolina 21. Carolina. Ease Content uploads 201911 DT FC 21. Boz M. 2022. Doctrine and the South American Mosaic, Members, Dissidents, and an Outsider. In S. and C. Flores. Latin America and International Investment Law, A Mosaic of Resistance.
6888.
Manchester University Press. Boz M. 2024. Energy Charter Treaty and Investor-State Dispute Settlement, Legal Challenges in Energy Transition.
In D. C. and B.
Legal Challenges at the End of the Fossil Fuel Era, Shaping a Just and Clean Energy Transition. 340-1361. L. 2014. Territorial Y Social N. Lows. Al. Del. 16.3, 437-454. Org 10-154481984728920163234004. MD 2022. The Agreement in Principle on ECT, a botched reform attempt that undermines climate action. Arbitration Blog. NCOM 2022-1017, The Agreement in Principle on Modernization, a botched reform attempt that undermines climate action, R. 2023. Disrupted from Hyper to Poly. Statement by Secretary-General of UNCTAD, Beijing. Org Globalization, Disrupted Hyper-Globalization, Poly-Globalization. F. and Ratton, M. 2018. International Investment Law from the Global South, an Introduction.
In F and M. Ratton.
International Investment Law from the Global South.
146. Cambridge University Press. UNCTAD. 2015.
World Investment Report 2015, Reforming International Investment Governance.
UNCTAD.
Org-N Publications 2015N.
T. 2019.
Modernizing the Energy Charter Treaty, What About Termination?
Investment Treaty News 10-4.
Org-N 2019-1002, Modernizing the Energy Charter Treaty, What About Termination? Wiener, A. 2014.
A Theory of Contestation. Springer.
Wiener, A. 2017. A Theory of Contestation, a concise summary of its argument and concepts. Polity 49-1, 109-125. Org 101086690100. Data is available in the UNCTAD Policy Investment Hub, last accessed, July 10, 2024. ICSID case ARB 0520, SC European Food SA, SC SRL, and SC Multipack SRL v Romania.
Sijayo case C28416.
The domino effect also impacted the Netherlands and Ireland, which announced their intention to withdraw from the ECT, but no steps were taken until July 2024. Outside the UE, the United Kingdom, its withdrawal on April 26, 2024. Essay 16, Digital Regionalism, Exploring Fault Lines in Global Digital Governance. Introduction, Regions and the Global Contestation of Digital Governance. The Internet has, since its inception, been envisioned as a global, boundary-defeating technology, allowing different computer networks to exchange information using a common protocol, independent of location. From that idea of the global Internet, a number of governance instruments have emerged that attempt to manage this uncharted territory. As governance of digital technologies has become embedded in every walk of life, the global idea of the Internet has shifted from technical management of the Internet's core infrastructure into a range of different issue areas. Global debates on digital governance have accompanied this shift. Lewis, 2018, 1998. Digital governance encompasses an array of institutions, processes, technologies, and policy areas. Among these, Internet governance, cybersecurity governance, and governance of artificial intelligence are currently the most consequential. While digital governance arrangements are varied in nature, they are typically decentralized, 2016, and polycentric, 2018, taking place in both formal and informal settings by an array of actors, 2006, and are inherently and 2019. Yet the idea of a global Internet is heavily contested by major state actors, some of whom are pushing technological and regulatory developments that may transform the way we view the global Internet. Regional approaches to digital governance may, under certain circumstances, help either mitigate or exacerbate some of these concerns. 2022. This spirit of governance in the digital sphere continues, to an extent, to be one dominated by a willingness and necessity to work together in environments. The approach is often referred to when describing deliberative spaces that bring together governmental and non-governmental actors. 2013. Here, however, we would like to adopt a more practical approach focused on decision-making by formal and informal actors in a variety of settings, insofar as those decisions affect citizens' digital experiences. 2006. In this view, engagement is not as much of a choice as it is a necessity, given that often mundane, technical, business, and policy decisions are made by a multitude of actors without any one of them holding the ultimate power to dictate the decisions of others. This necessity of approaches in digital governance is not constant, but is notable in the area of infrastructure governance. The dependence of most digital technologies on computer networking necessitates certain global standards and protocols, for example, for the management of critical Internet resources like domain names and Internet Protocol (IP) addresses, and 2015. These technical requirements place limitations on actors' agency in structuring governance arrangements. In doing so, they also establish certain points of leverage and contestation, and 2019. For example, the United States Department of Commerce, functioning as the initial contracting authority, served as a major point of contention for the international community, up until the IANA transition was completed in October 2016. As such, policy deliberation is but one aspect of digital governance. Collaboration around actual decision-making, e.g., development of standards and practices of running the Internet, e.g., the management of critical Internet resources, are equally important components of the Emerging Governance Arrangement, VAN-N 2013. Regional arrangements provide an opportunity for a wide range of stakeholders to engage in different forums, such as the Regional Internet Registries, RIRs, which offer mechanisms for the allocation of global Internet addressing resources regionally and locally. Global digital governance will remain a complex and contested field, as it touches upon issues such as human rights, economic investment and development, and contesting established power structures, whether they be based on tensions between the global north and south, nation-states and so-called big tech, or between small technology companies and both big tech and nation-states. Within these key areas, there is no global agreement on ways forward, as local norms, values, and interests differ across countries and even regions. We currently see that states and regional international are increasingly vying for dominance in various aspects of digital governance, as they develop ways to control the development, deployment, and use of technologies in their jurisdictions, 2022. This creates tensions between global governance and local regulation, which are highlighted below. It also provides opportunities for regional governance mechanisms to coordinate and act as intermediaries, and 2016. Regions as mediators, challenges and opportunities. Acting as mediators between the global and the local, regional governance mechanisms are increasingly influential in facilitating local experiences taking place on inherently global information infrastructures. But there is no single way in which these kinds of mediating functions can be performed, and they can serve different goals. Accordingly, such mechanisms can be abused for the suppression of universal human rights locally or serve as catalysts of Internet fragmentation, but they can also provide spaces for bridging that have emerged in digital experiences and their governance. Such mediating mechanisms offer an opportunity to ensure that great powers are constrained in their global reach, and at the same time offer a space to interpret and translate global norms and ideas for local contexts, Acharya 2004 and 2016. Regional structures for digital governance provide a degree of autonomy to the members of each region, whilst also offering the incentives to overcome narrow national interests in pursuit of an interoperable global digital infrastructure. As economic and regulatory blocs, regions may also be far more capable of acting as a source of power against the handful of very large big tech corporations, and give more capacity to smaller states to act in coordination to ensure that their social, cultural, and economic norms are protected, 2022. However, as we describe in the following section, regionalism is not a silver bullet approach to governing cyberspace. It is contested, may have unintended consequences, and is certainly not self-evident. Regional approaches and tensions in the global digital governance landscape. The contemporary trajectory of digital governance can be described as an interaction between global, regional, and local governance arrangements and practices. Past analyses focused on geopolitical tensions as those engaged with the changing power balance between an individual and a state, facilitated through the Internet, 2006, 2014. Rooted in a similarly global perspective, current discussions revolve around digital empires, Bradford, 2023, the Four Internets Ara al. 2021, or the BRICS Internet, 2017, when describing the different geopolitical actors in digital governance. Generally embodied by individual countries such as the US and China, and regional economic blocs such as the EU and the Group of 77, they represent different ideologies often described as the US being market-driven, China being state-driven or authoritarian, and the EU being rights-driven, Bradford, 2023. Other research has examined liberal versus authoritarian variants of multilateral governance arrangements that have been championed in large part by these great powers, 2019, and Sherman, 2024. Another issue of contention is the role of institutions in a global space still dominated by multilateral governance arrangements, and 2015. Underpinned by a global communication network, the contemporary digital environment is dependent on global coordination for the deployment and operation of physical infrastructure, the development and promotion of standards that allow robust and consistent information flows, and addressing intended and unintended social phenomena facilitated by it, e.g., financial activity, crime, or knowledge creation. The Internet governance ecosystem remains an example of a global arrangement that works, even if imperfectly. For example, the norms and values of global connectivity that underpin the work of managing names and numbers prevented immediate punitive action against the Russian sector of the Internet after the beginning of the invasion in Ukraine, 2022. While such an act could be understandable in the context of the specific conflict, it could undermine the integrity of the global Internet as a whole. Another example of this emerged in the Amazon rainforest region, where the states with territory in the region contested the creation of the Amazon top-level domain, which had been requested by the technology company Amazon, 2017. This reveals that contestation also exists between big tech corporations and actors acting regionally, but also that global norms have been successfully by actors in the global south to protect the interests of disadvantaged communities. Alongside these examples of global norms favoring global interconnection and the protection of the disadvantaged, it should be noted that the global nature of Internet governance arrangements also allows, at least in some instances, for co-optation by major powers. For example, the revelations made clear the extent to which the National Security Agency had been able to exploit certain characteristics of Internet standards and governance arrangements to conduct far-reaching digital surveillance, 2014. U.S. and other major state intelligence agencies are likely still engaging in substantively similar efforts. A major concern regarding the growth of regionalism in digital governance is that of Internet fragmentation. This concern is often rooted in digital sovereignty rhetoric, which cautions against the rise of divergent standards, regulations, and technical infrastructures that are believed to entail harm to the global reach of the Internet and the openness of its architecture, 2017. Indeed, regional approaches to digital governance have, to date, been dominated by national interests. Different approaches in digital governance have always been present, with the U.S. laissez-faire approach dominating the scene for many years, notably alongside Chinese and Russian approaches, 2022. These great power approaches to governing the Internet have essentially allowed for the global management of the core underlying infrastructure for the global Internet, but added layers of control on the content layer of specific Internets. At the same time, regional governance arrangements can serve as coordination mechanisms allowing for an adaptation of global digital governance norms to specific cultural, legal, and economic contexts, or alternatively, the introduction of local and regional norms into global governance arrangements, and 2016. The European case offers an interesting example, as the European Union, building on the perceived global success and adoption of its legislation in the field of personal data protection, GDPR has moved to legislate in a number of key digital governance areas, including social media platform governance, with regulation on digital services and digital markets, as well as rules on data governance and media freedom. The EU has also launched its own Declaration of Principles and Rights on the Internet, which it hopes will become a cornerstone in global discussions about digital governance. This legislative and regulatory action from the EU has a global impact, as the rules apply to European citizens independent of territory, and thus need to be applied even by corporations based outside of the EU, Lee al.
2019.
Efforts such as the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, co-authored by the European Commission and the U.S. government and signed by some 60 states, have pushed for a global set of norms to underpin digital governance approaches. Yet such efforts are not uniformly accepted, and other regional powers, such as China, have developed their own set of norms and rules as well. These conflicting systems have led to three types of a horizontal battle between national and regional actors regarding the creation and implementation of norms and values regulation, a vertical battle in which companies have to comply with the rules of countries and regions that they trade in, and a diagonal battle where the U.S. and Chinese tech companies have to adhere to EU lawmaking. Bradford, 2023. An increasingly dense regional layer for digital governance arrangements is likely to have a variety of consequences. On the one hand, the of digital governance arrangements offers potential to accommodate multiple kinds of differences in the international system. This includes both the accommodation of different cultural perspectives and values across the world's diverse regions, as well as the accommodation of rising great powers who can be provided scope to lead the development of governance arrangements in their regions, and 2016. For example, regional and national IGF initiatives have been found to function as mechanisms for adaptation of global Internet governance norms to regional and local settings, and 2016-2012. On the other hand, increased involvement of regional international is likely to create further difficulties associated with both normative complexity and contestation and practical operational activities. One example of this kind of dynamic can be found in efforts to create a code of conduct on cybersecurity within the Shanghai Cooperation (SCO) and subsequent moves to export those principles via United Nations General Assembly deliberations, including in the Third Committee on a Treaty Governing Cybercrime, and Sherman, 2024. To the extent that regional international reflect the cultural differences and conflicting interests of major states within those regions, these regional governance arrangements are likely to conflict with each other. At a minimum, this may create difficulties for firms in maintaining regulatory compliance across major global markets. Competition policy requirements, privacy and consumer protection requirements, and other substantive issues are likely to evince these dynamics. Given the global nature of governance arrangements for digital technologies and the design of standards and protocols, it is important to note that some regional may also adopt approaches to digital governance that are incompatible with the technical requirements for maintaining global Internet interoperability. These issues are most likely to arise around public decency issues, such as online exploitation of children, and around issues that are framed in national security terms for the purposes of controlling or limiting the flow of information. The latter are particularly notable since this kind of framing can be exploited to suppress political dissent, and Sherman, 2024. Crucially, we expect that regional governance arrangements will vary in their effectiveness and in their substantive content. Thus, there is little reason to expect a single uniform answer with respect to whether or not regional governance represents a net benefit or a net challenge in the area of digital governance. Like any other kind of governance arrangement, performance and legitimacy will differ. Further, assessments of the performance or legitimacy of a governance arrangement are also dependent on the values of the evaluator. This protean character of regional governance arrangements originates in the different values, interests, histories, and political cultures of the world's various regions and the major actors within each. Indeed, some regions like the Americas and Southeast Asia are likely to see relatively limited regional governance efforts on digital technologies because they have no major history of employing regional governance arrangements. Both the of American States (OAS) and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) play much more limited roles than either the European Union or the African Union. To date, regional governance arrangements are novel enough that there has been little on digital governance issues. The European Union has engaged in efforts to negotiate data transfer arrangements with the United States, but in this example, of course, the United States is a country rather than a regional. The first official meeting between the European Union and the African Union on cyber issues took place only in June 2024, Belgian Presidency Council of the European Union, 2024, and the EU has developed bilateral ties with other countries beyond the US, India, China, and Japan, to mention just a few. The net result of these considerations is that there is no single expected trajectory of the effect of increased regional governance on digital governance. It may well be the case that a move to increased regionalism simultaneously improves human rights performance in some regions and degrades it in others, and that it could simultaneously improve the technical performance of digital communications in terms of availability, affordability, efficiency, or other metrics in some regions, while leading to a reduction in others. The exception to this variation is to be found in the effects of increased regionalism on aggregate global effects, but rather than any genuine global pattern, we expect that these aggregates will be driven by the different trajectories of regional and other governance arrangements in the various individual world regions. In short, regionalism provides an additional dynamic to the sphere of digital governance, but does not have an inherently positive or negative impact.
Conclusion: regions as mediators.
Contestation of global digital governance arrangements will have important implications for the future of what is often called the rule-based liberal international order. Importantly, contestation of that order is occurring in part through competition among major states and large private actors to shape future digital governance arrangements, and 2020, and Sherman 2024. Shaping the rules for digital governance is likely to have outsized effects on the future of global governance more broadly, since digital issues are fundamental to almost every other issue area in the international system. Regionalism in digital governance emerges as a crucial mediator between global norms and local implementation. As the digital landscape evolves, regional approaches work at a conceptual and policy level to provide a space for this mediation between the global and the local. Regional approaches offer both opportunities and challenges for human rights protection and addressing power imbalances in digital governance. It is thus important to consider regional arrangements with an eye towards norms, practices, and power structures they challenge or reify. Regional governance arrangements, or a decision to engage with them, are not always a choice. Some degree of regionalism is unavoidable. There are mechanisms for the management of the digital infrastructure, e.g., regional internet registries and intergovernmental are likely to enact policies, e.g., the EU digital legislation. Mediating between global norms and local implementation, regional arrangements also challenge the idea of a global digital governance framework, especially when it comes to issues of basic human rights that are agreed upon at the global level. To the extent possible, however, when engaging with such regional mediating governance arrangements, there is a need to consciously consider the norms and values that they reify and valorize in order to minimize unintended global consequences, particularly those that may harm basic human rights. Existing practices and future trends suggest that many world regions are at risk of degeneration in basic human rights enjoyment as a result of states' efforts to leverage digital technologies for surveillance and control. These efforts to date exist mostly at the national level. If they were to migrate into regional governance arrangements, for example, in the form of international cooperation on cybercrime that defines the term so as to include political dissent, their diffusion would likely be significantly amplified. Regions are mediating tools sitting between the local and the global, as useful mechanisms to facilitate both global norm development and local implementation. Regions also serve as an alternative space to increasingly national responses to digital governance. Insofar as we engage with regional frameworks, we need to understand what we reify through these structures. Possible movements towards regionalism are being developed in digital governance discussions, for example, around the Global Digital Compact, where we see a strong movement with a united EU and a collaborative group of 77 that are making joint statements about their vision for the future of Internet governance. We also see developments in other issue areas, such as regional regulatory efforts on AI and on space. These collaborations and developments will shape the future of regional in digital governance. The open-ended and indeterminate nature of regionalism, like any broad modality for global governance, means that much of its actual value will depend on the specific substantive decisions made by actors in erecting and operating regional governance arrangements for digital technologies. At the end of the day, people need to ask themselves about what kind of digital environment they want and work towards that. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder.
References:
Acharya A. 2004. How Ideas Spread, Whose Norms Matter. Norm and Institutional Change in Asian Regionalism. International 58-2, 239-275. ANT 2020. Power and Diplomacy in the Post-Liberal Cyberspace. International Affairs 96-3, 749-766. Belgian Presidency Council of the European Union. 2024, June 21. EU-Africa Dialogue on Cyber and Digital Diplomacy. Belgian Presidency Council of the European Union. Belgian Presidency Europa and News Africa Dialogue on Cyber and Digital Diplomacy Bradford, A. 2023. Digital Empires, the Global Battle to Regulate Technology. Oxford University Press. S. 2006. Change of State, Information, Policy and Power. MIT Press. L. 2014. The Global War for Internet Governance. Yale University Press. Org 10129887 Yale 9780300 1813570 1000 1978030 181357. D. 2013. The Making of Institutions of Information Governance. The Case of the Internet Governance Forum. Journal of Information Technology, 28-2, 137-149. Org 10105720 D and BM 2016. In Praxis, the Case of the Regional and National Internet Governance Forum, IGF, initiatives, in regional and national IGFs. Policy and Internet 8-2, 148-173. Org 10100 2.3 H&AL 2019. Interdependence, How Global Economic Networks Shape State Coercion. International Security 44-1, 4279. W 2019. Internet Governance Outlook 2019, Innovative Multilateralism versus Nationalistic Unilateralism. Composts 2019-0108 Internet Governance 2019 Innovative Multilateralism vs. A 2022. Trafficking Data, How China is Winning the Battle for Digital Sovereignty. Oxford University Press, Incorporated. ComLib Detail Action Doc ID 7090749. Lewis R.J. Ide. 2018. Public Policymaking in a World, Revised. Lay H. L. and He W. 2019. The Impact of GDPR on Global Technology Development. Journal of Global Information Technology Management, 22-1-16. Org 10108010971998x20 1915699186. D. 2014. Surveillance and Big Data, Capacities, Consequences, Critique. Big Data and Society, 1-2, 205,395,171,454,186. Org 10117720 539517145411861. G. 2022. Ukraine's request to block Russian internet domains. Org N System files correspondence to 02 Mar 22N. M. 2017. Will the Internet Fragment? Sovereignty and Cyberspace. Polity. F. 2022. Infrastructuring Digital Sovereignty, a research agenda for an infrastructure-based sociology of digital self-determination practices. Information, Communication and Society, 25-6, 785-800. Org 10108013691118x20 22204980. R.K. Hall W. and V. 2021. For Internet's Data, Geopolitics and the Governance of Cyberspace, First ed. Oxford University Press. Org 1010939780 1975236 8100 10001. M. 2016. Managing Decentralized Cyber Governance, the Responsibility to Troubleshoot. Strategic Studies Quarterly, 10-4, 123-149. M&L 2015. Anatomy of an Inchoate Global Institution. International Theory, 7-3, 572-616. Org 101017S17529719150000081. M. and Sherman, J. 2024. Authoritarian Multilateralism in the Global Cyber Regime Complex, the Double Transformation of an International Diplomatic Practice. Contemporary Security Policy, 45-1, 110-140. Org 1010831235232602-0232269809. W.H. 1998. Global Public Policy, Governing Without Government.
The Brookings Institution. J.A. 2018. Internet Governance. In M. Reid. The Handbook of Studies. 311-319. D. 2017. The Case of Amazon and What It Means for ICANN. Council on Foreign Relations. Org blog Case Amazon and What It Means. D. 2012. Regionalism and the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. SSRN Electronic Journal. Org 1021392809-806. J. 2022. The Norm Development of Digital Sovereignty between China, Russia, the EU, and the US, from the late 1990s to the crisis 2020-21 as catalytic event. In D, R, and P. Enforcing Rights in a Changing World. 144. Hart Publishing. D. 2017. A BRICS Internet and the D of Media Studies. Law Review. 79-3-6570. Org 10391-7-HERM-0-790-065. Van M. and M. 2013. Where is the Governance in Internet Governance? New Media and Society, 15-5, 727-36. Org 1011771461444812462850. Essay 17, Constructing Transnational Governance from the Regional Level, the Role of Regional Institutions in the Areas of Health and Migration. Introduction. The aim of this essay is to discuss the characteristics and effects of regional governance initiatives that have allowed African and Latin American states to address pressing transnational issues in the fields of public health, epidemics, pandemics, and migration displacement crises. Africa and Latin America are two developing regions that share a long-standing tradition of regional cooperation and limitations in terms of state capacity. This makes the cross-regional comparison relevant for understanding the drivers and impact of regional governance in the Global South. By analyzing a set of initiatives in the two policy sectors, we illustrate how the regional level provides states and non-state actors with a crucial space for addressing complex transnational policy challenges. This is particularly true considering the stalemate that global governance institutions are experiencing due to growing great power competition. We show that regional governance is not an alternative to global governance, but a building block for formulating effective transnational governance solutions. In so doing, we contribute to the debate on the relationship between regional and global governance, i.e. The Regional Global Governance Nexus, 2018. Regions as platforms for constructing transnational governance solutions. One of the key features of contemporary world politics is the emergence of a multi-level governance architecture composed of global, regional, and national initiatives by varying levels of delegation and pooling, Acharya 2014, 2012. The growing complexity of transnational challenges has stimulated a rich literature on global governance that identifies relevant governance-making actors, e.g. states, international IOs, and non-governmental, and analyzes the main challenges to the legitimacy and effectiveness of global institutions, Acharya 2016, 2018. Literature has mostly focused on the global level, overlooking a crucial component of transnational governance initiatives, regionalism. Situated between the domestic and the global, world regions are strategic policy spaces for states to provide collective goods, manage interdependence, and respond to common threats, and 2016, and Goodman 2017. This is particularly the case with respect to transnational policy challenges that create significant externalities between neighboring states. Public health issues, above all transmissible diseases, are a typical example of a challenge endangering lives across national borders and creating high levels of interdependence among governments. Al. 2009-2018. Likewise, migratory movements, particularly those stemming from domestic and/or international crises, pose significant coordination challenges to states sharing a common geographical space. 2012. Al. 2019. Forced migration flows predominantly unfold within regions. 2022. UNHCR 2024, turning regional governance into the most appropriate tool for addressing challenges related to the handling of migrants, access to host countries, and the protection of migrants' rights. The growing fragmentation and in global governance institutions, Cooley and 2020, together with increasing contestation of the post-1945 world order by emerging powers. Al. 2024, Lake Al. 2021-2018 have further increased the relevance of regional governance. 2017. Regional institutions provide spaces for dealing with transnational problems that can neither be addressed individually by states nor tackled at the global level due to coordination problems and competition between global powers. And Van 2015 and 2022-2015. Regional institutions bring together states that share not only a common geographical space, but also a set of common principles and norms. In some regions, such as Africa and Latin America, states share a common history of colonialism and external exploitation and interference, which resulted in an approach to regionalism focused on consolidating national sovereignty and state capacities. Acharya and Johnston, 2007, 2004. For these reasons, regional institutions, regional ROs one in particular, provide the most adequate space for pursuing interstate coordination with the support of relevant non-state actors from within and outside the region. And Van, 2015. Additionally, ROs are not just platforms for states to formulate governance responses, they are also governance actors. Among key non-state actors that can drive transnational governance responses are technically oriented regional institutions, such as secretariats and issue-specific agencies. Johnson, 2014. Despite often lacking substantial decision-making authority, these actors can conduct transnational initiatives through indirect governance strategies based on persuasion, entrepreneurship, expertise, and of intermediaries. Al. 2015. Regional institutions' agencies grow in times of crisis when interdependence deepens, pushing states to seek the leadership of a third actor capable of facilitating interstate coordination and enlisting external actors endowed with strategic resources. 2020. In what follows, we discuss a set of regional governance initiatives in the fields of public health and migration that allowed African and Latin American states to respond to transnational policy challenges while consolidating functional linkages between regional and global governance. Regional governance of public health emergencies. Health issues have traditionally been a key driver of international cooperation. This is primarily due to the transnational nature of many health threats, which endanger lives across borders and create high levels of interdependence among governments. Al. 2009. Interdependence traditionally stimulated health cooperation across both the developed and the developing world, particularly in managing the spread of infectious diseases. The increasingly rapid flow of goods and people across borders has accelerated the spread of pathogens, creating health challenges that defy Westphalian sovereignty and make transnational cooperation imperative. In response to these changes, global health governance has shifted from being World Health, WHO-centric to a complex constellation including other IOs, NGOs, and private actors such as the Bill and Gates Foundation, 2018. Regional institutions have gained growing relevance in governing transnational health problems. The literature on regionalism explored the role of ROs as platforms for coordination among states, international and foreign donors in the public health sector,
and 2021, Al. 2015. States engage in health governance initiatives within ROs for various reasons, such as disease control, sharing best practices, pooling resources to produce medicines and medical devices, attracting external funds, and coordinating joint positions in multilateral fora. The effects of health governance vary greatly across regions, depending on states' capacities, the presence of regional leaders willing to sustain collective action, and the intensity of external actors' involvement. That said, since the 2010s, regional health institutions have emerged and consolidated across all world regions. This resulted from a sequence of epidemic outbreaks, N1H1, SARS, MERS, dengue, and Ebola, that accompanied the intensification of in the XXI century, threatening human safety and economic growth on an unprecedented global scale. In response to the growing intensity of international health emergencies, states created technical regional institutions with the support of external donors. Caribbean countries established the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, in the institutional setting of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. Central American states created the Executive Secretariat of the Central American Health Council, SCCOMISCA, within the Central American Integration System, SICA. South American states established the South American Institute for Health, ISAGS, within the Union of South American Nations, UNASUR. African states responded to the Ebola outbreak by creating the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, which was inserted into the institutional framework of the African Union, AU. The emergence of these technically oriented bodies has consolidated regional health governance in the two regions. These institutions have not only provided states with a platform for exchanging best practices, but also orchestrated state and non-state actors in support of initiatives aimed at fighting transmissible diseases and boosting member states' public health capacities, and 2021, NASH 2023. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic confirmed the relevance of regional institutions in the governance of transnational health challenges. COVID-19 posed a daunting challenge to global health governance, exposing its institutional limitations and vulnerability to power politics. Regional institutions filled the vacuum left by global institutions, leading the transnational response in Africa and Latin America. The expertise and entrepreneurship of Africa CDC, CARPHA, and CCOMISCA allowed them to steer the health response to the pandemic, extending their agency beyond what was established by formal mandates. Regional institutions orchestrated the governance of the pandemic through their capacity to enlist state and non-state actors endowed with issue-specific resources that member states needed to tackle the crisis. Al. 2021, NASH 2023. For example, CARPHA, SCCOMISCA, and the Africa CDC engaged actors from the Global Health Governance System, IG. The WHO, Pan American Health, UNICEF, GAVI donors, and international financial institutions to grant member states access to vaccines and medical equipment, and 2021. Thanks to their expertise-based legitimacy and networks, regional institutions connected African and Latin American states with global health actors, creating synergies and economies of scale, such as in the case of the African Medical Supplies Platform, that benefited particularly smaller countries. Additionally, regional institutions used their technical expertise to persuade member states to implement best practices in the fight against COVID-19, established at the global WHO level, 2021. In so doing, regional institutions acted as brokers and facilitated the convergence between regional and global, WHO-centered responses to the pandemic, consolidating the regional global governance nexus. It is worth noting that in those world regions, e.g., Southeast and East Asia, where technically oriented regional institutions were weak or absent, states implemented uncoordinated national responses based on bilateral agreements for vaccine and medical equipment procurement and distribution. The weakness made the interaction between the domestic and the global governance levels more difficult. Regional governance of migration. Migration is, by definition, a transnational policy issue. The existence of national borders turns mobile persons into transnational migrants, 1999.
Like public health issues, migration produces high interdependence among neighboring states, primarily because human beings tend to move to nearby places. 2022, UNHCR 2024. A state's decision to admit or reject a migrant affects the politics of another state. 2011. Therefore, when states make unilateral decisions on migration, they impose externalities on other states, increasing costs and reducing benefits for all the parties involved. 2011. This interdependence has created incentives to cooperate across world regions. However, global-level cooperation has remained limited and fragmentary. This is because international migration touches upon one of the most sensitive features of national sovereignty, the prerogative to decide who can enter and stay in a state's territory. 1999. Global migration governance is by fragmentation, lacking a unified legal regime and a single, focal global institution in charge of regulating states' response to human mobility. This has given states considerable autonomy to define their migration policies, resulting in a patchwork of national policies regulating different aspects of migration and targeting different migrant groups. The fragmented nature of global migration governance affects individuals' access to rights, creating categories of persons with differential access to mobility rights based on factors such as whether they are forced or voluntary migrants, students, highly qualified workers, or family members of non-nationals. The international asylum regime represents an exception to the traditional deficiencies of global migration governance. 2024. The international refugee regime was established in the 1951 Geneva Convention and the 1967 New York Protocol. This regime enshrined the non-refoulement principle, a fundamental tenet of international law, which prohibits states from returning individuals to a state where their lives or physical integrity are at risk. In so doing, the regime places responsibility on one state to safeguard the rights of persons who have left another state where their rights were not secured. 2024. The spread of faster and cheaper means of transport, coupled with growing economic, social, and political transnational exchanges, has expanded human mobility across borders. AL. 2019. The increasing number of armed conflicts worldwide has led to historically high numbers of displaced persons, most of whom reside in states of the Global South. UNHCR 2024. These factors have further intensified the transnational nature of policy challenges related to migration, the search for shared regional governance. AL. 2019. In the absence of a global migration regime, regional institutions have gained growing relevance in the governance of transnational migration flows. A key example is the emergence of regional frameworks for the free movement of persons. In 2018, the AU adopted the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, aimed at facilitating regional migration through the opening of legal paths for migration for all nationals of African countries. Once by 15 member states, the protocol will create a right to cross borders, a right of residence, and a right to perform economic activities for all citizens of African states. 2021. This complements multilateral border opening agreements adopted by subregional ROs, such as the East African Community and the Economic Community of Western African States, ECOWAS, 2019. In Latin America, created a regional residence regime for nationals of most South American countries too. The regime guarantees access to a wide set of rights, including the right to work, education, and family reunification, 2018, and 2025. Caribbean states have established a right to work for certain categories of migrants within the framework of CARICOM's single market, and 2022. Most world regions have also witnessed the establishment of regional consultative processes, RCPs, aimed at boosting the exchange of good practices and technical expertise for addressing challenges on migration, 2019. The effects of migration governance vary greatly across regions, depending on states' capacities, the presence of regional leaders willing to sustain collective action, and the influence of external actors. Despite this variation, regions have proved to be a functional platform to deal with displacement crises. Given Western immigrant-receiving states' reluctance to deepen international commitments on migration, Africa and Latin America have adopted regional frameworks to address displacement. These frameworks expanded the international definition of refugee and fostered the adoption of shared regional policy solutions to displacement crises that increased access to rights for displaced persons, particularly in crisis situations. The Intergovernmental Authority for Development, IGAD, an African RO, acted as the convening institution for the negotiation of the 2017 Nairobi Declaration on Durable Solutions for Somali Refugees and Reintegration of Returnees in Somalia. The declaration, the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, CRRF, a global operational guideline to address large-scale movements of refugees, adopted by 193 UN member states in 2016. The UN framework is focused on providing durable solutions for refugees' integration into local communities. IGAD's activation of the CRRF attracted international funding to address the displacement crisis (DIC) in 2019. Additionally, African regional institutions have played a crucial role in the social and political integration of refugees. For instance, IGAD supported the participation of Sudanese refugees in the peace process and peace-building efforts in South Sudan, while the African Union has successfully expanded education opportunities for refugees in several member states (DARE and 2019-2013. In so doing, African ROs have brought about the convergence of regional and global efforts in the area of forced migration, consolidating the regional global governance nexus and filling the functional gaps of global migration governance. In Latin America, most responses to the large-scale displacement of Venezuelan nationals have been unilateral and fragmentary, 2021. Despite lacking a regionally coordinated response, some South American countries used regional legislation to address the crisis. An outstanding case is Brazil, which registers the highest rate of Venezuelan nationals in South America, AL. 2022. Brazil achieved this by applying two regional norms, the Cartagena definition of refugee and the Residence Agreement, MRA, which enabled Brazilian authorities to grant the status of refugees to Venezuelan migrants irrespective of the reasons why they left their country, and 2023. Argentina and Uruguay have also used regional legislation, the MRA, in particular, to provide facilitated pathways to Venezuelan migrants, 2021. The unilateral activation of regional norms aimed at facilitating the of regional migrants allowed displaced Venezuelans to access crucial rights in the context of the largest displacement crisis in Latin American history. The cases of Africa and Latin America show that regional institutions provide a strategic space for formulating governance solutions to migration challenges. In the absence of a cohesive global migration regime, regional governance boosts states' capacity to manage displacement crises on the ground while creating opportunities to consolidate the nexus between national, regional, and global policy solutions. Conclusion. The growing competition between great powers has drastically reduced the effectiveness of the UN and other global governance institutions, turning regional institutions into crucial platforms for tackling complex transnational problems. Regions can fill governance gaps, both material knowledge and resources, and legitimacy, ownership, and representativeness, ones, particularly in crisis situations that generate heightened interdependence and political pressure at the domestic level. Our discussion of regional governance initiatives in the areas of public health and migration confirms that regional institutions provide states with crucial tools to manage crises. Additionally, our analysis indicates that regions are strategic spaces for adapting global policies to local needs and developing innovative solutions that can travel across regions, consolidating the regional global governance nexus, 2018. The main challenge ahead for regional governance in Africa and Latin America is ensuring necessary funding amid growing international tensions conflicts while avoiding excessive dependence on extra-regional actors. The lesson we can draw from health and migration governance in Africa and Latin America is that regional, technically oriented institutions, if well-funded and staffed, can be crucial drivers of interstate cooperation and key brokers of collaboration between the regional and global levels of governance. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made.
The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: KWP's Day and B. 2015. International as Orchestrators. Cambridge University Press. Org 101017 CBO 9781139979696 Acharya, A. 2014. The End of American World Order. Polity Press. Acharya A. Ed. 2016. Why Govern? Rethinking Demand and Progress in Global Governance. Cambridge University Press. Acharya A. and Johnston, A.I. 2007. Comparing Regional Institutions, an Introduction. In A. Acharya and A.I. Johnston. Crafting Cooperation. Regional International Institutions in Comparative Perspective. 130. Cambridge University Press. D. 2018. The National versus the Foreigner in South America. 200 Years of Migration and Citizenship Law. Cambridge University Press. D. 2019. The Expansion of Regional Free Movement Regimes. Towards a Borderless World. In SM and K. Caught in Between Borders, Citizens, Migrants, and Humans. 915. Wolf Legal Publishers. D&J 2022. Migration Policy Regimes in Latin America and the Caribbean. Immigration, Regional Free Movement, Refuge, and Nationality. Latina YL Caribe. Development Bank. Publications Org-E's Regimens de en America Latina, YL Caribe Regional. G&L 2025. The Ambivalent Relationship Between South America and the Liberal International Order. Regional Counterinstitutionalization in the Fields of Migration and Election Monitoring. Latin American Politics and Society. Org 101017 Lap 20251. GKA A K Marion S CZ IA Piper J F BCG TA and SY 2021. Forum COVID 19 and IR Scholarship. One Profession, Many Voices. International Studies Review 23-2, 302-345. Org 1010930004. G&K 2021. Exploring the Determinants of Regional Health Governance Modes in the Global South, a Comparative Analysis of Central and South America. Review of International Studies 47-4, 399-421. Org 101017 S02602105210000206. ABV and S 2015. What's in a Word? The Framing of Health at the Regional Level, ASEAN, EU. SADC and UNISUR. Global Social Policy 15-3, 229-260. Org 1011771468018115599816. RNB and JOS 2022. I know Brazil. 166693. A 2011. Global Migration Governance. Oxford University Press. Org 101093978019960045800197801996004588. TA and T 2016. Introduction, Framework of the Handbook and Conceptual Clarifications. In TA and T. The Oxford Handbook of Comparative Regionalism. 315. Oxford University Press. Org 101093978019968230000131. TA and Van V.
2015. Governance transfer by regional, patching together a global script. UK. Org 1010-5797-811373856642. L 2021. NN 2021. Alala, Carolina N122021. Carolina. Local NN 2021 Alala L and A 2023. Refugee recognition in Brazil under the domestic impact of international norms and standards. Third World Quarterly 44-3-118. Org 1010-800-143659720-222-153664. KW and N 2009. Making Sense of Global Health Governance, A Policy Perspective. Cooley A and D 2020. Exit from Hegemony, The Unraveling of the American Global Order. Oxford University Press. Dare O and AM 2019. Regional Solutions and the Global Compact on Refugees, The Experience from Africa. International Journal of Refugee Law 34, 704-706. Org 10109363. AE 2022. Mapping the Transnational World, How We Move and Communicate Across Borders and Why It Matters. Princeton University Press. Dick A and B 2019. Global but not regional. The Role of African Regional Migration Regimes in the International Governance Architecture Working Paper. European University Institute. Cadmus Handle 1814629929. Ace and Goodman, L.W. 2017. 21st Century Cooperation, Regional Public Goods, Global Governance and Sustainable Development. COM 21 Century Cooperation, Regional Public Goods, Global Governance, and Goodman P. Book 97803675959098. LDs F, E's and M 2019. Dissecting Global Air Traffic Data to Discern Different Types and Trends of Transnational Human Mobility. EPJ Data Science 81, Article 1. Org 101140 S136888019-0204X. A 2012. Regions and Regionalism. In M.R. and D.J. Oxford Handbook of the Politics of International Migration. 573-593. Oxford University Press. Org 1010-939-780-19533-722-80130023. Ace M. L. and L. 2019. The Dynamics of Regional Migration Governance. Edward. S. E. Krebs RRC and B. 2024. Contestation in a World of Liberal Orders. Global Studies Quarterly. Org 10109326. A. 2021. The African Union's Free Movement of Persons Protocol, Why Has It Faltered and How Can Its Objectives Be Achieved? South African Journal of International Affairs, 28-4, 497-517. Org 101080102046120212007788. Johnson T. 2014. Progeny, Why Governments Are Losing Control Over the Proliferating Structures of Global Governance. Oxford University Press. AM 2018. Regional Governance and Global Governance, Links and Explanations. Global Governance, A Review of Multilateralism and International, 24-1-6180. Org 1011631942672002-401005. M 2017. Regional Challenges to Global Governance. Global Policy 81-97-100. Org 10111117585899123992. Lake D.A. Martin L.L. and T. 2021. Challenges to the Liberal Order, Reflections on International. International 75-2, 225-257. Org 101017 S0020 818320000636. S 2019. Regional Migration Governance, Building Block of Global Initiatives. Journal of Ethnic and Migration Studies 45-8, 1275-1293. Org 101080136918 X20 S 2024. The International Refugee Regime and the Liberal International Order, Dialectics of Contestation. Global Studies Quarterly. Org 10109329. Nash K 2023. The African Union and Emerging Patterns of Global Health Governance. Global Studies Quarterly 33110. Org 10109348. F 2020. Revisited Integration Theory and Varieties of Outcomes in the Journal of European Integration 42-7, 897-916. Org 101080036337201916706558. SO 2021. Unity is Strength, 19 and Regionalism in Africa. The International Spectator 56-2, 5671. Org 101080039327292021191847 K 2021. Contra Law 19, Y. 61-2, 387-425. Org 102420-1V61I22834. P 2015. Regionalism, Activism, and Rights, New Opportunities for Health Diplomacy in South America. Review of International Studies 41-2, 407-428. Org 101017 S0260210514000028X. J&A. 2022. Handbook on Global Governance and Regionalism. Edward Publishing. M. 2013. Of African Unity and African Union Engagement with Refugee Protection, 1963-2011. African Journal of International and Comparative Law, 21-1, 5094. Org 10336620130052. F. 2004. Modes of Regional Governance in Africa, Neoliberalism, Sovereignty Boosting, and Shadow Networks. Global Governance 10-4, 419-436. F. 2015. Rethinking Regionalism. UNHCR. 2024. Global Trends Report 2023. UNHCR. Or Global Trends Report 2023. J. 2018. Global Health Governance in International Society. Oxford University Press. A's 1999. Matters of State, Theorizing Immigration Policy. In P. C. and J. Wind. The Handbook of International Migration, The American Experience. 7193. Sage. M. 2012. Global Governance as Multi-Level Governance. In D. Levi Aid. The Oxford Handbook of Governance. 730-744. Oxford University Press. M. 2018. A Theory of Global Governance, Authority, Legitimacy, and Contestation. Oxford University Press. ROs are formal institutions endowed with a permanent secretariat and/or headquarters, and composed of at least 3 states sharing a common geographical and/or political and cultural space. Venezuela is the only South American state that did not ratify the agreement. Consequently, most South American states do not apply it to Venezuelan nationals. C. 2021. The Convention Governing the Specific Aspects of Refugee Problems in Africa of 1969, the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, known as the Kampala Convention, and the Cartagena Declaration on Refugees of 1984 extended the 1951 definition of refugee to situations of external aggression, internal conflicts, serious disturbances of public order, generalized violence, and massive violation of human rights. Essay 18 overlaps observers and cooperation, new perspectives on. Introduction. Global governance in the early 21st century has become contested, complex, and fragmented. To capture this change, Acharya, 2017, propagates the idea of a multiplex world order, an order that is both multipolar and complex. Captures that multiple actors in various parts of the globe possess power, broadly defined as material and ideational. As emerging and regional powers advance on the global stage, they also vie for a more pluralistic, diverse global governance that does not necessarily align with ideas of established powers. At the same time, the transnational and nature of challenges that can no longer be addressed solely at the national level, with climate change and global pandemics being two examples, results in complexity. More so, an increasing number of actors and institutions occupy spaces to address these challenges, and the variety of solutions sometimes is at odds with each other, resulting in both institutional complexity and fragmentation. Established, emerging, and regional powers, as well as non-state actors, become ever more economically, culturally, and politically linked and interconnected. Thus, actors should no longer be treated as isolated because they are, in fact, interdependent. Regions and regional international, RIOs, form an essential feature of a multiplex world. Emerging and regional powers rely on their respective regions and RIOs as springboards in their quest for influence and promotion of principles and norms. Yet RIOs should not be miscounted as mere tools of powerful members and sites of power rivalry, but as actors in their own right with their own aims and agendas to which they have gained autonomy and authority. In other words, RIOs have acquired, albeit to different degrees. Moreover, the rise of regions and RIOs contributes to the densely landscape of global governance. At the same time, RIOs have to navigate complexity, interdependence, and fragmentation if they want to make a meaningful contribution. Hence, they have actively and passively, formally and informally, developed relations with other regional and global IOs, as well as states and non-state actors outside their respective regions. This phenomenon has been studied under the prism of i.e. the process of deepening political, economic, and societal interaction between international regions, 2006, p. 18. However, many empirical phenomena have not been captured in the research program. RIOs have developed a diverse toolkit to build relationships and to manage complexity, interdependence, and fragmentation. Therefore, we argue that phenomena as diverse as inter-cooperation agreements, observerships, but also new forms of multi-issue partnerships and external funding could enrich the debate on. With diverse forms in mind, it is likely that interactions and interconnectedness of regions diversify in a multiplex world. Such forms likely bring about many positive gains for a broad range of actors. Yet we caution against potential perils that may arise, from increasing levels of protectionism to dependency and vulnerabilities. As such, promises to be a building block for stabilizing the system of global governance and contributing to new multilateralism, but it may come with strings attached for regions, regional actors, and RIOs. In order to achieve a deeper understanding of contemporary, it is imperative to study such phenomena from a systematic comparative angle across different regions and diverse forms of state-of-the-art of the research program. The study of began in the 1990s. As RIOs built external relations beyond their regional reach, by initiatives led by the European Union (EU) and Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN), research sought to capture this new regional political activity at the intersection of regionalism, multilateralism, and regional foreign policy. Initially, the object of inquiry revolved around the relations between two RIOs. This has been termed pure or biregional. Yet RIOs do not stop at interactions with their counterparts. They also engage individual states or groups of states from another region, and sometimes also non-state actors. This has been referred to as Finally, hybrid regionalism denotes situations when a more or less coordinated group of states within a region interacts with a RIO or another such group from another region. Al. 2014, Al. 2006. Hence, conceptual innovations have become more sophisticated. On the downside of conceptual proliferation, the object of inquiry becomes less clearly delineated and cumulative empirical research is harder to establish. Similarly, a range of theoretical arguments has been put forward regarding the emergence, outcomes, and contributions of has been studied from the perspectives of foreign policy analysis, international relations theory, international political economy, norm diffusion, and critical theory. Clearly, these different approaches have their merits, and collectively, they provide for a holistic understanding of. Yet, even after more than 2 decades of this research program, here is still an urgent need to develop more persuasive and parsimonious theoretical approaches for the explanation of interregional relations. 2022, p. 274. Empirically, the research program has long suffered from an extensive focus on the EU and its foreign policy. What has been less featured under the prism of are interregional partnerships that do not include the EU. At best, literature overviews duly reported the existence of South-South cooperation and listed various partnerships and fora. This imbalance inspired 2016 to distinguish between EU-centered and South-South. Still, empirical work that does not include the EU or focuses on South-South interregional relations remains rare, and 2023. With regard to policy issues, most research focuses on security or trade. As an ever-increasing number of RIOs have built interregional relationships, the empirical basis is broader and somewhat across regions. It would thus be worthwhile to explore across other policy issues. A final addition beyond state-led formal regionalism, research has recently acknowledged non-state actors and informal regionalism as important dimensions of and 2024. New interactions across regions and RIOs. Although interactions across regions and RIOs have flourished, not all developments feature in the study of. To further the debate, we outline several developments of how regions and RIOs interact, overlaps, cooperation, observers, and newer forms of partnerships. The connectivity between regions and RIOs can best be underlined by the fact of increasing overlaps, i.e., situations when RIOs have member states in common and entail identical policy at the same time, and 2018. While such overlaps were rare in the wave of regionalism immediately following the end of World War II, they significantly increased after the end of the Cold War due to the scope expansion of RIOs, membership enlargement, as well as the inception of RIOs with broad mandates and membership bases. The presence of overlaps provides 2 important inroads for the study of. By the very nature of overlaps, RIOs are connected through shared member states. This connection allows for information to quickly travel between in an informal manner. Moreover, the bureaucracies of RIOs also gain in importance in situations of overlap. In their wish to policymaking and implementation, they develop ways to exchange information and coordinate. 2023. Such informal interregional relations are plentiful if we take anecdotal evidence seriously, yet there are few systematic empirical studies. On the downside, member states may selectively engage certain RIOs while leaving others aside, using strategies such as forum shopping, chessboard politics, or regime shifting, Alter and 2009. This may compromise the effectiveness and efficiency of individual and global governance writ large. To overcome potential negative externalities, coordination and cooperation may help the concerned to address potential challenges up front or even develop collective solutions. They do so through direct, inter-agreements which define the issue areas and instruments for cooperation. Increasingly, RIOs that overlap with each other have established such connections to manage complexity, and 2024. For instance, through the instrument of information sharing, states no longer have the option to play off one against another, as Clark 2022 has shown regarding the overlap of global and regional financing arrangements in emergency lending. Another dimension of interactions between regions is the involvement of out-of-region actors in the dealings of RIOs. For instance, in 2023, Ukraine and the Association of Caribbean States discussed a framework for the country to join the RIO as an observer, MFA Ukraine, 2023. The same year, Ghana applied and was granted observer status with the Pacific Alliance, African Business, 2023. Kenya became an observer to the of American States, OAS, in June 2024, the East African 2024. The League of Arab States holds observer status within the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia, Astana Times, 2022, as does the EU in the Pacific Community, EEAS, 2021. These are just some examples of interactions between regions through states and RIOs. If observers are to be as ambassadors or even connectors, their roles in regional fora need to be investigated more critically. From there, new reasons, ways for theorizing emerge. What are observers, and how do they end up in such a role? While member states can express their preference in a way through speech acts and resolutions, and most crucially, can vote, observers cannot take part in the formal voting procedure, 2018. Oftentimes, they also do not get to present their perspectives in a formal setting, 2016. Yet some RIOs encourage active participation and input by their observers. A case in point is the Council of Europe, COE. Its observer states, USA, Canada, Mexico, and Japan, substantially contributed to the debate on cyberspace regulations compliance within the COE interview, 2024-06-27. Interestingly, observers from its geographical sphere are prohibited by the regulations of the. This example demonstrates how the connector role can play out in a RIO. There are also other functions for observer states within the observer dimension. In the case of the OAS, the purpose is to establish and strengthen connectivity between regional and out-of-region actors, OAS 2021. More specifically, it provides a forum that, on the one hand, facilitates involvement of observer states in its various projects, such as the OAS electoral observer missions, and on the other hand, supports cooperation with the respective beneficiary OAS member states. However, these are only some of the factors that push and pull observer relations in the context of, while apart from the functional dimension, there are other considerations pertaining to notions of legitimation, and that require further investigation. Nevertheless, the literature has hardly engaged the phenomenon of observerships as a form of, although it clearly shows the relevance of RIOs for a broad range of state, non-state, and IO actors and underlines, yet another dimension of how RIOs have become increasingly interconnected and interdependent. In addition to these blind spots, it should be mentioned that formal RIO to RIO or RIO to state remain important. Today, RIOs and their out-of-region partners go beyond the traditional focus on security and trade policy issues and instruments for cooperation. A new era of interregional and relations can also be perceived through infrastructure investment and new modes of external funding that are connecting regions. The flourishing of new external investments, especially in physical infrastructure, seems to have the physical connections to the global south as a focus and is by intercontinental connectivity. Those initiatives should also be read as interregional investments, since physical connection allows for distances to vanish. While the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, focuses on trade routes infrastructure, the EU's Global Gateway distinguishes itself by substantial investments in digital infrastructure and the environment. 2023. In contrast, U.S. initiatives focus on traditional national or regional investments within its Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, the White House, 2024. Other interregional examples are the India, Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor or the Latin American Corridor, which attempts to reduce the Atlantic-Pacific divide. Furthermore, RIOs and regional projects are increasingly supported, financially and materially, by external actors through the provision of external funding, AL. 2023. External partners are both individual states, but also other regional and global IOs. In many instances, external contributions amount to the majority of recipients' budgets. They invest in personnel in RIO headquarters and also support policy programs and project implementation in areas as diverse as security, health, and environmental governance. Many RIOs in the Global South rely on these external contributions at the expense of homegrown initiatives and the buy-in from their member states, and 2019. Yet external funding clearly relates to. It is important because it enables RIOs to provide collective rules and goods. It also facilitates the flow of information and convergence of policy approaches between actors. The promise and perils of changes in the international system towards a multiplex world leave room for new interregional dynamics, which are perceived by affected actors and audiences both as opportunities and threats. The emergence of the Global South constitutes a considerable number of new scenarios that are often overlooked or not interpreted within the interregional framework, leaving their consequences unexplored. There are several scenarios that impact interregional dynamics, bringing specific implications for, whether it be South-South or North-South, strategic opportunities especially for actors from the Global South, dominance of emerging and regional powers, but also new means for established powers to exploit interregional relations to their own benefits. The increase in South-South cooperation underlines new interregional dynamics. Although it is not a new phenomenon, it has had meaningful regional repercussions, especially through the signing of interregional trade agreements, such as the ASEAN-RCEP or COMESA-CSADC tripartite. Moreover, have experienced a complete shift of priorities to focus on the signing of such agreements, 2015. Those can be seen as venues for alternative partnerships beyond established powers inside and outside the region, thus creating opportunities for reducing the impact of traditional. A survey conducted with the question, if ASEAN were forced to align itself with one of the two strategic rivals, which should it choose, has shown varying responses over time. In 2023, 38.9% of respondents China, while 61.1% the US. However, in 2024, the responses shifted to 50.5% favoring China and 49.5% the US, showing that new cooperation ties can significantly alter the perception of threats, ISEAS Institute 2024. Nevertheless, new interregional relations may create regional divides, disintegration, as well as new competitions and distrust at the same time. For instance, the rise of the Pacific Alliance caused a debate not only by the possibility of fracturing South America between the Atlantic and the Pacific, but also to have RIOs to choose between competition or cooperation, and Morales 2017. Seen as alternatives for the Global South, they might pose an optimistic scenario, but at the same time, they raise important concerns regarding competition over partnership and, in extreme cases, dispute. Some of these actions are perceived as new means of exploitation or soft imperialism, and 2005. Even when those partnerships are taken as positive by Global South actors because they can choose from a range of options, it also leads to concerns about how traditional react to competition, as possible reactions could include protectionism or the trend of mega-regional trade agreements, such as the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership and Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, might be a sign in this direction in an attempt for the Global North to lock in its traditional trade partners, especially on investment protection, reducing strategic vulnerabilities, 2017. Another change in these relations can be observed through the emergence of regional leaders, such as the BRICS, alluding to the role of focal points for interregional governance as the Global South is concerned, 2019. As self-proclaimed regional representatives, regional leaders often claim to be a bridge or platform for small states' demands to be heard, 2019, but in some cases they pose as regional voices when in fact they are voicing their own preferences and interests instead of those of the region, 2011. In other cases, they are even viewed as regional threats, 1998. By allegedly carrying the interests of the region, this legitimacy has often been used as an argument for new interregional relations, especially regarding trade agreements. That can lead to an increase in regional tensions once this expectation for opportunities is not met, as illustrated by the China versus China-Uruguay relations, Goodman, 2023. In other instances, the emergence of regional leaderships may also create new interregional dynamics through the interference with existing regional arrangements, as the case of the Myanmar-China partnership demonstrates, which could be potentially perceived as a threat to both ASEAN and its member states, 2012. Conclusions.
Regional IOs and form an important feature of a multiplex order. They exemplify the complex and interdependent nature of contemporary global governance. Equally underline the crucial role of world regions and their representatives. This development is likely to stay and to further progress, most evidently through the strengthening of South-South cooperation that will complement and complicate North-South relations. The forms of will further diversify, as we outlined regarding overlaps, cooperation, observerships, and new modes of interaction. Moreover, interregional relations relate to the potential pathologies of. On the one hand, depending on actor interests and strategies, overlaps and complexity may contribute to fragmentation and subversion. On the other hand, interregional relations may contribute to alleviating and to counteracting such potential negative effects, as RIO actors work together through information sharing, coordination, or more advanced forms of cooperation. And 2025. Why should these new developments be analyzed specifically within the framework of interregional relations and from a comparative angle? As the presented examples underline, is an intervening factor in regional constructions, with the potential to explain the disintegration of regions, regional tensions, and regional competition. On the one hand, a series of new dynamics were presented, often overlooked, and the lack of attention dedicated to these new dynamics can lead to research being stuck in a still image that does not capture contemporaneity. On the other hand, often lacks empirical application when compared to the theoretically rich framework it offers. This link allows and ensures the study of to remain relevant and reflective of current global trends, while providing additional nuances and insights into the emerging complexities of regional and interregional interactions. As such, will be an important cornerstone of the multiplex world. While promises gains for a variety of actors, it may equally put others in vulnerable positions and risks new forms of exploitation or soft imperialism for certain regions, regional actors, and RIOs. Thus, the potential benefits and equally important perils should be more closely observed. As promises to be a building block for global governance in a multiplex world and contributes to multilateralism, its academic study will also remain important. Hence, it is indispensable to further invest in the systematic empirical analysis of beyond its current dominant focus on security and trade issues through formal agreements with a Western EU bias, but rather to fully appreciate diverse interregional relations beyond the West and how they contribute to global governance. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2017. After Liberal Hegemony, the Advent of a Multiplex World Order. Ethics and International Affairs, 31-3, 271-285. African Business, 2023. Ghana to be granted observer status in Pacific Alliance. African Business 202309 Newsfeed Ghana to be granted observer status in Pacific Alliance. Alter KJ and S 2009. The Politics of International Regime Complexity. Perspectives on Politics, 7-1-1324. Astana Times, 2022. League of Arab States confirms participation in upcoming CICA summit in Astana. COM 202210 League of Arab States confirms participation in upcoming summit in Astana, F, T, and F. 2014. Intersecting Regions, Global Governance and the IU. Springer, J. and Morales, I. 2017. Post-hegemonic regionalism in the Americas, toward a Pacific-Atlantic divide. Clark R. 2022.
Bargain down or shop around. Outside options and IMF conditionality. The Journal of Politics, 84-3, 1791-1805. A. 2016. Explaining Non-Arctic States in the Arctic Council. Strategic Analysis, 43, 173-184. LI 2012. China-Myanmar Comprehensive Strategic Cooperative Partnership, a Regional Threat. Journal of Current Southeast Asian Affairs, 31-1, 53-72. DE 2023. Europe's Global Gateway, a New Instrument of Geopolitics. Politics and Governance, 11-4, 223-234. U&F. 2019. The Finances of Regional in the Global South, Follow the Money. European External Action Service. 2021. Pacific, EU becomes the first permanent observer to the Pacific Community. Europa Pacific becomes first permanent observer Pacific Community N. Goodman P. 2023. Uruguay saw opportunity in China. It got schooled in the hazards of trade. The New York Times. Com 2023-0714 Business Uruguay-China Trade. H.R.&J. 2006. And International Relations. J. 2023. AU-REC Relations, the Practices of Interregionalism between ECOWAS and the African Union. 33-1, 70-88. B&F 2005. Civilian Power or Soft Imperialism. The EU as a global actor and the role of. European Foreign Affairs Review, 10-4, 535-552. ISEAS Institute. 2024. The State of Southeast Asia 2024 Survey. Category Centers Studies Center State of Southeast Asia Survey, G. 1998. China Status Power or Regional Threat. Journal of East Asian Affairs, 12-2, 364-383. A's and F 2024. Broadening the Concept of Beyond State-Centrism and Eurocentrism. Third World Quarterly, 45-7, 1273-1290. A 2011. A Leader Without Followers. The Growing Divergence Between the Regional and Global Performance of Brazilian Foreign Policy. Latin American Politics and Society, 53-3, 124. F&T 2023. Maritime Regional Security Governance in the Atlantic, Antagonisms, Overlaps, and Cooperation. IDN-E 164-922. 2015. Ode du 60209 ATTZBPMA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. 2023. Held talks with Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. And News held talks Secretary General Association Caribbean States. S. 2019. The Emergence of BRICS, an Extension of to the Global South. In I, J, and G. Raked. Revisiting Regionalism and the Contemporary World Order, Perspectives from the BRICS and Beyond. 61-82. Barbara. Bay 2019. Regionalism as Resistance. South Africa's Utopia of Souths. In I, J, and G. Raked. Revisiting Regionalism and the Contemporary World Order, Perspectives from the BRICS and Beyond. 105-130. Barbara. Organization of American States. 2021. Working Together to Face the Challenges of COVID-19 in the Americas. Report to Permanent Observers 2022-021. Org Press Report Permanent 0202022021. D and S 2018. Exploring Overlapping Regionalism. Journal of International Relations and Development, 21-3, 635-662. D&S 2024. Cooperation between international, demand, supply, and restraint. Review of International 19.2, 269-305. D&S 2025. International and the Management of Regime Complexity, Disregard, Confrontation, Coordination, and Cooperation. Oxford University Press. A. 2016. Inter and T. Oxford Handbook of Comparative Regionalism. 606-18. Oxford University Press. T. Id. 2017. Megaregional Trade Agreements. Springer. R. 2006. In Theoretical Perspective, State of the Art. In H.R.s and J. and International Relations. 1730. J. 2022. Why and How Regions Interact. In J and A. Handbook on Global Governance and Regionalism. 263-278. Edward. T. 2018. Indian Experience in SCO from Observer Status to Full Membership. Himalayan and Central Asian Studies, 2212, 4558. SD and F 2023. Regional International in Africa as Recipients of Foreign Aid, Why Are Some More Attractive to Donors Than Others? Cooperation and Conflict, 58-4, 521-544. The East African. 2024. Kenya set to join of American states as observer. Co-T News East Africa, Kenya set to join of American states as observer 4650280. The White House. 2024. Fact sheet, Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment at the G7 Summit. Archives Briefing Room Statements releases 20240-613 Fact Sheet Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment at the G7 Summit 2. Essay 19, Interregional Fluidness of the Global South. Introduction. Multilateralism and the changing global dynamics have brought forth a new term for analysts and scholars, the Global South. In existence for many years, the term became popular primarily during the pandemic, when the Global North did not share vaccines equitably with the Global South, and during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, when the Global North demanded but was unable to receive an equally confrontational response from the Global South towards Russian aggression. Regular use of this term has built a significant scholarship on how state actors such as the United States of America, USA, France, China, and India interact with the region, and which country assumes a leadership position to speak for the Global South. The Indian government's outreach via its Voice of the Global South summits that began during its G20 presidency, 2023, China's consistent engagement with the G77, and the somewhat belated attempt by the USA to engage with the Global South by offering alternatives to Chinese developments, are all part of the process for states to prove that they can speak for and lead the Global South more than the other state. Many analysts question the significance of the term, claiming that the Global South stops states from having their agency and clubs them into a group that has no meaning, 2023. However, the term fights against existing hierarchies, Hogan and 2024, and provides a voice to states that previously were unable to put their perspectives on the table. As a loose entity, it gives a voice to state actors who may not be part of the bigger great game, but bring varied perspectives from those of the major powers. While the Global South states engage with all the significant actors, they also ensure a balance between different states, 2024. For instance, Bangladesh engages with India and China with equal ease, ensuring that it receives the best in terms of foreign aid and military equipment, respectively, from the two Asian giants. Similarly, Brazil engages with China as much as it engages with the United States of America. Thus, most Global South states are drawing from the evolving nature of power dynamics, 2024, while choosing to raise issues, such as South Africa taking up the problems of the Palestinians as a result of Israel's on-ground aggression. Specifically, regarding the Israel-Palestinian conflict, there has been uniformity of statements across different regions of the Global South and 2024.
However, these statements have not come in the form of a regional grouping such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, or the Group of Latin America and the Caribbean, GRULAC. They have come from state actors within these different regional groupings, united in their clamor against the narrative of the global North. These events raise the question, how are states making decisions? By pursuing strategies as the nation-state or as the region. Additionally, what does the Global South as a region imply for interregional dynamics? What role do multilateral institutions and groupings, such as BRICS and G20, play in the evolving dynamics of the Global South? This essay seeks to understand the role of regional and non-regional groupings within the Global South and how they impact multilateral engagement. It aims to further scholarship on the Global South and build a better understanding of the fluidness that comes with the region. Regional dynamics. Regions and regional power dynamics have been a constant area of research, especially in Western scholarship, 1999. Whether it be South Asia, Latin America, or Southeast Asia, scholars focus on the success or mishap of the region based on economic ties, conflict along the borders, and support for other states in the region at international forums such as the United Nations, UN. While some regions, such as Southeast Asia and Europe, successfully integrated in the form of ASEAN and the European Union, respectively, some regions, such as South Asia and Latin America, suffered from claims of regional hegemony. Regionalism provided a critical perspective to view and understand the evolving global dynamics. The question of Middle East peace processes, the nuclear standoff in South Asia, tensions in Northeast Asia, the development of Latin America, or the issue of ASEAN centrality, each region had a specific issue that defined its dynamics with the world. This is no longer valid. Smaller states such as Vietnam, Bangladesh, Algeria, and Morocco are moving beyond their regions and engaging proactively on global issues such as human rights and climate change. Middle power states such as Germany, Italy, Argentina, and Indonesia are also participating and putting their points across in multilateral forums. While the Global South as a region holds promise by offering flexibility in terms of its agency, it also comprises multiple regions with middle and small states, each keen to define how prime powers engage with the Global South. As the Global South actors unearth their role and their relationships with each other, global powers continue to vie for the region's leadership. The growing agency of the Global South is evident in the U.S.'s inability to convince states such as Brazil, Egypt, and Indonesia to isolate China the way these countries had isolated the Soviet Union during the Cold War, 2024. In such a scenario, it becomes difficult for states such as the U.S. to expect Brazil to support an anti-Russian campaign during the Russia-Ukraine conflict as a result of both states' affiliation to the Organization of American States, OAS, or for even Global South states such as India to count on the support of Bangladesh. Its friendly neighbor and co-member of regional groupings such as the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and Bay of Bengal Initiative for Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC. One of the success stories in regionalism studies has been ASEAN and the concept of ASEAN centrality that was held closely by the member states. The Southeast Asian states came together to form a regional grouping, kept their differences apart, and worked towards improving the region as a whole. The vision that each state should seek the benefits of development and progress together, rather than engage in infighting, held the regional grouping in good standing. For decades, the ASEAN states have not allowed for third-party intervention in their internal matters. However, external pressures seem to have reached ASEAN as well, 2023. For instance, they are unable to function effectively with Indonesia and Thailand, which have different perspectives on engagement with the junta in Myanmar. Regional dynamics in other regions have evolved in different directions too. While SAARC may have begun with some enthusiasm, South Asia is no longer a region, Jacob, 2024, that engages politically or economically. Similarly, the entry of the African Union, AU, into the G20 was a positive step, but engaging within Africa can be challenging, not just politically but also economically. Since regional dynamics are in constant flux, state actors are choosing to break free of regional groupings and are engaging in decisions that reflect their interests.
As a result, interregional relationships are superseding regional dynamics, and states are now engaging on issues across regions. Areas of concern that bind states from different regions, especially the Global South, are normative in nature and speak against the dominant narrative of the Global North while continuing to engage with them economically. The multiplex world order. A multiplex world is not defined by a single Acharya, 2017, but by codependency. This codependency results from economic engagement, regional and international institution building, and an intermingling of conflicts and identities. The advent of the multiplex world order has, in turn, provided the Global South states with a more substantial say in world matters. Smaller and medium-sized countries are using alternative multilateral forums to put forth their perspectives on a range of issues. Thus, codependency between states is growing, leading to more states claiming their space in the comedy of nations. However, there are limits to this codependency. For instance, the Indian External Affairs Minister made a famous quote when asked about the Russia-Ukraine crisis being a global crisis. He stated, "Europe's problems are not the world's problems." This statement gave a massive impetus to the Global South countries. It resonated with many countries that felt neglected by the major powers during their times of crisis. It received acceptance as a strong statement from the Global South towards the Global North. In response to the statement and expanding on the argument, an Indian Member of Parliament responded that while Europe's problems are not the world's problems, the world has suffered on account of Europe's problem in Ukraine, 2023. This statement is symptomatic of the current multiplex world. The Ukraine conflict may be to a specific region, but in an interconnected world, the impact of a conflict in Ukraine directly influences the sale and price of sunflower oil and forces the set trade routes from Russia to Africa to find alternatives. It is not only Russia, Ukraine, and Europe that suffer from the war, but global supply chains are disrupted and impact states that are not involved in the war as well. Resources are being diverted towards war efforts rather than towards addressing food insecurity in different regions of the Global South. Thus, the Global South may not be comfortable with it, but it cannot afford to be delinked from other regions. Global South in interregional groupings, G20 and BRICS. The most significant interregional grouping, the UN today, suffers from a number of internal and external discord due to multiple power centers focusing on different issues. Calls for a new UN and the ability to develop a new international on the lines of the UN exist, 2023. At the same time, states such as Russia, China, the United States, India, and Vietnam are sharing proposals for upholding the norms of the UN while modifying the structures of the UN. Whether it is the India-led new orientation for reformed multilateralism, the Vietnam-sponsored upholding the UN Charter, the China-initiated upholding multilateralism and the UN-centered international system, or the Russia-convened effective multilateralism through the defense of the principles of the UN Charter, UN 2024, they all offer some variations in the UN structures. However, these calls have not been backed by action from state actors or the UN. As a result, state actors started coming together in smaller multilateral groupings to discuss issues of concern. One such grouping began as a multilateral engagement between Brazil, Russia, India, and China (BRIC) in 2009 and later added South Africa to make BRICS. On January 1, 2024, BRICS admitted 4 new members: Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. Many other states, such as Pakistan and Argentina, have also requested consideration for membership in an informal manner. Most recently, Indonesia was admitted as a member of the BRICS Plus, taking the total number of members to 10. The request from other states in the Global South to join this grouping suggests that the platform serves the member states in an equal capacity and is willing to engage with voices and ideas that may be outside the mainstream. The Group of 20, or the G20, is a multilateral grouping comprising 9 countries, along with the European Union, from the Global North and 10 countries from the Global South. While BRICS has gone on to expand its membership base from various regions of the Global South, the G20 offers a different perspective, that of equal representation between the 2 regions of the Global North and South. Until the Indonesian G20 presidency, 2022, the G20 did not have much normative value. However, with the breakout of the Russia-Ukraine war during Indonesia's G20 presidency, the Global South states collectively resisted the pressures of the Global North countries to ensure that Russia was not removed from the G20, as the G8 had decided to remove the Russian Federation and become the G7, 2023. The subsequent presidencies of India, Brazil, and now South Africa have ensured a stronger presence of the Global South narrative, with issues such as women-led development, food insecurity and inequality, and solidarity and empathy being brought to the fore. As states find their voice in international forums such as the G20 and BRICS, sometimes united and often disunited, the power dynamics are shifting within interregional and regional relationships. The examples of BRICS and the G20 lay out the future of interregional ties and multilateralism within and with the Global South. State actors from different regions are keen to engage within the Global South as much as with global issues, irrespective of their regional affiliation. Global governance and the challenge of traditional multilateralism. Interregional, like the BRICS and G20, offer a new perspective on multilateralism. They operate without a permanent secretariat and discuss a range of issues from health to education, from energy to the economy. The rotating chair gives every state a chance to set the narrative and is not bound by the permanency of rules, but rather by a terms of reference that has been set collectively, along with some guidelines for engagement. The BRICS and G20 could come across as unstructured in their approach, especially to those in the Global North. But it is the unstructured nature of these multilateral forums that appeals to state actors. In a multiplex world is key, and that is found in forums such as BRICS and G20. Additionally, structured approaches such as the UN are struggling, as they have been overburdened by legal terms and rules of procedure. The regional and interregional developments suggest a new turn for global governance. Regions in the traditional sense may not be the building blocks of the global geopolitical system. State actors find more agency under the regional grouping of the Global South, as the multiplex world demands more flexibility in engagement between them. The Global South and Global North, as regions, can provide the impetus to a multilateral order where states engage with each other. Multilateralism, at least in its traditional form, has not been able to deliver global governance. If state actors are able to find a pathway that is multilateral but not regional or global, a pathway where state agency is not under threat, and there is an overarching cover of a grouping like the Global South, there may be some merit in understanding if this is the way ahead for global governance. Conclusion. Multiple definitions exist for the Global South, 2023. Some analysts refer to the region's location as a primary defining factor. In contrast, others point to the shifting definitions of a group of states that were post-colonial, developing, and essentially part of the eastern segment in the East-West divide. Thus, while Australia may not be part of the Global South, even though it is regionally in the South, Central Asian states may be considered the Global South regardless of their location. However, the primary binding factor for the Global South is the ability of states to come together or to unilaterally bring perspectives that challenge the set narrative of the Global North states. It is in forums such as the G20 that the tussle between the Global North and Global South is evident. Whether it is about data protection, climate financing, pandemic preparedness, or multilateral banks, the G20 as a multilateral forum provides space for the multiplex world to engage with each other. On the other hand, middle and small powers can unite strategically in groupings such as the BRICS and collectively make decisions that benefit the Global South. Regions have been an accessible lens for studying countries outside the Western hegemonic world. However, at a time when states can put their perspectives across in international and multilateral forums, regional hegemony is under serious question. The structure of the nation-state is seemingly taking precedence over the regional identity in world affairs. At the same time, as a region, the Global South is providing space for state actors to be part of a larger collective while keeping their nation-state identity alive. The Global South has successfully brought together middle and small powers at a time when states within a specific region cannot meet on common ground. Interregional support for common causes and engagement becomes more efficient under the aegis of the Global South, whether it be in multilateral forums like the BRICS and G20 or at the United Nations. The fluidness of the Global South is reflected in its multilateral institutions as well, and this flexibility will define interregional, regional, as well as international engagement between states. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2017. After Liberal Hegemony, the Advent of a Multiplex World Order. Ethics and International Affairs, 31-3, 271-285. Org 101017S0, 89267941700020X. A. 2023. U.S. foreign policy must consider the Global South. Foreign Policy. Com 2023030 US Global South Diplomacy Multilateralism, M. 2023. The Global South, a problematic term. International Quarterly. Quarterly Com and Global South problematic term. Hogan E. and S. 2024. A closer look at the Global South. Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. T.org Research 202405 Global South Colonialism Imperialism N. Jacob H. 2024. The End of South Asia, a Region in Name Only. Foreign Affairs. Com South Asia End South Asia. J. 2023. Internal Discord, the Greatest Threat to Southeast Asian Unity. East Asian Forum. Org 20230-628 Internal Discord, the Greatest Threat to Southeast Asian Unity, K. 2024. Measuring the Power of the Global South. House. Org Publications, The World Today 202402, Measuring Power Global South. CR 2023. Is there such a thing as a Global South? Foreign Policy. South Definition Meaning Countries Development, VL 1999. Regionalism, Area Studies, and the Accidents of Agency. The American Historical Review, 104-4, 12081220. Org 10230-726-49568. K. 2023. The G20 as a Multilateral Force. CBRI. Org 133, the G20 as a Multilateral Force. K. 2024. The Voice of the Global South. Institute for Security and Development Policy. The Voice of the Global South, E and Y 2024. Whatever happens now, South-South solidarity with has already exposed the West. Overseas Development Institute. Organ Insights. Whatever happens now, solidarity with has already exposed the West. S. 2023. Dr. Responses on the Ukraine War in the Dialogue Discussion on Europe Video. YouTube. Watch VG90BQ. UN. 2024. Multilateral Cooperation in the Interest of a More Just, Democratic, and Sustainable World Order. UN Security Council Report. Org Monthly Forecast 202407 Multilateral Cooperation in the Interest of a More Just, Democratic, and Sustainable World Order. Essays on Global Regionalism II, Acharya. Essay 1, Introduction to Essays on Global Regionalism. II, Will Regions Save the World? A Brief History of an Idea. The Literature, Both Academic and Policy,
on regionalism is vast and growing. Indeed, scholarly writings on regionalism, which first emerged in the 1950s if not earlier, are perhaps one of the most extensive and developed of IR. Moreover, the field has important conceptual shifts, CIG. And 2013, while the early literature was heavily Eurocentric, in the sense that its theories, often collectively known as regional integration theories, drew mainly upon Western European and transatlantic interactions, the field has slowly but discernibly broadened with the addition of newer frameworks that are variously as new regionalism and comparative regionalism. Yet, as this two-volume publication shows, important gaps still remain in how we study regionalism broadly defined, what constitutes a region, regional interdependence, institutions, and identities, among others. The literature on regionalism is yet to capture fully the range of phenomena that occur within and between regions on a global scale, especially in light of a fast-changing world order. This project, which develops the concept of global regionalism, hopes to make a contribution to advancing the literature on regionalism and addressing this gap. The project of global regionalism responds to a major and persistent contradiction in the study of regionalism, which is that while the practice of regionalism has been global from its inception, the theoretical literature on regionalism has until now been rather parochial or EU-centric. This disjuncture between theory and reality needs elaboration. Admittedly, some of the early ideas and institutions of regionalism were developed in Europe, a prominent example being the Concert of Europe after 1814-15, or when looking ideationally, early ideas of unified Christendom. Even the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 was and remained essentially a regional arrangement, before it went global as a result of from European imperial rule, first in Latin America and then in the rest of the world from the mid-20th century. Equally impressive, however, are the different types of regionalism that emerged outside Europe, in the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial worlds. Pre-colonial often engaged in regional interactions and influence, as well as facto-regionalism, in the form of imperiums or otherwise. In colonial times, regional administrative structures were often imposed by imperial powers. In post-colonial times, ideas and movements emerged that sought to transcend these artificial boundaries and unite people based on shared cultural, linguistic, and historical ties, such as Pan-Americanism 1, Pan-Africanism 2, Pan-Arabism 3, Pan-Slavism 4, Pan-Asianism, and Van 1990, and more recently, Pan-Turkism. These ideological movements would later underpin the creation of formal institutions, including the Pan-American Union established in 1890, the of American States, OAS, in 1948 at the 9th International Conference of American States in, the League of Arab States in 1945, the Asian Relations Conferences of 1947 and 1949, the of African Unity in 1963, which became African Union in 2000. The Pan-Slavic Congress originally convened in 1848 and precursor to the International Slavic Council in 1955, and the Young Turks movement in 1889 and the Committee of Union and Progress, both can be seen as the intellectual foundations, the of Turkic states established in 2009. In South America, the establishment of subregional arrangements, including customs unions, was already actively discussed in the late 19th and early 20th century. By comparison, the European coal and steel community, generally regarded as the precursor to the European Union, was not established until 1951. The timeline highlights an important point. While the Western European regional institutions have often been viewed in the literature as more advanced or effective, by abundant resources and greater, they do not represent the sole model or origin of regionalism as a phenomenon in world politics. Despite this historical precedence, as it is well established and acknowledged now, the of regionalism covering key issues such as how to define it, how it emerges and evolves, what constitutes its end products, and what determines effectiveness and failure, has been overwhelmingly shaped by developments in Western Europe and the North Transatlantic areas. This was in the regional integration theories that held sway from the late 1950s to mid-1970s period, with the publication of Political Community in the North Atlantic Area, a joint work of and his associates published in 1957, and Ernst B's single-authored volume, The Uniting of Europe, Political, Social, and Economic Forces, 1951-957, published a year later. These two became the foundations of what would come to be known as the and functionalist approaches, two of the most influential theories of regional integration,
and in opposition to the federalist idea of European unity. Much has been written on regional integration theories, so repetition is unwarranted here. Having said that, while functionalism aspired to generate a more general theory, and some scholars did attempt to study regionalism beyond Western Europe, such work remained sparse and failed to gain the same scholarly attention or legitimacy bestowed on Western-centric studies. Moreover, these limited efforts typically focused on explaining the perceived limitations and failures of global forms of regionalism by applying criteria and analytical frameworks derived from Western European and North Atlantic experiences. Partial exceptions existed, for example, Joseph S. Peace in Parts, Integration and Conflict in Regional, published in 1971. Significantly, rather than applying functionalism, or the two dominant strands of regional integration theory, to study non-European regional, developed his own approach, regionalist doctrines of peace. This framework drew on broader ideas and approaches to regional cooperation that had emerged earlier, especially during the debate over regionalism versus universalism during and after the drafting of the UN Charter in 1945. In this debate, regionalism was viewed by advocates as an essential foundation or stepping stone of the UN's global mandate in peace, a view opposed by those who preferred a single universal system of collective security. The dominance of European regional integration theories was challenged by the literature on new regionalism in the late 1990s and early 2000s, but it did not completely disappear, and 2000, and Shaw 2003. On the contrary, bolstered by the growing financial resources and institutional capacity of the European Community, established in 1993, and its successor, the European Union, established in 2009, the study of new regionalism has remained dominated by scholars and institutions of Western nations, particularly EU member states, despite the global rise in regionalism scholarship. A notable development of the 2000s and 2010s period was the emergence of comparative regionalism, which self-consciously acknowledged and attempted to redress the EU-centrism of the field, but this has remained a work in progress. 2003, 2010, Acharya and Johnston, 2007, Al. 2010s, 2011, and 2013 B. Campbell, 2021. It is a dynamic field, though, and it has been argued that over the last decade, three silent transformations of the field have been taking place. A conceptual transformation, whereby unpacking or disaggregating regionalism has allowed for new, relevant, and more diverse comparisons. A theoretical transformation, whereby more general social science theories have gained importance. And a transformation, whereby new datasets have become available and more rigorous empirical methods have been used. And 2025. These authors interpret this combination of three transformations as a mainstreaming of comparative regionalism. At the same time, and 2025, are conscious that there is still a way to go for comparative regionalism on the path to becoming global regionalism, and that the mainstreaming of comparative regionalism, as they perceive it, comes at a price. Despite committing to studying the ideas and structures of regional interactions worldwide, beyond EU-centric theoretical frameworks, and acknowledging silent transformations, comparative regionalism indeed continues to face constraints and tendencies toward Western theoretical templates. Al. 2010, Campbell, 2021, even if EU-centrism might come in less overt forms, and 2025. 1415. The scope and case selections in comparative regionalism, as with new regionalism, approaches remain uneven. They tend to be weighted in of studies that compare European institutions with non-European ones, for example, the AU and the African Union, or the AU and ASEAN, with fewer works that compare institutions outside of Europe, for instance, between the Middle East and Asia, or Asian and African institutions. While rightfully rejecting the EU as a model for other regionalisms, comparative regionalism approaches often tend to focus more on differences than on similarities among regional groups, whether between the EU and those in other parts of the world or between non-West European institutions. Moreover, some regions have received less attention, such as the Pacific Islands, the Global East, and Central Asia. Also neglected in the available corpus of comparative regionalism studies are some distinctive forms of cross-border interactions that operate outside the scope of formal institutions. The wider, formal, and intergovernmental institutions still receive greater attention. These facto-ontological biases may reflect the facto-sociological characteristics of the research field, and 2025 P15 in turn reflecting unequal access to academic resources. In addition, the mainstreaming of comparative regionalism, if it is happening, carries the risk that a price is also paid in terms of conceptual and theoretical pluralism, and 2025 p15. Last but not least, there is a need for comparative regionalism to fully engage with the question of how the varieties of regionalism across the world shape the world order, especially at a time when the established world order, the liberal international order, is rapidly unraveling. Features of global regionalism. It is against this backdrop that the present volumes on global regionalism assume significance. Global regionalism is defined as a phenomenon encompassing multiple, simultaneous, and interconnected processes by which communities themselves into regional arrangements that operate beyond individual nation-states but below the global level. Global regionalism transcends physical boundaries and encompasses a wide range of regional projects, organizing principles, and developmental paths that have emerged across various periods, cultural contexts, and geographical regions throughout history. Global regionalism is not an attempt to erase earlier approaches to regionalism, but to draw upon them while challenging them to be less Eurocentric and develop frameworks that reflect the varieties of regionalisms around the world, while finding commonalities and differences to their goals and contribute, in a normative sense, to global stability and well-being. New regionalism, comparative regionalism, global regionalism should be seen as a continuum. In this respect, global regionalism is consistent with the idea of global IR Acharya and 2007, Acharya 2014, which strives to make IR a more pluralistic, inclusive field by challenging Western and Eurocentrism, while not denying space to pre-existing IR theories such as postcolonialism or realism, as long as they embrace a commitment to studying IR in all its diversity and richness. In a sense, global regionalism is an attempt to bridge the aforementioned disjuncture between the global reality or roots of regionalism and its narrow West European North Atlantic theoretical foundations. Building on this foundation, it is necessary to highlight three key features of global regionalism. First, global regionalism, which builds on the new regionalism and comparative regionalism research programs and is inspired by the emerging perspective of global international relations, global IR, holds that regions and their institutions are constructed through economic, political, and cultural interactions rather than being based purely on geographic, ethnic, or linguistic commonalities. Global regionalism is not a static idea, but a dynamic one. It accepts that the definition of what constitutes a region may vary, depending on changing material linkages and ideational movements among regions. While this perspective is well established in recent regionalism scholarship, it bears emphasizing here as it represents a central assumption of the global regionalism project. Second, mindful that there has been a fair amount of discussion, some of it rather repetitive, on what is global in IR or history, among other fields, global regionalism does not see the world itself as a seamless whole akin to the idea of a global village, but one that respects the diversity and autonomy of its constituents. Global regionalism does not take global for granted as a fixed geographic or cultural term, but as something that is socially constructed. The purpose of global regionalism is to reconcile regional autonomy with global interdependence. The units or constituent regions of global regionalism are neither wholly autonomous nor self-reliant, nor are their cultural, economic, and political boundaries erased beyond recognition. Rather, global regionalism seeks to investigate how these boundaries are formed, managed, and blurred, if not eliminated. Third, global regionalism that the categories West and non-West are terms of convenience, rather than fixed categories. Outside forces influence regionalism anywhere in the world, and there are a number of supposedly regional institutions in the non-Western world, such as ASEAN, that accept and welcome Western nations as significant partners, if not full-fledged members. Hence, just as global IR rejected West and non-West from the very outset, Acharya, 2014, notwithstanding recent debates over a possible essentialism trap, and 2023, Al. 2025. 6-7, global regionalism seeks to subvert this divide, while not forgetting the distinctive cultural or colonial identities of many nations and regionalisms around the world. Neither does global regionalism accept any innate, fixed, or unchanging qualities in regionalist ideas and interactions. In short, global regionalism refers to the study of the interactions within and among regions,
driven by material, economic, strategic, and ideational, political, ideological, and cultural linkages within and between them, with a view to reconciling regional autonomy with global interconnectedness. A toolkit for advancing global regionalism research. Hopefully, this discussion will revive research proposals already made by scholars and push the global regionalism agenda beyond this volume, and 2017, Campbell 2021, and 2022, and 2025. Global regionalism offers a comprehensive and necessarily eclectic analytical framework that the inherent plurality of regional arrangements worldwide. This approach acknowledges that numerous forms of regionalism operate simultaneously across different contexts, each emerging from distinct origins, purposes, and logics, and has historically done so. Rather than treating regionalism as variations of a single phenomenon, these volumes position all regional projects, from the concert of Europe to Pan-Africanism to arrangements like ASEAN, as equally valid expressions of human. The framework challenges hierarchical approaches that rank regionalisms by institutional sophistication or economic integration levels, while at the same time recognizing that some instances of regionalism have a greater impact on the lives of citizens than others, and that typologies can serve specific analytical purposes. Pan-Arabism, Pan-Slavism, and Pan-Turkism's emphasis on cultural unity represents a different regional logic than the EU's supranational institutions, not a less advanced one. Similarly, the concept of autonomy, as one of the deepest and most meaningful aspects of self-determination, and its role in building regional integration and a legal approach to multilateralism in Latin America reflects dissatisfaction with the status and a search for opportunities to reshape existing rules and reduce external pressures, and 2020, rather than representing a less committed version of regionalism or regional thought. This non-hierarchical perspective enables researchers to analyze diverse regional projects on their own terms rather than against a single normative standard. Historical analysis within these volumes emphasizes simultaneity over linear progression. While European regional ideas have deep roots, non-European projects like Pan-Americanism, Pan-Africanism, the Association of Southeast Asia, ASA, and the Arab League, among others, emerged independently, reflecting distinct regional needs rather than responses to European models. This temporal reframing reveals parallel developments that traditional approaches often obscure. The relational dimension of actors acknowledges that regional projects coexist in a dynamic relationship with one another, by competition, complementarity, and overlap. Chin, 2016. States participate in multiple regional arrangements simultaneously, while regional projects influence each other across geographical boundaries through learning, adaptation, and strategic interaction. This comparative and pluralist lens reveals how regional diversity and interconnectedness together constitute the global phenomenon of regionalism. Global regionalism, therefore, also speaks to existing concepts such as overlapping regionalisms, policy diffusion, and global regionalism, like new regionalism, focuses on ongoing rather than fixed institutional outcomes. These volumes propose the study of formal, alongside informal, identity formation and evolving governance practices. Regions are continually created and remade through social, economic, political, and cultural interactions, necessitating dynamic rather than static analytical approaches. Functional diversity acknowledges that different regionalisms serve varied primary purposes, including economic integration, cultural preservation, security cooperation, and anti-imperial solidarity. This plurality reflects the diverse contexts and needs that generate regional projects, requiring analytical flexibility rather than uniform theoretical frameworks. Epistemologically, global regionalism also draws on post-colonial and decolonial theories to that different regions know themselves through distinct concepts of space, community, and belonging. European territorial sovereignty coexists with Pan-Africanism, Islamic, or indigenous. Post-colonial scholarship in the 1970s by scholars from formerly states, said 1978, 1988, examined the interactions between European nations and peoples, addressing the material and socioeconomic factors that shape these relationships. Decolonial scholarship extends this analysis by challenging Western-centric and in academic research, 1976, 1987, 2000.
Critical approaches, including critical race theory, third world approaches to international law, and feminist theory, investigate how power and gendered relations are perpetuated within global structures. Al. 1996, 2022, Al. 2023. These theoretical frameworks are essential to global regionalism because they reveal how colonial legacies, power imbalances, race, and gender continue to shape regional dynamics. They enable researchers to understand regional projects through locally grounded conceptual frameworks, rather than imposing external analytical models. For instance, these critical approaches illuminate how different regions have responded to crises in Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, among others. Moreover, they uncover how indigenous knowledge systems and non-Western forms of alternative regional arrangements challenge and transform conventional state-centric models of cooperation. These volumes present global regionalism as a comprehensive study of processes and regionalism in all its forms, plural, dynamic, and foundational, to understanding contemporary international relations beyond state-centric paradigms. It provides researchers with analytical tools to advance comparative regionalism while avoiding Western and Eurocentric assumptions and embracing the full diversity of regional experiences worldwide. Structure of this volume. This volume complements Volume I on the past, present, and future of regionalism studies. Volume II is centered around the question, will regions save the world? And assumes particular importance in view of the rapidly unfolding crisis and decline of the hitherto West and US-dominated world order. While some scholars and pundits refer to the emerging world order as a multipolar order, the kind of regionalism multipolarity might permit remains contested. One plausible outcome of multipolarity is a world divided into spheres of influence, which might be construed as a form of hegemonic regionalism. This is not a new idea, but rather, it harks back to European and colonial spheres of influence created and dominated by a handful of great powers. Under multipolarity, the place and agency of weaker and smaller states are thoroughly. The of the world order into US, Chinese, and EU-dominated areas is widely discussed and debated today. An alternative idea of world order is a decentered one, which has been variously as polycentric, multi-ordered, multiplex, or yet polycentric or multi-ordered, while both stressing a pluralistic framework, also remind us of a world of relatively autonomous regional centers, without conveying how these centers relate to each other. Are these centers or orders autarkic or interdependent? Who are the actors? The idea of multiplex leaves no doubt that they remain interactive and interdependent, despite an erosion of economic interdependence. A multiplex world is a world without a single or a handful of dominant powers, which is culturally and politically diverse but economically and functionally interdependent, where the makers and breakers of peace and well-being are not just great powers or states, but also non-state actors, corporations, social movements, and extremist groups, etc. Interacting at global, regional, and local levels, Acharya, 2014b. Whereas a world order stresses the coexistence of multiple worldviews, systems of knowledge, and ways of living, as well as the connectedness of these views. The essays in this volume have much to say about what a future world order might look like, whether it is closer to a multipolar, polycentric, multi-ordered, or multiplex, and they can provide clues to the question of whether regionalism in different forms can be a further force. The volume is into 3 parts. Part I takes a global perspective and looks at how regions should relate to the multilateral level and what the global governance potential is of regional. Part II focuses on the future of how should regions and their expressions, regional, coalitions, or more informal arrangements, interact effectively. Finally, Part III explores the future role of regions and regional, in specific regions worldwide, and examines the need for regional cooperation, in different forms, to face the governance challenges that need to be addressed for humanity and the planet. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2014 A. Global International Relations, IR and Regional Worlds, A New Agenda for International Studies. International Studies Quarterly, 58-4, 647-659. Org 10-111112-171. Acharya A. 2014 B. The End of American World Order. Polity Press. Acharya A. and B. 2007. Why is there no non-Western international relations theory? International Relations of the Asia-Pacific, 7-3, 287-312. Acharya A. and Johnston, A.I. 2007. Crafting Cooperation, Regional International Institutions in Comparative Perspective. Cambridge University Press. Org 101017 CBO 9780 51149146. S. 1976. Unequal Development, an essay on the social formations of peripheral capitalism, First ed. The Harvester Press. M. and A. 2023. Global International Relations and the Essentialism Trap. International Theory, 15-3, 428-444. DL and AB, 2017. Worlding, Ontological Politics, and the Possibility of a Decolonial IR. Millennium Journal of International Studies, 45-3, 293-311. Org 10-11773030, 5829-817702-446. K. N. Peller G. and Thomas K. 1996. Critical Race Theory, the Key Writings that Formed the Movement. The New Press. P. 2011. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly in Comparative Regionalism. Journal of Common Market Studies, 49-3, 675-681. Org 10-1111J1468596520-1002-151X. P. and F. 2013. Reading the Intellectual History of Regionalism. In P. and F. Regionalism. 1. Sage Publications. P. and F. 2013. Regionalism. 4. Comparative Regionalism. Sage Publications. P. F. Van L. and F. 2010. The Problem of Comparison in Comparative Regionalism. Review of International Studies, 36-3, 731-753. Org 10-1017 S0260210510000707. M and D 2020. Global Governance, Peripheral Thoughts from Latin America. Journal of the Humanities and Social Sciences, 13, 2944. Org 10-1007 S40647019002635. KWSA RA Li M. M. R. E. F. L. and Van R. W. 1957. Political Community and the North Atlantic Area, International in the Light of Historical Experience. Princeton University Press. CA 1987. Pre-Colonial Black Africa, a comparative study of the political and social systems of Europe and Black Africa from antiquity to the formation of modern states. Lawrence Hill Books. YSPM and Shahai D. 2025. How Not to Advance Global IR, a Rejoinder. International Theory. Org 10-1017 S1752971925100043. Campbell B. Ides. 2021. Regionalism and International Relations. Bristol University Press. J.T. 2022. The Agenda of Third World Approaches to International Law, TWAIL. In J. L. and M. A. Pollock. International Legal Theory, Foundations and Frontiers. 153-173. Cambridge University Press. Org 1010-1797-8110-855-187-8007. IB 1958. The Uniting of Europe, Political, Social, and Economic Forces, 1951-957. University of Dame Press. B and F 2000. Theorizing the Rise of New Political Economy, 5-3, 457-472. Org 1010807136877778. LC and T 2022. Global Theories of Regionalism. In J and A. Handbook on Global Governance and Regionalism. 3651. Edward Publishing. F. Lloyd. 2003. Comparative Regional Integration, Theoretical Perspectives. F. Lloyd. 2010. Comparative Regional Integration, Europe and Beyond. T and F 2025. Comparative Regionalism Beyond Europe versus the Rest. Review of International Studies. Org 1010-170-260-210-525000038. J.S. 1971. Peace in Parts, Integration and Conflict in Regional. Little, Brown and Company. J. and Van H. 1990. Political Geography of Geographical Review 81-120. Chin Y. 2016. A Relational Theory of World Politics. International Studies Review 18-1, 3347. Org 1010-93031. A. 2000. Of Power, Eurocentrism, and Latin America. Views from the South 1-3, 533-580. Said E.W. 1978. Orientalism. Pantheon Books. M.L.A. True J. and J. 2023. Handbook of Feminist Governance. Edward Publishing. F. and Shaw T.M. 2003. Theories of New Regionalism. G.C. 1988. Can the Subaltern Speak? In C. Nelson and L. Marxism and the Interpretation of Culture. 271-313. Even before Pan-Americanism, which emerged in the late 19th century, there were movements promoting regional thought and identity in Latin America and the Caribbean as early as the early 19th century, such as or the idea of a patria, great homeland, which played important roles in the independence struggles and processes. The Pan-African movement emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a response to slavery, colonialism, and racial oppression. Thinkers like Edward and W.E.B. articulated visions of African unity and self-determination that would later inspire post-independence leaders. Pan-Arabism is a nationalist ideology advocating for the unity of all Arab peoples in a single political entity. Emerging in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a response to Ottoman rule and European colonialism, Pan-Arabism sought to unite Arabs based on shared language, culture, and history as a foundation for self-determination and independence. Pan is a 19th century political and cultural movement that advocates for the unity of all Slavic peoples, based on shared linguistic, cultural, and historical ties. Emerging as a response to German and Ottoman domination, Pan sought to unite diverse Slavic groups, including Russians, Poles, Czechs, Serbs, and others, through cultural cooperation or political federation. Essay 20, Science and Technology in Interregional Association Strategies, the Construction of Geopolitical Circles of Trust in the New Multipolarity. Introduction. The current international order is facing the redesign of a new systemic logic, by the profound transformation of the principles governing the multilateral Western order and liberal. As a result, we are experiencing a transitional stage or interregnum where the characteristics of the new global order will be defined. In particular, we believe there is evidence to suggest that we are moving towards the consolidation of a multipolar world configured by interregional association strategies based on the construction of geopolitical circles of trust, where science and technology, especially science diplomacy, will play a central role. This essay refers to the cases of Latin America and the European Union, EU, as examples of regions seeking to improve their relative positioning and consolidate a strategic bi-regional alliance. This way, the essay aims to discuss various conceptual tools, incorporating the analysis of the role of science and technology in the configuration and strengthening of interregional linkages. Crisis of the liberal order and emergence of the new interregional multilateral order. The questioning and evident transformation of the normative system that governed over the last 50 years is expressed as an interregnum that insinuates an eventual shift towards a new global order. The relative decline of the West and the emergence of more fragmented power poles demonstrate the shift of the main terrain towards the East as the most novel expression of the modern capitalist order, Colombo and 2021-2022. This relative decline of the West is manifested on several simultaneous and interconnected fronts, perhaps the most evident being the re-emergence of Asia, especially China, as a central actor in current economic and technological interactions. The relocation of the most active core of capitalism towards the East entails new dynamics in the accumulation of economic, commercial, and scientific technological capabilities, as well as military and diplomatic ones. Ultimately, it leads to a greater capacity to sustain challenges to the liberal multilateral order, forging a new scenario of interregional alliances and relationships. While the erosion of Western power and the questioning of U.S. hegemony as the guarantor of the liberal multipolar order have accelerated in the 21st century, these issues have occupied an important space in the theoretical agenda of international relations since the 1970s. Therefore, this is not a new phenomenon. Various theorists and analysts have repeatedly exposed the limits of hegemonic power based on the relative loss of power, i.e., in relation to the performance of other emerging actors. Authors like C. Lane, 1993, have argued that the differential growth between major powers and the inevitable multipolarity in the global context are grounded in a long-term perspective on the historical cycles of rise and decline of powers. From this perspective, differences in economic growth and power attributes between major powers would inevitably lead to a change in the global power distribution. In the 21st century, several events began to weaken confidence in U.S. hegemony, which had been consolidated during the post-Cold War era and for some authors since the 9/11 attacks, see, for example, 2002. The 2008 financial crisis was one of the first milestones to and accelerate the questioning of the liberal order led by the West. Other significant events include the failure of the WTO Doha Round, Brexit, the resurgence of nationalist and protectionist measures under the Trump administration, the intensification of the U.S.-China conflict centered on technology, the COVID-19 pandemic that exposed the vaccine nationalism strategies of many Western countries, the war in Ukraine and the economic and financial sanctions on Russia, the failure of the liberal project in the Middle East. And finally, the advance and consolidation of a reactionary international as a new critical core of internal questioning. Moreover, the current weakening of the rules of liberal multilateralism reinforces the convergence and interconnection of multiple crises that simultaneously impact the global system, affecting its response capacity. Adam 2022 calls this phenomenon, referring to the accumulation and overlap of economic, social, political, and environmental problems, whose combination creates a highly complex and challenging situation for managing global public goods. In this context, the multilateral institutions created by the West prove impotent in responding to the management of global public goods. The liberal multilateral order weakened due to its own incapacity in terms of illegitimacy, particularly regarding peripheral countries' issues, which are especially severe around the financial regime, and international inequality problems in the global trade structure, the climate crisis, pandemic management, and the regulation of technological change. All these interconnected problems converge in the idea of the inability to respond effectively to global problems requiring joint responses is an endemic symptom of the current order. However, this incapacity has become more visible now that the specific interests of central countries are affected. This compels us to be vigilant in discussing and diagnosing the current state of, since it is from there that the regulation of a new order will seek to emerge. This aspect is especially sensitive for peripheral countries, particularly concerning the regulation of financial, commercial, and especially scientific and technological flows, which is currently the major organizing element of international economic relations. As for the transformation of the normative system specific to, in recent years, it is possible to note a more or less generalized consensus that we are not facing a but rather a profound transformation of its liberal foundations. Simply put, what is in crisis is not itself, but its form of liberal or market regulation, the globalist model corresponding to the liberal multilateral order. In other words, the idea of interdependence that international relations until the early 21st century represents this instance of driven by forces, as described by Allen, 2022. However, the return of ideological elements to the debate on the international order becomes particularly relevant when it is often used to deter the external actions of peripheral countries. This shift in centers of international dynamism not only implies economic and commercial consequences and impacts, but also disputes over which values and institutions will shape relations between states and other actors in the near future. Particularly against liberal principles, re-emerging powers like China and Russia, along with the growing influence of other emerging nations like India or Brazil, challenge U.S. hegemony. This dispute consolidates the multipolar configuration and, according to the most current theoretical debates, compels us to understand the implications of the possible future global order. Acharya Al. 2023, Shaw, 2021, 2022. In this context, economic, commercial, and technological linkages are increasingly viewed through an eminently geopolitical lens, leading to regions regaining prominence, which, in our view, allows us to foresee the emergence of a multipolar world configured around interregional association strategies based on the construction of geopolitical circles of trust. These can be understood as strategic alliances between countries and/or regions that share economic and political interests, aimed at ensuring resilient supply chains for natural resource provision to strengthen security and stability in an international context by uncertainty and volatility. These interregional alliances seek to reduce dependency on potentially unstable extraregional actors, promoting a new type of multipolarity where different centers of power cooperate to ensure global production and distribution of goods and services. At the same time, these dynamics aim to guarantee and enforce the development of vital scientific and technological trajectories in terms of infrastructure, communication, and security, and 2023. In commercial and technological terms, this phenomenon is reflected in the search and consolidation of relationships with politically aligned partners to build not global but interregional value chains from a new relocation of global production, which U.S. Treasury Secretary, 2023, referred to as friendshoring. Science and technology as key for interregional linkages. The focus of this essay on the role of science and technology, S&T, in building interregional linkages is neither casual nor arbitrary. Historically, scientific and technological cooperation has been an instrument of cohesion in multilateral, intergovernmental, and transnational relations due to its ability to bridge positions based on results and to search for concrete solutions. Al. 2023. Particularly in this essay, it is perceived as a key element in configuring new strategic alliances that can operate at a decentralized level and various scales in these emerging geopolitical circles of trust, through thematic linking networks, mobility agreements, and specific management regimes, among others. The emphasis on S&T is crucial today because what underlies the decline of U.S. hegemony and the transformation of regulation is the emergence and consolidation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. In general terms, it is a productive and social transformation driven by the emergence of new technologies that production sectors and lead to a generalized increase in productivity. This process is currently driven by technologies centered on robotics, 5G, artificial intelligence, energy transition technologies,
the Internet of Things, IoT, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and quantum computing. The emergence and rapid diffusion of these innovations have generated new global issues, necessitating the implementation of new regulations. Moreover, they have once again made S&T catalysts for geopolitical concerns and changes, especially visible in the digital sector, which threatens to redefine and accelerate international power distribution. It might be in this area where the growing gap between China and the US, on one side, and the rest of the world on the other, becomes most evident. According to some trends recorded in recent years, R&D investment has concentrated in a few countries worldwide. In 2019, the US accounted for 27% of the total, followed by China with 22%, Japan with 7%, Germany with 6%, and South Korea with 4%. National Science Board, 2022. Both major powers seek to dominate strategic sectors driving the new techno-economic paradigm, and in this field, growing tensions are evident. The US and China account for most of the world's major digital platforms, hold 3/4 of patents related to blockchain technology advancements and cloud services, and represent half of the global investment in the Internet of Things. They also lead in research on emerging and strategic technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G, and semiconductor production. AL. 2021. Additionally, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, which produces the Critical Technology Tracker, identified China's leadership in 37 out of 44 strategic technologies, and stated that China hosts the 10 most important institutions developing research in strategic technology sectors. In this context, it is not surprising that advances in S&T experience a process of impacting international relations, nor that they are a fundamental instrument of current foreign policy strategies. These dynamics shape new alliances and linking strategies. For example, with the proliferation of initiatives at the intersection of S&T and foreign policy, known as science diplomacy, and with the promotion of large infrastructure projects aimed at determining areas of influence and dividing peripheral and semi-peripheral territories in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These trends suggest that the world seems to be heading towards a technological decoupling to reduce techno-economic and commercial interdependence between the poles delineated by the US and China, which has significant consequences for regions lagging in this competition. One of the first initiatives that sought to strengthen ties between regions to secure value chains was the new Silk Road, launched in 2013 by Xi, consisting of the construction of land and sea corridors to connect China with Eurasia and Africa, which in recent years incorporated Latin America. Over time, this mega-initiative acquired novel forms and orientations such as the Digital Silk Road, the Green Silk Road, and the Health Silk Road, with increasing prominence of S&T alongside infrastructure. For its part, the U.S., especially during the administration, has committed to revitalizing its industry with large investments to drive technological innovation and S&T linked to combating climate change, addressing two relevant and interconnected problems of the great power: domestic weaknesses that fuel its relative power decline and the need to contain Chinese expansion. Thus, in 2021, the Build Back Better World initiative was announced, later renamed the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, PGII, and relaunched within the G7. According to the White House, this initiative seeks to build infrastructure in the developing world based on the diffusion of values, standards, and transparent partnerships in infrastructure inherent to Western liberal and democratic countries, offering more than $40 billion USD. Recent communications and documentation suggest that the PGII has shifted to cover needs in African and Asian territories, reinforcing its goal of serving as a containment barrier to Chinese expansion. These examples demonstrate how the world's major powers and regions of greatest strategic relevance have initiated a series of ambitious infrastructure initiatives, presciently designed to meet their foreign policy objectives. These actions not only seek to ensure the continued supply of vital natural resources and critical materials, but also to contain and counter the influence and expansion of other major powers, thus contributing to an increasing fragmentation of the international order. These initiatives are framed within a regional framework, although they often through bilateral agreements. The EU and Latin America as examples of using S&T in building geopolitical circles of trust. The EU has become aware of the growing difficulty in competing for power and maintaining its autonomy, and in this scenario, it tends towards techno-economic bipolarity. Therefore, in 2021,
it launched the Global Gateway Initiative, which proposes encouraging private investment by European companies in developing countries. To this end, it provides 300 billion EUR between 2021 and 2027 to advance investment in sustainable infrastructure in various geographic areas, including Latin America. Like the PGII, it seeks to promote fundamental Western values such as democracy, transparency, and good governance practices, encourage green energy, adherence to security aspects, and boost private investment. Additionally, Global Gateway aligns its goals with the Sustainable Development Goals and identifies 5 priority investment sectors: digital, energy transition, transport, health, education, and research. Faced with the increasing struggle of central economies to appropriate technological development rents, other, more lagging regions like Latin America find themselves in a complex situation. They must choose between greater cooperation and the possibility of technological transfer, along with commercial and financial opportunities offered by China, which leaves them vulnerable to potential retaliation from the U.S., or favoring the traditional security and defense alliance implied by their belonging to the North American sphere of influence. These regions also see their decision-making autonomy rapidly diminishing. As can be seen in several of these examples, one of the fundamental components of these initiatives is S&T, an aspect often overlooked in studies of international relations and regionalism. Consequently, the S&T dimension is understood as an elementary component of power, but also as a key tool for thinking about autonomy, especially for regions caught in the middle of the technological competition between China and the U.S. This fact has reinforced the idea of using science diplomacy, or broadly understood as the use of S&T for foreign policy purposes, as a fundamental instrument in the international policy toolbox. In particular, it is useful not only for strengthening relationships, but especially for reinforcing the pursuit of technological autonomy and sovereignty. That is, to expand the margin of action in the face of strategic decisions affecting national interest and development. An example of this can be seen in the relationship between Latin America and the EU. The EU has established scientific and technological cooperation as a hallmark of its foreign policy, as demonstrated by the programs that have historically guided relations in this area with other actors. Consequently, the notion of science diplomacy has gained increasing relevance in recent years, as evidenced by its mentions in the European Commission's communication on a global approach to research and innovation and the Council of the European Union's conclusions on the global approach, both in 2021 and later in the first biennial report from the Commission on the implementation of the global approach in 2023. These documents highlight the growing importance of developing a joint science diplomacy strategy, which led to a meeting of S&T ministers from the bloc's member states in July 2023 to discuss a common roadmap for the first time. Van Al. 2024. In February 2024, as part of the Horizon Europe program, the European Alliance for Science Diplomacy published a policy brief with recommendations to develop this common strategy and strengthen relations within the bloc and with external actors to reinforce the region's resilience and strategic autonomy. This European pursuit of greater margins of action in the context of the competition is a common factor with Latin America. Ironically, autonomy in foreign policy and scientific and technological policies have not been sufficiently addressed together in academic literature, and currently few studies seek to combine them. However, both the Latin American School of Thought in Science, Technology, and Development, PLACTED in Spanish, and the Autonomous School of Foreign Policy have explored possible responses. In fact, Latin America's foreign policy debates have produced concepts like relational autonomy and active non-alignment, the latter specifically elaborated for the context of the U.S.-China competition, addressing both economic and financial as well as technological discussions. Regarding relations between the EU and Latin America, despite the intermittent dialogue during the second decade of the 21st century, the biregional alliance formalized in 1999 at the first summit has strengthened. In recent years, joint action has been decisive in achieving multilateral agreements, such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. Additionally, since the early 21st century, the biregional association has been consolidated with the signing of association and cooperation agreements between the EU and most Latin American countries. At the last summit in 2023, cooperation in and new technologies for energy production took center stage, driven by the Global Gateway Initiative to consolidate the strategic alliance. Considering the common concerns of both regions about expanding the margins of autonomy, linking through sectoral agreements seeks to strengthen the current interregional circle of geopolitical trust. Historically, both regions have used S&T to strengthen their relations, as evidenced by the myriad programs, forums, and joint spaces derived from the EU-LAC summits. Examples of these efforts include the Common Knowledge Space, the 2021-2023 Roadmap, Bella II, and the Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe programs, among other contextual and specific initiatives. Currently, this dimension has acquired special relevance and can be key to achieving greater autonomy in the current competition. Of course, this window of opportunity also entails the challenge of not replicating colonial relations and dependency in the interregional link, or deepening the great asymmetries between the two territories, and of reproducing the logic and patterns of North-South relations. The temptation is great due to the presence of important strategic resources in Latin America and the difference in scientific and technological capabilities between the two territories. However, both regions should aim to jointly achieve greater autonomy in the context of growing competition. Conclusion. We are currently facing a context of crisis in the liberal order, erosion of multilateralism, and weakening of the principles that have regulated since the mid-20th century. These processes have accelerated due to the emergence of key technologies that have profoundly modified the scenario of power distribution and economic benefits. Consequently, we are witnessing a growing global dispute over the dominance of dimensions, which propels the resurgence of regions as protagonists and interregional relationships as guarantors of supply chains, determining a multipolarity different in its foundations. In this context, the undisputed leadership of the U.S. and China stands out, seeking to establish links with various regions to secure the supply of resources and markets to sustain the ongoing industrial revolution. In turn, lagging regions like Latin America, and to a lesser extent the EU, accelerate the search for greater margins of autonomy through the consolidation of a circle of trust based on a strategic biregional alliance that has seen more than 20 years of advances and setbacks. What is certain is that, in the current context, there is an emerging consensus among key players. There is an exceptional opportunity to redefine global economic structures and alliances, promoting a rebalancing of power and greater stability in international relations through the strengthening of regions and biregional cooperation. In this essay, we proposed considering S&T as the facilitating element of interregional associations that drive and strengthen the construction of geopolitical circles of trust, especially in a context that shows signs of moving towards multipolarity. We argue that the scientific and technological field becomes a vital scenario for rethinking joint strategies, as it is a central focus of the hegemonic dispute that is reorganizing global value chains. Thus, cooperation in S&T emerges as a key area for expanding autonomy in both the EU and Latin America. We believe that science diplomacy, and especially at the interregional level, have the potential to become a fundamental instrument where national, regional, and extraregional interests can converge, unite, or complement each other virtuously. In this way, we aim to present a constructive proposal that serves as a basis for a research and action agenda and future empirical studies on regionalism, combining the study of S&T from a social science perspective with the analysis of regionalism and open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. and Goodman, L.W. 2023. Multipolar or multiplex. Interaction capacity, global cooperation and world order. International Affairs 99-6, 2339-2365. GKK and Yen H 2021. The Great Tech Rivalry, China vs. the U.S. Avoiding Great Power War Project. Center for Science and International Affairs, Kennedy School. Colombo S. and I 2021. La Popular China YNLXXI. Y Socials 66-243. Eyes and N 2023. La UE Wise Latina. Exterior. Com America Latina J 2021. Clash of Powers, U.S.-China Rivalry in Global Trade Governance. International Relations of the Asia-Pacific, 21-3, 497-499. C. 2002. The Unipolar Moment Revisited. National Interest 70-518. Lane C. 1993. The Unipolar Illusion, Why New Great Powers Will Rise. International Security 17-4-551. National Science Board. 2022. Science and Engineering Indicators 2022. National Science Foundation. Pubs 20221 JA 2022. Law N Crisis. 302. Org 302 A 2022. Crisis Law. 361 913. Van L. D. and Mays C. 2024. Strengthening Science Diplomacy in and for Europe through Horizon Europe. Policy Brief. European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance. N.A.'s Eyes and B. 2023. Y in La Agenda La Y 2013-2023. In MP ID. Y Enclave. Reflections Argentina Y Latina. 73-124. CIPIL UNICEN. J 2023. Remarks by Secretary of the Treasury L. on the administration's economic approach toward the Indo-Pacific. U.S. Department of the Treasury. Home Treasury News Press releases 1872. Y 2022. China, Power Transition and the Resilience of Pluralist International Society, Beyond Realism and in Taipei and C. Power Transition in the Anarchical Society. 145-167. Essay 21 Towards Global Cooperation via Formation, Facing the Global. Introduction. The Anthropocene, marked by unprecedented human influence on Earth systems, has ushered in an era of global, where interconnected crises compound one another, magnifying their collective impacts. With the nation-state capabilities being pressured by a setting, and with detrends ensuing from the fragmentation of global institutions, the world might find a renewed balance in emerging forms of global regionalism. In the first two sections of this essay, two new megatrends of world politics are identified: the Great Fragmentation and Formation. The former is a historical period defined by environmental degradation, socioeconomic inequality, geopolitical tensions, and other systemic failures that together are jeopardizing mankind's future. The latter is a complex dynamic giving rise to densely interconnected economic corridors and urban clusters that enhance local development, foster innovation, and bolster economic competitiveness beyond the nation-state. Since formation represents a shift toward global regionalism, the final section will explore policy frameworks designed to manage this growing complexity. The goal is to prevent uncoordinated and mitigate the risks of further fragmentation, i.e. of tectonic plate scenario 2024. The Great Fragmentation, the global, surely is a complex and multidimensional process that comes in waves of intensification and contraction. Yet it would be unsafe to accept the present trend at face value, without questioning the root causes and the deep-running implications of global disorder. Climate change, natural disasters, the pandemic, the cost of living crisis, U.S.-China tensions, the erosion of social cohesion, forced migration, etc. should neither be dismissed as historical happenings nor be approached with a business-as-usual mindset. Homer Al. 2023. Two phenomena justify such reading and explain why the new dominant trend in global politics is that of a great fragmentation. Firstly, the capabilities of altering mankind's trajectory have never been so enhanced in human history, so much so that a new geological epoch has been proposed, the Anthropocene. Indeed, the great acceleration experienced in all human activities and fields of knowledge is quantifiable and measurable in the rate of change of a plethora of socioeconomic indicators. Head al. 2021. For instance, considering the spikes in global patterns of energy consumption linked with each industrial revolution, since 1950 total energy consumption worldwide has experienced a six-fold increase, from 28,564 T to 178,899 T. Being energy consumption demands strongly positively correlated to the degrees of complexity in human-related systems, it is easy to frame the relevance of these figures. Secondly, although humanity has always lived under polycrises conditions, it is only during the Anthropocene that the state of global has actually set in motion. A global arises when multiple crises interact across different and interconnected global systems. Due to this underlying entanglement, vulnerabilities, risks, and harm are amplified in ways that drastically degrade humanity's prospects. Lawrence Al. 2022. Exhibits two distinctive qualities, explaining why the overall impact is far more massive and more persistent than the one that would be generated if crises were to happen in isolation from one another. First, they involve knock-on forces, which propagate through cascading effects that exploit systemic vulnerabilities rather than being directly driven by the initial hazard or the immediate damage caused, and Alexander, 2015. Second, they are bicausal entanglements, where complex create feedback loops that increase the likelihood of subsequent crises. It is thereby evident how, out of this context, a first in world politics can be pinned to the great fragmentation, as noticed by several authoritative voices. The Great Fracture is the issue opening the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, 2024, P1, 78th session, where UN Secretary-General denounced that the present geopolitical deadlock on major global challenges is jeopardizing the implementation of SDGs and triggering further fractures. Likewise, ISPI's 2023 dossier refers to an upcoming trend of great fragmentation dominated by two tectonic rifts, west-east confrontation and north-south double velocity. The former will be triggered by China's economic surpassing of the U.S. by the end of the decade, potentially causing the split of trade routes and regulations on major sustainable transitions, e.g. AI. The latter will reflect the widening gap between the regions that have already experienced the takeoff phase and those which are cut off from the benefits of global capitalism for historic, systemic, or contingent factors. On this note, since current crises have inflated pre-existing stark inequalities across regions, the For Economic Cooperation and Development's OECD Global Outlook 2023 has identified a great fragmentation also within the K-shaped trajectory of the global economy, the Great Divergence OECD 2022. A growing convergence of environmental, economic, social, and political stressors is overwhelming institutions and individuals alike. The Stockholm Resilience Center warns that the degeneration of the global is pushing mankind towards evolutionary traps, where seemingly rational individual practices become maladaptive on a planetary scale. Al. 2024. As crises become increasingly and self-reinforcing, humanity enters the age of insecurity, 2024. Yet the greatest challenge is not only the fallout of, but also the erosion of social cohesion in responding to it. Geopolitical rivalries, trade conflicts, and a weakened neoliberal order have undermined trust in multilateralism, reinforcing the above-mentioned traps, where evolutionary forces obstruct large-scale collaboration. Without a shift toward cohesive governance, humanity risks deeper disorder and maladaptation. However, the formation of could counteract this trend of great fragmentation, fostering regional integration as a stepping stone toward a more coordinated and resilient global order. Formation, emerging economic corridors and megacities. Since its emergence in the context of multilateral integration and sub-state power devolution, regionalism has significantly evolved. Today, regions play a central role in addressing global challenges, while transnational economic corridors drive local development and economic competitiveness. At the same time, cities have gained quasi-autonomous agency on the global stage, as seen in initiatives like city diplomacy. Hence, the relatively novel concept of becomes increasingly relevant in describing a new dimension of socioeconomic, as well as a new scale for driving economic performance that goes beyond the nation-state. Due to the realist premises according to which the nation-state is a unique and rational actor that speaks with one voice are significantly challenged. Indeed, nation-states are pressured with complex from above global governance and below and 2000. Moreover, the current is in and of itself the epitome of the failure of the global dimension. With such a degree of global disorder, no international normative power structure is capable of effectively projecting a sound path to sustainable development. Hence, the crisis of is triggering a planetary great disconnect between regional blocks across different dimensions, economic e.g. protectionism and technological e.g. lack of openness in innovation and the strive for technological sovereignty, cultural e.g. in social media or political of the debate and nationalisms, 2024. It follows that the complexity of world politics, with its intertwining dynamics that range from the local to the global, passing through the dimension, is left in a substantial vacuum of trustworthy leadership and management. After the excesses of and the inconsistencies linked to the neoliberal paradigm, the return to an old concept like regionalism could provide a renewed set of policies and economic measures apt at leveraging a better global world order with path-breaking strategies, 2019. Certain regional blocs have historical origins or geopolitical roots, such as the African Union, built on Pan-Africanism, or ASEAN, initially formed in response to Cold War dynamics. Others are economic in nature and rely on commercial agreements, which is the case for MERCOSUR and the European single market. Some are instead formed with the intent of promoting defense and national security, NATO being the prime example. Albeit these types of regionalism are not mutually exclusive, their origin pivots around the will of nation-states. What will be focused here is instead a type of economic-based push towards regionalism that does not rely on blocks of nations but rather at the sub-state transnational level. Formation via emerging economic corridors and megacities, which is the case for Guangdong, Macau Greater Bay Area, the Texas Triangle, or the Blue Banana Area in Europe. Unlike traditional regional blocs, these are not bound by national alliances, but rather by infrastructure, trade flows, and urban networks. This economically driven reflects a new, functional form of integration that transcends political borders while shaping the global economy. If providing an acceptable definition of a is relatively easy, i.e., a geographical area qualified by extremely high levels of productivity and competitiveness, which one becomes increasingly densely populated and interconnected, and two, whose extension is not factually limited by political or administrative borders, and 2020, defining its contours is not. The morphological approach dominates the literature, as it provides an objective and comparable measurement based on population density and degree of, both of which can be visually captured via satellite. Nevertheless, the functional approach suggests that actually branch out into peri-urban or rural areas, as the patterns of interactions taking place in the emerging network, e.g. exchange of material-immaterial flows, do not always correlate with the morphological parameters, 2018, and Nelson, 2020. On the grounds of the available literature, 2013, Harrison, and 2019, 2003, and 2020, I shall argue that the process of formation mainly relies on two intertwined pillars: 1. Emerging economic corridors, and 2. Megacities. Economic corridors are highly urbanized backbones spanning across national borders which boast exceptional economic indicators compared to surrounding areas: greater per incomes, lower unemployment rates, clusters of production sites, complex transportation networks, and advanced telecommunications infrastructures. Being an economic powerhouse, these corridors also become flourishing hubs of innovation, vibrant cultural centers, and powerful decision-making cores. Hence, they're not simply geographical axes where people commute or goods are produced and exchanged, but they are rather catalysts of socio-economic activities deeply embedded in the core activities occurring in a defined area. As such, they bear no meaningful values per and must be analyzed within their own geospatial context. Emerging economic corridors that signal presence of in Europe, here overlapped with population density. Source map made with the ArcGIS tool by Cont1. Looking outside of Europe, there are several other emerging economic corridors, the trajectory of which is often interrelated with geopolitics. That is the case of the delicate India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, through which India aims to fuel its economic pragmatism policy by rekindling the Eurasian ties. The spillovers from said commercial corridor are expected to dampen the frictions, qualifying the current Middle East situation through partnerships with the United Arab Emirates and the Arab Gulf. Another paramount case study is China's Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), the most important project for reshaping Afro-Eurasian economics by investing in regional connectivity and infrastructure with non-Western qualities. Remarkably, the intent is to focus on economic development so as to build partnerships that are distant from the zero-sum game logic of the Cold War, 2019. Nevertheless, if at face value this could represent a virtuous example of regionalism, positively shaping global politics, economic corridors could also reignite overarching tensions between contrasting powers. Being global regionalism is a double-edged sword. These ties can be easily exploited for pushing political agendas, especially where the local institutional setting is weak, 2019. As far as megacities are concerned, the European Commission JRC Atlas of the Human Planet 2024 defines them as cities with more than 10 million inhabitants and considers them to be the new feature of in the 21st century, especially in the global south, where the population is still increasing. Indeed, although in 2020 most city dwellers lived in cities with a population between 1 and 5 million, the megacity population size class has grown at the fastest rate, now accounting for the second largest share of the world population living in cities, AL. 2024 P44. Moreover, in 2020, cities' population have on average doubled in size compared to 1975, a trend which explains both why the total number of megacities in the world has skyrocketed from 7 to 32 during the same period, and why it is expected that by 2050 over 70% of the world will be urban dwellers. Nevertheless, the exorbitant push for megacities is equally leading to slums, rampant inequalities, and miserable living conditions, especially in developing countries. This further demonstrates the pivotal role of megacities in addressing the global and the Anthropocene traps, since adaptation and mitigation initiatives become actually effective only insofar as they grant sustainable and resilient urban futures across the board. Because cities, and especially megacities, will be the forefront of sustainable development, the make-or-break deal for global challenges will take place at the sub-state level. Therefore, this entails understanding the roles that cities worldwide have played to date, both in their own right and as part of a broader multi-level governance structure with national and regional governments. UN-Habitat 2024 P38. It is precisely by managing and influencing formation that said challenge can be effectively tackled, by spatially anchoring the spread of megacities along the axis of emerging economic corridors, and by reaping the demographic dividends of megacities through the vibrant market prompted by the competitiveness of said corridors. Given the massive impact of sub-Saharan Africa on global demographic trends, one of the hotspots to carefully observe is the megacity region emerging from Abidjan to Lagos. Indeed, a case study can be found displaying the challenges and opportunities emerging from the interplay of corridors and megacities in a high-stakes context. The stemming from the West African corridor is one of the fastest-growing in terms of and population. Despite the infrastructure network, granting more and better opportunities for the small-scale businesses typical of the regions, the unplanned link to the demographic bomb occurring in sub-Saharan Africa is jeopardizing the potential benefits of The culprit is to be found in the lack of policy coordination, as the cities that do have a development plan do not consider themselves as part of an organic integrated region, and 2020. Policy implications: improving global cooperation. Formation within a fragmented world politics opens the debate on how to foster a governance structure that is both locally responsive and globally effective, particularly in the context. Achieving what 2024 refers to as a scenario where global regionalism fosters cooperation rather than division
requires the recognition that international collaboration is the only viable path forward. In this sense, a global regionalism could serve as a gateway between local self-determination and global collective interests. The previous section has highlighted how formation is dependent on the economic backbones that foster development and competitiveness, aggregated eventually in megacities. The implication is that, at its core, represent an open-ended economic political project, constantly readapting to both crises in the global system and the divergent agendas of key international actors. However, the long-term impact depends largely on the type of global governance model it aligns with, which in turn is shaped by the policies jointly pursued. As a matter of fact, one looming risk is an intensification of regionalism that is not harmonized with the necessity to address planetary challenges, as envisaged in the Great Disconnect, 2024. Such a possible scenario of tectonic plates would be qualified by geopolitical instabilities and volatile alliances escalating tensions between regional blocs, with economic downturns caused by a slowdown in global trade and foreign investment. The absence of a unifying global narrative prevents regions from moving beyond their narrow interests to engage in coordinated long-term solutions. A renewed theoretical framework based on functionalist spillover dynamics could better promote this integration process. Albeit functionalism has limited explanatory power in the context of non-Western regionalism, the origins of ASEAN, ECOWAS, or the Arab League are best understood through constructivist lenses. Acharya, 2009. 2019, it remains highly relevant when considering the economic rationale behind formation. If one accepts the premise that economic drivers underpin this process, a materialist and rationalist perspective offers a more suitable toolset for steering the debate. The logic is that functionalist spillovers, where economic gains translate into deeper political coordination, could strengthen global cooperation along the lines of emerging. Despite the increasing the persistence of intergovernmental control over key governance areas highlights how any management effort cannot be effectively put in place without the participation of nation-states. 2012. Indeed, while economic activities along emerging corridors transcend geographical borders through market mechanisms, regulatory frameworks and political will remain confined to national jurisdictions. This supports 1993-2005 argument, which rejects the idea of automatic spillover effects in regional integration, asserting that expansions of supranational authority still result from state decisions, not functional inevitability. Therefore, although drive economic convergence, polities aggregate their risk preferences in political structures that remain mostly state-centric. Following this line of thought, policies apt at global cooperation should focus on managing the complexity of global regionalism governance, namely the nexus between and the different levels of governance. As found in the conclusions of the OECD working paper, there are two important caveats on the matter, 2018. Firstly, governance on its own has limited ability to empower a territory that lacks a strong economic, social, or institutional basis for collaboration. Conversely, without effective governance to guide local partners in defining shared objectives, maximizing their collective spending power, and coordinating the implementation of their action plan, the impact of their efforts will remain minimal. Secondly, to foster cooperation among partners within a tangible project that generates positive spillovers can act as a catalyst for enhanced collaboration. In the context of shared transportation, challenges have been as a key driver for encouraging more coordinated planning efforts. Exploring the benefits that complexity principles have when applied to governance under high levels of uncertainty could empower relevant stakeholders to see new possible solutions. European Environment Agency EEA 2024. Considering, though, that are generally not officially acknowledged within the governance hierarchy, contrary to cities or metropolitan planning, MPOs, the starting point is less than ideal. Bearing in mind that this underwhelming approach is consistent in the global north and in the global south, one practical change that could be delivered without excessively altering the status is to adopt centers of government. These bodies act as buffer zones between different administrative and political layers by translating government agendas into whole-of-government strategies to help governments work on complex issues and make policy trade-off decisions. OECD 2024 P13.
Therefore, they could be essential for bridging the gap between different levels of governance in managing. Conclusions. The formation trend demonstrates that in spite of the global, the international system is transitioning towards global regionalism. Acharya 2014, p. 650, labels this type of redistribution of power as the regional world, through which the necessity of framing regionalism into a wider global and comparative context is. Provided the abandonment of a Western-centric perspective, then reflected in the global institutional balance of power, global regionalism is actually not at odds with the nature of globalism, and most certainly it does not attempt to replace it. Conversely, it can be argued that the push towards is one of the natural responses to the crisis of and of the nation-state. The need for conceiving effective governance strategies calls for more thorough academic research into amidst crisis scenarios. While attempts like the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative demonstrate the potential for achieving cooperation across multiple states, RAPID has also led to environmental degradation, especially as showcased by Chinese megacities. Such overall ambiguity on sustainability raises key questions on how not to offset the gains of formation with the inherent risks of new paths to development. Benefiting from a clearer understanding of the phenomena in place, policies will subsequently play a decisive role in whether global cooperation is going to be leveraged out of regional integration. Nation-state-led centralized planning versus market self remains an open debate for managing, Harrison and 2019, particularly as pilot examples like centers of government explore alternative governance solutions. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2009. Whose Ideas Matter? Agency and Power in Asian Regionalism. University Press. Acharya A. 2014. Global International Relations, IR and Regional Worlds, A New Agenda for International Studies. International Studies Quarterly, 58-4, 647-659. Org 10-111112-171. G. 2019. Regionalism, Globalism, and Complexity, A Stimulus Towards Global IR. Third World Thematics, a TWQ Journal, 46, 424-441. Org 10-108023802014201916854006. HP 2013. What is Economic Corridor Development, and what can it achieve in Asia's subregions? Asian Development Bank Working Paper Series on Regional Economic Integration, 117. Org Sites Default Files Publication 100-110-117 Economic Corridor Development. A&A 2020. The West African Corridor from Abidjan to Lagos, a megacity region under construction. In D&A. Handbook of Megacities and Megacity Regions. 206-222. Edward Publishing. DTJH Al. 2024. Atlas of the Human Planet 2024, Publications Office of the European Union, JRC 136039. Publications Europa Repository Handle JRC 136039. European Environment Agency. 2024. Governance in Complexity, Sustainability Governance under Highly Uncertain and Complex Conditions. Publications Office of the European Union. Org 10-2800-597121. M. 2019. Intervention with Chinese characteristics, the Belt and Road Initiative reconfiguring Afro-Eurasian economics. Conflict, Security and Development, 1903, 275-281. Org 1010801467888022, 01916080023. D. 2018. The Rise of Delineating a New Scale of Economic Geography. OECD Regional Development Working Papers, 2018-04. Harrison, J. and H. 2019. Planning Futures, Spatial Imaginaries and Formation in China. Regional Studies 55-1, 7789. Org 1010800034340420, 1916799362. Head MJ W. D. Al. 2021. The Great Acceleration is real and provides a quantitative basis for the proposed Anthropocene series epoch. Episodes Journal of International Geoscience, 45-4, 359-376. Org 1018814202102131. Homer T. Lawrence, M. and S. 2023. Earth's is no mere illusion. Cascade Institute. Org Earth's is no mere illusion, G. 2003. Beyond the Blue Banana. Structural Change in Europe's Economy. 38-2-7685. ISBI. 2023. The World in 2024, The Great Fragmentation, ISPI. It End the World in 202 for the Great Fragmentation. RO and JS 2000. A What's New? What's Not? And So What? Foreign Policy 118, 104-119. Org 10230-71149673. D and A. 2020. Handbook of Megacities and Megacity Regions. Edward Publishing. Lawrence M. S. and Homer T. 2022. What is a global? And how is it different from a systemic risk? V20. Cascade Institute Discussion Paper, 2022-4. Org Content Uploads 202204, What is a Global V2? M. 2024. The Great Disconnect, Hopes and Fears After the Excess of. University Press. A. 1993. Preferences and Power in the European Community, A Liberal Approach. Journal of Common Market Studies, 31-4, 473-524. Org 101111J14685965199300477. A. 2005. The European Constitutional Compromise and the Legacy. Journal of European Public Policy, 12-2, 349-386. Org 101080 S13501760 5000044215. OECD. 2022. Global Outlook on Financing for Sustainable Development 2023, No Sustainability Without Equity. OECD Publishing. Org 10178769N. OECD. 2024. Steering from the Center of Government in Times of Complexity, Compendium of Practices. OECD Publishing. Org 10178769, B1F129N. A. 2024. La Isla Global. CIDOB 2025-49, 239-241. G. and Alexander D. A. 2015. A Definition of Cascading Disasters and Cascading Effects, Going Beyond the Toppling Dominoes Metaphor. Planet at Risk Glob Forum 31-5867. A. and Nelson G. D. 2020. On the Road Again, The Geography and Characteristics of American Commuters. In D. and A. Handbook of Megacities and Megacity Regions. 188-205. Edward Publishing. D. 2012. Who Needs the Nation-State? Lecture in Economic Geography. Economic Geography 89-1-119. Ps. Revs. Dil. 2024. Evolution of the Anthropocene Traps That Challenge Global Sustainability. Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London. Series B Biological Sciences 379-1893, 20,220,261. Org 10109820220261. ONGA 2024. Secretary-General urges statesmanship to end geopolitical deadlock, warning humanity ever closer to a great fracture. GA 12579, 78th session. Press Organ 2024 GA 12579 Doc. UN Habitat 2024. World Cities Report 2022, Cities and Climate Action. UN Habitat. Org Sites Default Files 2024-11-2024 Full Report. Kant is currently a data analyst at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. Essay 22, Opportunities and Challenges of the Case of the European Union Negotiation. Introduction. This essay approaches the opportunities and challenges of through the case of the European Union, EU, Mercado del Sur, or Southern Common Market negotiation. These blocs launched a negotiation in 1999 to form a Bi-Regional Association Agreement, AA, which 20 years later resulted in an agreement in principle on the trade pillar, followed by an equivalent deal on the political dialogue and cooperation pillar a year later. However, since then the agreement has not been formally concluded, or as it has faced strong opposition, especially in Europe. To appease this opposition, from 2023, the European Commission, IC, and renegotiated some of its content and reached a new technical agreement in December 2024. That said, the ratification is far from certain in the EU, as powerful actors within the European bloc still staunchly oppose the initiative. The case is useful to shed light on the prospects of, as it not only offers insights into the opportunities to form a deal and the role it may play in tackling common policy challenges and navigating the current geopolitical context, but also on the challenges imposed by society-centered political economy considerations. The essay first discusses the opportunities related to an interregional AA, and then approaches the challenges it has faced and the potential implications of the absence of agreement. The conclusion further discusses the potential contribution of this interregional agreement to the world by highlighting its role as a building block for stabilizing the global geopolitical system, as well as its capacity to tackle policy challenges and to provide a model for tangled issues in the multilateral trade arena. It emphasizes that despite this potential, its implementation is not guaranteed. Opportunities. The EU established an interregional framework cooperation agreement in 1995, which was the first deal signed by as a subject of international law. Then in 1999, negotiations to form an AA with a preferential trade agreement, PTA, the so-called trade pillar, were launched, as the United States' US-led free trade area of the Americas proposal seemed to threaten the EU's footprint in the southern cone of Latin America. In that context, both negotiations were seen as an intermediate step in the full insertion of into the booming economic of the time, 2008-2000. However, as Tours and 2023 note, during the several back and forths of the negotiation between 1999 and 2019, the world order changed substantially. In 2016, the two blocs relaunched the negotiation that led to the 2019 Agreement in Principle European Commission, 2024 1 as and POS 2023 point out, this was a compromise agreement, since both parties agreed to give up some of their offensive demands, albeit to a different extent, in order to reach an understanding. A combination of factors made this outcome possible. In Brazil, the peak industry, historically opposed to an IUPTA due to distributive incentives considerations, shifted their stance, as they started to conceive mature industrial economies as potential partners to fight the process led by the China shock. While in Argentina, although large portions of the industry remained more reluctant,
the government made this deal a foreign policy priority as it perceived it would report large institutional gains, even if the EU's agricultural market opening was not substantial. Pose 2024. Moreover, large agricultural sectors found an alternative buyer in China. In parallel, geopolitical factors, such as the challenges represented by Trump's administration in the US and the exit of the United Kingdom from the EU, i.e. the Brexit, made the EU more inclined to sign PTAs, a tool to present itself as the guardian of the international liberal order, and 2020. Besides, EU companies were also losing ground in markets, this time at the expense of China, so gaining preferential treatment could help to reverse this trend, and 2021. The announcement of the 2019 agreement in principle raised strong opposition within Europe, not only from the usual suspects, that is, agricultural producers and EU countries with large farming communities, but also from environmental activists concerned about the effect of a PTA on climate change. The main driver behind the latter stance was Brazil's policies towards deforestation in the Amazon region during its tenure, which even led the European Parliament to approve a motion stating opposition to ratifying the deal in its current form, although the agreement had not yet been submitted for formal ratification. However, by late 2022, changes in Brazil's domestic politics and global and regional geopolitical events combined to produce a new window of opportunity to conclude the agreement, and Pose 2023. In Brazil, the victory of Lula over in the 2022 presidential election removed one of the most rejected political figures by the EU's political circles and public opinion. This paved the way for the EC to renew efforts to overcome the internal opposition to a deal, for which it resorted mainly to geopolitical arguments. In a context of European trade and investment policy, in 2019, the Commission argued about the need of a PTA with, as well as with other partners, in order to diversify allies and strengthen the resilience of supply chains, given the multiple challenging developments the EU was facing, such as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on supply shortages, the return of war to Europe amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine, growing geopolitical tension between the West and China, and the eventual return of Trump to the White House. In sum, the EC saw an interregional agreement with as a tool to rebalance the geopolitical field and diversify allies and risks, and Pose 2023, Tours and 2023. In order to placate the opposition on environmental grounds, the EC engaged with Brazil to renegotiate the environmental rules contained in the deal, in particular, to strengthen the parties' commitment to observe their targets in the Paris Agreement on climate change. In exchange, the EC offered to set up a cooperation fund. In addition, the government successfully requested the revision of some concessions made by his predecessor in the public procurement chapter of the deal, in order to exclude the purchases for the, and to increase the value of the bids that sets the floor under which Brazil's and EU's providers would compete on an equal footing for public contracts, 2024. In this way, the Brazilian government widened the policy space available to use government procurement as an industrial development tool. Likewise, in the renegotiation, Brazil secured longer baskets for electric vehicles, EVs, than those previously agreed for traditional combustion ones. Finally, as part of these talks, also secured the inclusion of a rebalancing mechanism, so as to prevent the forthcoming European Green Deal's legislation, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, and the regulation on deforestation-free products, from overturning the market access gains of the PTA. Certainly, the agreement still has some flaws. For instance, it does not address the issue of EU's agricultural subsidies and preserves the practice of tariff escalation in some of EU's industrial markets. Al. 2019 and 2019, it incorporates the concept of special and differential treatment in tariff schedules but not in a qualitative difference in terms of coverage, and includes flexible rules of origin ROs for some specific sectors like machinery and equipment that would be challenging for producers. Pose 2024. That said, overall, from the perspective of the southern countries, it represents a better arrangement when compared to the average North-South PTA. For example, it includes a progressive tariff reduction for manufactured products, with 60% of goods placed in a 10-year or longer basket, and the most sensitive located in 15-year ones, Al. 2019, plus the 18-year basket agreed for EV in the 2023-24 renegotiation, which can go to 30 years for full-cell EV powered by hydrogen.
From the perspective of most Brazilian industrial producers and some Argentine ones, it sets ROs stringent enough to accommodate most sectoral sensitivities, and even to allow for the prospects of interregional supply chains that replace Asian inputs, POS 2024. Intellectual property does not include TRIPS plus commitments on patent terms and test data, and provides flexibility for pre-existing producers to continue using protected geographical indications. It also provides some room for in-government procurement, and finally, it does not include the widely questioned Investor-State Dispute Settlement Mechanism, BOS 2019. Therefore, an interregional AA between the EU and could play a relevant role in tackling common policy challenges and navigating the current geopolitical context. A telling example is that after the 2023-24 renegotiation, it provides a mechanism to address the global need for a green transition that includes a cooperation fund and a platform for interregional dialogue. Likewise, the rebalancing mechanism the parties have agreed to include could serve as a basis for exchanges in the World Trade (WTO), where the EU faces the challenge of accommodating its new unilateral trade measures, part of the European Green Deal, to the existing multilateral rules. In addition, if properly planned, the combination of the ROs set and the prospect of joint green initiatives could provide tools for the development of interregional supply chains that help both regions to resist the pressures toward. In geopolitical terms, the conclusion of the agreement could serve to cushion the pressures coming from the growing rivalry between the US and China, as it allows for diversifying allies and amplifying the political room to build more autonomous joint stances. In this way, the agreement may contribute to both the strategic autonomy doctrine that seeks to gain ground within the EU, Verdes Montenegro, 2022, and the proposal of active non-alignment put forward by Latin American academics and former foreign policy practitioners as a response to the growing US-China divide, AL. 2021. And finally, the AA could help to reinvigorate the legitimacy and political attractiveness of regionalism, at a time when both Europe and Latin America were under stress, and 2021. Challenges, scenarios, and implications. Although the 2023-24 renegotiation that led to an adjusted technical agreement includes new environmental commitments to appease the opposition to a deal within the EU, the ratification of the AA is far from assured. The main reason has to do with a traditional society-centered political economy factor, the opposition of the EU's agriculture producers to a deal. Unlike distributive losers from a PTA, i.e., most Brazilian and Argentine industrial sectors, who shifted to a stance of support Brazil or passive acceptance Argentina, POS 2024, agricultural producers in the EU continue opposing the agreement out of fear of being displaced by their more competitive counterparts, even if the market opening in the most sensitive EU agricultural products granted by the PTA is actually quite small. 3. In January 2024, the opposition of countries with large farming communities led by France, combined with the eruption of farmers' protests throughout Europe, the talks to reach a new agreement, 2024. Then, out of fear that farmers' discontent may be on by far-right parties, the European Parliament elections of June had the same effect, 2024. After the elections in a high-stakes gamble, AL. 2024, the EC decided to move forward with the initiative, even in the face of frontal opposition from France. The full ratification of the AA, that is, of both the trade and the political dialogue and cooperation pillars, requires ratification by all EU members, which is very unlikely to happen in the short term. But even if the AA is split to seek the entering into force of the trade pillar, and EU's competence, a blocking minority of at least 4 countries representing 35% of the EU's population in the EU Council can prevent that from happening. At the time of this writing, driven by the demand of their agricultural sectors, France, Poland, Austria, and the Netherlands have publicly stated their opposition, while Italy is still pondering its stance. If the latter finally sided with the French-led coalition, the deal would be blocked. A new failure to approve the agreement would have consequential implications. First and evident, the alternative to is a growing between the EU and its countries. This tendency is in fact not new, as it was seen in the 2007 EU-Brazil Strategic Partnership and more recently in the 2023 EU-Argentina Memorandum of Understanding on Raw Materials. Second, the absence of agreement would be a missed opportunity to promote more sustainable production practices in both regions through interregional cooperation and a platform for dialogue. There are other EU initiatives in the region, like the Global Gateway, that besides recurring to old recipes such as the of private investment to fund the social and environmental transitions, in contrast to the deployment of public funds within the EU for the same goal, and 2023, entail the risk that, individually, countries will compete against each other for the same resources. As 2023 has argued, the lack of an interregional agreement could the search for bilateral PTAs with the EU by countries, producing as a result the of the Southern Bloc, i.e., the end of the goal of building a functioning customs union. Alternatively, it could lead these countries to search for alternative partners such as China or the US, likely, for political economy reasons, through go-it-alone strategies. In any case, this will compromise the potential of an interregional partnership with the objective of stabilizing the global geopolitical system. Finally, from the EU's perspective, the absence of agreement may erode its credibility as a regional actor capable of using instruments such as trade deals in order to advance its own global geopolitical objectives. Conclusion. The essay explored the opportunities and challenges of, through the case of the EU negotiation. Overall, it shows that an interregional AA can contribute to the world in several ways. First, in a context of great power competition between the US and China, an association between two blocs encompassing around 800 million people and 20% of global GDP represents a contribution to a multipolar world order, allowing for the diversification of alliances and therefore for greater room for maneuvering, both for those directly involved and for third parties. In this way, from a geopolitical perspective, the agreement can be understood as a building block for stabilizing the global geopolitical system. Besides, it has the potential to reinvigorate the legitimacy and political attractiveness of regionalism, which, in a more fragmented world, will be a necessary tool for small and medium-sized states to navigate the challenging geopolitical context. Second, the agreement seems suitable for tackling common policy challenges, like a green transition that the need for North-South cooperation funds and technical assistance in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities enshrined in international environmental law. Likewise, by providing a new market scale for economic activities and ROs that cushion producers from the most challenging competitors in Asia, the agreement may help to overcome the tendency toward experienced in the two regions. That said, to avoid the reproduction of asymmetric patterns of trade in of the most developed region of the partnership, the tools contemplated in the cooperation protocol and the review clause agreed in 2024 must be properly used. Third, the agreement can serve as a model to address tangled issues at the WTO. Specifically, the new rebalancing mechanism included as part of the 2023-24 renegotiation may serve as a focal point to discuss how to accommodate EU's new unilateral trade measures, the regulation on deforestation-free products, and the carbon border adjustment mechanism, within the overall framework of multilateral trade rules. Likewise, the exceptions and safeguards to accommodate sensitivities on both sides can serve as a guide to foster discussions about the need to combine multilateral trade cooperation with space for variation of national domestic policies for. Despite this potential, the implementation of the AA is far from certain. In fact, due to the agricultural opposition in Europe, the political dialogue and cooperation pillar, which requires ratification by the 27 EU member states, is highly unlikely to enter into force, and even the ratification of the trade pillar by a qualified majority in the EU Council is not guaranteed. If ratification were to stall again, as it did in 2019, it would be a serious blow to the future of open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use,
you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: M and J 2020. El Mercosur, La Del. 44 107 125. B, J, K, and V 2019. Nota IDB TN 01701. Boz M 2019. Wise Law Carolina 212019. L 2008. Uruguay en la del Mercosur. CSIC. G and Pose N 2023. Wise den la actual. CIDOB FERS 135 221 246. J 2024. CIDA do Brasil, Macron. F 2024. Al Jefe UECON. L. European Commission. 2024. EU Trade Agreement, the Agreement in Principle and its Texts. European Commission Newsroom. C and J 2021. El No y Latina, para el. Catalonia. J 2000. TLCAN UE, O Las Bermudas. 1197122. L and J 2019. Analysis of the agreement between the European Union and the Green ZFA. B. Muller G. and Martins M. 2024. EU Agreement, a Necessary Gamble. A. 2023. Europa. Exterior. S and K 2019. The of European Trade and Investment Policy. Journal of Common Market Studies, 57, 103 113. D and C 2021. And the IU, the False Mirror. Nova 112, 87 122. D and B 2021. Regionalism Under Stress, Europe and Latin America in Comparative Perspective. Pose N 2024. The Political Economy of Industry and North-South Trade Negotiations at the Cases of Brazil and Argentina. D 2011. The Paradox, Democracy and the Future of the World Economy. WW. J and A 2023. La Triple. Visions Y La. Carolina and Tours M and L 2023. UMERCOSUR. Diplomatic and Trade Relations. UNU Series on Regionalism. Springer. Verdes Montenegro F 2022. La Enz Latina. Carolina 652022. This is a technical agreement subject to legal revision, translation, and ratification. Based on the texts of the 2024 technical agreement, available at COM B55-4. Take, for instance, the much-commented example of bovine meat, where the 99,000 tons granted to, at a preferential tariff rate of 7.5%, represent around 1% of EU's annual consumption. This point builds on Trilemma, 2011. Essay 23, The Imperative, Europe's Myopic Response to Irregular Migration and Displacement Challenges and an Alternative Path Forward. Introduction. In May 2024, the European Union (EU) formally adopted its new Pact on Migration and Asylum, the pact that had been in the works for several years. The pact, touted as a regional solution to a regional challenge, European Commission, 2024D, is the result of European regionalism at work. 1. It evolved out of a highly process that required balancing different priorities and attitudes across member states, involved various EU institutions, and spurred civil society into action. To this date, the pact remains controversial, and its implementation is anticipated with anxiety and by a broad range of stakeholders. This notwithstanding, the pact's advocates point to it as evidence that European regionalism can work and respond to citizens' expectations even in the politically delicate field that is migration and displacement. European Parliament, 2024.
This is certainly not without merit. Since the number of irregular arrivals into member states skyrocketed in 2015, the EU has scrambled for a regional solution that saw the emergence of deep trenches between its members. Producing legislation that is supported not only by the European Commission, but also by most member states and a majority, albeit slim, in the European Parliament is therefore to be seen as a notable accomplishment from a political perspective. At the same time, migration and displacement pose not only regional challenges. The regional level is couched between the global and national levels. The relevance of the national level, with states exercising their sovereign rights, is self-evident. At the global level, we have seen not only the development of international law, spearheaded by the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 Protocol, but also an increasing awareness that migration and displacement are indeed global challenges. This understanding has served as an impulse to the Global Compacts on Refugees (GCR) and for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration (GCM) in 2018 under the auspices of the United Nations (UN). Still underappreciated, however, is the interregional level and the role of that migration and asylum policies call for engagement with actors beyond one's own region is by no means novel. As shown below, the EU has indeed elevated the importance of neighboring non-EU countries for the implementation of its policies, as well as the topic of migration and asylum in its engagement with external national and regional level actors. This demonstrates that the EU is fully aware of its own limitations. In this essay, however, I argue that the EU's current approach by the shifting of responsibilities and driven by political opportunism, is myopic due to its fixation on short-term relief above all else. Consequently, the EU's adopted approach not only poses a risk to the lives of many people on the move, but also weakens its strategic position outside of Europe and threatens to undermine its long-term political and economic agenda. Why this is the case, and how a commitment to comprehensive and sustainable may still be able to steer the EU off this treacherous path, is discussed in the following. The EU's approach to irregular migration and displacement. Mounting political pressure to address concerns about irregular migration into the EU led to the adoption of the Pact ahead of European parliamentary elections. The Pact itself consists of 10 legislative instruments, 9 regulations and 1 directive, entering into application in June 2026 and replaces existing rules and procedures that have hitherto failed to achieve the desired outcomes. The Pact was primarily designed to promote solidarity and clarify responsibilities within the EU, in addition to streamlining asylum procedures and securing external borders, European Commission 2024c. 2-3. Equally noteworthy, however, is that the Pact constitutes the EU's next step towards reducing the number of irregular arrivals and accepted asylum seekers by shifting responsibility onto third countries as part of its broader quest for. The Pact has been the subject of intense criticism and scrutiny from different sides. Despite already moving the EU further to the right, criticism from the far-right factions holds that the Pact does not go far enough to address their concerns over irregular migration and threatens to undermine national sovereignty by shifting to EU authorities. Much of the criticism, however, was voiced by those opposed to the apparent shift towards the right. Statements from dozens of civil society (CSOs) have not minced words when expressing their disapproval of large parts of the Pact and their concern about its implications for people on the move 3 shortly before the final vote in the European Parliament, for example. More than 160 CSOs signed a letter warning that the Pact creates a system whereby the right to seek asylum in the EU is severely threatened and will engender a proliferation of human rights violations against people across Europe due to their migration status. PICUM 2024. Critics have also called into question the effectiveness of the Pact in reducing irregular migration, e.g. Romeo 2024, as well as its promise to promote solidarity among members, e.g. Green's IFA 2024. While the internal dimension received much attention, the external dimension in the Pact itself, but nonetheless crucial to its implementation, is equally worth looking into and shall be the focus of the remaining section. The Pact's external dimension can only be understood if placed in the broader context that is by the EU's efforts, in combination with efforts by individual members towards
meaning the extension of border and migration controls from the so-called migrant-receiving nations in the global north and into neighboring countries or sending nations in the global south, Stock Al. 2019 P1. The pact envisions the establishment and strengthening of international partnerships to, according to EU framing, 1. Prevent irregular departures and loss of life, 2. Fight migrant smuggling, 3. Cooperate on return and readmission, and 4. Promote legal pathways, European Commission, 2024. This so-called new approach is already being put into practice and embedded in comprehensive partnerships recently initiated with countries such as Tunisia, Egypt, and Mauritania, with an eye towards further expansion, European Commission, 2024b. Several aspects of the EU's approach, reaffirmed in the pact, directly or indirectly affect third countries from different regions. There is the reliance on the safe third country and first country of asylum concepts. Art. 5764, Asylum Procedure Regulation, which render applications inadmissible where applicants for international protection are considered to be able to enjoy effective protection elsewhere. In this regard, the pact explicitly declares that here the Union and a third country have jointly come to an agreement that migrants admitted under that agreement will be protected. The conditions regarding safe third country status may be presumed fulfilled. Art. 59.7, Asylum Procedure Regulation. Accelerated procedures are to be applied to those who come from countries with comparatively low recognition rates or safe countries of origin. 4. Article 42E(j), Asylum Procedure Regulation. There is an overall emphasis on swift return and readmission, including those whose applications were rejected within the asylum border procedure. They are considered not to have entered the territory of the member state and shall not be authorized to do so. See Art. 4. Return Border Procedure Regulation, based on the so-called legal fiction of non-entry. Relying on external cooperation to make this system work, it is unsurprising that the EU deems it necessary to promote and build tailor-made and mutually beneficial partnerships with third countries. Para. 5. Asylum and Migration Management Regulation. To this end, financial contributions as part of the EU's solidarity mechanism may even be directly used for actions in, or in relation to, relevant third countries by member states experiencing migratory pressure or crisis. Art. 56.2b, Asylum and Migration Management Regulation, and Art. 8.1b, Crisis Regulation. The fact that relocation offers are not mandatory, but merely one of the three categories of solidarity measures from which member states can choose, only adds to the incentives for countries of first entry to stopping irregular arrivals above all else. Relying on third countries, as well as on countries of origin, is thus a clear feature of the system as currently designed. There are three broader notions to which I relate criticism and concerns about the pact and the EU's general approach, moving beyond valid objections on moral grounds. First is the notion of values, meaning the extent to which they observe and promote the values on which the EU and its policies are supposed to be based. Second is the notion of effectiveness, meaning the extent to which they are a rational choice for achieving the declared purposes. Third is the notion of trade-offs, meaning the extent to which their implementation or execution requires the EU to compromise on other goals and interests. With these notions in mind, this essay contends that the EU's current interregional approach to dealing with people on the move 1. Increases reliance on authoritarian regimes, 2. Undermines international principles and safeguards, and 3. Paves the way for future crises. The implications for people on the move, neighboring regions, as well as the EU's own strategic interests, are potentially dramatic and worth unpacking in more detail. Relying on authoritarian regimes. As the EU's chosen approach relies on the cooperation or assent of third countries, it becomes dependent. The EU itself can neither fully implement nor execute its own policies, nor can it control their shelf life. The perils of relinquishing policy autonomy, from a European perspective, are exacerbated by relying primarily on authoritarian or authoritarian-leaning regimes. This is most obvious in the southern Mediterranean neighborhood, where the EU closed particularly controversial agreements with Tunisia, rapidly descending into full-blown authoritarianism, and Egypt, and continues to support the Libyan that is credibly accused of collusion with traffickers and complicity in crimes against humanity.
Human Rights Council, 2023. With the EU scrambling to reduce irregular arrivals, neighboring countries can leverage their role in preventing departures from their territories to use what has been dubbed reversed conditionality, 2007, p. 192. The threat of allowing or facilitating onward movement of people towards European borders when demands, whether related or unrelated to the subject at hand, are not met is bound to regularly put the EU in a bind and may well leave it in an overall worse position than before. The shifting power dynamics of the EU's neighboring countries generally weaken the EU's ability to pursue its agenda abroad. To the extent that it helps balance interests among actors from the different regions more fairly, this can be viewed positively. A growing reluctance to confront authoritarian regimes, however, spells trouble for the future of EU-led democracy and human rights promotion. It severely curtails efforts to protect the rights of people on the move in host countries, to which the EU remains at least publicly committed. The partnership with Tunisia is just one recent example that drew criticism, with the EU being accused of turning a blind eye to the repression of human rights, the mistreatment of migrants, and the dismantling of democratic institutions, 2023. Without shared values and an aligned vision for the future, cooperation risks becoming strictly transactional and myopic. Therefore, the EU's emphasis on short-term goals relating to migration comes with trade-offs in the pursuit of other strategic priorities and raises questions about the overall sustainability of cooperation. Undermining international principles and safeguards. Beyond the adverse consequences for the EU's own strategic position and policy autonomy, it is critical to mention that the increased rent-seeking around people on the move contributes to their commodification. Al. 2021. The implied has potentially dramatic consequences for those affected. Libya, with pay-to-intercept and pay-to-release as parallel business models, serves as a warning example for the suffering caused by the commodification of those transiting through the country, a suffering enabled in part by the EU's chosen approach, and 2022. The abdication of responsibilities also risks a loss of international reputation and credibility, and the perception of the EU's culpability in the deaths and mistreatment of migrants, or the increasing instability in host countries, is likely to spread as its push for and deterrence continues. The more the EU is viewed as not practicing what it preaches, the less room there is for the EU to strengthen relevant international norms and effectively discourage or challenge norm violating. Perhaps most consequentially and perilously is the prospect of other actors emulating the EU's approach. Besides the strategic involvement of third countries and the resulting commodification of migrants and refugees, concepts such as five in crisis, as developed in the crisis regulation of the Pact, are likely to appeal to countries seeking to actions contravening the spirit or letter of international law. All this is rooted in the idea that providing international protection to those in need is undesirable and should be avoided or at least limited by various means. Ultimately, international law, already inherently presented with serious enforcement challenges, risks being sidelined even further by a mindset that views the allocation of responsibilities in strictly transactional terms and firmly elevates national politics over international obligations. Such a mindset turns people seeking international protection into pawns in negotiations and undermines the very pillars on which the international asylum system rests, paving the way for future crises. Finally, the EU's approach conjures up new crises in two ways. First, the abdication of responsibilities adds to the overburdening of those countries already hosting the largest share of the world's displaced persons. Increasing the burden on such countries, which include most of the EU's neighborhood, raises concerns about rising as well as interstate tensions that undermine national and regional stability. Whether related to ensuing mistreatment and rights violations, violent conflict and political turmoil, or lack of economic opportunities and poverty, increasing instability adds to the motivation for parts of the population to make their way to neighboring countries and regions, including Europe. Second, policy success is increasingly measured by the number of irregular arrivals. Resulting from domestic pressure and ideological shifts, the pursuit of solutions that promise immediate relief over long-term viability and effectiveness. Hence, addressing the root causes of migration and displacement takes a backseat to trying to control the flow of movement, with the EU seeking to prevent departures from happening in the first place at all costs, quoted in Euromed Monitor 2024. Jointly, these two reasons create a bottleneck, with people continuing to seek international protection or other forms of relief while being halted in countries outside of their preferred destination. Coupled with host countries that are either unable or unwilling to prevent onward movement, for example, due to changes in the political or economic calculus or even the collapse in state capacities, this creates a volatile and untenable situation. Referring to Lebanon and Jordan, for example, Cooper and 2024 p. 798 point to downstream dangers, e.g. political tensions and even state collapse risk in the neighborhood caused by the EU's current approach. This in turn poses not only a risk to regional stability in the European neighborhood, but indeed portends future large-scale movements of precisely the kind of which the EU is most afraid. A chance to the EU's interregional approach. The pitfalls and dangers associated with relying on authoritarian regimes, subverting international principles and safeguards, and its neighborhood for short-term relief, all of which form part of the EU's current approach to, are clear. But what is the alternative? After all, the subject of how to deal with people moving to Europe will not fade into obscurity anytime soon. It starts with a simple: if migration and asylum are regional challenges requiring regional solutions in Europe, as Commission President correctly points out, European Commission 2024d, then this also holds true for neighboring regions. Thus, I contend that solutions cannot be based on bilateral agreements and selective engagement, but must instead be built on comprehensive interregional strategies. For this, 5 core tenets bear mentioning. First, the EU's budget must reflect the priority assigned to the issue area. This is a banal but nonetheless critical and sine qua. The EU cannot expect to successfully meet what it holds to be one of the core challenges of the present and future without proportionate and long-term resource commitments. This includes, but is not limited to, investing in the development of neighboring regions as well as their institutional capabilities, a requirement that must not be overshadowed by undue. While the perception of crisis has infused a sense of urgency, it remains to be seen whether the EU fully appreciates the resources and endurance required to effectively address relevant causes rather than delaying their effects. Second, the EU must commit itself to equal partnerships with actors from different regions and adequately consider their priorities and concerns if it strives to develop lasting interregional solutions. While joint commitments have been formulated, such as the 2006 Joint Africa-EU Declaration on Migration and Development in Tripoli, the priorities in practice continue to reflect the underlying Eurocentrism and power asymmetries. Most notably, this concerns the increasing of the topic at the expense of focusing on the migration development nexus, which is particularly important for countries of origin. Third, the EU, alongside its interregional partners, must address the root causes of displacement and proactively tackle structural challenges rather than react to resulting perceived crises. In this context, it is also crucial to focus on the push factors of initial and onward migration in all its forms, including forced displacement, instead of to borrow from the push-pull framework terminology, adding even more intervening obstacles, such as the elements associated with and altering pull factors by creating an even harsher asylum system or otherwise distressing irregular migrants and refugees. Fourth, people on the move must be supported where they are, including in countries of origin, transit, and temporary destination. The EU's whole-of-route approach, which promises to identify and respond to patterns along the whole migration route alongside countries of origin, transit, and destination, Council of the European Union, 2019, allows for broader engagement. However, it risks being misused as primarily a policing approach for disrupting movement that is neither sustainable nor humane. It is incumbent on the EU to allocate resources and attention not primarily based on the short-term reduction of irregular arrivals into the EU, but instead on suitable long-term solutions for people on the move. Fifth and finally, the EU must ensure legal pathways for migration, as well as accept its responsibility under the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR resettlement scheme. The Union Resettlement Framework, in addition to expanding other legal pathways, offers a welcome chance, but questions remain about its implementation and impact. If one of the EU's biggest concerns is the irregular nature of arrivals, as consistently highlighted in its communication around combating human trafficking and smuggling groups, then cooperation with the UNHCR in an effort to resettle refugees in a coordinated manner brings benefits for all parties involved, including safe passage for refugees in need of resettlement as well as for relief host countries. Conclusion. In conclusion, the nature of the challenges and the multitude of stakeholders across regions mean that not only regionalism but indeed is imperative to dealing with the large-scale movement of people. A selective and myopic approach too, however, risks doing more harm than good. Law states that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. European countries must move past their fixation on short-term arrival numbers as the primary measure of success, or else lasting solutions will continue to prove elusive. The long-term prospects depend on the desire among relevant stakeholders to work through joint frameworks that are inclusive, well-funded, and built on shared values. Cooperation must target the root causes of displacement and support people where they are, thus moving away from proximity to European borders as the key factor in determining the level of engagement and sense of urgency. And above all else, interregional cooperation can only succeed in the long run if it seeks to share rather than shift responsibilities. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: DC 2014. Regionalism in Africa, Concepts and Context. In J.J. Ide. Handbook of African Security. 181-189. JP 2007. Readmission Agreements in the IU Neighborhood. The International Spectator 42-2, 179-196. Org 101080039327207014063665. Cooper L. and M. 2024. Generating Instability. The Impact of the AU's Hybrid Migration Governance in Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. Governance 37-3, 785-802. Org 10111112-801. Council of the European Union. 2019. Way Forward for EU Migration and Asylum Policy. Outcome of Discussions. Presidency Report 14364-19. Euromed Monitor. 2024. Fortress Europe's Migration Pact. A Blow to Human Rights International Protections. Euromed Human Rights Monitor. Organ Article 631-0 Fortress Europe %E2% 80% 99's Migration Pact A Blow to Human Rights International Protections. European Commission. 2024 Pact on Migration and Asylum, Embedding Migration in International Partnerships. Publications Office of the European Union. Org 102775693136. European Commission. 2024 Bay. Commission takes stock of key achievements on migration and asylum. Press release. Europa Commission Detail N 241413. European Commission. 2024 Say. Striking a balance on migration, an approach that is both fair and firm. Communication from the Commission to the European Parliament, the European Council and the Council, COM 2024-126 Final. European Commission. 2024 D. Statement by President at the joint press conference with President and Belgian Prime Minister
on the adoption of the Pact on Migration and Asylum. Europa Commission Detail End Statement 241953. European Parliament 2024. MEPs approve the new Migration and Asylum Pact press release. Europa News and Press Room 202404008, IPR 20290, approve the new Migration and Asylum Pact. LF, NR, and G 2021. Refugee Commodification, the diffusion of refugee rent-seeking in the Global South. Third World Quarterly 4211, 27472766. Org 10108001436597202119568991. AI 2023. In Tunisia, the IU is repeating an old and dangerous mistake. Politico article team Europe-Tunisia President side Refugee Migrant Crisis Greens EFA. 2024. Migration Pact fails to deliver real solidarity and respect for fundamental rights press release. Greens and article press Migration Pact fails to deliver real solidarity respect for fundamental rights. Human Rights Council 2023. Report of the Independent Fact-Finding Mission on Libya, Advance Edited Version AHRC 5283. A and J 2022. EU Border and Security Outsourcing, Exploring the Migration Industry in Libya. Journal of Ethnic and Migration Studies 4817, 40104028. Org 10108013691838x2022206190. PICUM 2024. More than 160 civil society call on MEPs to vote down harmful EU Migration Pact. Platform for International Cooperation on Undocumented Migrants. Org Blog 81 Civil Society call on to vote down harmful Migration Pact, A and C 2021. Moving Beyond Refugees and Migrants, the Rights of People on the Move. Interventions 23-2, 273-293. Org 10108013698001x20201854107. Romeo G 2024. The new pact on migration is not only harmful, but will also be ineffective. Comsection Migration Opinion. The new pact on migration is not only harmful, but will also be ineffective. Stock, I, A, and SU 2019. At Work, Responses to Migration Policies from the Global South. Comparative Migration Studies. Org 101186 S408780190157Z. I refer to regionalism as cognitive or state-centric projects, 2014, p. 183. Leaning on the definition for regionalism may be understood as cognitive or state-centric projects across two or more regions. People on the move is an overarching term for people who are moving from one place to another for relatively long periods of time, and 2021, p. 274. Thus, it includes the traditional categories of refugees and migrants, but is more inclusive and reflects the practical difficulty of neat distinctions. The concept is defined in Article 61 of the Asylum Procedure Regulation. Notably, this makes exceptions for specific parts of its territory or clearly identifiable categories of persons, Article 61.2. The EU clarifies that a situation could arise where a third country or a hostile non-state actor encourages or facilitates the movement of third country nationals or stateless persons to the external borders of the Union or to a member state, where such actions are indicative of an intention of a third country or a hostile non-state actor to the Union or a member state, para. 14. Crisis Regulation. SA 24, Unraveling Stability, Regional Power in West and Southern Africa through Three Lenses. Introduction. Contemporary international relations discourse must still sufficiently distinguish between the multiple conceptual frameworks to examine regional versus global hegemony. On the surface, both have similarities. However, the mechanisms that drive their power projection are distinct and require varied analytical methodologies.
Essentially, the traditional emphasis on global power dynamics frequently obscures regional subsystems' complex interplay of influence. In practical terms, this means that regional powers might exert influence that may elude global-level examination. For example, a state may be decisive in its territory, yet it may look like a middle power in the global power hierarchy. This is the case in southern Africa and Nigeria in West Africa. The post-Cold War era has undeniably witnessed what 1975, and later on, Acharya 2007, describe as the of world politics, thus rendering this analytical distinction increasingly vital. This duality challenges conventional international relations theories that typically position states on a singular hierarchical continuum. The duality becomes even more acute when analyzing the transition of regional subsystems from open multilateral configurations to closed hierarchical systems. In this essay, we look at South Africa and Nigeria's tacit expressions of regional hegemony to explore the emergence and functioning of closed regional systems. We do this against the backdrop of Nigeria's declining influence, as was evident when border closures with negatively affected Nigeria more than the intended targets, leading to a paradoxical situation where smaller neighbors became essential for the stability of regional powerhouses. This border closure escalated food prices, negatively affecting food security in multiple countries such as Ghana and AL 2023, European Commission 2024. South Africa, arguably the largest and most advanced African economy, 2024, U.S. International Trade Administration, 2024, is also experiencing a relative decline in regional influence (COX) 2025. Nevertheless, despite recent declines in power, both regional can still convert areas of multilateral exchange into hierarchical spheres of influence. For instance, South Africa is still instrumental as a steadying force, with varying degrees of success in Mozambique, Angola, and Zimbabwe. Much of this is achieved through driving regional coordination processes. For instance, the Southern African Development Community Mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, commenced in July 2021 to address the insurgency in province, with significant troop contributions from South Africa aimed at stabilizing the region, 2024. South Africa was instrumental in establishing the Great Limpopo Park in 2002, which integrated conservation areas from South Africa, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe into a unified transboundary protected zone, 2014. In responding to the query on whether regions become potentially threatening or destructive when they evolve into closed spheres, one of influence dominated by regional, we adopt three analytical lenses that together provide a comprehensive framework for understanding contemporary regional dynamics. Beyond the East-West Strait challenges traditional global politics and economics binaries, revealing how regionalism creates more nuanced power configurations. These configurations often lead to regional hegemonic dominance, significantly impacting cooperation patterns as dominant actors shape regional agendas and institutional structures. Such regional power dynamics are particularly visible in the entanglements observed in Southern and West Africa, where regional interactions are inseparable from global forces and colonial legacies, demonstrating how historical patterns continue to influence present-day regional relationships. The development of closed-off regional spheres poses a significant obstacle to the principles of inclusive multilateralism. When regional powers consolidate authority through exclusive economic agreements or preferential security alliances, they risk establishing what we call hegemonic enclosures. Building on 2001-2019 concept of, which posits as a response to post-colonial enclosure. Essentially, it describes how hegemonic regimes create social, economic, and ideological enclosures to maintain, as well as David's 2003-2017 concept of accumulation by dispossession, which describes how hegemonic nations and institutions are strengthened by global capital's creation of enclosures through commodification and economic dominance. Our concept refers to a scenario in which regional primarily function to the interests of the dominant state rather than promoting authentic collective action. This is seen in how certain regional powers have used their influence to obtain preferential access to resources or control regional crisis response systems. The recent tensions over ECOWAS's reaction to military coups
and the Southern African Development Community's SADC approach to security issues show how regional frameworks can be used for hegemonic control instead of working together to solve problems. The interplay between external powers and regional dynamics further complicates this picture. Regionalism beyond the East-West Strait. Acknowledging the tectonic shift on multiple levels is essential to understanding how regional closure hegemony creates new forms of dominance outside the East-West binary. On a macro level, new global South orientations have emerged, as evident in the BRICS Plus grouping that threatens to upend long-established patterns of interaction between the global North and South, and on a level, interstate relationships are changing. The most interesting development has to be the emergence of new subregional groupings. Recent military coups undermined long-standing regional cohesiveness and collaboration patterns, bearing witness to the potential transformation of coastal states into a new framework. This represents a significant shift in regional dynamics in West Africa. We see a loose of power relations and linkages amongst littoral nations rather than a clear institutional. These upheavals have stressed established regional frameworks, resulting in informal corridors of influence too, but rather than isolate the regional Nigeria, the rest of the region is putting increased pressure on it to the region and use its influence to ensure a return to formal institutional structures and membership. Outside of this potential, Nigeria has been increasing its market protection, as was seen with the 2019 border closures and their consequent regional impacts, which starkly contrast with the 2023 border closures that affected Nigeria adversely. Nigeria's hegemonic posture in West Africa shows itself in many spheres of influence, especially in marine infrastructure and digital economics, as seen in Nigeria's involvement in Ghana's advanced fintech ecosystem, best shown by startups like and driving regional digital transformation. Nigeria's technical domination effectively propagates Nigerian business frameworks, technical benchmarks, and financial practices. This digital expansion empowers Nigeria to influence the region's economic development and technological integration, while simultaneously encouraging dependencies on its platforms and systems, thereby strengthening its position as a regional leader without necessarily depending on official institutional frameworks. Moreover, Nigeria's leadership in ECOWAS, which dictates regional rules on cybersecurity and digital payments, further strengthens this digital impact. Concurrent with port congestion and efficiency issues, Nigeria's rivalry with Senegal over marine trade supremacy shows how determined it is to keep its position as the principal logistics hub for West Africa. Lagos State, the richest subnational government in Nigeria as well as the entire subregion, is also positioning itself as a key player in maritime and transport logistics in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, in the subregion Lagos State Government, 2022. This illustrates that despite current setbacks, Nigeria still has a sophisticated appreciation of how multi-sectoral collaboration could assist it in gaining regional leadership while promoting collective economic stability within ECOWAS. South Africa's influence, which has long stood as the gateway to Southern Africa, is evident in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange's JSE's dominance in regional financial markets. It remains critical in shaping the region's political and economic landscape. For instance, South African banks have deepened financial dependency through regional expansion efforts. Similarly, there is significant South African investment in Nigeria, but there have been major exits from the Nigerian economy in recent years due to the country's economic instability. This is largely the result of the Nigerian government's incoherent fiscal policy. Due largely to its involvement in Mozambique's natural gas, LNG, development and Zambia's debt restructuring, South Africa is essential to the economic stability of the Southern Africa region. Since South African banks have significant stakes in Zambia as a key financial hub, Zambia's economic stability is crucial to the health of the regional financial system. With at the forefront of major innovations in natural gas, South African companies have made significant investments in Mozambique's LNG sector. Moreover, South Africa's military support for the region underlines its commitment to its security and economic goals, despite its contested leadership within SADC. South Africa's hegemony fosters regional stability and integration by integrating economic cooperation, security aid, and development diplomacy.
South Africa's multidimensional approach to regional leadership, combining economic cooperation, security assistance, and development diplomacy, transcends the traditional East-West binary in global politics. Its approach demonstrates how regional powers can create independent avenues for stability and integration tailored to local contexts, rather than simply replicating the models established by superpowers. The regional dynamics in Southern Africa function according to its unique internal principles, creating what may be regarded as a third way in international relations that resists simplification into either Eastern or Western frameworks. By African agency and interests, South Africa's regional leadership fosters a more comprehensive understanding of global power dynamics that the validity and importance of governance systems driven by regional initiatives. Regional hegemonic dominance and regional cooperation. Regional cooperation gives life to the Africa Rising narrative, 2012, yet, ironically, it often masks new forms of economic dominance. The exercise of regional dominance can be best described as an interlocking system of tides and currents. Institutional power, the main channel's flow, is strengthened by economic control, tributary rivers, and infrastructural power, the undercurrents. Three interconnected power dimensions work together. Institutional power, the main channel's flow, represents formal governance structures and diplomatic frameworks. Economic control, tributary rivers, involves trade patterns and financial dependencies that feed the main flow. And infrastructural power, undercurrents, consists of the hidden but essential transportation networks, digital systems, and energy grids that sustain the entire system. Together, these elements create an integrated framework of influence that flows throughout the region. Thus, regional have become the flagships of hegemonic power, as evidenced by the Southern African Customs Union's SACU, revenue arrangements, and ECOWAS's intervention protocols, which can be leveraged to serve dominant states' interests. In addition, both Nigeria and South Africa are the most important financial contributors to their respective subregional 2024 Parliamentary Monitoring Group 2021. An illustrated example is South Africa's continued domination of the region's economy through the JSE, which remains Africa's largest stock market and facilitates crucial capital flows throughout Southern Africa. The JSE provides a platform for companies from neighboring nations like Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe to tap into larger pools of capital, and 2019. Moreover, South Africa leads SADC's strategy whilst also being the primary driver of major regional infrastructure projects such as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which provides water to South Africa's industrial center and hydropower to Lesotho, and the bridge, which has significantly improved trade routes and reduced transport times along the north-south corridor. Lesotho Highlands Development Authority, ND. Southern African Development Bank Group, 2021, Community, 2015. Similarly, Nigeria's continued economic dominance in West Africa has continued into the fintech sector. For instance, has emerged as a key player in promoting digital financial inclusion throughout West Africa, expanding into several countries, including Ghana and Senegal. Nigerian fintech companies are building a robust digital infrastructure by facilitating cross-border transactions and supporting trade along vital routes such as the Ghana Corridor 3 African Development Bank Group, 2024, Michael, 2025, World Bank, 2019. This effort aligns with ECOWAS's broader economic integration goals, while also helping to bring informal economies into more traceable and secure systems. Nigeria's influence is felt in the push towards an ECOWAS single currency, which would decrease transaction costs and increase trade efficiency. In the case of ECOWAS, there is significant pushback against the single currency initiative by smaller francophone countries. Like South Africa, Nigeria is the economic engine of its region through infrastructural projects. However, all hegemony is contested and, to a large extent, negotiated. Smaller vessels always find ways to navigate through alternative passages. This is by various look-east policies to diversify their international partnerships and bilateral cooperation networks to counter regional hegemonic dominance. These alternative partnerships provide economic options and diplomatic counterweights, enhancing smaller states' bargaining power within regional structures. This ongoing negotiation creates a dynamic regional system where dominant powers must continually adapt to maintain legitimacy and effectiveness. Entanglements, regional dynamics in a global context. A major obstacle to regional development and integration is the continuing presence of colonial systems in modern-day Africa. The modern African political economy is still shaped by the colonial era's trade routes, borders, and economic interdependence. This is especially true of the effects of the British Commonwealth in East Africa and the CFA franc system in French West Africa, 2019. Initiatives such as CFTA, which aim to promote African commerce and economic autonomy, are prime instances of contemporary attempts to overcome these historical limitations. Resource management and environmental governance have become important hubs for African regional cooperation and conflict, 2016-2014. Strategic mineral resources in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, particularly cobalt and lithium, point to underlying tensions between local resource ownership and international interests within global supply chains. The disputes surrounding the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam among Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt illustrate how resource management can generate regional tensions within the Nile River basin. This trend is further seen in the Lake Chad basin, where environmental deterioration has worsened security issues and forces such as the Lake Chad Basin Commission to coordinate actions, Lake Chad Basin Commission, 2018 and 2020. The increasing security presence of Western powers in West Africa, partly motivated by a desire to counter China's and Russia's influence, demonstrates how regional spaces can become arenas for broader geopolitical competition, potentially undermining regional autonomy and collective decision-making. 2025. Remarkably, diaspora networks have become increasingly important in determining the balance of power in Africa's regions, 2020-2024. The diasporas of Ethiopia, Ghana, and Nigeria illustrate how transnational populations may significantly influence their home countries through cultural interchange, political activism, and remittances. For example, the Ethiopian diaspora's support for Prime Minister's reform initiatives has been relatively influential, BBC 2019-2020. These initiatives include a mixture of political and structural reforms, encompassing enhanced gender representation in government, economic restructuring toward private sector leadership, and appointing a former opposition leader to head the Electoral Commission. Such reforms strengthen investor confidence and signal positive long-term prospects despite ongoing complex challenges in the country, BBC 2019 and 2019. These diaspora networks can link regional and global concerns, offering intellectual and financial capital, and influencing domestic and international policy. Nested regionalism offers a valuable framework for comprehending the intricate interactions between different tiers of regional C. 2017-2022. This is especially clear in the interaction between the African Union (AU) and the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS), where different reaction capacities and overlapping mandates produce dynamic patterns of regional administration. AL. 2020. Various levels of regional can compete with and complement one another in tackling African issues, as evidenced by ECOWAS's quick involvement in recent West African political crises, in contrast to the AU's more expansive but slower continental strategy. Regional African operate as complementary layers, with sub-regional bodies like ECOWAS providing rapid responses to local crises, while the AU develops broader continental strategies. When outside powers strategically interact with various levels, they create intricate through investments, economic institutions, and security alliances, bringing these regional dynamics into contact with global forces. The analytical frameworks presented in Beyond the East, West Strait, Regional Hegemonic Dominance, and Entanglements highlight the increasing significance of regionalism in global politics by demonstrating how regions forge power centers that function beyond conventional East-West paradigms, how regional hegemonies develop alternative models that resonate with local priorities, and how colonial legacies persist in shaping modern regional configurations. This indicates that regions have progressed from being simple components of a global framework to becoming more independent entities with unique internal dynamics, an essential observation for comprehending the developing multiplex world order. Conclusion. Southern and Western Africa demonstrate how spheres of influence foster cooperation or enable dominance.
Through our three analytical lenses, we observe that regional like Nigeria and South Africa have wielded significant influence over their respective regions, though in markedly different ways. Nigeria's assertive leadership within ECOWAS, particularly regarding military interventions and monetary policy, contrasts with South Africa's more subtle economic dominance within SADC. These patterns also reflect how regional can weaken or reinforce hegemonic power based on their design and accountability mechanisms. Institutions with robust accountability and balanced representation can check dominant members' power, while weak institutional design enables powerful states to use regional platforms to their unilateral interests. These dynamics shape whether regionalism develops collaboratively or serves dominant states' interests, creating intermediate layers in global power hierarchies and establishing nodes of authority in the emerging multiplex world order. The potential threat of closed regionalism becomes most acute when three conditions converge: consolidation of hegemonic power without effective institutional checks, exclusionary economic practices that deepen regional dependencies, and the manipulation of regional narratives to justify unilateral action. To address these challenges, it becomes crucial that new frameworks for regional cooperation integrate institutional safeguards designed to protect the interests of smaller states while preserving the advantages of regional integration. Rotating leadership arrangements, weighted voting procedures that avoid hegemonic domination, and open dispute resolution procedures are a few examples. The capacity of programs such as CFTA to advance open regionalism, while halting the formation of closed, hegemonic spheres of influence, will be crucial to their success. A critical consideration is how technopolitical forces shape regional inequalities as technology and economic systems become more interconnected. Mobile money systems and digital infrastructure initiatives have the potential to either foster inclusive regional development or perpetuate existing power imbalances, contingent upon the governance and implementation strategies employed. Do regions become potentially threatening when they develop into closed spheres of influence? They certainly can, but this is not a given. The threat comes about when regional institutions lose three necessary balances: regional integration versus national sovereignty, dominant leadership versus shared responsibility, and regional self-governance versus external involvement. Pragmatic regionalism with solid institutional frameworks and an understanding of the politico-economic diversity of member states is required. 2022. Practically, this requires maintaining robust accountability mechanisms while remaining open to cooperation with external partners. In other words, a more flexible and inclusive form of regionalism that allows for the advantages of regional collaboration can be maintained while preventing the formation of closed, potentially harmful regional spheres. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Acharya A. 2007. The Emerging Regional Architecture of World Politics. World Politics 59-4, 629-652. African Development Bank Group. 2021. Bridge Project to Expand Regional Integration and Trade Across Southern Africa. Daibai. Org. African Development Bank Group. 2024. African Development Fund approves over €156 million for upgrade of cross-border roads connecting and Mali with Daibai. Org. L. 2023. A coup happened in, onion prices doubled in Ghana and its neighbors. L. Economy 202398. A coup happened and onion prices doubled in Ghana and its neighbors. Ms. J and N 2025. 10 Things to Watch in Africa in 2025. GIGA Focus Africa 1. Giga Hamburg. News BBC 2019. Ethiopia's the leader promising to heal a nation. BBC. Cox T 2025. Congo losses expose limit of South Africa's diplomatic ambitions. Reuters. Reuters.com World Africa Congo losses expose limit South Africa's diplomatic ambitions. 202-50130 European Commission. 2024. Humanitarian Aid and Civil Protection. European Commission. Civil Protection Humanitarian Aid Europa where Africa N. Bay 2022. Transcending Member States, Political and Legal Dynamics of Building Continental Supranationalism in Africa. Springer. L 2013. Building Regions from Below. Has the time come for regionalism too? In L. AIDS. Regionalism in a Changing World. Comparative Perspectives in the New Global Order. 156-168. B. Venturi B. and A. 2020. Differentiation in ASEAN, ECOWAS and MERCOSUR. A Comparative Analysis, EUIDEA Policy Papers, 6. It cites default files 6. K. 2020. Ethiopia's hugely influential diaspora split on. Com and Ethiopia's influential diaspora split on a 54209290. D. 2003. The New Imperialism. Oxford University Press. D. 2017. The New Imperialism. Accumulation by Dispossession. In B. and K. B. Anderson. Mark's First Aid. 213-237. B and F 2000. Theorizing the Rise of. New Political Economy 53-457-472. Org 1010807136877778. G 2016. Why Regional Integration is so important for resource-driven diversification in Africa. World Bank Blogs. Blogs.org. R 2014. Resource-related conflict in Africa. ACLED. Com. Lagos State Government. 2022. Lagos State Development Plan 2052, Africa's Model Megacity. Lagos State Government. Org Resources LSDP 2052 Full Report. Lake Chad Basin Commission. 2018. Regional Strategy for the Recovery and Resilience of the Haram-Affected Areas of the Lake Chad Basin. Lake Chad Basin Commission. Org. Lesotho Highlands Development Authority. ND. Lesotho Highlands Water Project. LHDA. Org. M 2024. Mapped breaking down the $3 trillion African economy by country. Visual Capitalist. Com breaking down African economy by country, M 2020. The role of the African diaspora in the renaissance of the African continent. The Journal for Transdisciplinary Research in Southern Africa, 16-1, Article 733. T 2024. Lessons from the SADC Mission in Mozambique, SAMIM. Accord Org Analysis Lessons from the Mission in Mozambique, J 2012. Africa Rising, Time Magazine agrees with The Economist. How We Made It in Africa. Com Africa Rising Time runs with same title as now famous The Economist cover 22337, A 2001. On the University of California Press. A 2019. Out of the Dark Night, Essays on. Columbia University Press.
Michael C. 2025. Here are startups driving cross-border payments in Nigeria. Business Day. N 2024. What turmoil in ECOWAS means for Nigeria and regional stability. International Crisis Group. Org Africa West Africa Nigeria Sahel. What turmoil means Nigeria and regional stability. Parliamentary Monitoring Group. 2021. Briefing and consideration of Charter establishing SADC Aviation Safety. Org Committee Meeting 33540 Text on %20 Funding %2C %20. The %20 Department %20 has %20 adopted %20. The process %20, which %20 starts %20 from %20, the %20 technical %20 level. A 2017. Regionalism in the Southern African Development Community, Integration for Better Health. PRARI Working Paper 1511. The Open University. C. 1975. The Of World Politics, Concepts and Evidence. International Journal 34, 599 630. A. 2019. Colonial Rule and Its Political Legacies in Africa. Oxford Research Encyclopedia of Politics. Org 1010-93978019022863700, 1000-19780190228637 E1346. H 2022. The World of Overlapping Regions. IDE Discussion Papers 835. Institute of Developing Economies, Japan External Trade. P&M 2019. Bridging the Divide, Integrating SADC's Capital Markets, SAIIA Occasional Paper 295. South African Institute of International Affairs. Org. T 2024. Addressing the Power Imbalance Between Africa and Her Diaspora. Bubblegum Club. Co-Discourse Addressing the Power Imbalance Between Africa and Her Diaspora, M&R 2020. The Climate Change Security Nexus, Case Study of the Lake Chad Basin, Research Paper 2008. Policy Center for the New South. MOD. A's and AA 2019. Can continue to remodel Ethiopia. House. Org. Southern African Development Community. 2015. SADC Strategy and Roadmap 2015-2063. SADC. P 2014. Great Limpopo Park. Org Great Limpopo Park, United States International Trade Administration. 2024. South Africa Market Overview. Trade USITA. Trade Knowledge Product Exporting South Africa Market Overview. World Bank. 2019. Enhancing Regional Connectivity, an Economic Corridor Approach. World Bank. Documents 1.org. A closed sphere represents a regional configuration where a dominant power establishes significant influence over neighboring states while restricting external influence. This occurs when regional arrangements lose critical equilibrium. National sovereignty becomes subordinated to regional mandates. Dominant powers exercise unilateral leadership without meaningful participation from smaller states, and the region becomes isolated from productive external engagement. In such spheres, the influence is economic, political, and security frameworks primarily serving its interests, creating a closed system that limits member state autonomy and constructive outside involvement. Informal corridors of influence are non-institutionalized pathways of regional interaction and power projection that operate outside official frameworks. These corridors represent regionalism from below C and 2010-2013, where connections between states and communities develop through grassroots networks, unofficial economic activities, cultural exchanges, and social movements rather than through formal treaties. They allow regional powers to broaden their influence in smaller entities to within regional dynamics via informal channels,
establishing alternative systems of regional integration that frequently operate alongside official frameworks. Known as the Ouagadougou-Tema Corridor. Essay 25, Regionalism and the Quest for Geopolitical Stability, an analysis of the role of ECOWAS. Introduction. The uncommon growth in the overall number of regional institutions and the range of their activities over the last century has generated humongous interest in the study of regionalism. Independent states have come to appreciate the realities of the prevailing international system, which largely thrives on. Although they still try to guard their sovereignty as jealously as possible, Al. 2019, the reality is that states in all parts of the world are increasingly adopting regional cooperation and integration as tools to address transboundary challenges, and 2023. Regionalism as a concept is the expression of a shared identity and purpose, with a focus on the development of political, economic, and social systems based on adherence to common rules by a certain geographic region which shares common ideological and cultural traits, and 2023. Their formation has often been driven by the growing impact of economic, as borders have become more porous and states have sought to cooperate more closely in order to deal with the consequences of interdependence, 2022. The creation of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, on the 28th of May 1975, by the 15 West African states in Lagos, Nigeria, is emblematic of regionalism. Its founding was a response to the cataclysmic recession of economies within the region following the global oil price shock of 1973. Its foundational objectives included the establishment of an economic union that would promote cooperation and development in all fields of economic activity, particularly in industry, transport, energy, agriculture, natural resources, commerce, monetary and financial sectors, and in social and cultural matters for the purpose of raising the standard of living of its peoples, of increasing and maintaining economic stability. Fostering relations among member states, Multilateral Treaty of ECOWAS, 1976. On the strength of the aforementioned, the community followed up with the of tariff barriers and other charges of equivalent effect among member states in respect of importation and exportation of goods, abolishment of restrictions to trade and free movement of capital, goods, and their peoples. Implementing this has had its downsides, as free movement across borders has instigated challenges to member nations' security architecture. This has manifested in terrorism, proliferation of small and light weapons, human and drug trafficking, among others, 2024. The also harmonized policies on industry, agriculture, economy, and monetary matters promoted common projects in member states and implemented schemes for joint development of transportation, communication, and energy projects, among other critical infrastructure. Multilateral Treaty of ECOWAS, 1976. Following this, ECOWAS has made some positive strides in the of macroeconomic policies, implementation of the Common External Tariff (CET), adopted in 2013, and the ECOWAS Trade Liberation Scheme (ETLS), which are the main instruments for fostering regional trade in West Africa, African Development Bank, 2020. The CIT has streamlined trade policies and customs procedures across the region, thereby reducing administrative burdens. The ETLS, though promising, has on its part posted dismal performance as community trade stood at 12% of total trade as of February 2024. Implicated in this regard are issues of political will and trust, awareness levels, poor direct taxation, and capacity deficiencies of the ECOWAS Commission, 2018. One of the major areas of achievement for ECOWAS is entering into treaties and creating subunits. The subunits created by ECOWAS include the West African Monetary Zone in 2000, the Regional Investment Guarantee Agency with USD $1 billion to mitigate political risks associated with investments in West Africa in 2013, the Regional Agency for Agriculture and Food RAAF in 2013, and the ECOWAS Common External Tariff CIT in 2015. These agreements and subunits of ECOWAS are crucial frameworks for promoting economic development, peace, security, and good governance in the subregion. In order to foster African trade, ECOWAS welcomed the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, treaty signed by several African countries in March 2018. The community also encouraged its members, who are yet to sign the agreement to fast-track the signing process, AL.
2019. ECOWAS has also embarked on some innovative projects, such as the construction of the Abidjan-Lagos Transport Project, the Dakar-Abidjan Multimodal Corridor, NEPAD, 2017, as well as the Praia-Dakar-Abidjan Multimodal Corridor. Likewise, the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project has advanced electrification efforts in the Gambia, Mali, and Guinea, which will fast-track economic growth and create more jobs in the region, 2024. The overarching outcomes of these projects are the improvements in the transport infrastructure with a view to supporting regional integration, enhanced productivity, trade, and economic development, 2020. Interestingly, this will also enhance accessibility from and towards landlocked countries. There has also been some progress in facilitating the regional mobility of, particularly in the ECOWAS subregion, where a common travel document permits nationals of one member country to enter the other member countries without visa requirements, 2004. Following this background and overview of ECOWAS, foundational objectives and achievements, the second section discusses the criticality of ECOWAS geography for unfettered global trade, peace, and stability. The third section appraises ECOWAS management of its military intervention forces in various flashpoints in West Africa. The fourth section examines the emergence of an alternative regional arrangement that has handled the deficiency of ECOWAS in regional security architecture. The fifth section looks at ECOWAS, promotion of good governance, and its seemingly self-destructive practices in the same space. The sixth section covers the concluding remarks. This essay argues that ECOWAS, as a regional body, has made good efforts at co-prosperity and geopolitical permanence in West Africa. However, its efficiency has been hampered by state conflicts, external interference, funding, and the multifaceted nature of its regional security threats. The criticality of political stability in West Africa. This area, also around the Gulf of Guinea, holds strategic importance for global peace and stability because of its proximity to Europe, the Americas, and other parts of Africa. It is a crucial transit point for global trade and migration. Rupturing stability in the region can unleash the spillover of conflicts, leading to illegal immigration with its attendant problems and predisposing secure intercontinental shipping lanes on the Atlantic Ocean to high levels of insecurity. The area is also of interest to the global north given its humongous deposit of natural resources such as hydrocarbon deposits, oil, gas, gold and diamonds, uranium, titanium, and agricultural products, all of which require a steady flow to the global market, and any form of disruption to the process would impact negatively on global economic stability. Beyond this, West Africa has also been a fertile ground for extremist activities, with clusters like AL in the Islamic Maghreb, AQIM, Haram, and Islamic State of West Africa Province operating sometimes with impunity, causing panic and anxiety in the region and beyond. The lax maritime security has transformed the Gulf of Guinea into the transshipment zone for Colombian and Latin American narcotics cartels and their local accomplices seeking less protected routes into Europe and America. Really, stability in West Africa is crucial for global counterterrorism and anti-drug trafficking efforts as it helps to curb the spread of extremist ideologies and the global triangular trade in narcotics between Latin American drug barons, Europeans, and African criminal gangs, 2009. Thus, the criticality of the area to global peace, prosperity, and stability cannot be overemphasized. An evidential proof of this was the establishment of a United States defense base in the Republic around in 2016 to serve as a hub for the USA's military activities in the region. ECOWAS interventionist forces, managing political stability in West Africa, feats and fault lines. There was turmoil in post-Cold War Africa, as by civil wars starting with Liberia from 1989, morphing and engulfing several member states subsequently. Acknowledging that real economic integration can only be built upon sustainable peace and political stability, ECOWAS revised its founding treaty in July 1993 to include a mandate to facilitate peace, security, and stability in West Africa. Thus, ECOWAS, in its quest for geopolitical stability, intervened through its regional peacekeeping force led by Nigeria to checkmate the crises in the sub-region. ECOMOG successfully intervened in Liberia between 1990 and 1997, ensuring that democratic elections were held, facilitating the resettlement of refugees in Nigeria, conducting DDR, and reintegrating ex-combatants into civilian life. ECOMOG achieved this level of success because it switched from peacekeeping to peace enforcement. This switch was occasioned by the recalcitrant attitude of Charles Taylor, the head of the main rebel faction in Liberia. ECOMOG had to compromise its neutrality by occasionally cooperating with and giving logistical support to other warring factions so as to contain the military influence of Charles Taylor's faction. Through UN cooperation, a UN observer mission, UNOMIL, was sent to Liberia to and facilitate the mandate of ECOMOG. Thus, through diplomacy backed by force, the ECOWAS peace plan for Liberia succeeded in achieving its primary objective, 2009. ECOWAS intervention in Sierra Leone from 1997 to 1998 dislodged rebel groups, who were and reintegrated into the society as the Restored Presidency. Furthermore, the body midwife to peace agreement in Guinea-Bissau in November 1999 after resolving their hostilities. In 2003 was in turmoil, and ECOWAS deployed its troops there ECOMISI to complement United Nations, UN, and French forces to enforce their 2003 ceasefire agreements. Again in 2003, ECOWAS deployed troops under the ECOWAS mission in Liberia ECOMIL to contain the Second Civil War while serving as a force that kept warring parties apart and facilitated the arrival of the UN mission there. Again in 2017, ECOWAS, under the aegis of the ECOWAS mission in the Gambia ECOMIG, intervened to restore democracy, and the forces as at 2023 were still in the Gambia and Guinea-Bissau. Explainer, 2023. ECOWAS, also in collaboration with external partners like the African Union, meets at the mid-year coordination meeting with regional economic commissions to align its work and coordinate the implementation of the Continental Integration Agenda, 2024. If not for these initiatives, the whole region would have been engulfed in perpetual fratricidal wars, 2024. However, in the management of crises, two incidents stand out where ECOWAS has been methodically absent. These are the Malian crisis and Haram insurrections that have transcended the ECOWAS borderlines. For the former, ECOWAS as a security actor had an ill-adjusted operational structure and lacked logistical resources to deploy the ECOWAS Standby Force, ESF, which replaced ECOMOG in 2004 in Mali. This showed its structural and functional incapability to reach full operational capability, 2024. For the latter, ECOWAS has had little or no input in the fight against Haram, which has ravaged Nigeria since 2009. The reasons posited are that, in military terms, Nigeria is the most influential member of the body, which makes ECOWAS military assistance less necessary. Another reason is that the fight against Haram has stretched into adjoining countries like Chad and Cameroon, a nation which is beyond ECOWAS orbit. A trans-regional solution was thus needed to fight the insurgency. Nigeria teamed with Benin, Cameroon, and Chad to resuscitate the Multinational Joint Task Force, MNJTF, of the Lake Chad Basin Commission in October 2014 to prosecute the fight against Haram. On 3 March 2015, the AU authorized the initial 12-month deployment of the MNJTF, consisting of up to 8,000 military and civilian staff with ECOWAS and Lake Chad Basin Commission assuming civilian oversight. Report No. 291. Notwithstanding enduring limitations, the MNJTF has recorded considerable feats. Their efforts and successes challenged BH and the Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP terrorists, resulting in a significant decline in insurgencies in the region. The recent acquisition of assets, growing coordination among the sectors, and shift from a defensive to an offensive posture are factors that have led to the successes of the MNJTF, Al. 2023. The MNJTF is thus a veritable alternative form of regionalism, which relieved ECOWAS of the pressure of managing the troubled Lake Chad Basin states, whose socioeconomic situations were compromised. What MNJTF did differently was that it adopted the African Union Peace and Security Framework and sourced counterpart funding for its operations from the United States and the European Union (EU) through the European Peace Fund, which provided funds for its counter-terrorism efforts.
The downside of this, however, is that with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, funding from Europe slowed down. Al. 2023. Beyond funding and its constraints, some other innovations that enhanced MNJTF's operational successes included its civil-military cooperation cell and quick impact projects, which fostered collaboration and trust among security forces, civilians, humanitarian agencies, and local communities, shifting cooperative practices beyond military-centric interventions. This tactic helped MNJTF to recapture territories hitherto lost to Haram, and it is a testament to the effectiveness of multilateralism and its coordinated regional response in addressing cross-border conflict. In 2024. Despite ECOWAS's sidestepping of the war against Haram, the Nigerian response to the insurgency has had a major consequence on the institution's role as a peace and security actor. Haram has made ECOWAS, what it refers to as terrorism, as a regional security threat. The focus on terrorism also means that ECOWAS sees an urgent need for ASF forces to receive counterinsurgency COIN training. This objective is partly being achieved through bilateral COIN training support that Nigeria is currently receiving from various international partners, and Albuquerque, 2015. Presently, as of July 2024, ECOWAS had spent USD 13 million on counterterrorism and humanitarian efforts helping refugees and internally displaced persons in affected states, 2024. This goes a long way to fortify geopolitical stability in the region. ECOWAS and Good Governance Initiatives and Western Reaction. ECOWAS has promoted adherence to democratic governance practices in West Africa. In December 2001, the bloc adopted the Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, which guaranteed free, fair, and transparent elections and zero tolerance for power obtained or maintained by unconstitutional means, 2008. This led to certain achievements protecting and deepening peace, stability, and democracy, albeit temporarily. Amongst these successes were the April 2012 negotiation and restoration of constitutional rule in Mali, and the facilitation of the return of interim president after a military coup in September 2015, in addition to the successful transition in the Gambia after longtime leader tried to unlawfully remain in office, 2023, the recently successful election observation mission to Senegal in 2024, and the facilitation of the signing of an agreement for national unity in Sierra Leone, 2024. Interestingly, ECOWAS seemingly protected democracy for a while as it kept undemocratic forces at bay in West Africa between 2015 and 2020. However, ECOWAS's inability to introduce strict term limits for its members, presidents proved ruinous for the region, ushering in a fresh groundswell of agitations, political violence, and utterly compromising its stated aim of cultivating stability and economic integration among states in West Africa. For instance, as of May 2015, ECOWAS jettisoned a proposal to restrict West African presidents to 2 terms after opposition from, and the Cable, 2015. ECOWAS also failed in the Togo matter. On 18 August 2017, opposition figures in the Republic of Togo took to the streets to protest the continued rule of the incumbent president, who had spent 14 years in power. The 2001 Supplementary Protocol obliged ECOWAS mediators to intervene in the Togolese crisis, broker peace, and produce feasible solutions acceptable to both the government and opposition. Nana and Alpha led out in the talks but failed to get to step down, as the opposition had asked for a retroactive application of the 2-term limit on who had exceeded the 2 terms in office. ECOWAS was also constrained because the constitutional convergence principle of its 2001 Supplementary Protocol has no such provision to enforce compliance. Indeed, an effort to introduce a region-wide adherence to 2-term limits for presidents through a proposed amendment to its 2001 Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance did not receive the usual needed consensus at the May 2015 Summit of the Authority of Heads of States and Governments, 2020. Another bad case is that of the president of since 2010, who had openly supported a coup in his country in his search for power. Presently, he is the sitting president. To this end, the ouster of Guinea's elected president, Alpha, in September 2021, brings to the fore the systemic failures in the region and ECOWAS's timid response to regressive and repressive rule. Incidentally, in 2020, unlawfully pushed for tenure elongation, which he won in a highly disputed electoral context. The resultant effect was the military coup that forced him out of office in September 2021 AL 2021. ECOWAS body language via its communal quietness and phlegmatic posture in the matter sent a lucid signal to West Africa's ambitious coup leaders that the rules do not count, and this ushered in an avalanche of successful coup plots from Mali to, all of whom make up Central Sahel. A weak-willed ECOWAS with a compromised leadership that could not rein in, or decided to now activate its intervention clause by imposing sanctions on the Sahel states in order to deter them from remaining in power. However, the move has been counterproductive, as it polarized opinions around the controversy over the differentiated application of ECOWAS rules to the unconstitutional changes of government taking place in the region. These sanctions were particularly controversial as they came at a time when the three countries were facing exceptional pressure from terrorist intimidation, against which the ECOWAS defense mechanism has shown its limits. On 28 January 2024, against this backdrop of institutional tension between the ECOWAS framework and the above-mentioned member states, the latter jointly decided to pull out of the community and subsequently founded the Alliance of Sahel States AES, as they now saw ECOWAS as an agency of Western imperialism. This new posture has the regional map and called into question the process of building peace and stability in the region as the security threat became increasingly and transnational. 2024. On account of these successful coup plots, France, the traditional ally of these Sahel states, pulled out of Mali in 2022 and left in 2023. Concomitantly, the United States of America also completed the withdrawal of its remaining 1,000 military personnel in July 2024. While severing ties with former Western allies, the Sahel states increasingly pursued military and economic ties with Russia, which was waiting in the wings AL 2024. Fraternity with Russia has thus fractured ECOWAS integrationist efforts in the region. Given the extroverted nature of the economies of the ECOWAS member countries, the Sahelian states' exit could also present opportunities for reform and endogenous development. Conclusion: ECOWAS has fostered regional cooperation through its integrationist policies in West Africa. These policies are reflected in the promotion of democratic governance and trade schemes, which have facilitated trade, prevented economic stagnation, and supported co-prosperity, even for smaller economies. Regionalism made possible the security of the lives of Liberian refugees in faraway Nigeria, stemmed the tides of conflicts and instabilities and inequality. ECOWAS also birthed infrastructural facilities, which in turn enhanced connectivities, livelihoods, and mobility translating into investments in West Africa and the creation of more jobs. However, ECOWAS's effectiveness in the region has been disturbed by problems of diverse states, aspirations, slow economic growth, and capacity deficiencies in the Commission itself. Furthermore, ECOWAS, poor management of regional security threats birthed the multilateral MNJTF. Although initially successful, the force later struggled due to the growing number of conflicts, of individual states, interests over regional stability, and reliance on inadequate external funding, all of which undermined regional autonomy and made it vulnerable to external influence. MNJTF has also heavily degraded the capabilities of Haram and its offshoots such that there is a collateral decline in the activities of insurgents, which has in turn helped the region sidestep the crises of displacement, refugee flows, and failed statehood. Finally, MNJTF needs independent funding and training for its military personnel in modern asymmetric warfare strategies. ECOWAS, in its push for co-prosperity, has to discourage nationalist aspirations and redefine its institutions for effective implementation and coordination of regional and projects, while strengthening human capital development. ECOWAS needs to develop early warning systems and strengthen conflict prevention mechanisms so as to nip conflicts in the bud, because so many resources are dissipated during crises in West Africa. This is critical to any meaningful development,
and it will guarantee the continual relevance of ECOWAS to the development process in West Africa. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: African Development Bank, 2020. West Africa Regional Integration Strategy Paper 2022-025. Organ Documents West Africa Regional Integration Strategy, Paper 2-02020250. L. 2021. Who is Alpha, Guinea's toppled president? ComNews 202196. Toppled Alpha failed to live up to his promises in Guinea. L. 2024. Mali and military leaders sign new pact, rebuff. ComNews 202476. Mali and military leaders sign new pact, rebuff. Traffic source. Keep reading. S. 2024. ECOWAS spent $13 M on counterterrorism, humanitarian interventions. The Punch newspaper. Com spent $13 M on counterterrorism, humanitarian interventions. O&CC 2024. A decade after, assessing Nigeria's regional response to Haram. Com 20240-416, a decade after assessing Nigeria's regional response to Haram, K 2022. Regionalism and the European Union. International Relations. YB 2008. The Conflict Prevention Framework. African Union. Doc 140, the Conflict Prevention Framework P14. L 2020. NEPAD Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility. IFDB. Org cites default files, documents projects and operations Praia Dakar-Abidjan Corridor, studies Project Information Memorandum. ANT 2023. The Dynamics of the New and Open Regionalism and Economic Integration in Asia and the Pacific Regions. Expert Journal of Business and Management, 11-1-113. Explainer, 2023. Timeline, a history of ECOWAS military interventions in 3 decades. ComNews 2023-81. Timeline, a history of military interventions in 3 decades. 2018. Accelerating the implementation of the ECOWAS trade scheme. Org 18 Images 300618. J 2009. ECOWAS and Conflict Resolution in West Africa. In U. Joy and W.O. ECOWAS, Milestones in Regional Integration. 277-292. Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. G 2024. ECOWAS laments low trade volume among member states. The Punch newspaper. K 2024. ECOWAS at 49. Successes in regional integration despite emerging challenges. Org Magazine June 2002. 449 Successes Regional Integration Despite Emerging Challenges. T 2023. ECOWAS is undoubtedly in trouble, but it still has potentials. L. Opinions 2023927 is undoubtedly in trouble, but it still has potential. Multilateral Treaty of ECOWAS, 28 June 1976. United Nations Treaty Series, 10-10-114-843. Org International Investment Agreements Treaty Files 5560 download. AF 2009. West Africa, Governance and Security in a Changing Region. Africa Program Working Paper Series. International Peace Institute. FO 2004. Promoting Trade, Regional Integration and the Global Economy. Org Display Book 9 78158906262706. NEPAD. 2017. Abidjan Lagos Corridor. ECOWAS NEPAD. Aid Org-M Assets Uploads Document 150923-41222-44212-809. CC, IJ and CC 2019. Regionalism in World Politics, Interrogating the Relevance of the ECOWAS in Global Political Economy. Central European Journal of International and Security Studies, 13-2, 111-132. Bay 2020. ECOWAS Mediation in Togo's 2017-2018 Political Crisis, Feats, Deadlocks and Lessons. Social Science Research Council. 1117. FCYAE and ML 2023. A Quest to Win the Hearts and Minds. Assessing the Effectiveness Multinational Joint Task Force. EPON Reports. Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. M 2024. ECOWAS Protocol, Border Complexities Challenges to Nigeria's Security. Nigerian Tribune. B 2024. The AAS countries' exit from ECOWAS and the building of regional security. Analytical Note 2. PSIC. K&F 2023. Sovereignty and Regionalism, A New Framework. UNUCRIS Working Papers, 5. J. and Albuquerque, A. 2015. Challenges to Peace and Security in West Africa, The Role of ECOWAS. Studies in African Security. Swedish Research Defense Agency. SE 16490. The Cable. 2015. Togo, Gambia oppose term limit for presidents. Togo, Gambia oppose limitation presidential terms. Essay 26, Regionalism and Endemic Instability, How to Not Understand the Illusion of Regionalism Dividends in Africa. Introduction. Regionalism has fostered diverse conditions aimed at achieving sustainable development in Africa, creating environments for social cohesion and regional identities, establishing processes for economic integration, and facilitating pathways toward political stability. 2024. Nevertheless, the potential of these regions is undermined by their limited capacity to ensure political stability across the continent. This leads to the following questions. How should we understand the apparent ineffectiveness of regional bodies in promoting sustained peace in Africa? How can regions serve as building blocks for achieving geopolitical stability? Regionalism and endemic instability aims to address these questions, providing crucial scholarly insights to inform potential policy actions on the relationship between regional ROs and political stability in Africa. The atmosphere of regionalism and regional integration largely emerged from the conditions of self-determination that followed the founding of the United Nations, UN, in 1945. Within the context of evolving global and regional governance thinking and practices in the 20th century, newly independent African nations rapidly pursued regional integration by establishing the of African Unity OAU, now the African Union AU. The OAU advocated Pan-Africanism through regional integration to achieve meaningful self-governance for a prosperous population, and 2016. By the early 21st century, decades of increasing economic pressure on most independent African states prompted the rise of sub-regional bodies, often referred to as Regional Economic Communities (RECs), to facilitate local, continental, and global development interventions. Major RECs include the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS), Economic Community of Central African States (ECCAS), Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa (COMESA), Southern African Development Community (SADC), Arab Maghreb Union (AMU), and the Intergovernmental Authority on Development (IGAD). The UN's Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, supported the establishment of REX by the Lagos Plan of Action, 2009. The expanded scope of ROs has addressed a wide range of mandates and contributions, from peacekeeping and missions through the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, to trade and economic integration efforts, with the most recent and arguably most ambitious framework being the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, 2025. However, in light of pervasive civil and political conflicts across Africa since the early 1990s, ROs have devoted considerable time and resources to peacekeeping and conflict resolution. Presently, ROs offer dedicated support to member states in addressing prolonged fragilities, including long-standing chieftaincy, ethnic, political, and land tenure conflicts, as well as emerging insecurities related to terrorism, violent extremism, forced migration, and climate change-induced crises. These contexts have led to various interconnected forms of fragility throughout Africa's porous borders and within many states, particularly in the West African Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and Central Africa, Collier, 2015. Overall, the ineffectiveness of African ROs in sustainably addressing persistent instability is linked to issues of internal conflicts among member states, L. 2009, systemic disconnects between regions and states, and 2010, and adverse external influences affecting African ROs, 2020. This essay intends to contribute a vital scholarly perspective on this matter, drawing on relevant academic and policy discussions. It argues that the challenges faced by Africa's ROs in promoting political stability across the continent are reflected in three interconnected dimensions: lack of coherent political logic within states, Africa's ongoing catch-up role in global affairs, and ineffective internal security control management. These facets of the challenge are reproduced through the complex interplay of local and global obstacles to effective regionalism, observed through historical and contemporary dynamics of geopolitics that co-create evolving limitations to ROs' ability to manage security on the continent. In the following sections, the context of regionalism in Africa is briefly presented, followed by a discussion on the triad perspective depicting how ROs in Africa have struggled to become foundational elements for achieving geopolitical stability on the continent. The conclusion will be accompanied by recommendations for a potential review of African ROs to enhance the political and economic institutional frameworks among member states, thereby improving the prospects of achieving meaningful synergies for more contextually relevant ROs, which could positively influence the continent's security. Regionalism amidst protracted instability in Africa. The concept of regionalism has a long history, dating back to 19th century Europe, and gained momentum in the mid-20th century, see Carpenter, 2009. This essay presents regionalism as encompassing various ideologies aimed at creating platforms for state and multi-level integration of institutions, procedures, and practices designed to provide globally cooperative channels to address complex challenges. The concept of regionalism has evolved from notions of old versus new regionalism, and 2001, to more nuanced characteristics that associate regions with less rigid geographies, ideologies, mandates, and actors than were understood by the end of the 20th century, 2016. In the African context, the evolving and fluid nature of regionalism has shifted from the OAU's Pan-Africanist philosophical and state-centered political activity to the contemporary era of more expanded and sometimes ambiguous regional objectives, mandates, and associated actors, see, and 2025. These fluidities became more pronounced in the periods following the Abuja Treaty, 1991, on continental economic integration, and the AU Constitutive Act 2000, which significantly revised the mandate of the OAU, and 2016. The development of regions in Africa falls within the broader global governance rationale, aiming to forge geopolitical stability through regional efforts, 2018. However, this aim is less successfully achieved in Africa, as ROs have failed to address protracted socio-political and economic challenges that reproduce various forms of fragility and endemic political instability across most parts of the continent, and 2022. And 2022 attribute the limited capacity of ROs in Africa to two schools of thought. First, the African Integration School of Thought blames the struggles of ROs on Africa's colonial legacies, which dictate challenging path-dependent post-colonial structural factors, including global capitalism and fragmented national economies.
Second, the functionalist school of thought draws parallels from the European integration experience, viewing African ROs as inherently weak, by insufficient commitment or limited synergy among member states and RECs, thereby undermining the process of meaningful regional integration. These challenges are further illustrated through disaggregated internal and external factors that complexly intersect and weaken the capacity of African ROs to foster sustained security in the region. The major internal challenges include inadequate funding, Economy, 2017, hegemonic politics, and 2023, overlapping membership and mandates, 2020, lack of robust institutional frameworks linked to minimal political will for policy implementation, disparities in economic orientations, 2017, and competing interests among member states, particularly concerning global trade and resource allocation. 2017. The externally driven challenges involve global power dynamics, particularly competing interests in the African market and resource exploitation, especially among China, the EU, and the US. Taylor, 2017. These complex relations generate dependency and intricate networks of local and global players based on economic transactions that undermine consistent regional integration efforts, posing significant security threats. Harrison, 2013. While these discussions highlight important dynamics regarding the limited effectiveness of ROs in tackling political instability in Africa, there is insufficient nuance about the intersection of regional and state operational logic in Africa, the realities of the evolving global order, and the everyday practice of state and regional security. Understanding the nexus between these intertwined factors offers crucial insights and potential policy directions for addressing the vicious cycle of political instability in Africa within the context of evolving regional integration efforts. Three-pillar view of regional struggles towards political stability in Africa. A critical engagement with the relevant literature on regionalism, politics, and development in Africa has yielded three dimensions through which the failure of ROs to sustainably address political instability in Africa should be viewed. Incoherent political logic within states and regional economic communities, RECs, Africa's ongoing catch-up role in global affairs, and the internal security challenges faced by member states and RECs. Incoherent political logic. While regions often embody varying and competing social and historical constructs, the effectiveness of regional integration depends on the broader acceptance and practice of common institutional and procedural values and principles. 2009. The AU, RECs, and member states exhibit incoherent logic concerning political ideologies and practices. This is evident in the history of African regionalism, particularly with the founding leaders of the OAU, who were divided between the Casablanca and Monrovia groups. The Casablanca group advocated for the immediate political unification of African states, while the Monrovia group preferred a gradual approach to African union through economic cooperation. This discord in political orientation within the OAU hindered the development of a potentially harmonious institutional framework that could foster coherent and predictable continental political, legal, and economic processes and outcomes. This ideological division among member states left them fragmented during the Cold War, adversely impacting the OAU's efforts to address political issues in countries such as Angola, Namibia, and Mozambique. 1993. The disjointed regional political orientation in Africa continued into the post-Cold War era. The AU's adoption of frameworks such as democracy and good governance in the context of the liberal universalist unipolar world order has not consistently yielded positive results. See 2020. In this context, the manifestation of democracy varies across subregions and member states. Notably, countries like Namibia, Benin, Senegal, Ghana, Botswana, and South Africa have emerged as strong examples of liberal democracies, albeit with some crucial challenges. Conversely, many others, including Mozambique, Zimbabwe, DRC, Central African Republic, Chad, Cameroon, Mali, Somalia, Burundi, Sudan, South Sudan, and have exhibited much significant democratic deficits, some experiencing multiple coups and non-democratic changes in government, with the latest occurring in Mali, Guinea, and 2023. These examples highlight the broader challenges that ROs face in cultivating a unified continental democratic practice, despite their commitment to the political and economic principles of the liberal world order. Moreover, the rising multipolarity in recent decades appears to reiterate the historical divisions in political ideology and related challenges in Africa, and Viola, 2020. A notable example of the impact of multipolarity on weak political integration within the AU is observed in ECOWAS, where Mali formed the Three-Nation Alliance of Sahel States AES in 2023, largely due to persistent anti-West sentiments. In contrast to ECOWAS, the AES has explicitly leaned toward a less liberal political orientation, favoring bilateral relations with non-Western, less traditional forces such as Russia, China, and the Gulf states. The AES asserts that its guiding principle is to promote local interests rather than external, particularly Western preferences, which have been advocated by ECOWAS-C 2024. These varying political orientations reveal a lack of cohesive political principles necessary for fostering sustained regional political and economic growth. This represents a significant setback for ROs as they strive to establish a political and economic identity that enhances prospects for political stability, sustainable resource governance, and economic progress to ultimately address potential fragilities. Africa's continued catch-up role in global affairs. The second challenge regarding the contribution of African ROs to political stability relates to the continent's ongoing catch-up role in global governance politics, international relations, and trade, which undermines political stability in member states. Africa's ambition to become an influential actor in global affairs and to engage with global North states in geopolitics has led African ROs and member states to enter numerous bilateral and multilateral agreements with external and countries in critical areas such as political processes and institutions, economic structures, and natural resource governance. See 2024. Al. 2024. However, these arrangements have weakened Africa's agency in global politics and resulted in complex local socioeconomic conditions, generating prolonged insecurity and political instability in many African states. 2018. The external gaze of ROs both reflects and reinforces state practices, as Africa's bureaucracies are primarily modeled after bureaucracies alongside liberal market economies, leading to detrimental effects that diminish the competitive edge of African economies in the global market. 2015. As states and ROs mutually reinforce their inconsistent and incoherent mimicry of the Westphalian system, Africa's indigenous resources and capacities have been, while the adopted governance and economic principles are applied superficially in both state and regional arenas. As 2020 suggests, decades of African ROs, relations and mimicry of the structures and operations of Western ROs, particularly the EU, have largely neglected local resources and weakened the potential of the AU and REX to foster sustained security. With these vital drawbacks, Africa remains generally at the backbench in global governance in terms of external policy influence and domestic obligations, while providing easy grounds for global power struggles for spheres of influence in politics, trade, and resource transactions. This has involved complex local and external relations and actors, which often provoke endemic conflicts and instability. 2024. In the context of rising multipolarity, Liam Richardson predicts that a multipolar world could boost the AU's leverage and agency in international politics, enhancing the chances of achieving its Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. However, he avers, the mounting geopolitical power flux could likewise cause further divisions within the continent, as REX and member states forge varying agreements with a growing number of external powers through various principles. Richardson, 2024. In this backdrop, Africa's catch-up role in geopolitics could remain a major source of division in state and regional practices, significantly impeding synergistic efforts towards political stability. The challenge of internal security control. On the effect of state architecture on security, Al. 2008. 3-4 opine that at the heart of the African insecurity story is a breakdown in governance systems. At best, while maintaining a viability and stability, this situation has created state repression of local populations under authoritarian regimes concerned, above all, with preserving the regime rather than ensuring the security of the state and its citizens. It has led to the outbreak of armed conflict and humanitarian tragedy. Therefore, the state is both vulnerable to insecurity and culpable in inhibiting conditions to enhance internal security controls. These challenges are colonial legacies, thus path-dependent, and reproduce conditions of political instability. 2017. The link between societal change and internal security concerns
relates to the fact that rapid changes in various socioeconomic and political aspects of African societies have produced contestations over access to power and natural resources. This causes perceptions of illegitimate governance and conflicting rights, generating violent conflicts and leading many states to overstretch their limits in providing meaningful security. Mark Al. 2015. While different African countries have demonstrated varying capacities in handling internal security challenges, there are more concerns about failing security control mechanisms in the face of rising internal and political conflicts, terrorism, and violent extremism, especially in the Sahel, West Africa, and the Horn of Africa. Addressing this prevalent security challenge is further thwarted by ROs, resource constraints, and incoherent political stances, including on security matters. The last aspect of the internal security challenge is connected to the violence of liberal universalist security approaches adopted by ROs and, invariably, member states. 2022 stresses that while African RO-supported networks of state and non-state peacebuilding and security interventions have embraced pluralism, local ownership, and hybridity as means of acknowledging and engaging local resources, in the end, the dominant epistemology and approach revolve around the liberal peace. However, the liberal universalist approach, often linked to democratic peace, which state and liberal-oriented actors, usually fails to substantially embrace the everyday constructs and practices of peace and security in Africa. This impedes inclusive political processes and erodes the required legitimacy in the pursuit of sustained peace. See Taylor, 2017, as seen in places such as DRC, Central African Republic, Somalia, Mozambique, Mali, Nigeria, and Cameroon, where different internal groups have contested the legitimacy of the central government and regional security partnerships. See Sears, 2013. Conclusion. The essay contributes a vital nuance to the literature on security and regionalism in Africa by addressing the broad question of why regions have not successfully served as building blocks for political stability in Africa. The relevant debates on regionalism, politics, and development in Africa reveal important internal and external factors hampering the capacity of African ROs to tackle political instability on the continent. Advancing the discourse on regionalism and global order relating to Africa, this essay has argued that the limited success of ROs in providing lasting solutions to political instability is caused by the entwined triad challenges of incoherent political logic within states and RECs, Africa's continued catch-up role in global affairs, and the internal security control challenges of member states and RECs. The policy implication of this conclusion is that establishing ROs to be building blocks for regional and geopolitical order requires committed efforts by African leaders to an operational principle of African ROs, which nonetheless strictly embraces the local political underpinnings of each state. The challenge, though, is that, as indicated in the preceding sections, a regional or sub-regional operational principle is a challenging task because regional integration in Africa is heavily dependent on external funding and expert support, tinged in universalist values, impeding the potential for indigenous and endogenous operational values for African ROs. 2024-2020. Besides, as most African polities have been bipolarized social identities and political structures, the possibility of a single accepted political orientation in member states remains a difficult reality. However, the engagement of the literature lends an understanding that, given the required political will among African leaders and less invasive external support, African ROs can be framed and pursued in ways that local understanding of politics and security. This could position African ROs to address protracted instability and contribute to geopolitical order. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: A. 2024. Alliance of Sahel States, AES, yet another regional bloc in West Africa. Center for Democratic Development. Org Blog Alliance of Sahel States eyes yet another regional bloc in West Africa, 1993. Regionalism in Africa. Security Dialogue 24-2, 211-220. 2023. Democracy in Crisis. Africa's long-standing democracies under pressure, CEO warns. Org articles Democracy in Crisis, Africa's long-standing democracies under pressure warns, N. 2017. Security Sector Reform in Africa, Donor Approaches versus Local Needs. Contemporary Security Policy 38-1, 129-144. A. 2020. The proliferation of overlapping subregional in Eastern Africa, an opportunity for or a challenge to the security of the region. African Studies 79-1, 125-142. A, B, and F. 2008. Challenges of Security Sector Governance in West Africa. Lit. S&A 2016. The Long Battle for Global Governance. Carpenter T. 2009. A Historical Perspective on Regionalism. In R. Baldwin and P. Lowe. Regionalism, Challenges for the Global Trading System. 1327. Cambridge University Press. D. 2009. Political Identity in a Community of Strangers. In J.T. and P.J. European Identity. 2951. Cambridge University Press. Collier P. 2015. Security Threats Facing Africa and Its Capacity to Respond. Prism 52, 3041. Ikju and Ani, KJ 2017. Africa and the Challenges of Regional Integration. Journal of African Union Studies, 6-1, 6380. LA 2009. The Perils of Regionalism, Regional Integration as a Source of Instability in the Horn of Africa. Journal of Intervention and 3-1-119. F and DF 2001. Regionalism Reconsidered. Journal of Urban Affairs 23-5, 467-478. Harrison G. 2013. African Regional and Donor Dependency. Journal of International Development 25-6, 791-805. K. 2024. ECOWAS at 49. Successes in Regional Integration Despite Emerging Challenges. Org Magazine June 2024, C and M 2023. Group Hegemonic Leadership as an Analytical Framework for Understanding Regional Hegemony in Africa. African and Asian Studies 2212, 838. AM 2018. Regional Governance and Global Governance, Links and Explanations. Global Governance 24, 6179. M 2018. Colonialism and the Poverty of Development in Africa. TJ 2024. Repositioning African States to Prudently Engage the Global Order and Advance Peace, Security and Development. Global Change, Peace and Security 35-1, 5970. S 2017. The EU's Migration and Asylum Policy After the Crisis. Journal of Common Market Studies, 55-4, 851-866. F. 2015. Postcolonial Africa and the World Economy, The Long Waves of Uneven Development. Journal of World Systems Research, 21-1, 124-146. A's and Viola, A. 2020. Multipolarity is in, Multilateralism out, Rising and the Downgrading of Regionalism. In Daya and B. Regionalism Under Stress. 4764. Mark A. N. and S. 2015. The Challenge of Stability and Security in West Africa. World Bank Publications. Oregon Topic Publication, The Challenge of Stability and Security in West Africa. RE 2017. The Challenges of Regional Integration in Africa. Journal of International Relations and Development, 23, 257-276. J. Ide. 2022. Introduction and Theorizing, Regionalism and External Actors. In J. Ide. Regionalism in Africa and External Partners, Uneven Relationships and Intended Effects. 334. Spring or Nature. SA and JPS 2025. Foreign Military and Security Bases, Implications for the Practice of Peace and Security in Africa. In A. B. Ba Eid. African States, Domestic and External Security Challenges. 227-256. Sunny Press. Essay JPS A and D 2024. Global Governance and Endemic Instability in Africa. Journal of African Politics 42, 2039. G 2020. Looking like a Regional. The European Model of Regional Integration and the West African Economic and Monetary Union, WAMU. Cambridge Review of International Affairs, 33-2, 179-203. H. 2021. Internal Security Scenario and International Outlook. Indian Police Journal. Papers Com Sol, 3 papers Abstract ID 3770134. Richardson, L. 2024. The Shift to a Multipolar World, the Opportunities and Challenges This Will Present to the African Union in Achieving Its Objectives Set Out in Agenda 2063 Dissertation, University of Ottawa. MM 2025. AU and Rex, An Alchemy of Theoretical and Conceptual Debates on Peacebuilding. In R. Eads. Supranational Institutions and Peacebuilding in Africa, the African Union and Regional Economic Communities. 2338. Sears J. M. 2013. Seeking Sustainable Legitimacy, Existential Challenges for Mali. International Journal 68-3, 444-453. F. 2016. Old, New, and Comparative Regionalism. In T. A. and T. The Oxford Handbook of Comparative Regionalism. 1637. Oxford University Press. F and S 2022. Regionalism in Africa. In J and A. Handbook on Global Governance and Regionalism. 218-229. Edward Publishing. Taylor I 2017. The Liberal Peace Security Regimen, a Critique of its Application in Africa. Africa Development 42-3, 2544. UO 2009. The Role of Regional Economic Communities in Africa's Economic Integration, Prospects and Constraints. Africa Insight 39-2, 2642. H&T 2010. Systemic Disconnects, Why Regional Fail to Use Early Warning and Response Mechanisms. Global Governance 16-4, 525-547. Essay 27, Advancing Regional Resilience, Lessons from Article 16 of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons in the IGAD region and SOP development in Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Introduction. The question, Will regions save the world? Compels a critical examination of regionalism's potential in addressing global challenges. While no single entity holds the key to global salvation, regional, like the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, offer compelling examples of how collaborative action can build resilience. Al. 2022. This essay analyzes the IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, focusing on its contribution to regional resilience in the face of disasters and climate change, and subsequently to a more stable and equitable global order. Specifically, it examines Article 16 of the Protocol, which addresses the movement of disaster-displaced persons, and the Standard Operating Procedures, SOPs, developed by Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia to implement this provision. The IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. The IGAD region comprises Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Eritrea. It is situated in sub-Saharan Africa, where 7.4 million internal displacements by disasters were recorded in 2022, the highest figure ever reported by the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, IDMC, for the Area Platform on Disaster Displacement, 2023. The IGAD region in East Africa faces diverse challenges, including conflict, poverty, environmental degradation, and climate change. These factors contribute to displacement and migration, posing significant threats to human security and regional stability. Recognizing the need for collective action, and as a response to these regional challenges, IGAD member states embarked on a process to establish a free movement regime in 2017. This involved country consultations, development, and negotiations of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons and Transhumants. The Protocol on Free Movement of Persons was endorsed by the IGAD Committee of Ambassadors on February 26, 2020. It was then approved by the IGAD member state ministers in charge of internal affairs, and in 2020. Finally, the IGAD Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs adopted the Protocol on June 24, 2021, IGAD 2020. This landmark agreement aimed to facilitate the free movement of people within the region, enhancing regional integration, economic development, and resilience. The protocol is grounded in the understanding that free movement can mitigate the impact of these challenges and contribute to a more stable and prosperous region. Several factors drove the adoption of the protocol. Initially, IGAD member states the need to address the growing challenges of displacement and migration in the region. The protocol aligns with the African Union's Agenda 2063, which advocates for free movement within regional economic communities. Secondly, the protocol aims to enhance regional economic integration and development by facilitating the movement of and promoting trade. This is particularly important for countries like Djibouti and Somalia, which have smaller economies and can benefit from increased mobility and trade with larger economies like Kenya and Ethiopia. Thirdly, the protocol seeks to strengthen regional cooperation and solidarity in responding to shared challenges, including disasters and climate change, Wood, 2019. This is crucial for a region prone to droughts, floods, and other natural hazards, where cross-border displacement is a common occurrence. For instance, Ethiopia, with its large pastoralist population, has a strong interest in facilitating the cross-border movement of herders and livestock during droughts. Similarly, Uganda, which experiences frequent flooding and landslides, sees the protocol as a mechanism to ensure the safe and orderly movement of disaster-affected populations. Kenya, as a regional economic powerhouse and a major host of refugees, has a vested interest in promoting regional stability and managing migration flows, including those triggered by disasters. Platform on Disaster Displacement, 2024. Article 16 of the Protocol. Article 16 of the Protocol is particularly relevant in the context of increasing climate change impacts and disaster-related displacement in the IGAD region, and it may be considered a lifeline for disaster-displaced persons. It urges member states to admit citizens of other member states who are displaced due to disasters. The article also calls for developing laws, policies, and procedures to protect cross-border disaster-displaced persons. This provision is crucial for enhancing regional resilience, as it provides a framework for managing disaster displacement in a coordinated and more humane manner. The IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons is unique in that it explicitly addresses disaster displacement, demonstrating a proactive approach to climate change and its impact on human mobility. The development of the Standard Operating Procedures, SOPs. While the protocol provides the overarching framework to translate words into action, individual member states have developed SOPs to guide the implementation of the protocol, particularly Article 16, at the national and bilateral levels. These SOPs are designed to facilitate cross-border cooperation
and ensure the smooth movement of people displaced by disasters. In collaboration with Kenya, on 11 May 2023, Uganda concluded a simulation exercise to test and validate these SOPs, Platform on Disaster Displacement, 2023. The exercise focused on providing practical guidance for both countries to improve collaboration in preparing for and responding to sudden onset hazards like floods and landslides. The SOPs cover various aspects, including entry and reception, registration, stay, and assisted return or extended stay for disaster-displaced persons. Kenya collaborated with both Uganda and Ethiopia to develop SOPs on admission and stay in disaster contexts. These SOPs have been disseminated to national governments in the IGAD region to guide their responses to cross-border disaster displacement. On 1 January 2024, Kenya formally assumed the chairmanship of the Platform on Disaster Displacement (PDD), taking over from the European Union (EU), advocating for implementing measures to protect cross-border disaster-displaced persons, Platform on Disaster Displacement 2024b. Ethiopia was another key player in the development of SOPs for cross-border disaster displacement within the IGAD region. The country participated in simulation exercises and consultations to strengthen its capacity to manage crisis situations at border entry points and address mixed migration flows, IGAD 2023. Ethiopia also collaborated with Kenya on developing SOPs to provide concrete guidance on how the two countries can collaborate bilaterally or regionally to prepare for and respond to cross-border disaster displacement. Implementation challenges and opportunities. The IGAD protocol and SOPs represent a significant step towards enhancing regional resilience. However, several challenges need to be addressed to ensure effective implementation. Of national laws and policies, member states need to harmonize their national laws and policies with the protocol's provisions to ensure consistency and avoid legal barriers to free movement. This is particularly important for managing the movement of disaster-displaced persons, as inconsistencies in national laws can create confusion and delays at border crossings, hindering access to safety and assistance. Capacity building. Strengthening the capacity of border officials and other relevant authorities is essential for the effective management of cross-border movement, particularly during disasters. Training on the protocol's provisions, SOPs, and best practices in humanitarian border management is crucial to ensure that disaster-affected populations can move safely and access assistance in a timely manner. Data collection and information sharing. Improved data collection and information sharing mechanisms are needed to monitor the implementation of the protocol and track the movement of people, especially in disaster situations. This is essential for effective disaster response and preparedness, as it allows authorities to anticipate needs, allocate resources, and coordinate assistance for those displaced across borders. Addressing socioeconomic disparities. Addressing socioeconomic disparities between member states is crucial to mitigate potential concerns about increased migration and competition for resources, IOM 2017. This is particularly relevant in the context of disaster displacement, as people may be reluctant to return to their countries of origin if they face significant economic hardship or lack of opportunities. Limited awareness and understanding. Many people are not aware of the protocol and its provisions, which can hinder its implementation, UNECA 2024. Raising awareness among border communities, disaster-affected populations, and government officials is crucial to ensure that the protocol's provisions are understood and applied effectively during disasters. Concerns about security and sovereignty. Some member states have expressed concerns about potential security risks associated with free movement. These concerns can be particularly acute in the context of disaster displacement, as governments may be wary of potential security threats posed by large-scale population movements. Addressing these concerns requires strengthening border security measures, enhancing cooperation among security agencies, and implementing effective mechanisms for information sharing and risk assessment. Despite these challenges, the protocol has the potential to significantly enhance regional resilience by facilitating safe and orderly movement. The protocol provides a legal framework for the safe and orderly movement of disaster-displaced people within the region, reducing the risks associated with irregular migration.
This can help to prevent human trafficking, smuggling, and exploitation of vulnerable populations during disasters. Promoting regional integration. By enabling the free movement of people, the protocol contributes to regional integration and cooperation, strengthening regional responses to shared challenges. This can enhance collaboration in areas such as disaster management, climate change adaptation, and peace and security. Enhancing economic development. The protocol seeks regulated provision for working, which can contribute to economic growth and development by allowing people to access employment opportunities across the region. IOM 2017b. This can be particularly beneficial for disaster-affected populations who have lost their livelihoods and are seeking to rebuild their lives in a new location. Improving disaster response. Article 16 and the associated SOPs provide a mechanism for managing disaster displacement in a coordinated and effective manner, enhancing regional resilience to disasters. This can help to ensure the safety and well-being of people displaced by disasters and facilitate their access to assistance and protection. IGAD's broader regional role. IGAD plays an important role in promoting regional cooperation and integration in East Africa. Its mandate extends beyond free movement to encompass various areas, including peace and security, food security, environmental protection, and economic development. IGAD's efforts to address climate change and disaster risks are particularly relevant in the context of increasing vulnerability in the region. Through these efforts of promoting regional cooperation and developing coordinated responses, IGAD contributes to strengthening resilience and building a more sustainable future for the region. Significance, target audience, and assumptions. Policymakers and practitioners involved in migration management, disaster risk reduction, and regional integration, academics and researchers working on regionalism, migration, and disaster displacement, and international organizations and NGOs engaged in humanitarian assistance and development in the IGAD region can significantly this case study of how regional can address broad challenges like disaster displacement and climate change, as well as draw lessons from its contribution to the broader debate on regionalism in global governance. This analysis assumes continued political will from IGAD member states to implement the protocol, the availability of adequate resources, and the establishment of effective coordination mechanisms. Conclusion. The IGAD Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, particularly Article 16 and the associated SOPs, demonstrates the potential of regionalism to address challenges like disaster displacement and climate change. The protocol's approaches to facilitating safe and orderly movement, promoting regional integration, and enhancing disaster response contribute to building a more resilient region. While implementation challenges remain, IGAD's commitment to free movement and its broader regional role in addressing shared challenges offer a pathway towards a more stable and equitable future for East Africa. The protocol's focus on disaster displacement is particularly significant in the context of climate change and its impact on human mobility. Through this framework for managing cross-border displacement, the protocol can contribute to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction efforts in the region. In the long term, the protocol can contribute to addressing broader challenges in the IGAD region, such as conflict prevention and sustainable development. By promoting regional integration and cooperation, the protocol can help to build trust and understanding among member states, reduce tensions, and encourage peaceful resolution of disputes. The free movement of people can also contribute to economic growth and development, creating opportunities for trade, investment, and knowledge sharing. This can, in turn, contribute to poverty reduction, improved livelihoods, and greater stability in the region. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: ZELD FAA and R 2022. Developing Partnerships in the IGAD Region. Forced Migration Review 69 25-27. Org Climate Crisis IGAD. 2020. Protocol on Free Movement of Persons in the IGAD Region. Ration Sites G Files 1411 Files Event File Final %20 IGAD %20 Protocol %20 ENDRSED %20 BY %20 IGAD %20 Ambassadors %20 and %20 Ministers %20 of %20 Interior %20 and %20 Khartoum %20 26 %20 22 020. IGAD 2023. Kenya, Ethiopia Binational Simulation Exercise on the Protection of People Displaced Across Borders in Disaster. Kenya, Ethiopia Binational Simulation Exercise on the Protection of People Displaced Across Borders in Disaster IOM. 2017. African Union Continental Free Movement of Persons Protocol Implications for Migration Governance in Africa, S 2010. Sites G Files 486 Files 20190-1 S 2010 20 African 20 Union 20 Continental 20 Free 20 Movement 20 of 20 persons. IOM 2017b. African Union Continental Free Movement of Persons Protocol Implications for Migration Governance in Africa, S 2010. Sites G Files 486 Files 20190-1 S 2010 20 African 20 Union 20 Continental 20 Free 20 Movement 20 of 20 persons. Platform on Disaster Displacement. 2023. Uganda and Kenya conclude simulation exercise on managing cross-border disaster displacement. Ment.org News Events Simulation Exercise on Managing Cross-Border Disaster Displacement Platform on Disaster Displacement. 2024. Mapping Human Mobility in National and Regional Disaster Risk Reduction Strategies and Related Instruments. Ment.org Content uploads 202410 UNHCR Mapping Report on Human Mobility on DRR Strategies compressed. Platform on Disaster Displacement. 2024 Bay. Kenya becomes chair of the Platform on Disaster Displacement. Ment.org News Events Kenya becomes chair of UNECA. 2024. Urgent need to reverse slow progress on ratifying the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, Joint ECA-AUC Report. Org Stories Urgent need to reverse slow progress on ratifying the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. Wood T. 2019. The Role of Free Movement of Persons Agreements in Addressing Disaster Displacement, a Study of Africa. Ration Sites G Files 1411 Files Documents 2023 1152-846 Web Single Compressed. Essay 28 Global Spaces for Coexistence, Governance and Sustainability. Intersections of Climate Change, Herder-Farmer Conflicts, and Human Security from the Regional Context of ECOWAS. Introduction. Rapidly transforming and safeguarding planetary system spaces to enable non-humans to freely and peacefully coexist in the face of growing interconnected global risks is at the heart of good governance and sustainability agendas of the United Nations, Accelerator for Systemic Risk Assessment, 2024, Otto Al. 2020, Al. 2024 and regional, such as the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. From all indications, some nation-states in the ECOWAS, like Ghana and Nigeria, are democratically experimenting with constitutional governance regimes to aid regional integration, trade, and peaceful coexistence. However, recent non-democratic disruptions by youthful military groups in Guinea and Mali culminated in the formation of a separate alliance of Sahel states to threaten ECOWAS Integration Agenda International Crisis Group, 2024. Now there is mounting urgency among regional bodies, not only in the ECOWAS but also around the globe, to innovate, co-design, and effectively implement good governance schemes and frameworks to enhance the quality of positive inter-country cooperation. Many of the regional bodies that the significant concept of regionalism, if institutionally coordinated well, can light service spaces for diverse people to critically rethink, manage, and govern transboundary ecosystems, financial and political institutions to drive sustainable growth, economic transition, and health delivery, and 2021, Mansfield and 1999. In ECOWAS, one of the undervalued practices which this essay highlights and situates the relevance of regionalism in a changing world is a cross-border movement of herdsmen, as Fulanis and their livestock, especially cattle, here referred to as transnational pastoralism. Within the broader sense of traditional systems, transnational pastoralism creates significant opportunities for improved regional food trade and infrastructural development as key components of regional integration. Using conceptual explanations of the United Nations Food and Agriculture, FAO, here, systems basically mean combining trees, animals, i.e. cattle, sheep or goat, and crops in mixed production systems for various intangible benefits, ecosystem restoration, increased income, heritage preservation, and sustainability. Outside of the ECOWAS, systems have been found to improve soil health, leading to better crop and fodder productivity, AL. 2024. Yet the practice of herding cattle to crisscross national borders is inversely inflicting multifaceted risks, e.g. eco-conflicts on agrarian societies, and ultimately, reversing socio-environmental gains to undermine a corporate vision of a regionally integrated ECOWAS. The predominant actors tightly entangled in theoretical, legal, and policy discourses regarding how to sustainably transform and increase the productivity of systems to and sustain the achievement of the ECOWAS integration, the Africa We Want, or UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs, are smallholder farmers, traditional chiefs, and herders. This essay succinctly explores the farmer-herder crisis and the multiple risks it poses in the context of ECOWAS by emphasizing an urgent need for regional policy reforms and new socio-technological innovations to support greener regional development of landscapes, including the realignment of endogenous institutions to the goal of sustainable regionalism in West Africa. It advocates for shared cooperation and inclusive policy dialogues in all member states of the ECOWAS. The latter can serve as a multi-strategic platform to deepen understanding towards minimizing misconceptions, misinformation, and contentious eco-conflicts in order to advance human security and SDG actions, while offering essential lessons for other regional blocs, e.g. the Southern African Development Community and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Added to that, recommendations including readjusting the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, to incorporate green certification of meat on the ECOWAS markets, are proposed to stimulate further theoretical debates, new policy negotiations, and advanced scientific research into the interconnectedness of agriculture, climate, and livestock trade for effective and sustainable regionalism. Herder-farmer as a challenge for ECOWAS stability. Incidents of total violence and proportion of incidents involving pastoralists, IIP by country, 1997-2017. Source and 2020. All conflict incidents and IIP by regional cluster, 1997-2017. Source and 2020. On many occasions, migrant herders have aggressively crossed geopolitical, interdistrict, and boundaries, as well as protected ecosystems, to violate land, property rights, and values of the indigenous people who cultivate lands for food, dignity, and self-reliance. Moving herds of cattle from one borderline to the other could spread diseases harmful to human health. Also, eco-conflicts originating from cattle movements tend to indigenous societies, economies, and thereby disintegrate the ECOWAS. Thus, the herder-farmer crisis has profound negative implications for the sustainable management of natural resources, climate adaptation, and the future of regional integration. Apart from the fact that eco-conflicts put a successful amalgamation of countries in the ECOWAS at risk, an interconnected challenge is hunger. A Sustainable Development Report demonstrated that all the member states of the ECOWAS went off track on most of the 17 SDGs, AL. 2024. For example, the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2024 report jointly published by the FAO, IFAD, UNICEF, WFP, and WHO 2024, proved that the hunger crisis SDG 2 deepened in West Africa. The 2024 Global Hunger Index also estimated hunger in Africa south of the Sahara at 26.8%, severely higher than in other regions, WHH, Concern Worldwide, and IFHV 2024. Cattle movements, regional resource benefits, and management risks. On the territorial landscapes of the ECOWAS, the importance of cattle rearing in meeting food requirements and averting social unrest cannot be overemphasized. The region's resources generate services to improve societal resilience necessary for boosting integration, because such assets create local jobs, livelihoods, and supply dairy products to furnish the needed micronutrients for reducing malnutrition among vulnerable children, the aged, and women in the region. Although herders control and carry out day-to-day management of a large cattle population, the majority of them are not the rightful owners. In the agrarian bioeconomies, cattle owners usually sell the whole body cow to earn income, exchange cow dung for cash, and reserve high-yielding breeds for prestige. And owning large herds of cattle can earn a person the title of a development chief, since it connotes wealth. The price of 50 of cow dung is rising, making it a hot byproduct to buy on open rural markets today for the production of biogas, fire-lit, organic pesticides, or enriching topsoils to grow edible vegetables. Pastoralist culture is part of the cultural heritage of Africa, and animal and plant resources in pastoral areas comprise one of the most important types of genetic resource on the continent, African Union, 2010. How cattle movements cascade eco-conflicts and other risks to affect regional resource management, for example, in the Volta River Basin, is not doubted. The sad truth, though, is that violent eco-conflict emanating from cattle herding is trivially treated as a social issue, without recognizing that the root cause is climate change. In the West African savannas, extreme climate overheating usually manipulates rainfall patterns to distort the cycle of grasslands and rangelands, leading to water scarcity and a sharp decline in the quality of biomes needed for feeding livestock. The International Crisis Group, 2018, agrees and will not dispute the fact that the conflict's roots lie in climate-induced degradation of pasture. Extremely hot climate, at times exceeding 35 C, often wilts savanna or grasses by reducing their moisture content, palatability, and nutrient quality. This harsh climate feature, called harmattan, a local name for extreme in Ghana, affects savannas stretching from to northern Ghana. The overdried grasslands and general green infrastructure deficit during the harmattan period are usually unable to support livestock carrying capacity, cattle, goats, and sheep. Similar to the experience in Nigeria, 2020, savanna dryness partially compels herders, e.g., to migrate in search of water and palatable feed for their cattle. Migrant herders are mostly not able to quickly adapt within boundaries, and as such, end up not adhering to indigenously set grazing regulations, codes, and farming ethics in their new locations. Consequently, they tend to face a hostile attitude from local folks. Extreme that force herdsmen to migrate re-echo the rationale that climate tipping points are reached or fast crossing, posing severe threats to the ECOWAS region. A critical issue at the intersection of society, climate, and resource use, which policymakers should not ignore, is that, as the cattle population increases, adverse climate impacts on regional natural resources, coupled with also reduce grassland areas and their quantity. Also noting that the methane emission level rises mostly from beef consumption. Cattle movement accompanied by intensive overgrazing tends to remove grass covers, thereby exposing land surfaces to hard pan formation or damaging floods. Eventually, a chain of other environmental degradation risks gives rise to, and later or sooner, desertification begins to set in at varying timescales and intensities to cascade new risks that are not for regional peace, integration, and resource sustainability. Climate adaptation, eco-conflicts, and integration policy system failures. As indicated earlier, mainstream livestock husbandry plays a major role in supplying various animal products to lessen hunger and child malnutrition and satisfy part of the region's meat demands. African Union, 2010. Thus, keeping livestock is helping communities to better adapt to climate change. Today, however, the nomadic practice where herdsmen cross border lines with their cattle, for example, in the western coast of Africa, has become problematic. The cattle movement is turning out to be civilly barbaric, causing human displacements and resource dispossessions, and negatively affecting smallholder farmers' ability to adapt to climate-induced hardships. Migrant herders, sometimes child herders, have been accused of causing physical harm, emotional trauma, and sparking eco-conflicts to put civic safety at high risk in their host communities. Once they arrive, the safety of the vulnerable indigenes disappears. Not all herdsmen cause the social disorders or the feeling of insecurity, though. The reality is that the feeling of being unsafe makes people hesitant to stay on there, to protect and preserve natural resources towards climate adaptation. The interesting thing is that the ever-deepening eco-conflict is superficially conceived as a one-sided issue, lacking a systems-thinking approach and triple bottom-line context: society, human systems; climate, environment, earth systems; and monetary considerations, market systems. In other words, intergovernmental policy responses, e.g. the 1998 ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement, and 2022 and CFTA, which could halt the farmer-herder crisis, fail to appropriately embed the idea of sustainability science into redefining the transnational herding problem, managing competing interests, and redesigning collaborative plans for future policy actions. The consequence is that vital intersystem issues such as justice, power, equity, and rights are obscured, and are not being properly diagnosed or streamlined to free the region from the rise of herdsmen, 2020, that is weakening adaptation capacity. More importantly, the neglect of the intersystem issues has bloated knowledge gaps such that it is so difficult to explicitly comprehend the regional dynamics of the eco-conflicts, and what progressive governance solutions to initiate, not only to scale up adaptation, but to serve as a fine route to enhance regionalism. The gaps have led to a situation where the larger society is misinformed about productive pastoralism, defaming its public image and the potential relevance in boosting regional economic liberty, prosperity, and sustainability. Not only that, but public policy conversations have also been negatively influenced around, and 2020, to a great extent, transnational pastoralism, and 2020, a vital backbone of the ECOWAS's trade and climate adaptation. For now, intriguing questions remain unanswered. What can be done differently to enable ECOWAS to resolve benefit climate cattle conundrums to advance future regionalism? What plans can elevate the region to better adapt to climate change? How best can multilateral governance and eco-entrepreneurial innovations, DOE 2022, be nurtured or harnessed to help all actors to knowledge, tools, and power relations to coexist safely, while acting together to ensure that smart pastoralism delivers regional integration goals? Policy engagements toward future integration. The ECOWAS region could become more disintegrated or difficult to govern if interregional relations are extensively bruised due to clashes between farmers and herders. One of the pathways to prevent the clashes is by strengthening tolerance among herders and farmers through transnational partnership arrangements. These should be robust strategies that help to rebuild farmer-herder societies that are conducive to living. Healthy interrelationships among member states, communities, or institutions, for example, co-designing and implementing joint policy learning events, if consistently and inclusively nurtured from the bottom up, could boost compassion and cohesion to facilitate the objective of sustainably integrating migrant herders into new societies or finding feasible alternatives to meet expectations. Actions to empower farmer-herder societies must be premised on the understanding that herders and farmers have coexisted for centuries. Adams al. 2023, prior to the pre-industrial revolution, or the latter of which introduced borderlines. Obviously, moving large cattle populations over long distances in West Africa is a consequence of fast deteriorating ecosystems, largely attributable to climate impacts. This suggests that traditional leaders, farmers, and herders, with support from intergovernmental agencies, must co-create friendly to reciprocally relate, interact, and negotiate in matters of living together, ensuring that no one is worse off living or operating within newly urbanizing zones. This means that policy instruments like the CFTA must help to enrich rather than harm biodiversity conservation in the region. The parties or actors need to that for regionalism to become a reality in ECOWAS, as part of global futures, it will require that no one is left behind. As such, recovering back green from the COVID-19 pandemic, economic setbacks, and adverse climate shocks needs an urgent and complete departure from the farmer-herder type of persistent eco-conflicts. This places a responsibility on herders to learn, heed, and embrace local values, rules, and norms in destination communities. The parties, including the universities, authorized chiefs, ECOWAS Commission, central government banks, African Development Bank, and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, must realize that as far as cattle production relatively works in certain developed or emerging regional economies of Australia, Canada, Argentina, and Brazil, the later which has some traits of savanna climate, it can succeed in the ECOWAS region too. The perspective to reiterate is that sustainable cattle ranching without causing damage to cross-border is possible. Again, co-designed remedies to stop eco-conflicts should embrace technology-driven solutions that are culturally and financially smart. Thus, critical attention must be given to, in reformulating green economic policies and solutions. ECOWAS should spearhead innovative soft solutions to heal ethnocentric divisions and to reconcile chieftaincy disputes around land tenure systems. One farmer-herder crisis learning events, intensifying change communication alongside crisis education to various actors, advocates, and activists from the grassroots to sub-regional levels will risk reduction. This should include the creation of regional learning opportunities. Farmer-herder crisis learning events, intensifying change communication alongside crisis education to various actors, advocates, and activists from the grassroots to sub-regional levels will risk reduction. This should include the creation of regional learning opportunities. 2. Capacity simulation and transboundary pastoralism research. Herder society should see herding of cattle across regional blocks as a green mission to make lives better for all. This requires further eco-conflict assessment to generate realistic data for understanding and socially simulating the capacity of actors to gain new skills and capabilities in inclusive digital engagements. Capacity simulation and transboundary pastoralism research. Herder society should see herding of cattle across regional blocks as a green mission to make lives better for all. This requires further eco-conflict assessment to generate realistic data for understanding and socially simulating the capacity of actors to gain new skills and capabilities in inclusive digital engagements. 3. Sustainable Earth System Law, SESL. Interregional environmental laws and regulations should harmonize the arbitration of eco-conflicts or disputes, and them with biodiversity treaties, conservation projects, indigenous rights, and conventions. SCSL and interregional parliamentary duties should facilitate participatory governance of transboundary natural resources. Sustainable Earth System Law, SESL. Interregional environmental laws and regulations should harmonize the arbitration of eco-conflicts or disputes, and them with biodiversity treaties, conservation projects, indigenous rights, and conventions. SCSL and interregional parliamentary duties should facilitate participatory governance of transboundary natural resources. 4. Eco-entrepreneurship for new regionalism. Conventional protection or conservation of the regional resources is insufficient. ECOWAS should adopt a win-win approach to and invest in and enhance green infrastructure within the system so that it can equitably work for farmers and herders alike. Eco-entrepreneurship for new regionalism. Conventional protection or conservation of the regional resources is insufficient. ECOWAS should adopt a win-win approach to and invest in and enhance green infrastructure within the system so that it can equitably work for farmers and herders alike. 5. Restructuring multilateral regional governance. The challenge to achieve zero eco-conflict can succeed best by employing multilateral approaches and reconnecting human decisions to regional governance. ECOWAS should urgently replace the outdated regional governance architecture, including a review of identity and community entry. Restructuring multilateral regional governance. The challenge to achieve zero eco-conflict can succeed best by employing multilateral approaches and reconnecting human decisions to regional governance. ECOWAS should urgently replace the outdated regional governance architecture, including a review of identity and community entry.
6. Green mobility, certification, and digital innovations. Partnering and digitalizing cattle movements can foster safety for both cattle and people. Successfully adopting AI-assisted technologies like drones to tag, monitor, and redirect cattle routes or certify meat on food markets can minimize fatalities. If digitalizing the value chain helps society to shift from beef consumption to plant-based diets and seafood, then eco-conflicts and emission risks can be eliminated over time. Green mobility, certification, and digital innovations. Partnering and digitalizing cattle movements can foster safety for both cattle and people. Successfully adopting AI-assisted technologies like drones to tag, monitor, and redirect cattle routes or certify meat on food markets can minimize fatalities. If digitalizing the value chain helps society to shift from beef consumption to plant-based diets and seafood, then eco-conflicts and emission risks can be eliminated over time. Conclusion. Clearly, the future of living justly and securely within the Savannah and Sahel territories of the ECOWAS is threatened by rising deaths, risks, and tensions from the clashes involving transnational pastoralists. On this basis, transitioning from the current interstate relationships towards ECOWAS integration remains elusive. Effectively implementing policy-driven mechanisms is one of the ways the ECOWAS can meaningfully contribute to ending pastoral disorders to secure cooperation and human security in the region. As a result of the complex underlying issues ranging from intermarriage, ethnicity, languages, poverty, land, chieftaincy, rights, survivalism linked to consumption, and microclimate among others, which multidimensionally converge to complicate eco-conflicts, ECOWAS should be seen more championing partnerships for fixing the crisis rather than offloading tasks to the AU, EU, or UN. The relevance of ECOWAS as a regional body is obvious in eco-conflict matters. Additionally, the dynamic trend of transnational mobility among herdsmen means that each individual member state of the ECOWAS, which retains national sovereignty, has very little chance of winning the battle against this pressing cross-border crisis. This uniquely places the ECOWAS Commission in a far better position to coordinate, streamline, and empower members to implement joint sustainability decisions and actions. Also, a comprehensive science-based inventory of the current loss and damage to society and the environment caused by eco-conflicts can generate quality information for reframing polarized theories and policies to work in the interest of all member states. The information can stimulate stakeholders to transnational pastoralism and accordingly assemble the necessary human agencies and green finances to fix deadly eco-conflicts. In conclusion, it is important to remind ourselves that a greener transition to sustainable regional integration is impossible without redressing the farmer-herder risks and threats in the ECOWAS. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Accelerator for Systemic Risk Assessment, 2024. Facing Global Risks with Honest Hope, Transforming Multidimensional Challenges into Multidimensional Possibilities. Accelerator for Systemic Risk Assessment. Org Insights Facing Global Risks with Honest Hope Report. Adams E.A. Thill A. ed. and A. 2023. Farmer-herder conflicts in Sub-Saharan Africa, drivers, impacts, and resolution and peacebuilding strategies. Environmental Research Letters, 18, Article 123,001. Org 10108817489326, Ad 0702. African Union. 2010. Policy Framework for Pastoralism in Africa, Securing, Protecting, and Improving the Lives, Livelihoods, and Rights of Pastoralist Communities.
Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture, African Union. A-B&P 2021. Regional cooperation is essential to combating health emergencies in the Global South. Global Health 17-9. Org 10-1186S12992021006597. KH 2020. Constructing the herder-farmer conflict as insecurity in Nigeria. African Security 13-1-5476. Org 10-10801939220620201732-703. DOE SSP 2008. Fire Management Policy and Environmental NGO Movement, Critical Contemporary Perspectives, Indicators and Prospects in Savannah's Ghana. Journal 7123, 159-170. DOE SSP 2022. Connecting Innovative Eco-Entrepreneurship Model and Sustainable Nature-Based Solutions to Advance Climate Action, Biodiversity and SDGs. Environmental Sciences Proceedings, 1553. Org 10-3390-222-015-053. FAO, IFAD, UNICEF, WFP, and WHO. 2024. The State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2024, Financing to End Hunger, Food Insecurity and Malnutrition in All Its Forms. Org 10-4060 Seed 1254N. F&T 2022. Free Movement and Regional Integration in the ECOWAS subregion. In J.K. Ide. Migration in West Africa. 2343. IMISCOE Research Series. Springer. Org 10-107978303097322232. KNBT 2024. Agriculture and Climate Change Adaptation in Sub-Saharan Africa, a case of policies, technologies, and strategies in Ethiopia. AICCRA Working Paper. International Crisis Group. 2018. Stopping Nigeria's Spiraling Farmer-Herder Violence. Crisis Group Africa Report 262. International Crisis Group. 2024. A Splinter in the Sahel, Can the Divorce with ECOWAS be Averted? Org Africa Sahel Mali Splinter Sahel, Can Divorce be Averted? SNC 2020. Farmer-Herder Conflict in Sub-Saharan Africa. IIID. PubsOrg 10208 IIID. L&D 2024. Regional Protection of Human Rights and the Environment. In P.ID. Handbook of Regional Cooperation and Integration. 197-222. Edward Publishing. Org 10-433-797-818-003, 737470017. Mansfield ed. and H.V. 1999. The New Wave of Regionalism. International 533, 589-627. Org 10-11620002, 081899551002. Otto IM Dongs JF RA RJW JFM DO SSP A Zenvan DP and HJ 2020. Social Tipping Dynamics for Stabilizing Earth's Climate by 2050. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 117-5, 2354-2365. Org 10-10-731900-577117. J. Day G. and Fuller G. 2024. The SDGs and the UN Summit of the Future. Sustainable Development Report 2024. SDSN, Dublin University Press. Org 10-2554610-8572. M&P 2024. Resolving Conflicts Between Ghana's Farmers and Herdsmen Video. ComN Resolving Conflicts Between Ghana's Farmers and Herdsmen Video 67941609,
and Twitter sharing. GKA DBV VV I Shankar AK KV JVNS Reddy KS KB Sarkar B BMK B Cherry G Singh VK and J 2024. Systems for improved crop and fodder productivity and soil health in the environments of South India. Agricultural Systems 214, Article 103,812. Org 101016J20231033812. WHH Concern Worldwide and IFHV. 2024 Global Hunger Index, How Gender Justice Can Advance Climate Resilience and Zero Hunger. WHH Concern Worldwide, IFHV. Essay 29 Human Rights Architecture, A Safe Space for All Africans. Human Rights of LGBTIQ+ Persons and the Role of the African Union. Introduction. Will regions save the world? Probably not. Will regional ROs provide a space to safeguard human rights? Maybe. Many regional at least claim to respect, protect, and human rights and subscribe to this in their mandates. The African Union, AU, is one of them and has, over time, established an elaborate human rights architecture. Every individual shall be entitled to the enjoyment of the rights and freedoms, and guaranteed in the present charter without distinction of any kind such as race, ethnic group, sex, language, religion, political, or any other opinion, national and social origin, fortune, birth, or other status, reads Article 2 of the African Charter on Human and Peoples' Rights, also called Banjul Charter. The Banjul Charter was implemented by the Of African Unity, OAU predecessor of the AU, in 1986, and is a human rights instrument designed to champion the promotion and protection of human rights and basic freedoms in Africa. The Charter further states that every individual shall be entitled to equal protection under the law, thus paving the way for the equal treatment, also, of sexual and gender minorities, SOGI, within the human rights mandate. However, the continued high levels of violence, discrimination, and other human rights violations perpetrated due to a person's real or assumed sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, and sex characteristics SOGSC, persist on the national and regional governance levels on the African Continent Arcus Foundation, and 2019, Coalition of African Lesbians and African Men for Sexual Health and Rights 2013. They are furthermore embedded in a global assault on the basic human rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, and queer LGBTIQ+ individuals. 1. In this essay, I will delve into the question of whether the AU and its human rights architecture constitute a space that respects, protects, and the human rights of sexual and gender minorities. Directly linked to this are questions of identity and belonging. The narrative of non-hetero and non-cisgendered Africans is appropriated not only at the national, but also at the regional governance level to shrink the spaces for LGBTIQ+ activists and their allies. I argue that this LGBTIQ+ Africans and their allies from the Regional Integration Project, undermining the aspirations of the AU's human rights framework at a time when a safe regional space is needed. Unity in diversity, or rather not. In the fall of 2016, in Tanzania, at the headquarters of the East African Community EAC, I am conducting an expert interview with an official from the judicial arm of the RO, the East African Court of Justice, EACJ. The expert tells me that their motto is unity in diversity, but that they might want to get rid of the diversity part in order to make sure the gays don't come here again. Roughly 2 years prior, the anti-homosexuality bill that was passed in Uganda was taken before the EACJ and challenged there. A technical issue, the bill had been passed in the Ugandan parliament, but the necessary quorum had not actually been reached, led the Constitutional Court of Uganda to rule the act invalid on procedural grounds. This led the IACJ to dismiss the case. In May 2023, Ugandan president signed an updated version of the Anti-Homosexuality Act. This time, the parliamentarians responsible for the piece of legislation made sure all seats were filled when tabling and passing the bill, which introduces the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality and other severe punishments. The bill was challenged before the Ugandan Constitutional Court, which upheld parts of it, and was also brought before the EACJ by relentless activists fighting for SOGISC rights. After the interview at the EACJ,
I went back to my hotel room to call my girlfriend in Germany. Positionality is complex. For me, it is part of the constant reflection on the research I carry out on, and in collaboration with a community I am globally a part of. However, my privileges and my experiences of are different from those identifying as lesbians in Tanzania, Uganda, or other African countries. Within the broader and highly diverse LGBTIQ+ communities everywhere, intersecting forms of power and exclusion shape experiences in complex and multi-layered ways. I write this piece from the position of a white, lesbian, cis woman, educated in Germany and Sweden, who enjoys many privileges, one of them being to write about this topic from a safe space. I also write this piece from the position of an implicated subject, 2019, as a German European, and thus part of the world from which the of same-sex sexual conduct originated, laws that were exported all over the world and imposed particularly on African countries, with legacies that persist to this day. Colonial legacies and the narrative. Colonial legacy laws have, to today, played a significant role in the of LGBTIQ+ identities, bodies, and lives, especially those of gay men having sex with men. Laws same-sex sexual relations, so-called anti-homosexuality laws or sodomy laws, were passed under British colonial rule and remain in force in over 30 of the Commonwealth's 56 member nations, including over a dozen African states. These laws commonly use terms such as carnal knowledge, unnatural offenses, and indecent practices, which have been interpreted to prohibit sexual acts between persons of the same sex, typically targeting men who have sex with men. These colonial-era laws remain embedded in penal codes based on British Commonwealth Law Han and 2018-2020. Tamale and 2011 P5 reflect. Ironically, while Africa is holding on to these archaic colonial laws, countries from which they were imported have largely scrapped them from their statute books. Today, LGBTIQ+ persons in many parts of the African continent are framed as imports from the West. Their identities and bodies are said not to be African. They are as African. The narrative that non-cisgender and non-hetero persons are a recent import from the West is perpetuated by an alliance between politicians and religious leaders, 2014. However sticky the narrative, it is ahistorical and apolitical. Based on the accounts from Eastern and Southern Africa, Morgan and 2005, see the point of departure for this narrative in the influence of missionaries and Christianity, and subsequently the lasting impact of settler colonialism in African countries. Regarding the lived realities and experiences of LGBTIQ+ individuals in the multifaceted settings all over Africa in the past and present, 4 seminal readers bring together accounts from across the continent which debunk the narrative of the and show how diverse African SOGISC have been. Morgan and 2005b focus on female same-sex relationships and practices in Eastern and Southern African countries. In 3 more recent compilations, scholarly, activist, and artistic contributions from across the continent illustrate multifaceted aspects of the discussions and discourses around the lived realities of LGBTIQ+ Africans. These are Tamale's African Sexualities, a Reader 2011, and the Queer African Reader edited by and Abbas 2013. Another edited volume by and sheds light on protecting the human rights of sexual minorities in contemporary Africa, 2017, from a legal perspective, and provides insights into 9 country contexts with a view to debunking the myth of the framing of Africans that are not hetero and or cisgender as African is, of course, an oversimplification, and the discourse is meant to encompass the whole continent and thus create a sense of communality that is rooted in the othering of LGBTIQ+. It does not only prevail on the national level. Increasingly, regional arenas are being appropriated with this terminology, as elaborated in the following part. LGBTIQ+ within the African human rights architecture. The African regional integration landscape is structured through the AU and the implementation of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community 2 and the 8 regional economic communities 3. The AU functions as an umbrella body and spells out a 6-stage process that centers on economic integration, but goes well beyond that. Similarly, the human rights architecture of the AU constitutes the umbrella framework for the continent and the subregional governance levels. It consists of an elaborated framework of organs, institutions, policies, and polities, Center for Human Rights 2021. Already under the of African Unity, OAU, the AU's predecessor, the African Charter on Human and Peoples' Rights, the Charter, also called Banjul Charter, was implemented in 1986, which is a human rights instrument designed to champion the promotion and protection of human rights and basic freedoms in Africa. In 1987, the African Commission on Human and Peoples' Rights, the ACHPR, also called the Commission, was inaugurated to oversee and interpret the Charter, which is one of the most important instruments in protecting and upholding human rights. In 1998, the OAU introduced the African Court on Human and Peoples' Rights, CHPR, which was in 2006 in Tanzania. The court's jurisprudence has been expanded over time. Most prominently between 2014 and 2016, the court issued landmark rulings on human rights violations by Rwanda, Tanzania, Benin, and on critical issues such as free speech, political rights, fair trial standards, and state accountability. In response, those four countries their acceptance of the CHPR's jurisdiction for individual and NGO cases. Even though the court has continued to expand its case law, its enforcement powers are limited due to political resistance from some member states. Over time, the role of the African Commission has also been expanded to include mechanisms like rapporteurs and working groups, and as a platform for engagement with civil society. Additionally, thematic mandates on gender, freedom of expression, and indigenous rights were added, and new reporting mechanisms for states on human rights compliance were developed. While the African Commission has a wide mandate covering the monitoring, investigation, and promotion of human rights, the African Court's mandate is exclusively limited to receiving and adjudicating complaints on violations of human rights. 2021, p. 654. Overall, the African human rights system has significantly developed over the past decades. Center for Human Rights, 2021, Murray, 2004, and can be seen as a norm leader, and 2021. Within the African human rights architecture, the role of rights connected to SOGIESC is highly contested, especially in the past 2 decades. Developments within the human rights arenas of the AU, such as the ACHPR, in the past 2 decades show that the narrative has been used to appropriate these regional spaces. It has been used to prohibit the registration of NGOs, with a focus on LGBTIQ+ issues for observer status. It has also led to the deregistration of a transnational NGO called Coalition of African Lesbians, CAL, from having observer status with the African Commission due to the interference of the AU's intergovernmental body, the AU Executive Council, and 2024. However, the picture is more complex and not a single story of African homophobia, 2013, neither on the national nor on the regional governance level. Around the same time of these contestations surrounding the deregistration of CAL, the ACHPR adopted Resolution 275 in its 55th Ordinary Session in Luanda, Angola. In May 2014, ACHPR raised 275 LV2014. Resolution 275 on the protection against violence and other human rights violations against persons on the basis of their real or imputed sexual orientation or gender identity marks a widely acknowledged milestone for the advancement of the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons in Africa. It condemns the increasing incidence of violence and other human rights violations, including murder, rape, assault, arbitrary imprisonment, and other forms of persecution of persons on the basis of their imputed or real sexual orientation or gender identity. It further condemns the situation of systematic attacks by state and non-state actors against persons on the basis of their imputed or real sexual orientation or gender identity, and admonishes African states to prevent, investigate, and remedy such acts of violence by both state and non-state actors. Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, 2020. For the first time ever, the highest human rights body on the continent, the need for the protection and promotion of the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons. Resolution 275 is the outcome of the relentless and long-standing activism of crucial LGBTIQ+ NGOs in collaboration with other NGOs on the continental level within the Commission as the relevant regional arena. It broke a long-standing position of denial against the inclusion and recognition of LGBTIQ+ persons in the African human rights discourses, Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, 2020, 2021, and 2024. Since then, the human rights of sexual and gender minorities have been included in soft law instruments, such as the 2017 adopted Resolution 376 on the situation of human rights defenders in Africa, which calls for the protection of human rights defenders in Africa and specifically mentions protecting those working on sexual orientation and gender identity. Furthermore, in March 2023, the African Commission adopted Resolution 552 on the protection and promotion of the rights of intersex persons in Africa. This resolution calls on states to develop and implement measures on the suggested recommendations and normative reforms that are essential for the integration and inclusion of intersex human rights in the Human Rights Development Agenda, especially accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030. Through these and other mechanisms, the Commission has acknowledged the ongoing violence, stigma, prejudice, and discrimination faced by LGBTIQ+ persons in society, with particular attention to LBTI women and intersex persons, and 2024. Our African Union human rights space is safe. The discussed contestations of the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons within the AU human rights architecture are not happening in isolation, but are deeply embedded in a broader development, the attack on the human rights of sexual and gender minorities globally. This can be understood as a response to perceived deviations from heteropatriarchal norms, leading to the othering of bodies, identities, and individuals who do not conform to the gender norm of cisgender identity and heterosexual orientation. As discussed, this also manifests in the AU's human rights spaces, through the narrative of. Related to this are discussions around African values and family values, which subscribe to a heteropatriarchal norm of family and reproduction, the conformity to binary gender roles and cisgender identities. As pointed out, these values were widely introduced with colonialism and the subsequent, and are an ahistorical notion of African sexualities, which have always been diverse. Today, these notions are perpetuated by operating political and religious leaders, think tanks and NGOs. 2012, Strand Al. 2024. The 2023 Ugandan Anti-Homosexuality Bill is an example of the manifestation of active anti-LGBTIQ+ actors, which have influenced the scripting and introduction of the bill. Furthermore, the proponents of this bill diffuse their blueprint across the continent to influence policymakers in other parts of the continent, and 2023. When the space for LGBTIQ+ persons is shrinking on the national level, due to locally active, globally connected anti-gender and anti-LGBTIQ+ networks, the Regional Integration Project can be seen as a place to turn to. This is evidenced in the case of the Ugandan Anti-Homosexuality Bill and Anti-Homosexuality Act, which were both challenged before the EACJ by transnational activists. It is also conveyed by activists from all over the continent in the documentary The Commission, From Silence to Resistance, 2017, and by activists from the Southern African region who have expressed this expectation, the AU and particularly the ACHPR, 2024. In the face of globally operating anti-LGBTIQ+ transnational networks, the regional level could provide a space where the rights of minorities are safeguarded as intended by the African human rights mechanisms and the idea of Pan-Africanism. Tamale points to this in her seminal work on Ubuntu in and Afrofeminism, 2020. With Resolution 275 and some of the soft law mechanisms discussed above, the Commission has proven it can be a safe space, to some extent, for sexual and gender minorities and their allies. Especially now, at a time when it is crucial to uphold human rights for all and ensure due institutional processes to safeguard the rights of minorities, the AU should take this opportunity to constitute this safe space and beacon of hope for discriminated minorities. It should withstand the undue influence of Western actors to undermine the very notion of the Pan-African idea of unity in diversity and Ubuntu. Conclusions and way forward for regionalism research. Researchers from or associated with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria have been at the forefront of scholarly activist debates on human rights discourses concerning SOGIESC on the African Regional Governance Level, Center for Human Rights 2021, 2021, AL. 2022 and 2021 and 2024. Their analyses stem mainly from socio-legal perspectives. What is largely missing from the scholarly debates in regionalism research is a focus on certain subjects, such as LGBTIQ+ individuals and communities, within the African human rights architectures and the safeguarding of their rights. Here, questions of belonging to and within regional integration projects, and thus within crucial governance spaces, such as the AU, are key. Beyond this, understanding the contestations of the institutional setup of African ROs and their human rights framework and norms is increasingly relevant for scholars, policymakers, and activists, more so in the age of and when the rights of sexual and gender minorities are under attack globally. Here, regionalism research can think and further the role of African ROs, and the AU in particular, as a space of belonging to the Pan-African project for all its subjects, including LGBTIQ+ individuals. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Arcus Foundation and 2019. Data collection and reporting on violence perpetrated against LGBTQI persons in Botswana, Kenya, Malawi, South Africa, and Uganda. Arcus Foundation. Org content uploads 202004 Violence against LGBTQI persons in Botswana, Kenya, Malawi, South Africa, Uganda. Center for Human Rights. 2021. Guide to the African Human Rights System. Celebrating 40 years since the adoption of the African Charter on Human and Peoples' Rights 1981-2021. Pretoria University Law Press. Pulp-up component: a guide to the African human rights system, celebrating 40 years since the adoption of the African Charter on Human and Peoples' Rights 1981-2021. Coalition of African Lesbians and African Men for Sexual Health and Rights. 2013. Violence based on perceived or real sexual orientation and gender identity in Africa. Pulp-up other publications: Violence based on perceived or real sexual orientation and gender in Africa. 2021. 40 Years of the African Charter and the Reform Issues Facing the Discourse and Practice of Human Rights. African Human Rights Law Journal, 21, 649-668. Org 101715919962096202, 1v21 ENTA 26. 2017. The Commission from Silence to Resistance documentary. ComWatch V076MQ. S and Abbas H. 2013. Queer African Reader. Press. Han A and J. 2018. British Colonialism and the Criminalization of Homosexuality, Queens, Crime and Empire. A. 2020. Strategic Litigation and the Struggle for Lesbian, Gay and Bisexual Equality in Africa. Press. A. Gloppen S. A. and F. 2022. Queer Lawfare in Africa, Legal Strategies in Contexts of LGBTIQ+. And Pretoria University Law Press. KJ 2012. Colonizing African Values, How the U.S. Christian Right is Transforming Sexual Politics in Africa. Political Research Associates. A&M 2023. Insight: Kenya could follow Uganda as East African nations wage war on LGBT rights. Reuters. Reuters.com World Africa Kenya could follow Uganda East African nations wage war rights 20230622 Morgan, R. and S. 2005. Introduction. In R. Morgan and S. Tommy Boy's Lesbian Men and Ancestral Wives, Female Same-Sex Practices in Africa. 1122. Jacana Media. Morgan R. and S. 2005b. Tommy Boy's Lesbian Men and Ancestral Wives, Female Same-Sex Practices in Africa. Jacana Media. Murray R. 2004. Human Rights in Africa, From the OAU to the African Union. Cambridge University Press. K. 2014. Unnatural and African, Contesting Queerphobia by Africa's Political Leadership. Feminist Africa 1998-105. S&A. 2017. Protecting the Human Rights of Sexual Minorities in Contemporary Africa. Pretoria University Law Press. S. 2013. The Single Story of African Homophobia is Dangerous for LGBTI Activism. In S. and H. Aubas. Queer African Reader. 155-164. Press. Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. 2020. A Guide for African National Human Rights Institutions for Implementing Resolution 275. The Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. BD 2021. Advancing the Rights of Sexual and Gender Minorities under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The Journey to Resolution 275. In IG&C. Advancing Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights in Africa, Constraints and Opportunities. 171-187. OC and GA 2021. The African Human Rights System as Norm Later, 3 case studies. African Human Rights Law Journal, 21, 669-698. Org 101715919962096202, 1v21 ENTA 27. M. 2024. Advocating for Human Rights of LGBTIQ plus persons in multi-level governance systems. Journal of Civil Society, 23, 269-284. Org 10108017448689202423666227. M and M 2024. Tug of War, LGBTIQ plus Rights in the African Human Rights Architecture. African Human Rights Law Journal, 24, 472-501. Org 101715919962096202, 4v24 ENTA 4. M. 2019. The Implicated Subject, Beyond Victims and Perpetrators. University Press. Strand C and J 2024. Understanding the Current Backlash Against LGBTIQ plus Rights Through the Lens of A Case Study of the International for the Family's Transnational Norm Diffusion on Twitter. Nordic Journal of Media Studies, 6-1, 221-243. Tamale S. 2011. African Sexualities, A Reader. Press. Tamale S. 2020. And Afrofeminism. Press. Tamale S. and J. 2011. Editorial, Legal Voice, Challenges and Prospects in the Documentation of African Legal Feminism. Feminist Africa 15-115. F&A 2024. The Promotion and Protection of Sexual and Gender Minorities under the African Regional Human Rights System. In AR, MLs and Bs. The Oxford Handbook of LGBTI Law Online First. Oxford University Press. The terms SOGI, SOGIESC, and LGBTIQ+ will be used interchangeably. The LGBTIQ+ acronym is largely a Western to denote non-heterosexual orientations and non-cisgender identities. Tamale, 2011. The terms and acronyms render invisible non-Western descriptions and designations. Colonial continuities need to be reflected here too, as the reproduction of the common abbreviation and the continuation of making other terms invisible is in itself highly problematic and a continuation of power dynamics. Furthermore, the acronym is an oversimplification of the different identities,
lived realities, and the intersections of identities of the people it tries to describe. Also called the Abuja Protocol, which entered into force in 1994 under the predecessor of the AU, the of African Unity. Arab-Maghreb Union, Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, Community of Sahel-Saharan States, East African Community, Economic Community of Central African States, Economic Community of West African States, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Southern African Development Community. The Commission consists of 11 commissioners who serve in their personal capacity as independent experts from a variety of professional backgrounds. Commissioners can serve for 6 years and are eligible for re-election, but not consecutively, and are nominated by their own governments. The appointed commissioner should meet the highest standard of independence, impartiality, and be competent in their fields of their work criteria for the nomination and election of members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, AI Index, IOR 6300222007. Essay 2 Are You Nuts? A United Nations of Regions. Introduction. In his famous speech, Churchill, 1946, advocated for separate regional security councils for Europe, Asia, and the Americas under the common roof of the United Nations, UN. He envisioned that each council would be responsible for the maintenance of peace in its respective region. In fact, Churchill even argued that the UN could only survive if it were structured around broad regional groupings rather than states, Graham and 2006, p. 282. As apparent in the current UN institutional framework, Churchill's suggestion for regional security councils has not been implemented. But the idea to involve regions in global governance has not disappeared. UNUCRIS has, ever since its creation, been involved in academic studies and policy practices related to the interactions between the UN and regional, c. for instance, Van 2004, 2009, Graham and 2006, al. 2012-2023. This is, among others, inspired by Churchill, thinking on how to recreate a European family in the immediate post-World War II period. About 7 decades after Churchill's speech, we are in the middle of intensifying geopolitical turmoil exacerbated by actors like China and Russia that actively attempt to change the current multilateral order. Inspired by Churchill's speech, this essay therefore proposes to open up the UN system to establish a formal level for regional, in order to develop them as the building blocks of global multilateralism. This could allow for channeling and delegating regional interests and representation. Moreover, a formalized level of regional can act as a source of identity for people beyond sovereign states. This could, in turn, give a new dynamism to the multilateral world order and deal with the maintenance of peace and security in a way reminiscent of Churchill's thinking. The key issue in reforming the UN system is that a reform proposal has to strike a balance between the UN's responsibilities and representation of all peoples, that is to say, between the UN's mandate, while ensuring that all peoples feel represented. Such a complex balance cannot be found if reform proposals solely focus on reforming the undergirding state framework of the UN, or if reform proposals keep considering solely states as the building blocks of the UN system. 1. What should be tackled at the global level and what should be left to regional? What should be tackled at the global level and what should be left to regional? 2. What kind of interactions are needed between the actors? What kind of interactions are needed between the actors? Answering these questions will allow us to strike a balance between national and regional security, market efficiency, and social justice. Moreover, it will allow for the preservation of the core attributes of, namely those that facilitate economic openness and exchange, while adjusting to the cross-border threats that the international community is faced with today. The current crisis of multilateralism. The core pillars of the current multilateral institutional architecture were established in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War to prevent future global conflicts, foster economic cooperation, and rebuild war-torn economies. To illustrate, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade (GATT) was premised on the idea that free trade eases conflictual relations between countries and leads to more cooperative relations. Law Firm, 2019. Similarly, the United Nations was established to maintain peace and security in the world. United Nations, 1945, Charter, Art. 1 para. 1.
Although the Woods institutions have largely achieved their goal of maintaining peace and fostering cooperation between states, nowadays the international community sees itself confronted by a different kind of threats that cannot be solved by single states or small groups of states, like environmental degradation, artificial intelligence, great power rivalry, and the effects on and trade. The post-Second World War institutions were unaware of, let alone designed to address, these kinds of threats. To put it bluntly, the 20th century institutional consensus has passed, and it is unable to deal with the problems of the 21st century. Hence, the multilateral order as we know it is in crisis. Only renewed normative and international thinking about how to reform the system will help secure a renewed age of multilateral cooperative decision-making based on the core existential issues of our time. Any rethink of the prospects for multilateral decision-making will indeed need to be by an acceptable moral meta-narrative of cooperation. It is people who created the initial set of multilateral institutions. Indeed, humanity has not been totally bereft of the ability to engage in practical cooperation beyond the level of the local and the national community. Thinking in global terms should not be a cosmopolitan fantasy. While legal citizenship is country-defined, there is in theory no reason, or at least there should be no reason, why individuals cannot hold national, transnational, and supranational identities and attachments at the same time. But we do not, and there is no global leadership pushing for it. Rather, the meta-narrative of the community of origin, especially in the hands of populist politicians reinforced by sentiments of uniqueness, ethnicity, faith, and naked nativism, is a much stronger motivating idea than a less tangible narrative of a community of destiny. For many, solidarity in a community of destiny beyond the state is a chimera. Towards a regional architecture in the UN. As already hinted at, the UN could have looked entirely different in its composition. At the moment of its crafting at the San Francisco Conference, 1945, there were two models discussed, one with regional architecture and one with global architecture. Although the choice was made for a Global Security Council, something remained from the global regional debate, namely Chapter VIII of the UN Charter, 1945. Chapter VIII Art. 5254 foresees the establishment of partnerships between the UN and regional, and provides the constitutional basis for regional United Nations, 1945 Charter Art. 5254. Article 52 authorizes regional to become involved in the maintenance of international peace and security and in Pacific settlements. Article 53 allows regional to take enforcement action when authorized by the Security Council. In turn, this means that Art. 53 offers the Security Council the possibility to mandate regional to implement its enforcement measures. Article 54 introduces another control mechanism for the Security Council, namely that regional must report their activities to the Security Council, United Nations, 1945 Charter Art. 5252. Regional that have Chapter VII status are, for instance, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, the African Union, AU, and the EU, United Nations Security Council, UNSC, 2023. Global and regional governance. Today, it is hard to imagine a different form of world governance, as none of the P5 members would voluntarily give up their permanent seats in the UNSC. Yet the history of humanity shows that change has always been possible. For that to happen, the first thing needed is wild ideas. Next comes the circumstances that force a rethinking of the present situation. Finally, there has to be political support to think the unthinkable. Opening up the UN to regional. The concept of region has a fuzzy meaning, as it refers to units of governance that can be found below, above, or across the borders of a state. That is why VAN 2020 3132 argues that any unit of governance that is not a state but has some statehood properties can be called a region. From this follows that regions can act as if they are a state, can act as a source of identity to persons, and as potential building blocks for global multilateralism, VAN 2020 P32, VAN 2011 P64. In VAN 2004, it is advocated that the UN system becomes a forum in which world regions engage in interregional dialogue, and regional actors like the European Union (EU) become the building stones of the UN. 4.5. In a later article, Van 2020. 3132, a region as a linguistic device that is used to refer to geographical spaces that are not states yet have some statehood properties like borders, parliaments, governments, constitutional courts, flags, and within the UN, see statehood theory of regions. Thus, regions are discursively defined against states as every geographical entity can be a region, except a state. Van 2011. 65-66. Importantly, Van 2011, p. 64, understands a region as a socially constructed through conversations between actors. Hence, regions exist because they are talked about. This allows seeing a region as more than just a geographical space, and rather as a linguistic device that allows people to talk about something that is not a state but that resembles a state. Following this, regions could look very different. For instance, a unit within a state can be called a region as well as a supranational regional or a cross-border region. 65-66. A United Nations of regions. Today, only states can be members of the UN. However, not only are the differences between states and non-states becoming fuzzier, but states are also no longer able to solve current global threats like environmental degradation. In light of that development, one could think of a continuum between local governance and global governance, where the state is seen as level 0, and where you have 3 levels upwards and downwards. Actually, there already exists a classification for subnational governance in Europe, namely the nomenclature of territorial units for statistics (NUTS), which will be outlined hereinafter, 2024. Inspired by that nomenclature, 3 levels upwards, i.e. for supranational governance, will be developed. Nomenclature of territorial units for statistics (NUTS). The NUTS classification was set up in the 1970s and legally adopted by the EU in 2003 to ease statistical and comparative analysis as well as decisions about the eligibility of cohesion funds among EU member states, subregions, ND. The classification divides every member state into 3 hierarchical subnational units called territorial units. A territorial unit is understood as an already existing administrative unit in the country, meaning that this area has an administrative authority empowered to take administrative or strategic decisions. 2024. Importantly, these territorial units are comparable in terms of population, as well as political, administrative, and institutional responsibility among member states. 2024. 1 NUTS 1 Major Socioeconomic Regions. NUTS 1 Major Socioeconomic Regions. 2 NUTS 2 Basic Regions for Regional Policies. NUTS 2 Basic Regions for Regional Policies. 3 NUTS 3 Small Regions for Specific Diagnoses, ND. NUTS 3 Small Regions for Specific Diagnoses, ND. 1 NUTS 1. NUTS 1. 2 NUTS 2 Provinces. NUTS 2 Provinces. 3 NUTS 3 Arrondissements, ND. NUTS 3 Arrondissements, ND. Classifying the supranational level, current proposals on improving regional representation in the UN. One proposal to advance regional representation in the United Nations system was put forward by 2012. He suggests classifying the world into 12 regions based on demographic and economic weight. This results in 4 single nations, the US, Japan, India, China, and 8 multinational regions, the Westminster League composed of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Russia and neighboring republics, Latin America and Caribbean, Europe, Arab League, Africa south of the Sahara, West Asia, East Asia, and Pacific. Evidently, the regions broadly overlap with existing regional, such as the EU or ASEAN. He proposes that each region get 1 seat in the Security Council. The representative, who would be chosen by an regionally agreed voting procedure, then casts a weighted vote adjusted for the region's population and total contributions to the UN budget. 73-74. 2012. 74-77 makes 2 important qualifications, namely, that vetoes are not admissible and that dual membership in 2 regions is possible, yet the voting weight would be divided between the 2 regions so that it counts as if the country were just part of 1 region. 2012 P74 believes that countries would agree to his proposal despite the general reluctance of the P5 concerning UNSC reforms, because the population counterweight privileges populous but relatively poor nations such as China or India. Further advantages of this proposal are that there is a near equal balance between the 5 developed regions, the global north, namely Europe, the US, Japan, Russia, and the Westminster League, that would have a combined weight of 46.11%, and the 7 remaining regions of the global south, 53.89%, P75. Additionally, since the formula is based on paid contributions and not rates of assessment, countries would be encouraged to pay their contributions, as the failure thereof would reduce a region's weighted vote, P74. In contrast to who uses an objective mathematical equation, Graham and 2006 take a security angle. Specifically, they propose to identify security regions that are responsible for the maintenance of peace and security in that region based on geography, culture, including ethnic and linguistic factors, and geostrategic political considerations, P281. Geostrategic considerations are important to consider, as for instance, North African Arab states which, despite geographically belonging to Africa, are closer to West Asia than to Sub-Saharan Africa. 282-286. Based on these 3 criteria, Graham and 287-288 identify 9 security regions: Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, West Asia, Europe, Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, the Pacific, and America. As a second step, the authors propose to identify a regional called Chapter VII Regional Agency for each of the security regions, which would be responsible for the enforcement of maintaining peace and security in that region, and which would, in turn, get a seat in the Security Council. To identify these Chapter VII regional agencies, they propose membership, mandate, focal area, and the operational relationship already developed with the UN as criteria, Graham and 2006. 288-291. A detailed application of these criteria to each security region to identify the Chapter VII regional agencies can be found on 293-3-4. The regional Graham and 293-296 identify are 1. African Union for the Sub-Saharan Security Region, 2. League of Arab States for North Africa West Asia, 3. Commonwealth of Independent States for Central Asia, 4. ASEAN for Southeast Asia, 5. Pacific Islands Forum for the Pacific, and 6. of American States for the Americas. They argue that for East Asia, a regional agency still needs to be formed, and for South Asia, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has the potential to become the Chapter VII regional agency, provided it still adopts a security function, Graham and 2006. 296-297. They see Europe as the most complex case, as whereas the Council of Europe would still need to adopt a Pacific dispute settlement mechanism to become a Chapter VII regional agency, the EU has stated that it sees itself as SWAY, and not as a Chapter VII regional agency. 298-304. Similarly to Graham and 2006. 304-305 also allow for dual membership. Yet instead of splitting the vote, they propose that a country's decision-making rights are limited to merely offering guidance in one agency. Although the 2 proposals allow for regional representation in the UNSC, both proposals are insufficient to establish regional as a building block for global multilateralism. Merely adding seats to the UNSC for regional will not improve regional representation, because their voices would easily become overshadowed by the continuously state-centered world order. Moreover, regional would continue to be driven by national state interests. What is needed, therefore, is to establish several administrative units, namely subregional units, similar to subnational administrative units. Hereinafter, a more holistic approach will be proposed by mirroring the NUTS classification for the level to the supranational level. Extending the state structure as identified in the NUTS classification to the supranational level formally establishes regional as building blocks of the international order by allowing for the ample of regional, by providing regional deliberation channels and options for delegation of tasks and duties. In addition, establishing several levels for regional allows for a more tangible identity source. 1 Level 0, Sovereign States. Level 0, sovereign states. To Level 1, regional channels, parliaments of regional level of a regional, closest to the people. A seat at the UN Parliament. A seat at the UN Parliament. Seat at the UN Parliament. 3 Level 2, regional IG. IU Commission, AU Commission. A seat at Regional Council. A seat at Regional Council. Seat at Regional Council. 4 Level 3, UN Regional Groups, IG. Western European and Others Group, Asia Pacific Group. Seat at UNSC. A seat at UNSC. Seat at UNSC. This proposal allows for the development of regional as building blocks for global multilateralism. Establishing several deliberative channels administrative units, as it is in the state structure, allows regional to channel and delegate regional interests and thus representation. Additionally, the reappearance of regional at several lower levels instead of just at the last resort level, the UNSC, allows regional to act as a source of identity to people from different nationalities. Conclusion: not reforming the UN is undoubtedly not an option. How to do it is a political question, but the answers must be backed by scientific thinking. Recent work at UNUCRIS and other parts of UNU continues to fuel the debates. 2023. One can only hope that UNUCRIS's work inspires policymakers to take seriously the of the UN as part of a rethinking of multilateralism. We need a new San Francisco and Woods. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (ORG) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Churchill W. 1946. Churchill, speech delivered at the University of 19 September speech transcript. Council of Europe 16806981F3. Law Firm 2019. The Purpose of GATT and WTO. The Purpose of GATT P. 2023. Regional Cooperation and Integration. Why? Where? And so what? UNUCRIS Working Paper 4. PF&T 2012. The United Nations and the Regions. Springer, PMNH&C 2023. U-Regions Toward a New Typology of Regions in the UN. Frontiers in Political Science 5/117. And Nuts Nomenclature of Territorial Units for Statistics. European Commission. Europa Web Nuts. F 2024. Common Classification of Territorial Units for Statistics Nuts. European Parliament. Europa N Sheet 99 Common Classification of Territorial Units for Statistics Nuts. Graham K. and T. 2006. Regional Security and Global Governance. VUB Brussels University Press. JIE 2012. Weighted Regional Representation as a Basis for Security Council Reform. In PF&T. The United Nations and the Regions. UNU Series on Regionalism. 7181. Springer. R. 2009. Regional Security, the Capacity of International. United Nations Security Council. 2023. The UN Security Council and Regional, a brief exploration of Chapter VII. Org Monthly Forecast 202310, the Security Council and Regional, a brief exploration of Chapter. United Nations. 1945. United Nations Charter. Org About Us Charter Full text article %21 attainment %20 of %20, these %20 common %20 ends. Van L. 2004. Regional Integration and Global Governance. UNUCRIS Occasional Paper 020044. Van L. 2011. Building Regions, the Of the World Order. Publishing. Van L. 2020. The Psychology of Regions, a Perspective. Regions and Cohesion 10-3, 3042. Essay 30, Evaluating the Rising Tides of Regional Economic Integration in Africa, the Reality and Illusion of the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA. Introduction. The concept of regionalism has been subjected to divergent interpretations by different international relations scholars. But for the purpose of this essay, regionalism would be described as the development where countries within a specific geographical region come together to form alliances or to achieve common goals. In other words, regionalism can be described as a transnational cooperation for the purpose of addressing a common challenge, especially those that transcend national borders. The cooperative arrangement involved in regionalism includes issues such as socio-cultural matters and political, military, and economic activities. The concept, whose origin could be traced to the establishment of customs unions and trade alliances by the European countries in the 19th century, became more popular across the globe at the beginning of the 21st century as the United Nations and other multilateral bodies placed a high premium on regional, 2013. As a matter of fact, Articles 51, 52, and 53 of Chapter VII of the UN Charter contain some clauses that the roles that regions and regional could play in contributing to international peace and security, 1999. This made 2019 posit that regions and regionalism are playing a quasi-autonomous role in shaping global policies and in addressing several issues that were previously tackled in the framework of global multilateral institutions. Similarly, Shaw 2003 opined that regional are so important in the contemporary international system that it may be hard to imagine a world without them. Therefore, the crux of this essay is to evaluate the nascent African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, within the context of the question, would regions save the world? And to African leaders about the potential threat that may consign to the limbo of inactivity. Overview of the African quest for economic integration. Regional economic integration has stood as a cornerstone of Africa's journey towards collective prosperity and self-determination. The history of economic integration in the region can be traced to 1980, when the Lagos Plan of Action, LPA, together with the final act of Lagos FAL, was established by the of African Unity OAU in Lagos, Nigeria. It was meant to help African countries achieve economic growth and sufficiency, build a self-reliant economy for Africa, and increase Africa's world industrial production, among others. The ultimate goal of the arrangement was to achieve the establishment of an African economic community by the year 2000. Unfortunately, the could not stand the test of time due to a lack of effective monitoring and follow-up mechanisms for its implementation. This was compounded by the emergence of many economic blocs, which were given more attention by the member states. Furthermore, issues such as collapse in export commodities prices, fluctuating exchange rate, the Gulf crisis, and hike in oil prices, as well as the burden of debt servicing, stifled the growth potential of African trade. The next effort by African states toward economic integration resulted in the establishment of the African Economic Community, AEC, on June 3, 1991, in Abuja, Nigeria. The agreement came into force on May 12, 1994. The ultimate goal of AEC was to create a free trade area, customs union, a central bank, a common currency, and a common market, leveraging on sub-regional economic communities (RECs) as fundamental building blocks for the advancement of African nations, UN Economic Commission for Africa AL. 2017. The deepest form of economic integration which the AEC sought was believed to be the best solution to Africa's economic miseries. However, the AEC could not achieve its aims for several years after its establishment. The deep economic integration which it sought was said to be a standard too high for it. Moreover, state leaders selectively adhered to OAU-AU directives on AEC based on self-interest, which hindered this effectiveness. In addition, the Subregional Economic Communities, RECs, placed subregional interests over the collective well-being of Africa, African Union, 2019. The African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA. The conviction that economic cooperation and integration at the continental level was a sine qua to achieving sustainable development and prosperity across Africa made African leaders resilient in seeking the establishment of an for Pan-African economic integration. In January 2012, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union adopted a decision to establish a Free Trade Area, 2024. After many years of negotiation and consultations, the Free Trade Area was formally launched on 15 June 2015. On 21 March 2018, the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA agreement was signed by AU member nations. The agreement came into force on 30 May 2019. But due to the outbreak of COVID-19, trading under CFTA did not commence until January 2021. One strived to create a single market for goods and services, which would deepen economic integration in Africa. Strive to create a single market for goods and services, which would deepen economic integration in Africa. 2. Propagate the of trade. Propagate the of trade. 3. Facilitate investment building in member states and RECs. Facilitate investment building in member states and RECs. 4. Institute a continental customs union. Institute a continental customs union. 5. Establish economic and monetary union. Establish economic and monetary union. 6. Enhance the competitiveness of the economies of African countries. Enhance the competitiveness of the economies of African countries. 7. Facilitate infrastructural and industrial development on the continent. Facilitate infrastructural and industrial development on the continent. Part of the agreement was the construction of an institutional structure, including a secretariat, headed by an elected Secretary General in Accra, Ghana. The CFTA initiative has attracted positive comments from some international figures. For instance, the United Nations Secretary General remarked that CFTA is set to be an engine of trade and that will advance sustainable, inclusive growth in Africa. Its full implementation could generate income gains of up to 9% by 2035. This would lift up to 50 million people out of extreme poverty and reduce income inequalities in Africa. UN News 2023. Similarly, the coordinator of the World Trade, WTO African Group, ambassador, said that the CFTA can help generate value addition on the continent with all the benefits that it would bring in terms of economic diversification, higher income, and better jobs. WTO News 2022. Among other things, the CFTA agreement seeks to a cardinal aim of economic integration, which involves the systematic removal of both tariff and non-tariff impediments to trade in order to boost productivity, foster greater economic interdependence, and sustain mutually beneficial relationships among participating nations. The CFTA agreement encompasses various protocols aimed at driving economic integration and development across the African continent. These protocols include trade in goods, trade in services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. Article 2 of the Trade in Goods Protocol outlines its primary objective as fostering a market for the exchange of goods. In ensuring that the of trade is achievable under the agreement, Article 4 accords the most nation treatment, MFN, to all states under the agreement. This requires each state party to grant immediate and unconditional treatment to one another that is no less than what it grants to any most nation. The same Article 4 also stresses that member states are to progressively eliminate import duties, which have a significant effect on goods coming from other African states. In consonance with the principle of special and differential treatment, S&D, outlined in the agreement, the least developed countries, LDCs, are tasked with gradually eliminating 90% of tariffs on non-sensitive products over a period of 10 years, whereas non-LDCs are required to implement this elimination within 5 years. International Trade Center ITC, 2021. In addition, Article 9 of the protocol states that member nations cannot impose quantitative restrictions on either imports from or exports to other African states except otherwise stated in the CFTA regime. The CFTA agreement also includes the Trade in Services Protocol. This is a practical approach to liberalizing service trade, which constitutes about 50% of the gross domestic product, GDP, across Africa. Through this agreement, African countries demonstrate their commitment to gradually liberalizing services by allowing service providers from other African nations to access their domestic service markets. This focuses on 5 priority service sectors: telecommunication, tourism, transport, financial services, and business services, which already have considerable concentration in the African market. The principle of the mutual recognition clause within the agreement is expected to accelerate the of-service trade between and among the host countries. Furthermore, the goal of the protocols on investment and intellectual property rights is to attract foreign investment, promote innovation, and protect the rights of investors. The inclusion of a competition policy emphasizes the commitment to ensuring fair competition and preventing anti-competitive practices so as to foster a level playing field for businesses. Evaluation of CFTA. Creating a continental value chain development is at the core of the CFTA agreement. In order to this objective, the first guided trade initiative, which covered only trade in goods, was launched on October 7, 2022, with 8 countries: Cameroon, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Tanzania, Egypt, Ghana, and Tunisia, to kickstart the CFTA preferential trade activities for 96 identified commodities. These include ceramic tiles, tea, coffee, processed meat products, cornstarch, sugar, pasta, and glucose syrup, amongst others. African Union, 2024. Consequently, value-added coffee has been traded from Rwanda to Ghana. Similarly, batteries and tea have been traded from Kenya to other countries in Africa. The private sector in Africa has also been leveraging the opportunity offered by the Certificate of Origin provision of CFTA to its potential. The first CFTA Certificate of Origin was issued by Tanzania for a shipment of coffee to Algeria in November 2023. Tunisia also issued a Certificate of Origin for the export of chemical and food products to Cameroon in December 2023, while South Africa issued its first Certificates of Origin for a shipment of some goods to other African countries in January 2024. The second phase of the CFTA Guided Trade Initiative has also been launched, with 35 AU members indicating interest in it, 2024. On the issue of addressing tariff barriers to trade, the CFTA Council of Ministers secured tariff offers from 45 African countries in 2024, while tariff offers from 7 other countries are going through verification. With this schedule, the CFTA has opened state parties to more meaningful trade, which will allow them free access to about 97% of goods produced across the African continent. This is key to the objective of greater economic interdependence and economic integration, 2024. Without tariff concessions and rules of origin, the free trade area may not be operational. Although up until now, the tariff offer has been effective only on about 100 items, out of approximately 45,000 traded items identified. The desire to remove some other hindrances to trade has led CFTA to adopt the corridor approach as a form of intervention to further identify impediments to trade and eliminate them. A team from the CFTA Secretariat has been able to assess 6 trade corridors so far. These include the Abidjan-Lagos corridor, the Northern Corridor, which runs from the port of Mombasa in Kenya to DRC via Uganda and Rwanda, the Central Corridor that commences from the port of East Salam in Tanzania to Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, the North-South Corridor of SADC, the Central Africa Corridor, which include Cameroon, Gabon, and Congo, and the North African Corridor. Furthermore, the CFTA Adjustment Fund was officially established in 2023, and it became operational the same year. The fund, which is being hosted in Rwanda, is required to the huge sum of USD 10 billion over a period of 10 years to compensate for revenue losses that some state parties may experience in the process for the full implementation of the CFTA.
This is to further strengthen the commitment of the state party to this agreement. The Trade and Services Protocol of CFTA has also come into force. This has encouraged African countries to be committed to gradually liberalizing services, allowing service providers from other African nations to access their domestic service markets. This agreement places emphasis on 5 priority service sectors. They are tourism, telecommunication, transport, financial services, and business services. The Investment Protocol, Intellectual Property Rights, and Competition Policy Protocols of CFTA have been adopted for ratification. All of these can be described as the reality of CFTA. Limitations of CFTA. The above goals of CFTA have been implemented, although at a minuscule level. Some scholars of African affairs opine that CFTA is an ongoing economic arrangement that is still in its formative years and is trying to grapple with the vagaries of the global economic market. To such people, assessing CFTA performance may appear to be premature. However, it will be appropriate to point out some limitations which have been hindering the progress of the, and which, if care is not taken, may make the whole arrangement an illusion. About 6 years after the creation of CFTA, African countries have not been able to achieve unanimity in the most basic commitment to the enforcement and implementation of the agreement, Trade Law Center, 2023. As of 2024, only 47 African countries have the instrument of CFTA, while only 46 have deposited their instruments of ratification to CFTA headquarters. 7 other nations have signed but have not yet the agreement. This aligns with the opinion that the problem of political will of African nations is a huge factor capable of hindering the course of implementation of the CFTA agreement. Africa records a trend of its leaders assenting to or ratifying an agreement only to become apathetic to its enforcement. For this reason, continental trade has remained slothful, and a contrast to the excitement and optimism which surrounded the birth of CFTA. In addition, the political and economic realities of some African countries are discordant with the objectives and implementation of the CFTA agreement, because the types of barriers which CFTA is trying to eliminate are what they depend on for survival. For instance, the political economy of the Republic of Benin has relied on what 2023 describes as an informal or illegal, based on smuggling and illicit trade with neighboring countries, particularly Nigeria. The CFTA agreement prevents member countries from smuggling or illegal cross-border trade. It also prevents member nations from imposing a transit tax on trade passing through their territories. This might be the reason why the Benin Republic is one of the countries that have not the CFTA agreement. Similarly, the RECs are supposed to be the building blocks for CFTA, but some RECs whose major sources of revenue are tariffs and custom duties find it difficult to pursue, with commitment, any that strives to eliminate about 90% of tariff barriers to trade. Related to the above issue are the protectionist policies which resonate throughout Africa and have made the idea of shared economic vision elusive in Africa right from the colonial era. The diverse economic milieus across the continent, as well as the clandestine economic rivalries between some African countries, have not been in of CFTA objectives, OAK 2024. Moreover, non-tariff barriers to trade remain a challenge in Africa. According to exporters and stakeholders, logistics and policy hurdles are more challenging within Africa than when exporting to other countries. This, coupled with the absence of uniformity in trade rules and guidelines, makes cross-border trade more challenging and unpredictable. Some exporters claimed that in certain situations, it is more economical to ship goods to Europe or the US than to other African countries. In addition, a successful regional integration requires the availability of infrastructures such as a good road network, an efficient transportation system, a good port management scheme, reliable energy generation, and availability of a smart border, and a well-coordinated telecommunication technology. The absence of these facilities in most African states constitutes a hindrance to the of CFTA objectives, African Union, 2019. A 2024 report by the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, showed that African countries continue to trade with the rest of the world over continental trade. The African Export-Import Bank,
also stated that as of 2024, only a mere 17% of African trade was continental, as against 68% within Europe and 59% within Asia. Similarly, a report by the National Bureau of Statistics in 2024 revealed that Nigeria's export to other African countries was 12.13% of its total exports. During the same period, Nigeria's export to Europe was 45%, while its export to Asia was 25.31%, 2024. Hence, African countries have not fully taken advantage of the larger market created by market integration under the CFTA arrangement. CFTA, no doubt, holds significant promise in promoting and boosting the manufacturing sector across Africa. However, the limited production or low industrial capacities informed by heavy reliance on external suppliers is another major limitation to the aspirations of boosting the manufacturing sector in Africa. Furthermore, Africa is a continent with more than 40 distinct currencies. Unlike Europe, where a single currency facilitates trade, the multiplicity of currencies in Africa has constituted a serious roadblock to the free flow of goods and services across borders. It has also led to a high cost of transactions, inefficiencies, and other complexities, which impede economic integration within the continent. Can CFTA save the African region? There is no gainsaying the fact that the fragmented African economies need concerted efforts to overcome economic backwardness. This is what the IU seeks to achieve through CFTA. With the right support, CFTA can promote the full of the abundant human and natural resources in Africa and make the continent a huge industrial hub. CFTA is the largest economic integration arrangement in the world by the number of member countries. The large market which could emerge from CFTA will serve as an incentive for inward foreign direct investment within the continent. Multinational companies would be encouraged to see the continent as one big economic space into which they can make strategic investments. This would curtail the prevailing industrial deficit in Africa, promote economic diversification, and address the continent's overdependence on primary commodities exports. Furthermore, CFTA would enable the small and medium enterprises, SMEs, in Africa to have access to larger markets, better infrastructure, information, and technical support from their supporting agencies within Africa. In addition, if fully implemented, CFTA could bring about a continental value chain that will facilitate production from the original stage to processing, packaging, transportation, customs clearance, export, shipping, and sales to other countries. This implies that the production process can smoothly change hands from country to country. Leveraging on the provision of elimination of tariff barriers and unrestricted movement of goods, services, as well as factors of production across the participating African nations, this can create a prosperous and resilient Africa in the 21st century, 2024. Increased African trade and indigenous exchanges will result in more job creation that will launch Africa into a thriving economic orbit. 2020 posit that CFTA is capable of increasing African exports by more than 81%. This assertion has been corroborated by some international agencies and institutions. A research carried out by the World Bank shows that the socioeconomic activities which CFTA would generate when fully operational could reduce the number of people living in extreme poverty in Africa by 30 million, improve the incomes of about 68 million others who live on less than USD 5.5 a day, increase income in Africa by USD 450 billion by 2035, and boost Africa's exports by USD 560 billion AL. 2020. Similarly, the UN Economic Commission for Africa opines that the Single Market Trade Agreement will enable the African economy to reach the USD 29 trillion mark by 2050 time, 2022. Over time, this economic prowess could translate into non-economic benefits such as socio-cultural harmony, improved diplomatic ties, peace and security, political leverage, and regional stability. Therefore, CFTA is an initiative that holds the potential of transforming and unlocking Africa's economic capability, fostering all-encompassing growth and development, thereby saving Africa from its parlous economy. On the heels of this, one can say without equivocation that the region can save the world. Conclusion. Having established the fact that CFTA can actually save Africa by fostering inclusive growth and development, which is the main aim of establishing the, and having discussed the limitations which could make the of this laudable objective an illusion, this essay will conclude by recommending some policy measures which CFTA as and individual African countries can adopt to deal with the limitations. CFTA needs to put a robust monitoring and evaluation framework in place so as to track the progress of the implementation of the CFTA agreement, including key performance indicators, benchmarks, and regular reporting mechanisms. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: African Union, 2019. Operational phase of the African Continental Free Trade Area launched. Press release. N20190-707 Operational phase, African Continental Free Trade Area launched summit. African Union, 2024. BIAT boosting African trade. NT about text, the %20 action, %20 plan, %20 for %20 boosting. G 2019. Regionalism, Globalism, and Complexity, a Stimulus Towards Global IR. Third World Thematics, a TWQ Journal 46, 424-441. G 2024. Comparing the Abuja Treaty and the CFTA Agreement. African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. TRALAC. Org. L. 2013. The History and Concept of Regionalism. UNUCRIS Working Papers, W20135. IO 2024. The African Free Continental Trade Area Agreement. University. International Trade Center. 2021. Discover African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA. Org and Learns. M. Van D. MFS, I and M 2020. African Continental Free Trade Area, Economic and Distributional Effects. World Bank. MIE 2023. The CFTA and the Economy, a Clash of Free Trade and Political Realities. Oxford Development Studies 52-1, 114-127. Oak L. 2024. Oral Interview. Lecturer, Department of History and International Studies, University. Ds. 1999. The United Nations and the Development of Collective Security, the delegation by the UN Security Council of its Chapter VII powers. Press. F. and Shaw T. 2003. Theories of New Regionalism. Tyne A. 2022. CFTA's expansion of Africa's economy to $29 trillion by 2050. The Point. Africa-Gambia headlines I's expansion of Africa's economy to $29 trillion by 2050. Trade Law Center. 2023. Status of CFTA ratification. Org Resources Infographic 13795 Status of ratification. UN Economic Commission for Africa, African Union, and African Development Bank. 2017. Assessing Regional Integration in Africa. VIII. Org Images Docs 12366, Assessing Regional Integration in Africa, November 2017. UN News. 2023. CFTA, African Free Trade Area will spur sustainable growth, says UN Chief. United Nations Africa Renewal. Org News %C2%, A0 African Free Trade Area %. WTO News. 2022. Members welcome CFTA's role in fostering economic growth and development in LDCs. World Trade. Org English News E-News 22 E21 22 E-Text E2 80%. Essay 31. A critical appraisal of regional economic integration in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA. Introduction. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, hereinafter referred to as the CFTA, is an agreement by 54 out of 55 African countries, signatories to the African Union (AU), and contracting member states to the 8 Regional Economic Communities (RECs), to establish the world's largest free trade area through the creation of a single market. As a flagship project of the AU's Agenda 2063, the CFTA aims to accelerate African trade in order to boost Africa's trading position in the global market. According to the AU, it posits that this can only be achieved if African member states economically unite to strengthen Africa's common voice and policy space in global trade negotiations. Subsequently, RECs play a central role in the implementation of the CFTA, as they constitute a regional economic integration foundation towards continental integration. The agreement establishing the CFTA acknowledges that RECs play the role of building blocks, as well as constituting principles exhibited by RECs best practices. Additionally, RECs are perceived as principles that promote preservation of, while also acting as tools for political regional stability. This essay explores the question of whether regions will save the world in the context of achieving continental integration under the auspices of the CFTA. The question explores the role of RECs in advancing the implementation of the CFTA and how these RECs can be leveraged to achieve continental integration. The first section analyzes the role of RECs as provided for in the CFTA agreement. The next section probes into the relationship between RECs and CFTA by analyzing the opportunities it presents. The third section analyzes the challenges encountered in exploiting RECs as CFTA's implementation vehicles and submits actionable recommendations on each challenge. And finally, a conclusion that articulates how REC-CFTA collaboration can strengthen Africa's position in creation of a competitive continental market. Role of RECs as in the CFTA agreement. RECs as building blocks for the CFTA. Regional economic communities form the basis of regional integration in Africa. The preamble of the CFTA agreement, verbatim, acknowledges the RECs free trade areas as building blocks towards the establishment of the CFTA. This is further illustrated in Article 5b of the CFTA agreement that outlines the principles governing the CFTA, to include RECs free trade areas FTAs as building blocks for the CFTA. Through RECs, African countries have, to the maximum, trade as an engine to achieve economic growth and sustainable development at both individual and regional levels. The agreement establishing the CFTA keenly notes the significant advantage that can be derived from inculcating RECs in acceleration of the implementation of the CFTA. RECs best practices as principles for the CFTA. The agreement highlights under Article 5L that the CFTA shall be governed by best practices in the RECs, in the state parties and international conventions binding the African Union. Consequently, the CFTA, in its mandate to eliminate trade barriers and boost African trade, is required to abide by best practices exhibited by RECs in implementing and promoting trade in regional trading spaces. This is not only limited to the exchange of goods and services, but also relies on RECs' legal, regulatory, and institutional framework to structure CFTA's sound framework. Preservation of the agreement is governed by the principle of considering the preservation of the, as directed in Article 5F. This principle endorses the firm belief that the CFTA, in its mandate to boost African trade and promote integration, will build on what RECs have achieved. Although the agreement does not define the term, the vocabulary was noted and adopted as a guiding principle during the negotiations for the establishment of the Tripartite Free Trade Area, TFTA. Is a French term meaning that which has been agreed. Contextually, it meant that the TFTA negotiations should commence and reinforce trade negotiations that COMESA, IAC, and SADC had reached. The CFTA's inclusion of the principle of preservation of the applies during the negotiations for tariff concessions. State parties in RECs that do not have preferential arrangements between them will negotiate for such terms, while those that have will maintain that which has been agreed, and build on the existing REC FTAs to achieve trade. Article 19.2 of the agreement establishing the CFTA acknowledges that state parties that are members of RECs, RTAs, and CUs, which have attained higher levels of integration than under this agreement, shall maintain such higher levels among themselves. This demonstrates the significant role RECs play in assisting the CFTA achieve its mandate to promote African integration through trade, as there is no trade without opportunities, leveraging the REC-CFTA relationship. The REC-CFTA relationship foresees the coexistence of several African FTAs alongside each other for the furtherance of regional integration. This relationship ensures that CFTA states pursue specific strategies and disciplines within the REC's integration agenda to deepen integration on trade, investment, and meet necessary local needs, including political cooperation, seamless mobility of people and goods, of regional trade policies, regional on infrastructure, technical expertise and institutional capacity, etc. This section delves into the opportunities presented by the REC-CFTA relationship and how African states can leverage this relationship to deepen integration towards advancing the CFTA. Movement of persons, goods, and services. The CFTA's mandate to achieve the elimination of trade and non-tariff barriers, boost African trade and market integration, and ultimately create a single common market is possible with trade facilitation measures in place. Additionally, the CFTA is able to structure the removal of non-tariff barriers, NTBs, with the intervention and involvement of relevant RECs. For instance, in West Africa, ECOWAS guarantees free movement of persons across its region by granting an ECOWAS passport. This strategy has deepened market integration in West Africa and led to sustainable growth. In a 2018 UNCTAD report on regional integration and non-tariff measures in the ECOWAS, the committee noted that the regional integration process is by two regional, ECOWAS and WAMU. Both institutions are driven by similar objectives, increasing trade integration, harmonizing policies, and creating a common market for their regional member states. Consequently, the two institutions have eliminated trade barriers, tariffs and non-tariffs, in order to promote effective trading. Through the ECOWAS passport, there has been freer movement of persons and factors of production, while WAMU, a common monetary area, has contributed to financial integration. The CFTA's protocol on free movement of persons across the continent is highly likely to rely more on best practices exhibited by RECs. The East African Community, IAC, has also made progress in terms of facilitating the free movement of persons, goods, and services. On 16 December 2024, Kenya elected to introduce a Class R work permit that allows EAC nationals to obtain documents free of charge. Through the Kenyan Gazette notice, although not publicly available at the time of this writing, the Prime Cabinet Secretary announced that EAC citizens will only need proof of citizenship to work in Kenya. The country joins Rwanda in the EAC, which has abolished work permit fees for EAC nationals. This move is not only applaudable, but also as it seeks to leverage opportunities within the EAC region as well as the CFTA. RECs as implementation vehicles. RECs are viewed as implementing vehicles as they effectively facilitate the of policies and initiatives, as well as fostering cooperation and deepening integration among member states. RECs act as implementation vehicles by promoting political stability, trade, and harmonizing trade policies to advance economic integration. African RECs offer innumerable opportunities to gain ground for the implementation of the CFTA. RECs are responsible for political regional stability as they play a crucial role in peacekeeping and mediation efforts within their regions. RECs promote democratic values, good governance, and respect for human rights and the rule of law within their member states. RECs are cognizant of the fact that cross-border trade is made impossible under situations of unrest, protests, and political instability. Further, the implementation of the CFTA is likely to be hampered in cases where there are violence and insecurity issues. RECs have established legal systems and tools that address conflict and authority to intervene and resolve before it escalates and potentially the region. For instance, the Southern African Development Community (SADC), through its Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, played a major role in intervening in protests occurring in and Lesotho, as reported by African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes (ACCORD) 2022 in the role of SADC in Lessons from Lesotho. The Economic Community for West African States (ECOWAS) has been involved significantly in conflict prevention by deploying peacekeeping forces to several countries in West Africa, including Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea-Bissau. At the moment, ECOWAS is actively involved in mediation efforts by Senegal and Togo in persuading the Alliance of Sahel States, Mali, and to reconsider their decision to permanently leave ECOWAS in 2025. RECs act as implementation vehicles by promoting trade in terms of reducing trade barriers, tariffs and non-tariff barriers, thus facilitating free flow of goods, services, capital, and across African borders. Through RECs, member states have established free trade areas and customs unions to promote trade, investment, and economic growth within the region. Some RECs, such as ECOWAS and EAC, have enabled free movement of persons through regional passports, thus increasing the workforce and flow of goods and services. Regional economic growth has been witnessed through the role RECs play in infrastructure development. RECs facilitate pooling resources and coordinating investments, thus promoting the construction of regional infrastructure projects, roads, railways, and energy grids. This has enhanced market access, reduced transportation costs, and improved connectivity within the region. The CFTA has leveraged the efforts RECs have in place to deepen integration and further improve it. The most notable is the development of the Trans-African Highway (TAH) network. The network has 10 routes that connect various African countries and is developed with the support of RECs. The TAH network has the potential to benefit the CFTA by reducing transportation costs for CFTA traders, increasing trade flows, enabling faster delivery times, and promoting regional integration by breaking down trade barriers and connecting traders to markets. Finally, the TAH network will stimulate economic growth through job creation and increase investment in member states, both domestic and foreign investment. Challenges in the REC-CFTA relationship. This section acknowledges that the REC-CFTA relationship offers a plethora of opportunities that African member states can leverage to achieve economic growth, deepen regional integration, and further their quest to achieve continental integration. In the same breadth, the section concedes to the fact that the REC-CFTA relationship faces challenges that have a trickling effect on the implementation of the CFTA. This section discusses the challenge presented by the overlapping membership of African countries in several RECs and their commitment to the CFTA. This discussion extends to address the concept of non-compliance by African states of AU decisions, especially on the moratorium limiting the formation of new RECs. This part invites the ongoing political instability in ECOWAS and the resolution by the Alliance of Sahel States to permanently depart from the main regional bloc. Finally, the section will discuss the challenge posed to the REC-CFTA relationship in ratifying the Free Movement of Persons Protocol and how this can be resolved to achieve Africa without borders. Multiplicity and overlapping membership in RECs. Africa's integration is facing the biggest challenge of multiplicity and overlapping membership in RECs. Among the major objectives of the CFTA is the creation of a single market with a form of trade. However, according to, and 2021, the existence of the 8 RECs has created a spaghetti bowl effect that slows down the process of creating a single market. The spaghetti bowl effect, as coined by the renowned economist, is not a new experience in Africa. This effect restricts member states from negotiating trade arrangements with third parties. Without losing sight of the fact that CFTA is an FTA, parties to an FTA are allowed to retain their own trade tariffs with third parties. Overlapping membership in FTAs results in possible complications, as parties are required to comply with several rules and standards. As it stands, the CFTA is determined to achieve continental integration. This involves coordinating and harmonizing policies that are expressed through the 8 existing RECs. The AU Constitutive Act, AU 2002, that these RECs are building blocks for continental integration and does not encourage the establishment of more RECs. Additionally, as discussed in this essay, the CFTA agreement these RECs as governing principles under Article 5B of the CFTA agreement. The overlapping membership challenge projects a situation where CFTA member states will have difficulties in harmonizing trade policies developed in the 8 RECs, as this requires significant political will, coordination, and cooperation among member states and RECs. 2024 writes in the East African News that it is time to cede loyalty to supranational African ideals. Kenya's former Prime Minister and the African Union Chairman AUC contender, while addressing the challenge of multiplicity and overlapping membership of RECs, submits in his article that Africa is considered to have the highest concentration of sub-regional economic that promote integration, but today, the continent has remained the least integrated among the globe's key regions. Non-compliance, formation of more RECs. Further to the AU Constitutive Act, AU 2002, is a declaration that resulted from a ministerial meeting held in Ouagadougou, which placed a moratorium on the creation of new RECs. The declaration limits the formation of more integrative units that result in the birth of additional RECs, contrary to the goals and objectives of the AU. The ongoing formation of the Alliance of Sahel States, a fragmentation of ECOWAS, is a clear and defiant move of noncompliance with the declaration limiting the formation of new RECs. The ECOWAS region is currently experiencing political instability that has seen Mali and announced their departure from the West African Regional Bloc to form a defense pact called the Alliance of Sahel States, AL 2024. The 3 military leaders, Captain of, Colonel of Mali, and General of, met in Niamey on 6 July 2024 for an inaugural summit of the leadership in the Alliance of Sahel States region. As reported by Africa News on 7 July 2024, in a joint statement, the 3 states led by junta leaders accused the ECOWAS of moving away from the ideals of its founding fathers and Pan-Africanism, and further claimed that the regional bloc is under the influence of foreign powers. They added that ECOWAS had failed to protect the 3 states when they experienced regular insurgent attacks that left thousands of people dead, therefore staging military coups to address perennial insecurity issues in the 3 states. The trilateral decision of the 3 countries to irrevocably withdraw from ECOWAS is a blow to regional integration efforts and further to achieve continental integration under the CFTA 2024. Additionally, the decision impacts the fundamental principle of the free movement of persons that is enshrined in the ECOWAS region, which has consequential effects on the trade of goods and services, as discussed in the next section. Suffice to say, Mali and are members of the 8-nation West African Monetary and Economic Union, WEMU, also known as Union, UEMOA in French. The Union promotes West Africans' unity through a common shared currency, the West African CFA franc, which is pegged to the euro. 2024 submits in the conversation that Mali and Hin